Volume 8 Chapter 1. ACT-1 Cashwalker. Shit. He cursed with a sigh. Things were getting all twisted and dirty. Alan was a part of the so-called elite 1% of South Korea. He was born into a rich family and received an education worthy of his background. When he entered a prestigious university, it was natural that he would graduate with top honors. He was always at the heart of the topic and never failed at anything he worked on. Success was something that came naturally for him. It was natural. Out of the 99% of humans, he was part of the 1% elite. It was also like that in New World. And it had been like that until recently. Since he was always at the heart of the topic and had become an enviable existence to everyone. Users ran around until they got nosebleeds obeying Alan, and NPCs were the same. However, Ark. He had screwed up everything. An unexpected siege, an unexpected battle situation, and Lariat unexpectedly announced that she would be leaving the guild. He was at the center of all these events. That's right, Ark. He didn't understand why Ark was so good. He didn't have abundant funds like Alan, and he hadn't been playing longer like the pioneers. Nor did he have a strong organization like Raiden with the Hermes Guild. That guy didn't have anything to boast about, yet he kept on grabbing Alan's ankle. I will never let him. Alan bit at his lips until it became bloody. If someone looked impertinent, then he had to punish them severely. That was the sentiment Alan had about Ark so far. But today Alan realized that he had been too comfortable. He never considered that those guys could do any damage. The stray dogs will become fiercer as they become hungrier and snap unprovoked at a person more excellent than them. It was the lowly nature of guys like that. Then I have to show those guys my power. I'll show it until those dogs won't dare bark twice. I'm going to finish him in this siege and end this. Alan sneered. After that I can convince Lariat again. What can she do by herself? Although I'm excited thinking about it, I can't go outside. If the situation goes as planned, then Alan was sure to win. Alan's side had suffered a lot of damage in the opening campaign. But Alan had succeeded in his original purpose of removing the magicians and catapults. In addition, the presence of one defense tower left means that the durability and regeneration of the walls was boosted. The Hermes Alliance also had the burden of having to break the walls within a time limit. With one defense tower remaining, breaking the walls with no siege weapons will be difficult. If we can endure for 3-4 hours, then it is our victory. The remaining time was 7 hours. Even if the castle walls collapsed after 4 hours, it would be difficult for the Hermes Guild to occupy the castle. The next 3-4 hours were the crossroads in the game. And since Hermes lost the catapults, they would never break down the walls within 4 hours. The result of this siege is already clear. After visualizing the situation in his mind, Alan gave a relaxed smile. However, his smile didn't last long. Bang bang double bang. Suddenly he heard a roar from the window. It was a familiar sound. A member of the guild immediately identified the sound. Alan, those guys have started to attack with the catapults again. What? Catapult? Yes, the situation is urgent. The repair rate of the walls cannot keep up with the damage. What nonsense are you saying? The catapults were destroyed. Alan could not understand the situation. Once the siege begins, then they were no longer able to procure materials from the outside. Yet they've managed to repair the catapults. The Hermes Alliance must have hired craftsmen to repair it so quickly. But he never received information that any of the NPC mercenaries they hired were craftsmen. Yet they managed to repair the catapults in the end. The catapults had definitely received a lot of damage from his concentrated attacks. But how? He figured out the reason after he looked over the wall. The NPCs repairing the catapults had pricked ears with a broad tail attached. It was the NPCs mercenaries who had shown up with Ark and Dark Eden and fired the portable cannons that did a lot of damage. Those mercenaries were craftsmen? After he saw Ark standing next to the mercenaries, sparks flew from his eyes. Ark! It's you again? Sir Alan. The remaining defense tower also isn't going to last long. At this rate, there's no need to panic. Alan roughly ordered and turned his body. It doesn't change the fact that there are only 7 hours left. If we manage to defend the throne for 7 hours, then it is our victory. We'll concentrate all our energies on protecting the castle walls for the moment. And you head to the courtroom and tell the paladins to be prepared. The paladins? You're using them again? It was a promise with the archbishop. If the castle is about to be taken away, then there won't be any trouble. I understand. The guild members hurriedly ran to give support. Bang bang double bang. The rocks flew through the sky at an incredible speed and crashed into the castle wall. It blew debris all over the place, with the durability of the walls noticeably decreasing. Wow, this, unbelievable. Raiden swallowed his saliva as he watched the scene. The Raccoon clan had started repairing the catapults, and after 2 hours they looked like new. But they didn't simply repair it. I don't understand. Why did they design this part? If they did this, then the range and damage would be much better. When they first started repairing, the raccoons became confused about the design and started chattering. Ark didn't miss the conversation. So you can raise the performance of the catapults if you have the materials? The materials aren't necessary. No, we actually have to remove several things to raise the performance. They put wasteful equipment in, which lowered the performance. They seem to have put several unnecessary parts in to ensure that anybody could use it. If an expert uses it, then the continuous shooting speed would be quicker. Experts? A craftsman like us. After his answer, Ark heard the sound of pouring gold coins. Then wait a minute. I'll ask Raiden if you can convert it. Ark ran like the wind and explained it to Raiden. Upgrade? Then of course they have to remodel it. Raiden welcomed the speedy solution with open arms. Then he noticed Ark's face as Ark replied. But it requires some valuable materials to convert the catapult. It isn't possible to explain the trade secrets of the NPC craftsmen, therefore they'll demonstrate the performance, but they'll have to operate it directly. Is it money? It fit perfectly well. By now, Raiden was able to 100% grasp Ark's nature. Ark was like a cunning merchant as he made a proposal. The upgrade cost and labor costs is 30 gold per NPC. So that's 600 gold in total. How about it? Because of my high intimacy with the NPCs, I finally persuaded them to agree to this repair price. Aren't you thankful? Please decide as soon as possible. There's no time. He could earn money on the battlefield. Once Ark realized that, he persistently bit at Raiden's pocket. Although his real profession was Dark Walker, Ark was more like a cash walker. And in New World, Raiden was a user strong in his specialized field. It was impossible for him not to figure out that Ark was running a scam. However, it was a situation where even 1 minute was critical. I'll put it on the account. Raiden wrote up another contract with an expression that looked like he was eating shit. That's it. Now please hurry. After taking the contract, Ark hurried back to the raccoons and immediately made them start work. In fact, Ark did not have that much time. Apart from stepping on Alan, the contracts with Raiden relied on him occupying the castle. If he didn't, then Ark wouldn't get anything. The 100 intermediate recovery potions and all the costs of repairs and upgrades totaled 1,600 gold. If he didn't win, then it would be difficult to claim the money. Fortunately, the raccoons were the best craftsmen NPCs and soon finished all the work. This is the upgraded catapult? Raiden's face showed an expression of disappointment when he looked at the changed appearance of the catapult. However, his face brightened after watching the performance. After the remodeling, the range and damage had been upgraded. In addition, it normally took users 4-5 minutes to use it, but the raccoons only took 2 minutes. The firing speed was 2 times faster. He was able to confirm its power. The durability of the walls fell at a faster rate than when attacked by the golems. With the longer range, they didn't have to worry about the arrows flying from the walls. Ark laughed when he saw that people from Dawnblade were in a state of panic. How is it? Isn't this worth 80 gold? Well, I guess. Raiden scowled at Arkansas. What on earth is with this kid? He leads a group of NPCs. And the warrior NPCs are much stronger than usual. And there is also the cats who flew around at the beginning. How on earth did he manage to hire such NPCs? Even though he was a pioneer, he couldn't imagine Ark's game system. And why is he so shameless about taking money? Raiden shook his head. He was a very scary guy who would start biting once he found a weakness. In New World, it was the first time that he had seen such a man. Nevertheless, he still felt like swearing. Ark had successfully negotiated the price of the money. Although it was an appropriate price and it was necessary, Raiden was still getting his money stolen. In fact, it wasn't that different from Ark's view on life. If you receive a meal, there is no reason to mourn the price. While Ark used scams to swindle money, at least he never piked anyone. But he never does anything free of charge. Give and take. Wasn't it natural that he receives a prize for a favor? Thanks to that mindset, Ark felt no shame even while he was biting at Raiden. After all, when the crisis is over, then the Hermes alliance will immediately become profitable. Once the catapults were repaired, the Dawn Blade Coalition immediately went on the attack. But they couldn't deal enough damage to the Hermes Alliance. Fujetsu and Dark Eden joined to rally the troops, but the situation was less dangerous because Alan wasn't there to directly influence them. Once the attack was completely blocked, the Hermes Alliance had a chance to win. The 2 defense towers were destroyed. The shield applied to the castle walls has been reduced by 100%. The recovery rate of the durability of the walls has been reduced by 100%. Since the start of the siege, they accomplished the feat in only 19 hours. Noel and Hamaneki had continuously attacked the defense tower. Unlike Ark's forces, they were pushed hard by the defense and only 300 survivors rejoined the main force. Currently we have 900 people, but those guys have received considerably more damage. Since the defense towers are destroyed, it is only a matter of time until the walls fall. Although they have the favorable terrain of the castle to dominate the battle, it is not enough. No, we will certainly win. Raiden became red in the face from repeatedly shouting the good news. Keep on attacking. Not long now. Raiden waved his mace around and yelled until his throat was sore. Then, Tu-tu-tu-tung, quakwang, quararuru. With a roar, the gate and walls eventually fell apart. The whole army, charge. Wah-ah-ha. Sweep them all away. The last victory will go to the Hermes Alliance. Raiden and the 900 users rushed into the castle shouting wildly. There was no place for the Hermes Alliance or Dawn Blade Coalition to withdraw anymore. It was the final decisive battle. A fierce battle was waged as if a match was thrown into oil. While airplanes holding missiles flew about and a number bomb destroyed several 100,000 people in modern warfare, the one that inserted their flag at the end in the enemy camp was the infantry. War in New World was no different. The magicians and priests from both sides had already fallen. The only thing left was the warriors with high health and defense. Which one had the higher level? Who had stronger equipment or had more potions? It was those things that would determine the final result. But it was a little bit different battling inside the castle compared to when they were fighting outside. It wasn't a vast empty plain. Inside the castle, it was densely packed. In other words, it meant that the hundreds of people couldn't just stampede into the castle. The watchtowers were also placed in strategically important positions. From the standpoint of the attackers, they had to quickly take off the various facilities with as little damage as possible. On the other hand, the results depended on how long the other side could defend and hold out. Of course, this required more advanced tactics than all-out war. In that sense, Raiden was a professional. There is no need to rush. After the walls crumbled, the morale of those guys are already at the bottom. Hermes and Silver Moon will take the front while Noel and Hamaneki will take the left and right. Fujetsu and Dark Eden will deal with the remaining forces. Now second line, advance and occupy the watchtowers in the front. Raiden quickly ordered simultaneously. Square, barracks, and above the collapsed walls, the warriors' bloody battles spread out all over the place. Ark and the survivors of Dark Eden were also in the middle of the confusion. Now it's time to get revenge for Hyung's, Jack-Tun. Taza breathed out hot air from his nostrils and lifted his dagger. The thieves, Cross and the Meow all followed. However, Ark became surprised and shook his head. No, Dark Eden will stay in the back and assist. What? We've already received considerable damage. Unless the battle situation becomes worse, there is no reason to go out and receive more damage. Our purpose for coming here is to defeat Alan. But if we die without even seeing Alan's face, then how unfair will that be, Vadut? Certainly, but the people who've died, as the leader of Dark Eden, won't you let us fight and defend their honor? Cross said as he couldn't agree with the decision. Ark sighed and shook his head. Yes, I know that it isn't suitable behavior for a knight. I will take the blame. But losing you will be even more painful than your condemnation. Since my cowardly self cannot stand to see any of the Sylphid Knights die. I'll receive all your criticisms as long as you concentrate and survive. I'm not asking, this is a command. Ark, you are really... Cross looked at Ark impressed. He was a commander who thinks of the lives of his soldiers more than his honor. What kind of soldiers wouldn't follow such a commander? The rehabilitation members and the thieves also nodded with a face as impressed as Cross. I'll follow your command. Ark breathed a sigh of relief. I cannot lose any more NPCs. Thanks to the repeated combat, Dark Eden was severely damaged. Including Justice Man and Roko, 6 members of the rehabilitation group had died with only 4 surviving. Out of the 70 NPCs, 30 had died. It was understandable since it would be difficult to take part in the war with their levels. But after considering the damage, Ark had to make a decision. Since it was likely that they would win the battle, there was no need to go out and receive unnecessary damage. Then Cross asked in a worried tone. But to fight like that in such a confusing battle? Don't worry about it. Ark smiled towards Fujetsu's guild leader Baron and shouted. Baron Nim, please go forward first. Yes? Us? We're just handling the remnants in the rear. All of them will have received considerable damage, so it is possible for Fujetsu to handle it. Of course, but Dark Eden can also do that. Baron hesitated and said. Ark gave a friendly laugh and replied. We have already decided the proceeds at stake already. But aren't the other guilds supposed to get a stake depending on how much achievements they have? It is a great opportunity for some accomplishments. Then. We destroyed the defense tower together. Therefore Fujetsu is on the same level as other guilds. We'll definitely support from behind, so just give everything you have into fighting. Wow, thank you very much. Everyone charge. Every time they killed an enemy in the siege, they got a point. When the siege finishes, the leader of the alliance will give compensation based on the contribution. It was merit system. However, Fujetsu were just advancing during the defense tower attack, so didn't receive that much points. Because of that, Baron received glared from his guild. After Ark drove home his point, Baron didn't hesitate to rush out and attack the enemies. But it was too late. People in the Dawn Blade Coalition were quite strong. Fujetsu were the weakest in the Hermes Alliance and couldn't kill the opponents. These bastards are only level 130 yet they're still trying to attack us? Did they become overconfident just because the walls collapsed? Ugh, these guys are strong. The Baron became confused after his rush was pushed back. And he tried to retreat too late and the path behind was already blocked. Ark and Dark Eden pushed towards where Fujetsu was. Don't panic. We can win. Everybody gather. Help out the Fujetsu guild. Ark pretended to care and fired the cannons blindly as they pushed through enemy territory towards Fujetsu. Thanks to that, Baron and Fujetsu had no choice but to fight the enemy with even more determination. Damn, since Dark Eden is helping out like that, it isn't possible to run away. Sink or swim. Eventually Fujetsu became Dark Eden's shield thanks to Ark's plan. If this continues, then it will become difficult. Ark summoned Diedrich and ordered. The fragrant smell of blood from the battlefield is stimulating my appetite. Stop sounding like a pervert and look around from the sky. Tell me if any enemy unit tries to join up with the ones Fujetsu are fighting. Let me know the location in coordinates. Sheesh, always making me do these kinds of things. Although Diedrich complained, he clearly did as ordered. Master, there are 3 or 4 guys moving at your 3 o'clock. Okay, artillerymen move to the right and shoot them. Master, there is a guy playing dead at your 8 o'clock. Hyung Nims, please step on him. With Diedrich's help, Ark was able to use the artillerymen with their cannons to defeat the enemy. Since Ark couldn't afford for Baron to die, he swung his sword and intercepted the opponents. Meanwhile, Ark also summoned Daimos after recovering his spiritual power. Daimos, be prepared for any surprises and protect the artillerymen as well as Cross. Clack clack, clack clack clack. Thanks to Daimos defending in front of the artillerymen, a perfect formation was made. Hoo, this is like I'm swimming on land. Anyway, the nearby enemies also fell thanks to the efforts of Fujetsu working together. And after 3 hours passed, the events were slowly decided. When they collided outside, there were some doubts about how the levels of people in Dawnblade were so high. But compared to the Hermes Alliance, they were somewhat lacking. I've captured the barracks. The East Watchtower was knocked out. We've also overwhelmingly dominated the battle in the annex. There is no more power to stop our advance. The good news was conveyed. It was a tough fight, but everyone has done well. Raiden looked at his forces with thrilled eyes. After a long battle, they've finally reached the final stop in Sylvana. The resistance has 300 forces left. Okay, the end is in sight. All that remains is the Hall of Glory. Without a doubt, Alan will be prepared for a conflict there. Except for the ones still fighting, all troops rushed the Hall of Glory, but Raiden entered the castle leading 300 people. Ark quickly grasped the opportunity and led Dark Eden. Thanks to Fujetsu falling for Ark's temptations to fight, Dark Eden was able to join the main forces without any damage. Of course, Raiden wouldn't eagerly fight until the end. With the military situation tilted, the safest place was next to Raiden. If he was near Raiden, who was the leader of the Hermes Alliance, he could avoid any danger until the decisive moment. He would also get the chance to strike the final blow to Alan. Okay, now should I watch the figure of Alan fall? Kill everybody visible. Raiden was in good spirits and moved to the upper floor. And they finally arrived at a place blocked by a huge iron door. Hall of Glory. It was the room inside the castle that symbolized the Lord's control. The iron door that was battered by the warriors' maces and Ark's cannons soon shattered. Alan, there's no place for you to run to. Damn it, stop them, dot. Alan's desperate voice was heard from a corner. The two groups clashed with a violent ringing sound that shook the room. Dawnblade's last line of defense in the Hall of Glory numbered 250 people. They were also the members selected from the guild with considerable skills. But the Hermes Alliance had 300 people. They also had an overwhelming strength thanks to the pioneers. O spirit of deterioration, turn everything to ashes. Hellfire. Jewel and Duke had survived the battle and used their wide area skills. A fire pillar roared and moved around while dozens of arrows came pouring down like a shower. Since the magicians and priests had died, the power of the wide area skill was absolute. Following Raiden's commands, the warriors quickly cornered their opponents and Dawnblade's health steadily decreased. However, soon a wide area magic was also invoked from someone in Dawnblade. Blades of Wind, Tornado. Quiet. Numerous blades swept through the Hermes Alliance. Users who had low health collapsed. Sheesh, these guys still had a magician left? Raiden cursed and looked at the magician. Ark reflexively looked and felt momentarily breathless. The last magician in Dawnblade, standing next to Alan, was the elf Lariat. Still, you're alive. At that time Raiden shouted. Duke, shoot that woman. Duke quickly held his posture and pulled the bow taut. After using wide area magic, Lariat had exposed her body. It wasn't a situation where she could avoid Duke's sniper skills. But why? Ark grasped the situation and ran forward, blocking Duke's view. What are you doing, you idiot? Duke shouted at Ark and fired the arrow. But thanks to the late timing, the arrow bounced off Alan's shield. Such a stupid child. Duke spat out, but Ark ignored him to give a bittersweet look towards Lariat hiding behind Alan's body. Doing such a thing even after Lariat chose Alan. She had been with Alan for a long time. But when he saw her helping Alan on the battlefield, he couldn't help feeling terrible. A defeated feeling, or maybe a feeling of betrayal, but Ark still didn't want to see her die. Even there was a chance to attack with the artillerymen many times, Ark didn't give the order. But he knew he couldn't take such an ambiguous attitude forever. It had been 20 minutes since the battle started and 400 users had already collapsed in the Hall of Glory. Combining the remaining troops from both sides, there were 130 people left. Only 30 of them were from Dawnblade. If someone saw the chance, then they would attack Lariat. On the other hand, for long-distance attacks they only had Duke and the artillerymen from Dark Eden. Since Ark blocked Duke, the only chance was Dark Eden's artillery. Once or twice was fine, but if he kept on protecting her, then he wouldn't be able to feign ignorance anymore. Yes, this is war. She knows that too, dot. Ark sighed and ordered the artillerymen to target Lariat. Qua 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 quang. A violent sound suddenly came from the rear of the Hermes Alliance. Ark flinched and turned around with a look of horror. What appeared to be the paladins came rushing in and squeezed the Hermes Alliance into a wedge formation. Are they? He had forgotten about it. When they smashed the front gates, the 20 cavalry troops that came out with Alan. Although a few of them had fallen in the confusion outside, there were still 17 left. He wanted them to rush us from the back. The 17 paladins joined forces with the remnants of Dawnblade and trampled the Hermes Alliance. Did you think I would give this room to you so easily? Alan's face was filled with confidence. You have acquired 1 intermediate recovery potion. Sack. Snake checked the information window inside. Snake had been wandering the battlefield and became covered in dust and blood. There might be some useful items that have dropped. I only believe in you, Snake. After receiving Ark's order, it had spent many hours searching. Snake searched the corpses really eagerly in order to please Arkansas. When something glittered, it crossed the battlefield with determination and swallowed it. Sack, 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 sack. Snake raised its shabby face. Ark's face flashed through its head. Snake knew. Ark had a happy look on his face whenever he saw money, not to mention items. In fact, Snake didn't know the value of items but worked hard to learn what items that would become money for its master. But so far it hadn't eaten anything of use. All it had swallowed was a couple of potions. If Snake returned like this, then Ark would probably be quite disappointed. Sack. Tears welled up in Snake's blue eyes. I'm counting on you, Snake. Ark's voice was going around its head. But it didn't need an item of worth that would make Master satisfied. Maybe Ark would think that Snake was like Diedrich and Deimos. That would be so unfair and vexing. It just wanted to please Master in every way possible, but why was it so incompetent? Eventually tears flowed down Snake's innocent face. Suddenly a message window flashed in front of Snake. You have manifested a new power. Stalking, beginner, species characteristics. You have gained a new skill thanks to your efforts in searching for something hidden. Your tongue has the ability to connect the sense of touch and smell together. It is possible to identify everything around you using the tip of your tongue, and you can even identify what direction to go to if there is a collection of targets. This ability will provide crucial clues to keep track of hidden items and enemies. You can find all items in a 200-meter range. In addition, you can determine the direction of movement by looking at past traces for 1 hour. When the level rises, the range and search time will increase. Mana consumption, 30. Sack? Snake's eyes widened. In fact, stalking was a skill that an Alamon larvae would learn when it was born from its mother. However, Snake grew up with Ark, so it didn't have that opportunity. After wandering off from its owner and swallowing items, it naturally learned the skill. Although the information window was supposed to appear in front of Ark, Snake was too far away. Snake, who couldn't read, didn't understand the contents, but it felt like its senses were keener. Squeak, squeak. It immediately flicked its tongue and smelled something plausible from far away. It was a familiar smell, the smell of items worth money that Ark liked. Snake immediately followed the smell. And after a while, it discovered a paladin's body. With a body that had ripened, it was one of the cavalry riders that had harassed Arkansas. Snake became angry and struck the paladin with its tail. That guy deserved to die for pestering Master. As revenge, Snake crawled underneath the armor. As expected, a gauntlet was buried in the corpse. You have acquired Gauntlet of Glory. Swake. Seek, seek, seek. Snake swallowed it and immediately screamed. Although it wasn't able to verify the information window, but with just a look it was able to instinctively sense money. Now it was able to return Master's expectations. Snake looked around with greedy eyes. It wanted to find other things. Unfortunately, the gauntlet was the only item there. It wasn't possible, so Snake was about to move to another place. Now. A lot of the Dawn Blade members were killed, but there is still hope. In this battle, a blow in the back can also reduce morale. The paladins suddenly rushed charging out and rushed to the rear of the attacking forces. Snake, who was hiding under the corpses, became worried and secretly chased after them. The armored knights would drop fairly good items. If they were going to fight, then some of them would die and it could pick up the items. In other words, if Snake followed them, then there was another chance to get good items. Seek, seek, seek. There was a grin at Snake's mouth, a familiar smile. It was an expression that was normally seen on Ark's face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8 Chapter 2. ACT 2 Final Winner? Hyung, even with that it's only going to extend the time until you lose. Crush them. Raiden led the troops and rushed in. Although 30 people died from the Paladins' surprise attacks, the Hermes Alliance still had around 100 people. On the other hand, with the Paladins, the Dawn Blade Coalition only had 50 people. The difference was twice as much. In addition, the damage of the Paladins weren't that strong. While on horseback outside the castle, their offensive dealt heavy damage to the magicians, but most of the users gathered in the Hall of Glory were users with high defense. It wasn't so easy to hurt them. No, since they had twice as many troops, then there was still a large difference. Ark, it is time for the final stage. Let's go. No, please wait a moment. Ark stood in front of Jacktung and said. In this situation it was clear that the Hermes Alliance had the overwhelming advantage, but... what on earth? Ark looked at Alan strangely. Alan definitely looked uneasy before. But when the Paladins appeared he immediately changed. He just sat back and watched the Hermes Alliance attack with a relaxed face. It was like a subtle sense of provocation was coming from him. Ark was soon able to confirm the ominous feeling. Kill the enemies with the power of God, Divine Field. The moment the two troops were about to crash into each other, Alan used a wide area magic. A blue light spread like a wave along the floor. But the soldiers from the Hermes Alliance didn't pay any attention. Alan's Holy Knight skills were fairly well known. It was natural because Alan was famous. Among them, the holy magic that only exerted a lethal force on the undead. However, to normal monsters and users it wasn't an intimidating skill. If it was damage received from a distance, then it would deal at most 70 damage. It was like a tickle for warriors with health around 3000 points. Just ignore it. Heh, he probably wants to save mana, is that why he's using these skills? It is lucky that we've managed to back Holy Knight Alan into a corner. The warriors snorted and laughed. However, it didn't take long until it turned into screaming. Divine Field. The armor of the knights abruptly became white and red hot at the same time the spell was chanted. The floor became so hot that it turned blue. Including Alan, it was 18 people. The Divine Field overlapped 18 times. The wide area magic dealt 1000 damage. Kuahak. The fierce warriors had their health decreased by half as they were wrapped in the blue flames. The warriors who were barely out of the range quickly pulled out potions to recover from the incredible damage. Surprised words emerged from Raiden's mouth. What the? Isn't Divine Field a special skill of the Holy Knight? Then, these guys are all Holy Knights? No way. Cries of shock and distress burst from the Hermes Alliance. And Raiden roughly shook his head. That's impossible. Holy Knight is a hidden profession. It isn't possible to change professions so easily. Yes, they must have used other magic to cheat. Divine Field has a long cooldown. It must be the last desperate struggle. Don't be scared to attack. The warriors swung their weapons and ran up again. Then Alan smiled and murmured coldly. It is certainly the last desperate struggle. But that last struggle isn't something so trivial. Defense Aura, Elemental Aura, and Warrior Strength. He overlapped 3 of the Holy Knight's special skills. Alan raised their defense, strength and elemental resistance, as well as increasing their willpower and total health by 20%. The Holy Knight's skills were strongest in a group. But since there were 2 times as much troops, it wouldn't make that much difference. No, it couldn't be. However, Defense Aura, Elemental Aura, Warrior Strength. Once again the knights' armors glowed, so they were using the same skill? At the same time, the aura was overlapped 18 times. It was an enormous boost in defense and health. Even the attacks of the level 180 pioneers weren't able to properly hit. In addition, the health went up so much that it didn't even appear to decrease. Since they were unable to hit them, the soldiers ran around attacking the other members while avoiding Alan and the knights. Come on, there is only 40 minutes left. Alan said in a relaxed tone as he looked out the window. On a hill far away, the hourglass that signaled the siege deadline was already reaching the bottom. Alan only had to hold out for 40 more minutes. If no one occupied the throne, then the siege would have failed. Everybody start shooting at once. After seeing the situation, Ark ordered the bombardment to start. However, the attacks were blocked by the knights' shields. It was truly impregnable. What is up with these ridiculous guys? Raiden's face darkened. Since the knights protected Alan and the throne in a circular formation, there was no way to access it. Also, the damage dealers such as magicians or thieves had all died a while ago thanks to their low defense. In this situation, he didn't know if they could get through the knights' wall of defense in the time limit. No, if they tried to attack with force, then they might get exterminated instead. Damn, there's not much time remaining. Raiden's lips went dry at the sight of the falling sand. Ark was also impatient as well. He had thought it was over. So what was with the absurd turn at the last moment? If this siege failed like this, then all his efforts would be for nothing. Sid would rot in prison and he wouldn't be able to get his 5,000 gold back. But was that all? The potions and repair costs that he would have received from Raiden would disappear into thin air. The damage would be thousands of gold. It was just like a death sentence for Arkansas. Even if I die, I have to make the siege succeed. It happened when Ark started getting restless. Seek. He heard a familiar sound at his feet. When Ark lowered his head, Snake immediately climbed up and rubbed against his face. Why is Snake here? Ark soon had a strange thought in his head. While Snake's charm always made Ark laugh, now was not the time for Snake to be playing. However, whenever Snake rubbed its body against Ark, it meant that it had something to vomit out. And it would move its head from side to side as if asking for praise. That's how Snake looks when it has collected something that I would praise it for. Then, Ark took a deep breath and removed the item. After looking at the information window, he felt refreshed and full of ideas. Gauntlet of Glory, rare. Armor type, Steel Gauntlet. Defense power, 75. Durability, 55/90. Weight, 70. User restriction, level 150 or more Holy Knight. A gauntlet filled with amazing power that was specially designed for holy knights who have received God's ancient power. Ordinary people could never find or even use this gauntlet. In addition, if the holy knight doesn't serve the ancient god of the religion that manufactured the gauntlets, then they won't be able to draw out the gauntlet's true power. Option: Strength plus 10, Health plus 500. Special option: you can use the power of Divine Copy. Divine Copy can reproduce any holy magic from the same religion. However, you can't select the target that the spell is applied to, and the same magic will only have 70% of the original skill. If the person who you replicated the skill from dies or escapes from a 10-meter range, then the copied magic is cancelled. Mana consumption, 300. A rare item. Although the stats weren't that amazing for a rare item, that wasn't the important part. Divine Copy? It was a special option that could replicate the magic of other people. When he saw that option, all of Ark's questions were answered. Although it was a hidden profession, there was no law that there could only be one person with that occupation. However, in order to maintain the uniqueness of the profession, the system would have to limit it. If so, having 18 people with the same hidden profession didn't make sense. Moreover, there would be a problem with the balance of the game if there were that many holy knights. The answer is the gauntlet. Ark stared at the knights suspiciously. Not surprisingly, they were all wearing gauntlets and items similar to what Snake vomited up. Now he understood the situation. The knights didn't use magic. They were only able to perform the magic after Alan used it first. It was the action of Divine Copy. Alan also didn't use another skill, became once he did, then Divine Copy would end. But for 17 people to have the same rare sacred item, that was already a scam. But if he interpreted it differently, then it was easy to figure out. It was extremely difficult to change professions to a holy knight. In order to use Divine Copy, the knights had to belong to the same sect as Alan. The sect which recognized Alan as a holy knight was the god of balance, Asiosu. The 17 knights must also belong to that religion to use the sacred item. Thanks to the conditions, it wasn't that easy to equip it. In other words, those knights are NPCs. There was no doubt. When the second clash was occurring outside the courtyard, the cavalry troops didn't move. Unlike users, NPCs had to take a break as well. Those knights must be dispatched by the cathedral, since Alan has a close relationship with the cathedral and its bishops. Even though he felt angry, Ark couldn't really complain. After changing professions to a Dark Walker, Ark also had close relationships with NPCs. Because of that, he received the help of the raccoons and Meow. That might actually be the biggest advantage of a hidden job. Now let's pull myself together. Those guys are practicing a swindle. Thanks to that, I found a way to penetrate the barrier. The way to destroy Divine Copy is to deal with Alan, who is the one being copied. But there was no way to avoid the knights and fight against Alan one-on-one. If he received a concentrated attack from the knights, then he wouldn't be able to last for 1 minute. Slowly an idea started to form as he organized his thoughts. Alan was looking out the window overlooking the hourglass. Okay, I have no choice but to try. There isn't that much time left. If I defeat Alan, then the Hermes Alliance will win the siege. All the problems will be settled. If I take him out, then it won't be a problem even if I die. Ark stroked Snake's head and solidified his resolution. Snake, good work. If I win this siege, then you will receive the #1 merit. Sack? Sack, sack, sack. Snake nodded with a happy face. Diedrich, you stick to the ceiling and pay attention. Notify me if you spot any of the enemy's movements from there. Prepare yourself. If you miss even one. I got it. You don't have to threaten me like that. Diedrich moved to a shadowed place and hid behind a chandelier. Once everything was prepared, Ark grabbed his sword and shouted. Raiden, please make concentrated attacks on the right side. Dark Eden will concentrate on shooting the left. What? What did you say? Raiden frowned as he replied. But since Dark Eden was concentrated on shooting the left side, he was forced to attack the right. Once the knights moved to the left and right, there was a slight gap in the middle. The others might not dare to squeeze through such a small gap, but Ark was different. Dark Dance. Ark squeezed like a ghost through the gap between knights. With Dark Dance he was able to get through no matter how small the gap using tricky footwork, but because it was so complicated he had to concentrate on the footprints on the floor. It was a fatal drawback because he couldn't see the movements of the enemies, but the knight is swinging his sword. The knight is coming from the front, and the knight on your left side is trying to hit you with his shield. Ark was able to imagine the movements of the enemies thanks to Diedrich's voice. Thanks to that he could concentrate on his footwork and slip between the knights and through the gap. When Ark was close, then Alan would hide himself behind the knights' bodies. Therefore Ark completely missed Alan's position. But it wasn't possible to avoid the eyes of Diedrich, who was watching from above. Alan's position is? Behind Master's right side, on your 5 o'clock. Here? Dark Blade. Ark rotated his body like a spinning top and quickly used Dark Blade. It was the Dark Dance and Dark Blade chain skill Dark Strike. A critical attack that ignored the defense. In front of Dark Blade, the various buffs had no meaning. Ark continuously tracked and attacked Alan with Dark Strike and then keeping his distance using Dark Dance. However, Alan only had a moment of confusion. Those are your special moves? Compared to a warrior's health, the damage of Dark Strike was only a small amount. Sheesh, is it impossible like expected? Bah, this stupid guy just stepped into his grave. Holy light. Alan pushed Ark with his shield and chanted a holy spell. When he finished, a small ball of light formed around Alan's head like a ring of sunlight. Your dark attribute bonus has been turned off by holy light. What? My dark attribute bonus. Ark's face darkened. Since the siege started at 6 a.m. in game time and lasted 3 days, the current time was 5 a.m. Dawn was coming, but it was still the time ruled by a Dark Walker. It was because of his dark attribute bonus that Ark could fight Alan evenly in the middle of the enemies. But if it was turned off? I guessed right. Your damage was somewhat strong compared to your level. Alan ridiculed him with a chilly laugh and swung his sword. Unlike before, he felt his health falling from that one blow. His defense and stamina had increased because of his dark attribute bonus, so it was an inevitable result. In addition, the Holy Knight's attack applied an additional damage bonus to the darkness attribute. Ark was pushed back by Alan's shield. The attacks from the knights and users were flying all over the place. Dozens of swords and maces headed straight to a weakened Arkansas. In just a few moments his health fell and he was in a critical condition. This is support Ark. Raiden and the warriors ran over but weren't helpful. Alan gathered the knights to block Raiden and ran up to Arkansas. Since Ark's health was depleted, his expression indicated that he felt confident enough to deal with Arkansas. Hoo, you stupid bastard. Now. Ark's eyes flashed. Ark didn't rush recklessly. This chance could only be grabbed once. The one-on-one fight with Alan in front of the window was all for this moment. Let's finish this to the end. Ark rushed up to Alan. Alan flinched and swung his sword, but Ark avoided it and attacked. And he gripped the waist tightly with both hands. It was the wrestling move he learned from the National Police Gym. Ark lifted Alan using the force of his waist and ran towards the window. It was then that Alan noticed Ark's plan. What? What are you doing? Do you intend to die together? Don't mess around. The only one who will die is you. Alan screamed and grabbed the window frame. Lariat Nim, what are you doing? He is dying. You're magic. Ark flinched and turned his head. He finally noticed that Lariat was standing restlessly near Alan. Ark looked at her and shook his head slightly. Then Lariat, who was chanting a spell, winced, and whether intentional or not cancelled the spell. At that moment, Ark was saved. Lariat Nim. Son of a bitch, holy knights. The knights turned around as they responded to Alan's voice and swung with both hands. With their destructive power, one hit from the mace would kill Arkansas. However, Ark stared blankly at Lariat before he suddenly shouted and released a burst of light. I'm not afraid anymore. Summon release, summon Deimos. Clack clack clack, dot. Deimos loudly stopped the attack from the mace with his shield. Deimos bounced back from the impact into Ark's back, forcing Alan to release his hands from the windowsill in shock. At the moment Ark and Alan, as well as Deimos, fell out the window. Hook! The Hall of Glory was on the top floor of the castle. The height was 30 meters from the ground. When thrown from such a place, Alan immediately began to panic. One of a warrior's greatest fears is falling while clad in steel armor. However, Ark would also suffer in this situation. Summon release, Deimos. Snake, sword. Ark sent Deimos back and took out a sword. Now, it's time to settle this. Blade storm. The sword shattered in front of Alan's nose and caused a storm. Alan was sucked into the debris and his health declined rapidly. But it was not the end. Before the effects of Blade Storm disappeared, Alan was forced upside down. In regards to falling damage, defense was meaningless. Thanks to the attack from Blade Storm, he fell even faster. Thanks to his health as a warrior, Alan was like a cockroach and avoided instant death, but he only had 5% of health left. On the other hand, Ark was able to reduce the fall damage by 80%. Thanks to Blade Storm and the fall damage, Alan was collapsed at Ark's feet and only need 150 more damage to die. You bastard. Alan stuttered and glared at Arkansas. However, he was stunned since he received falling damage while wearing steel armor. The only resistance Alan could do was stare at Arkansas. Ark raised his body and slowly approached Alan. Alan, if you wanted to show off, then you should have picked a rival who was more insignificant. Ark, absolutely, I will not leave silently. Then I'll pay you back 2, no 3 times. Just like Andal. You'll definitely regret today, cough. Snap. Alan screamed as a sword was driven through his neck. With a snap, his blood came rushing out. Alan continued staring at him as his body convulsed. After a long time, the fight had finally ended. It was a long journey of revenge, but he had no interest once it finally ended. Ark waited until he saw Alan's pulse stop and then collapsed with a thud. However, the siege was still not over. Ark restored his health using food and went back up to the Hall of Glory. As expected, after Alan died, all of the Knight's Divine Copy was also cancelled. In addition, using Divine Copy consumed 300 mana. They used it 4 times in succession, so they ran out of mana. Without any mana, the Holy Knight was just the same as a normal warrior. Raiden used a chance to unleash his offensive and the knights and remnants of Dawnblade helplessly fell to the Hermes Alliance. Lariat Nim. Ark looked at her body with bitter eyes. But her death was inevitable in order for the Hermes Alliance to win. The fact that she hesitated to help Alan in the last minute meant a lot to Arkansas. When the situation is stable, then I'll meet her again. Damn, you'll soon see. While Ark was thinking, the last member of Dawnblade collapsed. There was no one who could prevent Raiden from sitting on the throne anymore. Finally, Raiden looked at the throne with red eyes. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. And the remaining time was only 20 minutes. Even if Alan died, the castle still belonged to Dawnblade since some members of the guild hadn't taken part in the siege and was still alive. However, Raiden just had to sit in the throne for 20 minutes and it would become his territory. Raiden slowly approached the throne and was about to sit down when he saw Ark standing in the doorway. You're alive? Then there was a suspicious smile on Raiden's face. Good. It wouldn't do to sit down before doing this. Raiden has used the trick skill. The alliance with Hermes has been destroyed using trick. What? Raiden said with a smile. I made an effort during that time. But it ends here. Then the promise. Don't you understand? The alliance has finished. Ark then began to realize his mistake. That's right, it was the uneasiness he felt when they conceded to his demands so obediently. He had felt it several times. The intermediate recovery potions, catapult repair and renovation costs, even if it was a war, he had signed the contracts too obediently. It was natural. From the very beginning, Raiden had no intention of giving him a single penny. The distribution of the proceeds from the 2 contracts all relied on a prerequisite. That Raiden, the leader of the Hermes Alliance, would capture the throne and occupy Sylvana. In other words, with the alliance released, the contract was just a piece of tissue. However, Ark believed that the alliance agreement could only be destroyed with the agreement from both sides. He never imagined that there would be a skill which could destroy the contracts. However, Ark didn't fully understand New World yet. Although reality wasn't that different, this was still a game. There were always methods to ignore the rules. No matter what kind of meaning, it was still a skill. Ugh, I came this far just for this? It was because you were too greedy. I will admit that your role was big in this victory. Therefore, I didn't want to do this. But 30%, that is too difficult. In this situation, there is no way that I can give you 30% of the proceeds. The guild masters standing around Raiden nodded. As expected, Baron, the guild master of Fugetsu, tried to avoid the attention. Ark realized that all the remaining guild masters had agreed with the results. Now, sweep them up. Raiden ordered while sitting on the throne. The situation was like a wolf had opened its mouth and ran up to the tiger to be killed. The remaining Hermes Alliance users ran towards Ark and Dark Eden. Nearly 100 Hermes Alliance members were still alive. On the other hand, Ark and Dark Eden only had 45 people. And more than half were artillerymen. It wasn't a situation where he could fight and win. I have to save the NPCs. Raiden. As a knight, you would dare to do such a dirty thing. Cross couldn't stand it anymore and lifted his sword. However, Ark grabbed Cross' collar and ran out. Dark Eden, retreat at once. Ark exited from the Hall of Glory with Dark Eden. After the 20 minutes were over, everyone except for the Hermes alliance who had occupied the throne would be expelled from the castle. It was regrettable, but at least he could still save the NPCs. However, once Ark was considered as an enemy, Raiden wanted to completely exterminate him. Raiden ordered the 100 users to chase Arkansas. So when he rounded the corner towards the stairs, he was faced with dozens of Hermes Alliance users coming from downstairs. Damn, these guys are such dirty bastards. Sir Cross, please understand the situation. Ark angrily pulled Cross with him and entered the next room. It was a room that had crumbled a little bit from the previous fights. This is it. They can survive 20 minutes here. Pick up the piles of debris and build a barrier in front of the door. What? But it won't survive more than a few minutes. I don't have the time to explain. Please do as I say. When Ark raised his voice, the members of Dark Eden hurriedly scraped the wreckage and built a barrier. It was a shabby barrier that would collapse when hit by a mace 2 or 3 times. But Ark had a magic item that would make it stronger than the castle wall. He pulled out a big tube from his bag. It was the spirit body glue that would stay stuck once attached. The last one, it is valuable, but I can't lose all the NPCs here in vain. Ark bombarded the barrier with the spirit body glue. Ooh, I'm out. Attached to everything. The babbling of the spirit body glue was annoying, but it was effective. Even if it was hit by the Hermes Alliance, it would not move an inch. Now I can rest assured. But once their safety was secured, he didn't both pushing down the anger. Did I really come all the way here just to be betrayed? Even though I have dethroned Alan so I can release Sid. Hook, master. What is going on? Diedrich had sneaked out of the Hall of Glory by flying through the window. At that moment, a large number of ideas went through Ark's head. He could change the crisis into an opportunity. Ark suddenly stuck his body to the window. Okay, it is worth a try. Even if I fail, it is better to die than leave it like this. Ark leaned his body out the window and shouted to Diedrich. Diedrich, there is no time. Quickly suck my blood. What the? Master, are you crazy? Was your head hit a little bit too hard? There is no time for your chatter. Shut up and suck it quickly. You really want me to do it? I won't be scolded later. If you say one more word, then I'll make tempura out of you. Ah, I understand. Then, I'll eat well. Diedrich was shocked by Ark's threat and extended his fangs. He felt like something was being sucked out, but it still wasn't enough. No, that's no it. Suck again. Dozens of times, Diedrich happily sucked the blood. Then he heard dozens of footsteps and banging against the barrier. The barrier swayed with every hit. At that moment, a message window flashed in front of Arkansas. I got it. Ha, delicious. Master's blood is so delicious. That's enough, stop sucking. Ark struck Diedrich, who jumped back. Then he felt a sense of dizziness. However, Ark clenched his teeth and clung to the window. Now there's only 10 minutes left. Please hold on until then. What? What are you doing, eh? Ark. Jackton looked bewildered until he suddenly screamed. Ark had climbed out the window. Of course he didn't want to commit suicide. Ark began to move sideways on the ledge outside. Under her foot were distant cliffs. It was enough to give someone anemia. However, Ark had used his strength to climb up the body of Colossus in order to obtain the sacred soil. He moved his body carefully and eventually arrived at his destination. It was the windows in the Hall of Glory that Alan had fallen out of. Ark used stealth to enter the Hall of Glory. I've finally got my hands on Sylvana. Congratulations. With Dark Eden gone, the proceeds will be distributed as promised. Of course. Raiden was convinced of his victory and lowered his guard. He never imagined that Ark would use stealth to sneak into the Hall of Glory. The biggest hurdle in the plan is the magician Jewel. I'll have to dispose of Jewel first. Ark took out a sword from his bag and approached Jewel. Blade Storm. Quack, what the? Thanks to stealth, the storm even applied a backstab effect. Extravagant damage was applied and Jewel's health quickly went down to 50%. Jewel had rare armor with high defense, or else normal magicians would have had their health decreased by 80%. Jewel stumbled in surprise. At the same time, his stealth was deactivated and warriors flocked in the room. Ugh, this guy. You're back? You came back just to die. I don't have to deal with those other guys. His health decreased from the attacks flying from everywhere. Ark avoided the offensive of the soldiers using Dark Dance and shouted, "Dirty scum, I'll beat to guys like you." Dash intimidation has triggered a critical effect. He had cursed using all his sincerity. In addition, all of the users here were extremely tired after fighting for 24 hours. Then they received intimidation just as they were convinced of victory, so it was natural that there would be a critical effect. Intimidation was a skill that was influenced by the conditions of the opponent. 100 warriors froze up at once. "Jewel, I'll kill you." Ark immediately used Blade Storm again. Jewel's health fell to 30%. Jewel quickly chanted a spell. That was the moment Ark was aiming for. He waited for the opponent to move first and then used Riposte. Jewel failed the spell and was thrown back by Ark's counterattack. Ugh, unbelievable. Jewel had collapsed to the ground before trying to raise her body. No, that was exactly what Ark had aimed for. The place where Jewel got up was in front of the room where Dark Eden was hiding. The Dark Eden members had already received a command from Ark and aimed their cannons through a gap in the stone before firing simultaneously. A dozen rounds of ammunition. Jewel was shrouded in white steam and collapsed. "I did it." Ark turned around after he was sure that Jewel died. But Raiden just laughed and murmured, "You're certainly not normal. But what will killing Jewel do? Do you think you can kill the remaining 100 people in 10 minutes? Let's see." Ark said and laughed. "I'm certain of one thing. The person who makes me his enemy will end up regretting it. Cheeky, kill him." Raiden shouted at the 100 users who gathered and brandished his weapons. Blessing of the Sea. A light was emitted from Adelaine's necklace as Blessing of the Sea was activated. Was he calling an enormous summon? The Hermes Alliance flinched and tensed up. But the light disappeared after restoring 500 mana and increasing his defense by 40%. What the? It just raised the defense? Are you really going to fight with us? That wouldn't be bad. Dark Dance. After Ark recovered his mana, he immediately used Dark Dance. At the same time, a gust of wind passed through the 100 warriors. Once he used Dark Dance, it was inevitable that he would appear like a ghost. However, Ark wasn't planning to fight with them. He only avoided the attacks, and by the time he reached Raiden, the percentage of completion was 80%. When the percentage of completion rose, his body disappeared like smoke. He avoided the attacks with millimeters of difference. But the attacks from the 100 people also weren't a joke. Although he avoided most of the attacks, by the time he reached Raiden his health had decreased by 70%. Hot. Raiden flinched as Ark appeared in front of him like a ghost and drew his mace. But Ark had already started attacking. His ensuring spin kick hit Raiden in the temple. Raiden fell to the ground with his mace. Ugh, this child, until the end. Ark shot Raiden a look of disdain. "I never thought I would die, but thanks anyway." What? Thanks to the betrayal from the Hermes Alliance, Dark Eden became a separate attack group. What is that? You're more stupid than I thought, Raiden. Don't you understand yet? As the sixth in command, I didn't have the right to sit on the throne. But now I'm the group leader of a third force. What you're saying is nonsense. Would you like to confirm if it's nonsense? Ark smiled and sat down on the throne. Dark Eden's attack captain Ark has sat down on the throne. If he manages to defend the throne until the siege ends, then the right of a lord will be granted. Time remaining in the siege, 5 minutes. Raiden let out an astounded laugh. You stupid bastard, you thought it would be resolved once you sat down? There is still 5 minutes left. Although it would be an honor for you to die in a place where you've never sat down in your life. Kill him. Raiden and the 100 warriors flocked to him. However, Ark shouted while sitting cross-legged in a relaxed manner. Diedrich, vampire skill activate. Target Ark. Oh hoo. Diedrich appeared outside the window and activated the skill. At the same time, Ark's body was covered with yellow mucus. That's right, it was Slime's time. It was the reason Ark made Diedrich bite him. 24 hours hadn't passed since the last time Ark used Slime's time. Therefore he couldn't use it again normally. But he looked at Diedrich and thought of an ingenious idea. Diedrich had the ability to extract a skill from the opponent once he sucked their blood. The problem was whether he could extract a skill from Ark, but fortunately Diedrich answered that the first time. He had extracted the harvesting skill. Ark gained hope and had Diedrich repeat it many times until he finally obtained Slime's time. That was the reason why Ark relentlessly killed Jewel. There was a weakness in the invulnerability of Slime's time. It completely blocked physical attacks but was vulnerable to attack magic, and Jewel was a magician that was still present in the Hall of Glory. However, once Jewel died, then Ark was invincible. Once Slime's time was activated, both swords and maces slipped off. The warriors looked perplexed. What on earth is this ridiculous thing? Pudding? A pudding? This skill is a ridiculous trick. Is that what you think, Raiden? Yes, you don't know the skill. And in New World, if someone doesn't know something, then they could die. But the skill is not a trick. Ark said in a cold tone as he was covered in slime. The time remaining was 4 minutes. If he held on for 4 minutes, then he would obtain Sylvana. Noticing the urgent situation, Raiden lifted his mace and shouted. This guy uses a strange skill. So just pull him down from the throne. The warriors began to pull Arkansas. However, Ark firmly held onto the throne. He used the techniques he learned working to survive every day and held on. Thanks to that, his arms and hands were as strong as a wrestler. Since his body was sleek, it was hard for them to grab him. The warriors eventually gave up catching him and started punching instead. However, Ark had no intention of dying. Hang in there. Just 3 minutes left. Yes, the violence really fit the realistic game as his face became swollen and he got a nosebleed. But there was no time to think about the pain. Ark clenched his teeth and held out against the pain. And he shouldered the pain until the time ran out. Loud horn sounds came from outside before a message window popped up. The time limit for the siege has been completed. The person who has occupied the throne is Dark Eden's attack leader Arkansas. According to the siege rules, Ark has now become the rule of Sylvana. Using the Lord's special skill authority, you can banish all remaining enemies from the premises. You have acquired the castle of Sylvana. Fame plus 3,000. You have acquired a bonus for capturing the castle with less than 100 people, experience for all the group members who survived plus 250,000. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Thanks to the bonus, he acquired 5 levels. Oh my god. All color disappeared from Raiden's face. Ark slowly lifted his head. His face was crushed like dough by the warrior's fists, but there was the proud smile of a winner on his face. I've obtained the castle. Now if you'll please leave my castle? Expulsion. At the moment an intense light flashed and the Hermes Alliance was forced from the castle. The person who occupied the throne after a long battle was Ark. Wasn't today the last day of the castle siege? Ho Myung-hwan stretched and yawned as he searched the information window. Since there were 12 castles in Nagarin, there were always 2 sieges happening every day. One of his morning routines was to monitor the name of any new users that showed up in the siege information. It was in order to understand the overall system as well as keeping an eye on the influences of strong guilds. The Lord of Baltania has changed. Indeed, the Borome Guild and their allies were too weak to keep the castle. They didn't have deep pockets and didn't waste any money on defense, only attack. It will be hard for the Borome Guild to recover. Ho Myung-hwan clicked his tongue and muttered. In fact, Ho Myung-hwan had a keen eye about the situation in Nagarin. The assumption that they would receive a huge tax once they occupied the castle was a misconception from the users. NPCs in New World are clever. The kings and archbishops set up the Shrine of War in order to set safeguards for those sorts of situations. Sooner or later they'll discover the truth, but the users would have to defend the castle for at least a month before receiving any proceeds from it. It was only then that the NPCs would recognize them as the Lord. However, the kings receive a tax that hasn't decreased at all. In this instance, the NPCs are cleverer than the users. Even so, it is a gamer's dream to become a lord. Ho Myung-hwan made a wry smile and searched for information on the next castle. Now, the next castle is Sylvana? Well, it should be Alan, eh? Ho Myung-hwan stopped moving his mouse. But no matter how many times he rubbed his eyes and looked at the monitor, the results were still the same. Alan had the castle taken away? And the user who became the new lord is. Surprisingly, the name that came up in the information window was one that he knew well. It was one of the candidates that he was recently paying attention to, Ark. Ark managed to take Sylvana away from Alan? Ho Myung-hwan quickly opened all the information that had been registered at the Shrine of War. However, he felt like he was lost in a maze the more he looked at it. What on earth is this? First Alan accepted a challenge from the Hades Guild. Was the Hades Guild destroyed on the verge of the siege by Ark? No, it is okay up to there. But what is up with the data that comes afterwards? What the hell happened? Including the Hermes Alliance and Dawn Blade Coalition, a total of 11 guilds took part in the siege. Ark occupied the lowest seat of command in the Hermes alliance and participated in the siege. In fact, he only had the power to command. Unless all those above him were killed, there was no chance for him to become the Lord. However, the result from the siege was that Ark was the Lord. At that time, there were still 8 guild masters from the Hermes alliance and Dawnblade coalition left. No matter how Ho Myung-hwan looked at the situation, there was no way to make sense of the result. What on earth happened in the siege? However, he only had the information posted in the Shrine of War. He also couldn't find any videos related to the siege. The siege could only be shown on TV if the Lord allowed it. On the other hand, Alan had kept the siege completely confidential. We still don't know what happened. He wasn't the only one who would be interested in this. Ho Myung-hwan organized the materials and immediately visited the planning department's chief Ha Myung-woo. He thought that Ark would definitely be excluded from the eliminated contestants list. However, Ha Myung-woo's response was not impressed. Ark? I've never heard of that ID. Yes, he was one of the candidates put on the eliminated list. So what? An eliminated contestant has managed to push back Alan, who is a part of the highest ranked group. No, he also managed to beat the pioneers in the Hermes Guild and occupied the throne. If the results are to this degree, don't we have to start paying attention to Ark as a candidate again? Can I see the data again? Ha Myung-woo scanned the data and laughed. The candidate Ark only had 83 people in his raid party. Do you think he really defeated the Hermes Guild and Alan with that number? Yes? But the results? I think there are 2 ways that could have happened. He got lucky or the Hermes Guild leader put him on the throne for some other purpose. Both reasons have nothing to do with his ability. I'm not interested in lucky candidates. I only pick candidates with skill. But it is still necessary to look at it once. When does the report come in this month? There is still 1 week left. Okay, that is when the next siege has started. I'll call the reference room and tell them to send me Ark's report for this month. I'll look carefully at how he performed during the siege. But if he performed weakly, then his evaluation won't change. Ark is still eliminated. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Ho Myung-hwan withdrew with a disappointed face. In fact, he also didn't think that Ark became the Lord with real skills. Just like Ha Myung-woo, he also thought that Ark obtained the castle due to luck. Ark, you performed well in the evil Silrian. You have a lot of experiences against various users in New World. But is it really possible for you to become the Lord with only 83 people? How will you defend Sylvana in the future? Ark's last report came 3 weeks ago, so he didn't understand that Ark's group consisted of NPCs. So he could not imagine Ark participating a lot in the siege. He also had to protect Sylvana. All those answers would be recorded in the next report. Can Ark really defend his territory? The next submission deadline is in 1 week. It is crazy. Ho Myung-hwan pulled out a cigarette with a pained face. It was the first time that he couldn't wait to read the contents of a report. Now Kang Mi-soo at the reception desk, if he visited then he would be able to hear from Lariat how the siege went. But Ho Myung-hwan shook his head. I don't need half of the information. Yes, there is also some pleasure in waiting. He would prefer to read the contents directly from Ark's viewpoint. That was the wish of Ho Myung-hwan, who considered himself a secret fan of Arkansas. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8 Chapter 3 ACT 3 Secrets of Sylvana Castle. Ha! Ark sighed with a pained expression. It was because of a NPC named Barami. After the siege ended and he got a good night's sleep, he connected to an office in Sylvana. It was a luxurious office overlooking his estate. It was the first time Ark realized that the estate was his. After all the suffering, he was able to sit down and relax in a comfortable chair. He became thrilled at the thought of being a lord. Then while he was in a good mood, a middle-aged NPC knocked and entered. I am the Lord's advisor, Barami. Barami's role was estate management, legal advice, financial management and so on. While he was old-fashioned about military affairs, his financial style was modern. A user who came to power overnight wouldn't be equipped with the knowledge to handle the castle and its estate. So an NPC who specialized in estate management was provided. From the beginning, Ark didn't really like Barami. And unfortunately his intuition didn't lead him astray. Do you like the office? It's not bad. Ark deliberately answered in a haughty tone. Barami pushed his glasses with his fingers and smiled. I'm glad you like it. You were brilliant in the siege, but the castle is a mess. This was the only decent place. Well, enough about that. According to their Majesty's law, the rights of the Lord have been transferred to Arknim. Congratulations. I hope you last for a while. The civil servant spoke in an official tone. Although there was a slight sense of sarcasm, he was still a civil servant NPC. But Ark's pleasant dream soon turned into a nightmare because of his words. The most important thing I have to explain is about financial management. That's right. Ark strained his ears and concentrated. It was the part that Ark was most curious about. He went through a lot of struggles before occupying the castle. So how much profit would he get from it? Barami's explanation continued. The income for Silvana is earned from the import of alcohol, customs, various taxes and businesses in the territory, so 1 month is 150,000 gold. 150,000 gold. Ark's mouth dropped at the astronomical amount. That was worth 15 billion won in reality. It was more money than he's seen in his life. No, he couldn't even imagine that much money. Of course, since it was the castle's income, he might not earn that much as an individual. However, he also had to apply medieval economics to New World. As the Lord, am I free to spend 150,000 gold however I like? His heart rate sped up and his breathing became rough at the thought. Was this what winning the lottery feels like? However, Ark's happiness got water poured on it. Now I'll explain the amount to be spent. The most important thing is that you have to pay a tax to the royal family of the 3 kingdoms. That's 10% of the monthly revenue, so 30% is 45,000 gold. 45,000 gold instantly flew away. Ark felt like he was hearing a scam, but he made himself calm down. It's okay. There's still 105,000 gold. However, Barami cruelly continued talking. By default, you should use the rest of the 105,000 gold for estate management. Now, I will tell you the things that need to be done based on priority. The most urgent thing is to repair the defense towers and castle walls that were destroyed in the siege. This is important as a lord. Then, it was neatly smashed. Repairing it should cost roughly 47,000 gold. Barami shook his head as if he was irritated. However, Ark felt more like crying. He struggled so hard to destroy it and now he had to use his money to repair it. Then there is the monthly salary for the estate's employees. The costs for hiring soldiers and servants is 17,000 gold. The donation to the Shrine of War is 4,000 gold. The maintenance of various infrastructure on the estate is 10,000 gold. And the Castle Development Fund. Stop. Ark shouted with fright. What the hell is with all that money? Barami retorted with a scornful look. Did you think the estate is maintained for free? The items I mentioned are just summaries. I will go into more details in the following days. But as the Lord, you don't have to be concerned. I will handle most of it and you will still receive a small salary. Then I can use that money any way I like? Didn't you know? Barami asked with surprise. Although the kings from the 3 kingdoms authorized you to become a lord, your actions are still limited. You can only use the proceeds from the castle for castle-related business. As the lord, you'll receive 2% of the total revenue of 150,000 gold. That is 3,000 gold. In the end, the salary for a lord in Nagarin wasn't that different from a president. Of course, 3,000 gold was still a large amount. However, he had to consider the vast amount of money that was needed for a siege. And only receiving 3,000 gold from 150,000? He had a sinking feeling. Honestly, at present Silvana is in a deficit. Because Sir Alan, who was the previous lord, started a lot of construction projects. He invested a lot in the estate. Well, if the facilities were completed, then the income for the lord would increase. After hearing Barami's explanation, Ark's idea of having a castle changed. He had thought that he could get profit just from occupying the castle. But it was a big mistake. New World system and its NPCs weren't so easy. All his funds from the territory were tied to the estate thanks to the law. In other words, he had to invest most of the money into development of the estate. Of course, the lord would be able to get a profit in the long term. Currently Silvana was a D-class estate. Once it develops to a C-class, then the proceeds would double. The lord's income would also increase by 2, making it 6,000 gold. So if he developed it to an A-class estate, then he would get a monthly income of 12,000 gold. Since 1 month is 10 days in reality, that was 36,000 gold every month. It was an absurd income. But it would take a few years and there was no guarantee that he could defend the castle for that long. Realistically, it would take 1-2 game years to raise the rating of the castle by that much. In reality, that is half a year. If I fail to defend the castle in the meantime, then it won't be very good. In addition, I also have to consider the money involved in a siege. The Lord's monthly salary of 3,000 gold was not that much. Ark now understood Alan's feelings. Since he couldn't use most of the money, Alan couldn't afford to waste the 3,000 gold on a siege. A ghost guild was made to reduce the cost of a siege as much as possible. And because the defense towers and walls weren't destroyed, he could rush the estate's development. Ark once again realized the uselessness of war. Anyway, it is impossible for me. The cost of repairs, food, various potions, and hiring mercenaries. If he participated in a war again, then it would cost several thousand gold. Well, in the last one the money came from the Hermes Guild, but he still wasted 600 gold on food, cannon production, and so on. He also only used 83 people. But if he was a lord, then he needed more money and troops for a war. Since Alan had occupied the castle until now, it was clear that he suffered a huge financial loss. Since I was never that greedy about it, I can just collect the 3,000 gold and leave. That was what he first thought when he heard about it. But the cunning of the three kings immediately appeared. Instead of being paid beforehand, the lord's salary was paid afterwards. If it was like that, then he would receive the salary 1 month after he became lord. A month was 10 days in reality. He would have to be victorious in the sieges that were held once a week in order to receive the salary. If the lordship changes, then he would receive nothing. It was a brilliant law. Isn't this like the kings are professional conmen? Ark became gloomy. With the siege next week, he had no confidence about keeping the castle. Of course, as the lord he might be able to attract allies. However, Ark had no funds to hold a siege. Who was help a lord who couldn't even buy potions? They would rather help the other side to take over the castle. If I scrape money together, then I might be able to hire some mercenaries. He would be driven penniless by that kind of money. With no money, Ark was powerless to keep the castle. But the land is too good to just give up. Just like me, Raiden or Hyon from Grey Wings wouldn't have known anything about the estate. But Sylvana's geographical position means that its development potential is immense. When Nagarin becomes stable, I can develop it to C or even B class. Then the income from the castle would be unthinkable. If it was like that, then money wouldn't be a problem. With the huge funds, organizing an army of 10,000 people wouldn't be a dream. But despite the castle, I can't even ask for 1 copper. I would rather Raiden become the lord like originally planned. Ark felt resentful towards Raiden. If Raiden had just followed the agreement, then he wouldn't have to worry about this. The value of 100 intermediate recovery potions was 2,000 gold. Catapult repair costs 1,000 gold. Renovation and labor costs for the raccoons 600 gold. In total, it would have been 3,600 gold. That was more than the lord's monthly salary. However, Raiden's betrayal meant he didn't get a penny of it, and the only thing he received was the castle. I really don't have any luck. Ark kept on sighing. But Barami acted like Ark's feelings didn't matter. He extended a thick document. Then please settle the payment for the estate management immediately. Please come back later. After Ark angrily raised his voice, Barami shrugged and left the office. His attitude clearly showed that he opposed the appointment of the new lord. After he was alone, Ark organized his thoughts for a bit. Ark quickly gave up. At the thought of dying and losing his money, he easily gave up. It is impossible for me to control the castle next week. So I'll put that problem aside for the moment. While I'm the lord, I'll do what I can. Alan used his power as a lord to imprison Sid in the dungeon. It was the objective he had to achieve first. But it might be insufficient. Alan is closely related to the cathedral. It is to the extent that the cathedral secretly dispatched the Holy Knights. Alan also disturbed Sid because of his grudge. This has become troublesome. Ark thought of something and nodded. That's it. It is the reason why the Lord of Jackson hesitated to help me. There is the rule that regular soldiers can't interfere in Nagarin. That also applies to the knights from the cathedral. If I find proof that the cathedral secretly helped Alan, then it is possible to strike a blow to them. Once the cathedral is shaken, then it wouldn't be difficult to extract Sid. Once Ark determined his task, he immediately began to explore the castle. 20 knights were kept in the castle, so they should have left a trail somewhere. And he found the trail without any difficulty. No, it was just left in the open. What is this? Ark muttered with a foolish face. Inside the castle, a luxurious building had been set up. The building had an atmosphere like a temple and was locked when he pushed the doors. Ah, that is the Asiosu temple. Asiosu? Barami explained the history after Ark visited him. Yes, the goddess of balance. But it is mostly called the cathedral because it is the most influential of the 12 religions on the continent. The Church of Asiosu was revived 100 years ago. The former Lord Sir Alan is a devout believer. According to what I heard, the church helped Sir Alan a lot when he was undergoing the ordeals to be recognized as a holy knight. Then this temple. Originally it just contained an old statue of Asiosu. After Sir Alan became the Lord, he invested a lot of money into building the temple. Ark began to feel suspicious after Barami's words. A guy like Alan wouldn't invest money in a temple for no reason. Maybe he had to build a temple in order to receive the church's help. If the temple was built, then the church would send NPCs for free. But it weighs heavily on my mind. Would he really waste all that money building a temple in the castle just for some helpers? Just as Ark was thinking this. Apart from Alan, everyone in Dawnblade was a devout believer. What? After Sir Alan built the temple, all of the Dawnblade coalition lived in the temple. They would not leave the temple even after spending 3 days and 3 nights there. What were they doing in there? I don't know. Sir Alan's commands prevented other people from coming near there. Well, wasn't it to keep a vigil all night? They were always tired after leaving. Barami answered in a disinterested tone. And Ark suddenly saw a flash. 3 days and nights praying in the temple? Once the users connected, they would spend hours stuck in the temple. In addition, Alan did it as well. No, it was impossible for him to be that devoted to Asiosu. Even if the religion gave him all sorts of benefits, it was difficult to transfer those benefits to reality. There was no reason to believe in a fake religion in a game. Since he built the temple and wouldn't leave it, there was definitely something hidden. If I want to find a link between Alan and the cathedral, then it would be here. Can I enter there? Of course. Because everything in the castle is the Lord's possessions. It was the first time Barami said something great. While he couldn't receive the Lord's salary yet, he was the Lord of the castle. But it was locked? My Lord should go to your office safe. The keys to all the facilities are kept there. But my Lord is prohibited from carrying the key outside the estate. Since the title of Lord was released, the key should be housed there. Ark headed straight to find the temple key. Clatter, creak. After he inserted the key, the door opened with a massive sound. The interior wasn't that different from other cathedrals. There were long chairs lined up inside with a slightly higher platform at the front. What the hell? It's not hiding anything? Then what were they doing in here? He really spent his fortune just to pray to the gods here? Ark looked around until he suddenly became puzzled. Wait. Isn't something strange? Ark stood in the center of the temple and looked around. Barami said that the Dawnblade coalition stayed here for 3 days. It was a coalition, not one guild. In numerical terms, it comprised of 1,700 people. However, the temple wasn't big enough for all those people. Even the commuter buses could only cram in a few hundred people at 7 in the morning. Then where did the remaining people go? Are there any other exits? Ark searched every corner, but nothing caught his eye. After a few minutes, he was searching the platform when he saw small letters engraved on the bottom. Turn your head and bring back the darkness. What does that mean? Ark looked around the area with a dubious expression. However, Ark had quite a lot of experience in solving puzzles in New World. Once he knew the location of the statue of Asiosu, Ark was able to understand the phrase. Since breakfast had just finished, the morning sun was coming from all directions through the transparent windows. The light was concentrated on the statue's right side. In other words, he had to turn the statue away from the east. One of the unshakable laws was that the sun always rose in the east. He had to turn the statue to the darkness, which meant to the west. Then, Ark insolently grabbed the statue's face and turned it. The face turned around just like he expected. When he let go, a mechanical whirring sound was heard. The platform was pushed to one side, revealing a long staircase leading into darkness. It is a secret passage. The Dawnblade members went in here. There was no need to think. Ark used Eyes of the Cat and descended the stairs. Where do these stairs lead to? The stairs were longer than expected. It twisted into a spiral staircase that seemed to lead to hell. How far did he go? He suddenly felt a cool spirit on his skin. It wasn't simply a feeling of the temperature going down. It was like cold, slippery tentacles were gripping his body. An unidentified fear crept into his mind. What the? Why does it feel so unpleasant? Ark murmured in an uncomfortable voice. The stairs ended and a huge cave appeared. The cradle of an ancient evil, special. You have discovered a cave with a cold chill that makes even the soul tremble. You've heard the groaning of a mysterious ghost deep inside the intricate maze-like cave. And the more powerful and evil spirit as it grabbed them. The bloody history of this cave isn't as simple as you think. No doubt huge and sinister secrets are hidden. If you are wise, then you should never enter alone. Dungeon? Ark looked at the information window with stunned eyes. There was a hunting ground underneath the castle? He didn't understand, but it would obviously be filled with monsters. After he read the description, he knew it wasn't a low-level dungeon. But I can't possibly go back empty-handed. Although my dark attribute bonus will be supplied, I have no information about the dungeon, so I have to be prepared. Ark took out his pot and made a survival cooking dish. To raise health, he made that abundant stew, grilled smoked bison to increase strength and agility, shellfish salad to boost defense, and so on. After doping Diedrich and Deimos, he entered the dungeon. Diedrich, scout the area. Deimos, stay right beside me. Ugh, I feel like this is a bad cave. Clack 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 clack, clack clack. Even Diedrich and Deimos began to feel nervous about the sinister aura. However, unlike his worries, he didn't encounter any monsters. Indeed, since Alan and those guys came in here many times, then of course they would sweep all the monsters. I don't know how large the cave is or where the remaining monsters are. Then Ark heard something while he was thinking. Master. There it is. Diedrich flew back all flustered. A pair of red eyes abruptly appeared behind Diedrich. White fangs appeared underneath the eyes while a horrible stench was coming off it. Grrrrrr. Monster. Kayak. The monster quickly rushed towards him. Ark reflexively avoided the club by throwing his body towards the ground. The whole cave shook with a tremendous roar. The incredible force even crushed the rocks. Ark got up after dodging the attack and glared at the monster. Thanks to Eyes of the Cat, the monster's information floated in the darkness above its head. After verifying the information, Ark's face turned white and terrified. Hook, what is with that guy? Its massive body filled the passage. The upper part was human, which the lower body had a goat's legs. The face also looked like a black goat, with 3 thick horns spiraling up from the forehead. It was the shape of a devil that was often portrayed in ancient religions. However, Ark wasn't appalled by its appearance. The monster's name was the Ancient Evil Goat. If he changed it to Hongul, then it could be interpreted as Bad Goat. No, now is not the time to joke. The Ancient Evil Goat was level 300. The name displayed had a red star engraved next to it. Red Star, Elite Monster. Ark's spirit was stunned. Elite monsters gave several times more experience and items than general monsters. It was also many times stronger than general monsters. It wasn't just a level 300 monster. Quah! The goat swung its club and confronted him. Ark avoided the first attack but got trapped in a corner. Ark lifted his sword and blocked the club. No, he tried to, but the power in the club exceeded Ark's imagination. Quadjajack. The impact forced Ark into the wall and crushed some bones. You've received a critical hit regardless of your block. 640 damage received. Thanks to the intense block that shook your head, you have become stunned for 5 seconds. Oh my god. Even if it was a critical hit, to do 640 damage with one blow. The problem was not only the damage. His spirit became stunned. His body felt like cotton every time he tried to move it. Meanwhile, Goat ran wildly and lifted its club. Clack clack clack. Then Deimos appeared behind Goat yelling wildly. The damage caused Goat's club to be pushed to the side, but it still glanced Ark's shoulder. Then Diedrich also entered Goat's line of sight and distracted him. But the look on Diedrich's face wasn't one normally seen there. Here. Hey. Master, is it still far away? This bastard, unbelievably fast. Goat's speed did not match its huge body. Eventually Diedrich was hit in the back of the head by the angrily pursuing Goat. Backstab damage. Diedrich's defense was low, so he instantly lost 50% of his health and was thrown to the ground. Goat let out a puff of hot air and lifted his foot. Ugh. Help! Clack clack clack. Deimos appeared in front of Diedrich and blocked with his shield. Goat kept on hitting his club like it was a hammer. Deimos used his shield to block, but his health was still decreased by 20%. However, Deimos didn't retreat, he just stepped forward and swung his sword at Goat. Since Ark and Diedrich were unable to act, Deimos judged that he was the only person available. Deimos. You are actually a nice guy. Okay, that's it. Diedrich was rooting for Deimos with an impressed face. However, Goat wasn't something that he could face with just courage. Thump, thump, snap. Every time there was an explosive sound, Deimos' health would decrease. And he fell into a critical condition in just a few seconds. After Deimos stumbled, Diedrich immediately raised his voice angrily. Yeah, you. Are you just going to die like that? Hold on for more than 3 seconds before dying. Yes, that bat was truly a shameless person. Goat was just about to strike the final blow when Blade Storm. Numerous particles of light appeared inside the cave and started to strike Goat. The sword debris continuously attacked it and Goat was pushed back a few meters. Diedrich shouted with glee. Master, you got up. Help me. However, Ark couldn't even afford to answer. Oh my god. He naturally moaned. The sword that Snake spat out was a pretty good sword. He could have got several gold for it even though it wasn't a magic sword. Even though he used Blade Storm, he only managed to chip off 7% of its health. It almost had the stamina of a boss. In addition, the cave is pretty narrow. With the huge figure, there is no room for me to escape. The narrow area was a disadvantage for Arkansas. But there is a way. It is dangerous. Deimos, transform. Deimos, who was burning with a fighting spirit, changed at Ark's command. Ark drew the sword and shouted. Diedrich, can you move now? Okay. Although I can move a little bit, with that Goat as the opponent. If you see any other monsters while flying, let me know right away. If you like. Are you going to run away? Too noisy. Just do it. When Ark raised his voice, Diedrich immediately flew to the nearest passage. When Diedrich ran away, Goat shrieked and followed. You Goat bastard, your opponent is me. Ark struck Goat with his whip-like blade. Then Goat turned and charged towards him. Ark ran away and attacked a few times while he ran down the passage that Diedrich flew in. It was the plan that Ark had come up with. The range of the whip blade was 10 meters. Thus he could attack with the whip from a distance until Goat got close. Of course, if he used the whip, then the damage was only 70% of the saw blade. But clothes would get wet even when it is a light shower. Although it might take some time, but it would eventually run out of health. It was a hit-and-run strategy. It was an operation he often used when his health was low. Quah! However, Goat was much faster than Ark expected. Although it was 20 meters away, Goat quickly crossed the distance and swung its club. Huck, sprint! Ark hurriedly screamed. His body became as light as a feather and he quickly got some distance between him and Goat. This is surprisingly usable? Ark had learned sprint from Lancel Village and he never imagined that it would be so useful. When he used sprint, his movement speed increased by 50%. Although it only lasted a few seconds, the effect was still enough for his plan to work. Ark alternated using sprint and the whip attack and gradually decreased Goat's health. However, his plan had one risk factor. If he encountered or aggravated other monsters while attacking, then the situation would become even worse. It was the reason why Ark urgently sent Diedrich to scout ahead. There's a monster in the right passage. It is another Goat. Hook, there are 2 goats here. The other side, the other side. The Cradle of Ancient Evil was truly a dungeon where he couldn't be careless. There were boss-level goats everywhere. Thanks to Diedrich's reconnaissance, he was able to slowly kill Goat without running into another one. It had been 40 minutes since the battle started. Goat's health dropped to 10%, but Ark never rushed it. If Goat managed to land one blow on him, then all of his 40-minute efforts would be undone. Ark slowly attacked until, finally, there was only 1% health left. Now it is time to finish this. Trarararak, kakakakak. Ark turned around and brandished the saw blade. Rohair. Goat was struck with a critical hit and collapsed with a scream. Hook, 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 I killed it. Ark sat on the ground with a heavy thud. When he checked the information window, he saw that he only had 30 mana left. Thanks to using sprint, which consumed 20 mana, his mana was low. He also got hit 3 or 4 times, so he only had 1,500 health left. Ark's current level was 159. With his dark attribute bonus, it was 222. Nevertheless, he would not be able to win against that opponent in a head-on confrontation. However, the experience was equivalent to the difficulty level. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. It was indeed an elite monster. He quickly gained 2 levels. Also, sack. Snake immediately showed Ark the item it found. Heavy chain gloves, magic. Armor type, chain gloves. Defense power, 65. Durability, 13/50. Weight, 50. User restriction, level 150 and more. These gloves are made of tightly connected small chains. Since it is old, the weight is a little difficult. But it does not look worn at all. It seems to be made out of a hard magic material. Option, strength plus 20, stamina plus 15. A magic item dropped from a monster I encountered for the first time. A tremendous amount of experience and a magic item. Now I see. Ark had questioned something during the siege. Raiden had said they haven't left the castle since they occupied it, yet the Dawn Blade members had become stronger. In fact, they actually never left the castle. The answer was because of this dungeon. If they monopolized and hunted in a dungeon filled with elite monsters, then of course they would become stronger. If I can monopolize the dungeon, then its value will become immense. But how did Alan even find this place? And how big is it? While I was running away a while ago, I saw some stairs leading down. This dungeon has even more secrets. Ark contemplated before deciding to explore a bit more. Of course he had no intention of fighting a goat again. He could barely deal with one. If he encountered 2 or more of them, then he wouldn't be able to handle it with his ability now. Ark recalled his summons and used stealth. As expected, he soon saw groups of 2 or 3 goats. A level 350 elite monster that resembled a devil also appeared regularly. This isn't going to work. I don't know the detection abilities of those monsters, so I won't be able to approach. I'll leave before stealth wears off and return with the Hyungs. It was the first time he felt like the darkness was terrifying in New World. Ark headed towards the entrance of the dungeon. Then, a horrible smell suddenly came from another passage. What the? This smell? Is this? Ark instinctively turned his head and winced. The bad stench came from a place with another Asioso statue. In the temple, the statue didn't seem that strange. Was it because of the darkness? It somehow had an even more eerie feel. Not only that. The landscape expanded into a place that looked like a meeting place for a devil-worshipping cult. No, it actually was that place. There were ritualistic instruments, bones and rotten corpses lying around the area. It felt like the set of a horror movie. Sack sack? Sack sack sack. He glanced around to see Snake scratching at something in the ground. After 3-4 minutes, a shiny object was pulled out. That is. It was the size of a fist and made out of a crystal-like material that he had previously seen in the underwater city. Thanks to that, Ark knew the purpose of the item. It was a memory crystal often found in ancient ruins. During the Dark Century, any texts or images were retained in the memory crystal instead of books. Unfortunately, that ancient knowledge had disappeared and was now thought of as simple stones, but Ark was different, as he had a Dark Walker's knowledge of ancient relics. Of course, when he picked up the crystal, an image floated in front of him. It wasn't a beautiful scene like the ones he saw in the underwater city. The blurry images that looked like an old scene showed the area where Ark was standing now. People dressed in black were gathered. They chanted an unknown spell towards Asioso's statue. When the atmosphere became heightened, they pulled in a group of naked people. The naked people were stricken with terror. There was a barrage of screams. However, the people dressed in black smiled and flocked to them like wild animals seeking their prey. A bizarre twisted sword tore their flesh off and into their bones. Every strike made a ringing sound and echoed. At the end, the blood of the sacrifices were scattered all over Asioso's statue. Then Asioso's face distorted. As if it was alive, the entire face distorted and emerged with an entirely different shape. It was the face of a crow with red eyes. There was a loud thunder-like cry that shook the eardrums. Worship the great Asioso. Asioso has the appearance of Ankh, god of the dead. It changes from balance to destruction. Blood is a symbol of destruction. That is why we offer blood to Asioso. To destroy the balance. Your knowledge of ancient ruins has shown you the information hidden in the memory crystal. The memory crystal contained the secret history of the ancient society that worshipped the devil. The true identity of the god worshipped by the masked figures is hidden in ancient writing. Knowledge of ancient relics plus 25, intelligence 20, luck 10, fame has increased by 200. The memory crystal shattered into dust. At that moment, it was like a thunderbolt had struck his head. All the questions in my head are answered. It was the reason why the cathedral helped Alan by sending holy knights. The identity of the Asioso Church was one that secretly worshipped the devil. And their birthplace was here, hidden in the basement of Sylvana Castle. That's why they wanted to control Nagarin, in order to keep this place secret. But the war suddenly finished and it was open to users. There was no time to dispose of the things left in this dungeon. The NPCs also knows that users have a lot of curiosity. Once they occupied Sylvana, then it was only a matter of time until someone discovered it. If the Lord kept on changing, there was a chance that someone with the knowledge of ancient relics might become the Lord. Because of that, they tried to have foreigners who worshipped Asiosa seal up the secret. That is why Alan got approval to use the Holy Knights. It was the reason why Alan aimed for Sylvana among the 12 castles. In exchange for the church's help, he promised to keep Sylvana's secret hidden. And they told Alan the secret of the platform in exchange. Yes, the temple was built in exchange for the Holy Knights. They were dispatched to help Alan and to also keep the secret. If they had an opportunity, then they would probably get rid of the evidence. But since it is a large and complex dungeon, they probably couldn't find it. The memory crystal was buried in the ground and would be hard for users to find. At that moment, Ark's head was spinning fiercely. Anyway, it is difficult to go against the church. On the other hand, I already know the secret between Alan and the cathedral. If Alan recovers, the Asiosu church will help him retake it again, and that would be an obstacle. Then he had no choice but to discard all answers except for one. And he had plenty of bombs to throw at them. The pieces of the memory crystal was scattered around. Ho, Alan, you're done for now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 4. ACT 4, see you again, Sylvana. Crack. The door broke off with a harsh sound. Several knights and soldiers suddenly came through the door. The priest who was praying got up with a surprised expression. What are you doing? Don't you know where this is? Shut up. The knights glanced at the soldiers and pushed the priest outside. The soldiers held up a bucket with a strange smell and poured it on the statue. The statue's face instantly changed into that of a crow. Ankh, the god of death. The knight exclaimed and pulled out his sword. There is no need to look anymore. Capture all the wicked ones. If they become rebellious, then kill them. A continuous uproar took place. The priests began to resist, forcing the soldiers to draw their swords, and a messy fight suddenly occurred. It wasn't limited to that room. Throughout the cathedral, the same scene was occurring at the temples that worshipped Asiosu. However, in this situation the soldiers had already completely surrounded the temple. The priests soon gave up their resistance and the soldiers bound them. This room belongs to Asiosu's archbishop. The soldiers who were clearing the top floor of the temple plunged into the room. However, the archbishop was not in the room. He had sensed the commotion and fled. Damn, he couldn't have been able to run far away. Send soldiers to every exit and block his escape. I understand. The soldiers ran away in a hurry. Soldiers from the Schudenberg kingdom were raiding Asiosu's temple. They found a secret meeting place to worship Ankh inside the cathedral. After searching and seizing documents, they found irregularities with the Church of Asiosu. Unfortunately, the archbishop and several senior priests had fled beforehand, but the Church of Asiosu was still destroyed. Taking into consideration the impact on the kingdom, they did not disclose any further details. Thus the Church of Asiosu quietly disappeared into the depths of the history books, while a hobbit merchant who was imprisoned for life in the cathedral dungeons was released. My sore eyes. The hobbit frowned at the painful sunlight. It was none other than Sid, who had spent a month in jail. I wonder why I was released. Sid didn't know what had changed. His day in the prison had begun like normal until a soldier suddenly approached and asked, "Are you Sid?" "Yes." "Yes, I am, but why? You've been released from prison." The soldiers just released Sid without any notice. He didn't know what happened today, but Sid didn't bother questioning it. Anyway, I can now play the game again. I'll never come near the cathedral again. Sid quickly left the tedious cathedral. But a few minutes after Sid had gained precious freedom, his face darkened. It was because he had found a letter from Ark in his mailbox. "Have you left? Please come to Sylvana Castle in Nagarin immediately. Although I managed to get the confiscated 5,000 gold back, there is no way to obtain the 3,000 gold that you lost to a scam." In such a situation, Ark had no intention of letting his food go. The poor hobbit had once again gone from the mouth of a tiger into the wolf's trap. Since the letter is written by Arknim, it is impossible not to go. Sid sighed and headed towards Nagarin. How did my gaming life become like this? The king congratulated him after listening to the situation. But there were still remnants of the social party. The Church of Asiosu had gathered a lot of social power, so if it was discredited then confusion would spread throughout the continent. So he had to wait for the king's permission to disclose the secret. Once the political situation calmed down then he would have a chance. Okay, Alan and the cathedral have been dealt with. There was a sudden warm smile on Hyunwoo's mouth. Yes, it wasn't necessary to explain once again, but Ark was behind the church's downfall. Ark collected the fragments of memory crystal from the dungeon and headed straight to the young Lord of Jackson. He relayed what he found with the memory crystals as evidence. After that it progressed rapidly. The young lord realized the severity of the problem. The king mobilized his troops and Asiosa's temple was raided. Of course, Asiosa's destruction was unrelated to Alan and Sid. However, Ark had gained a lot of recognition from the situation and Sid was released from the prison based on his words. Well, Sid was imprisoned for an ambiguous reason by the Church of Asiosu in the first place, so he was released once the charges were reviewed, but what made Ark even more cheerful was the situation surrounding Alan. The Pope had sent him a report from the king. Judging from the circumstances, I think that there is a secret deal between Alan and the Asiosu Church in regards to Sid like you claimed. The information the knights confiscated from the temple is the proof. Alan clearly knew the truth behind the church and hid it. Unfortunately, there is no way to prove that he had anything to do with what happened to Sid. But he can't escape the charge of conspiring with the church. Arrangements have been made for Alan's downfall. Because I have to conceal the contents, the public charge will be that he made a ghost guild in Nagarin and deceived the kings of the three kingdoms. Once he is caught, then there will be a big punishment. Now he doesn't have a chance. The crime of socializing with the church was hidden. Instead, his sin was deceiving the kings using a ghost guild. Thanks to that, overnight Alan went from being a lord to a fugitive. The guild master was accused of a crime, so the Dawnblade Guild was also dissolved. Alan had lost all his power and his entire support base. But was that all? Since he was a wanted man, then he couldn't even hunt properly. If it was to this degree, then Alan was already over. In addition, the same thing applied to Andal, who relied on Alan. You shouldn't have picked a fight with me. Ark felt refreshed at the thought of their downfall. But it was only the start. Ark's motto was to step on them again and again until they became trash. Even though the conclusion is that I won, Alan still has my 3,000 gold. I won't be pleased if it ends like this. Since his crime was stealing my money, using Lariat and killing Rocco, I won't be pleased until I kill him at least 3 or 4 times. Once he made up his mind, Ark was more persistent than anyone else. We have the same thoughts. We won't be satisfied with this. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members nodded. Park Somi's medical expenses, ugh, the resentment of 3,000 gold is deep. How dare he kill our cutie Rocco right in front of us? That's not the problem. Alan used a woman as a shield. I have to make sure such a person doesn't step foot into New World again. Rocco growled fiercely. Ark, who had been listening in silence, finally said. The problem is that there is no way to figure out Alan's location. When Alan was the Lord, the castle was his resurrection point. Since we've captured the castle, he will resurrect in the location before the castle. But we can't just go out and search the 1-2 villages in the vicinity. And Alan probably won't travel like he did before. The time has come to show my skill. At that time, Hey Giolese smiled and cut in. Don't you know I'm a professional at finding people? Hey Giolese, in other words, his former job was recovering money from people. Thus he was an expert at finding people who hid with the money. But isn't this a game? The method to find people doesn't actually change. Everyone has similar habits in regards to hiding. If I go out and search the vicinity, then I'll quickly be able to catch his trail. Hey Giolese replied. Ark had already seen Jack Tongue's and Taz's skills a while ago. Hey Giolese would only tell him that if there was a good reason. It will be difficult alone. If I had a few people, then I could find Alan within a couple of days. I'd go. Because I have no interest in leveling up. It might be too dangerous with just youths. Taza and Bulkun volunteered. Okay, let's start straight away. Send any information about Alan to my mail. So Hey Giolese, Taza, and Bulkun left to track Alan. Now I just have to wait. Once Ark organized that, he turned his attention to the problem of Sylvana Castle. There was no way that Ark could defend Sylvana with his power. He had no money or organizing ability to create a ghost guild like Alan did. When the next siege began, there was a 100% chance that he would have his lordship taken away. At best, he would only receive 1 copper from being the lord before being kicked out. But Ark had already found a way to solve the problem. For the moment, I'm going to transfer this castle to Raiden. What? Justice Man and the rehabilitation member's eyes opened. What are you talking about? Why are you handing the castle over to the guy who betrayed us? Of course it's not for free. Ark shook his finger left and right as he laughed. As you know, we don't have a way to keep the castle. But we have the right to choose a challenger. I'll sell that right to Raiden. Since he'll definitely obtain the castle once he gets the challenge right, there is no way Raiden would refuse. Certainly, but giving a castle that we worked hard to capture to a guy like him. Didn't you hear? I said for the moment. Huh? For the moment? Justice Man and the rehabilitation members were puzzled. Ark smiled and explained in detail what he had envisioned. And Justice Man and the rehabilitation members expressed their admiration. That method. Now do you understand? Sylvana isn't like that now, but in the future it will be a goose that lays golden eggs. It isn't possible to overlook such a place. So I'm going to install a few precautions before I pass it to Raiden. And since I developed the idea, I want Hyungs to make it possible. I got it. Leave it to us. The rehabilitation members rolled up their sleeves with excited faces. Justice Man nodded and looked at Ark with admiring eyes. I see why you picked Raiden to make the deal with. I have to return the favor at least once. Ark replied with an evil grin. Although he had to deal with Alan, there was still a debt that Raiden needed to repay. A few hours later, Ark sat facing Raiden in his office. Raiden's face was haggard since he couldn't sleep after the siege. Indeed, on the way here Raiden vomited on the road, which Ark noticed and couldn't help making insinuations while smiling. What happened to your pretty face? You bastard. Raiden drew his sword as his shoulders shook with anger. Well, if he tried to kill him, then the NPC soldiers would expel him like a dog. Ark seemed carefree as he said. In this situation there is no reason to be angry with me. Did you call me just to say things like that? No, I called because I have a good proposal. What? Proposal. I'll skip the small talk and just simply say it. Do you want Sylvana Castle? Raiden's eyes flinched. What does that mean? The next siege is in 5 days. If you want, then I'll give Sylvana to you then. Are you serious? Raiden asked Ark in an incredulous voice. Of course it's not for free. 6,000 gold. What the? This kid, are you crazy? Raiden jumped in surprise. However, Ark just replied as if he hadn't said such outrageous words. Hey, we're talking about the lordship here. You could get that much from selling cookies at a small store, yet you think that 6,000 gold for a territory is too expensive? Besides, you offered me 3,600 gold the other day. You're willing to spend that much on war funds, but you won't part with 6,000 gold to buy your precious territory? That is. You wouldn't have this issue if you had just given it to me in the beginning. Ark coolly replied. Ark and Raiden had been willing to spend money during the siege because they thought there would be an enormous profit once they had the castle. But that wasn't what he found once he finally occupied the castle. Occupying the castle would certainly be profitable. However, he had to defend it until he obtained the profits. Even if Hermes was an enormous guild, it wouldn't be easy for them to have the funds necessary for the siege. Since he had been in Nagarin for a while, he probably already knew that. There was a high chance that Raiden had already organized that with the other guilds in the alliance. The 5 guilds invested in such a way that they would receive the profits after the estate upgraded. After all, Raiden betrayed Dark Eden over the promise of 30%. No, Ark was the one who didn't know anything when he was making the demands. The problem was that I didn't know anything about the castle. Anyway, my requirement is 6,000 gold. You decided whether you will take it or not. The salary of Sylvana's lord is only 3,000 gold. As a pioneer, he also had access to such information. However, Ark retorted without even blinking. Yes, so that payment is the profit for 2 months. Don't joke around. Do you think I'm a fool? 2 months in New World is 3 weeks in reality. I'll have to participate in 3 sieges in the meantime. We need that money to pay for it. Thanks to the siege, developing the estate until it's not in a deficit anymore would take a few months. But you want to receive 6,000 gold without even lifting a finger? I'm not playing around. The smile disappeared from Ark's face. Ark lowered his upper body and threatened. Weren't you aware of it before the first siege? You had confidence that you would be able to obtain a profit, wasn't that why you started the siege in the first place? And if you defend it a few times, then you'll definitely get a lot of benefits. Well, I lack the ability to defend the castle, which is why I proposed a deal. But I'm the Lord now. I can choose any challenger. What? Apart from you, there are other people willing to buy the castle. For example, the Grey Wings Guild. Grey Wings. The Grey Wings Guild would respond to my offer without complaining. Nevertheless, I offered it to you first. Although you betrayed me in the end, I still managed to occupy the castle because of you. I have my own kind of loyalty. That's all I have to say. Do you want to buy it or not? Raiden rolled his eyes at Ark's words. But he had already decided the answer from the beginning. If Sylvana was owned by the Grey Wings, then Raiden would have no choice but to siege again. That would require thousands more gold to be poured into his military power. There was also no guarantee of a victory. So he might not even get a profit from it. All Raiden could do was bargain for the best price. As expected, Raiden muttered in a strained voice. But right now 6,000 gold. I made the right call. He should be a beginner in regards to these kinds of deals. Ark didn't seem like he would be good at it compared to Raiden. However, Raiden didn't know that Ark had been in charge of the family budget since he was young, so he had twice the experience in making money transactions. I'll simply say it. How much can you possibly save up? I can only gather 3,000 gold in a week. That's a bit difficult. Wait a minute. I will give you 3,000 gold in a fortnight and write up a contract. I do not believe in contracts now. Ark added in a cold and quiet voice. But the circumstances are difficult, so I'll concede one thing. 4,000 gold in cash. I'll allow you to use something else to pay the remaining 2,000 gold. Something else? The shoes that Duke is wearing, it looks pretty good? Raiden was surprised and shook his head. That's impossible. I won't accept anything else. 4,000 gold in Duke's shoes. Or I'll meet up with Grey Wings and sell them the challenge rights next week. If I don't receive a call tomorrow, then I'll see it as a rejection and make a deal with the Grey Wings Guild. Then Ark ended the negotiations. Shoes that enabled him to move freely without breaking his posture. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Ark's primary purpose was those shoes. Raiden had just gone through a siege. In order to get the money, he would have to scrape it from his war funds. If he paid Ark 6,000 gold, then Raiden would have no money left in his funds. The maximum he could get from scraping money together was 4,000 gold. So Ark asked for 6,000 gold and stealthily sneaked in Duke's shoes as if it was just a side concession. These kinds of sale pitches done in black market shops were nothing to Arkansas. Raiden absolutely can't refuse. He will bring the shoes even if he has to kill Duke. As expected, Raiden sent a notification the next day accepting the deal. The deposit is 1,000 gold. The rest will be paid after you accept Hermes' challenge. Okay. Raiden will regret this decision for the rest of his life. Ark gave a wicked smile and collected the 1,000 gold. Anyway, his problem regarding Sylvana was solved. Sylvana, which had been empty, will be turned into 4,000 gold and unique shoes after 6 days. In the meantime, I won't just play around. Ajushi, has everyone done what I told them to? Yes, Barami will take care of the rest. Then gather all the NPCs together. From now on, we're exploring the dungeon. Good, I'll finally get to see an elite monster. Justice Man grinned and raised his arms. What? What did you say? Duke looked at Raiden with an amazed expression. Raiden scratched his head and muttered an excuse. That, you know the guild's situation. Since we had to pay for the siege before, we've ran out of money. It is much easier to gather 4,000 gold in a few days than 6,000 gold. But to give that guy Arkansas my shoes? Does that make sense? I didn't want it to be this way either. All of this is to take the castle away from him. I'm the one that should be more irate at him. Even though I want to kill him dozens of times, I can't think like that. While he was trying to persuade his guild members, Raiden's resentment burst out. But there is no other way. We can't miss this opportunity to occupy the castle. I know. After being threatened, I also felt ill. But now there is no way to turn around. I've already given the 1,000 gold deposit to Arkansas. If I don't pay the rest, then that would be wasted for nothing. Furthermore, all of our efforts will be in vain if Ark just hands the castle to the Grey Wings Guild. Indeed. The guild members that had been gathered nodded. In fact, so far the power of Hermes outnumbered Grey Wings by 6:4. But if Grey Wings occupied the castle and becomes the lord, that would change. Since they've already participated in a siege, they knew that defending was more advantageous than attacking. If they took into account the damage Hermes received in the failed siege, their current ratio was 4 to 6. No, Grey Wings would have the upper hand with a ratio of 3 to 7. No matter how much time and money they spend, it would be impossible to take back the castle once it is in Grey Wing's hands. He wasn't going to let his pride get in the way. I promise that when we occupy the castle, I'll reward you first. Yes, the guild master is right. We'll help you get some shoes later. You're not going to betray the guild just because of some shoes, are you? The guild members surrounded Duke and started pressuring him. Damn, I handpicked that item and now I have to give it to that guy. Curses rose in Duke's throat. Those shoes made moving while shooting possible. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it had the best possible option for a ranger. Although his level was less than the other pioneers, he was able to fight side by side with Raiden and Jewel because of those shoes. However, now he had to give it to Ark? Frankly, in this situation he was angrier with Raiden and his guild than about giving Ark his shoes. Meanwhile, the guild members had slowly narrowed the distance. They had already decided to just peel Duke's shoes off. No! I'll never do it. Duke stared at Raiden and the guild before turning around. He was going to defend his shoes. He just had to hide until the next siege occurred in several days. Well, he might be chewed out by his guild later on, but it was better than being deprived of his shoes. Catch him! Raiden shouted when he sensed Duke's aim and Duke ran away. However, Duke used his shoes to escape from the guild's encirclement. I did it! Heh, do you think I would give up these shoes so easily? Duke smiled with satisfaction as he walked through the door. Then a dozen wind chains abruptly rose from the ground and wound around Duke. You have been caught by the advanced restraint spell. You will not be able to move for 1 minute. Duke looked in surprise at the magician who suddenly appeared at the door. J-Jewel, even you. We have no choice. This time you'll have to concede a little bit. You'll still be compensated for it. And we still owe Ark a debt. When he leaves Nagarin, then we'll strike and get back the shoes. Son of a bitch, you're not serious? Duke seethed with rage, but it was all over from the moment he had been captured by the chains. After that, he was surrounded by the guild members who used intimidation, confusion, and hit him for 20 hours until Duke eventually raised the white flag. Damn, I got it. I understand. Kohak, you dirty bastard. I'll give it. Duke shouted, his eyes brimming with tears. However, Raiden's face was still dark even after he got the shoes. Phew, I've got the shoes. But how am I going to get 3,000 gold in a few days? If he scraped all the Japtum together and sold it, he might just be able to make 3,000 gold. The deadline was slowly drawing closer. Now! Artillerymen, fire! He shouted after Ark, and the rehabilitation members are cut Goat's health in half. The thieves who were in the back fired the cannons simultaneously. 222 tongue. Row hair. Eventually Goat was engulfed in flames and collapsed. Meanwhile, another goat was having a fierce struggle against the Meow. The Meow weren't bothering to defend against Goat. Instead, they used several reckless attacks that made Ark stiffen with fear. But the situation was different from the time Ark was fighting alone. The source of life which boils up from the heart. When Roko used the Song of Recovery, the Meow immediately recovered their health. When Ark, the rehabilitation company, and the thieves helped, the remaining goat instantly collapsed. Your level has risen. Ah, that was pretty quick. Ark confirmed the message window and let out a cheer. After Ark decided to sell Sylvana, he brought the rehabilitation company and the NPCs to the Cradle of Evil dungeon. The dungeon was overflowing with elite monsters that dropped experience and a magic item every time they killed one. And he was also able to monopolize the dungeon. However, the downside was that the monster's stats were so high that he couldn't hunt alone. But once he gathered the rehabilitation members and the NPCs, that problem was solved straight away. Ark and the rehabilitation members' intimacy with the NPCs also rose as a result. It's good that I didn't tell anyone about this dungeon. Ark had not told anyone about the dungeon, including the Lord of Jackson. He reported that the memory crystals were found in a few places in the castle. Because there was a possibility of a team being sent to investigate the dungeon if they knew about it, and in the worst-case situation close up the dungeon. This meant that Ark wouldn't have his golden farming ground. But I can't use the dungeon for long. Once he sold Sylvana, then he won't be able to enter the dungeon anymore. Ark was so enthusiastic about hunting that he got almost no sleep. After spending 4 days in the dungeon, he was able to reach the 5th floor underground. Character information window. Character name Ark, race human. Alignment good plus 350. Fame 6375, plus 500, level 178. Profession Dark Walker. Title Cat Knight, caretaker of the battlefield, Jackson's hero. Health 2940, plus 150, mana 2805. Spiritual power 100, strength 359, plus 28. Agility 499, plus 35, stamina 549, plus 20. Wisdom 58, plus 10, intelligence 542. Luck 69, plus 30, flexibility 83. Art of communication 46, affection 105, plus 10. Resilience 147. Special stat, knowledge of ancient relics 138. Asterisk equipment item effects. Guardian armor of the Mare People, water attribute resistance plus 100%, penalty based on water is nullified. Cat paws, gloves attack speed plus 10%, agility plus 15, critical hit plus 10%. Raccoon's pith, helmet agility plus 10, wisdom plus 10. Asterisk king set effect, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, stamina plus 10, defense plus 20. Warrior's transcripts, shoulder blade strength plus 3. Improved NORAD boots, shoes movement speed plus 15%, evasion plus 10%. Veil of Fire, mantle flame resistance plus 50%. Adelaine's necklace, necklace defense plus 40, affection plus 10, blessing of the sea available. Resurrecting spirit, ring strength plus 5, mana recovery plus 5%. Mind's Eye, ring Mind's Eye enabled. Amulet of Vitality, bracelet health plus 50, health recovers by 5 every 20 seconds. Gladiator's Honor, bracelet strength, agility, stamina plus 10, fame plus 500, sword-based skill growth plus 5%. Asterisk 40% increase all skills in the dark. Asterisk you have the ability to hide in the darkness, 20 minutes duration. Cancelled when you get into combat. Asterisk resistance to fear, darkness, blind, and seduction spells is increased by 50%. Asterisk you can bring out the true abilities from all types of tools. Asterisk shock absorption is increased by 20%. Asterisk poison resistance has increased by 50%. Even though he was in a party, he was able to gain 14 levels in a few days. Because of the relatively low level of the rehabilitation members and the NPCs, they got an experience bonus and gained an average of 20 levels during the dungeon hunt. It was also common for the monsters to drop magic items. Of course, Ark couldn't grab everything as he wasn't hunting alone. Although it was so valuable that he shed tears, he still had to share the items properly. Well, he couldn't hunt alone, so he couldn't really complain. I've managed to collect 300 gold, which isn't bad. Anyway, the hunting speeds became faster and faster because the rehabilitation group and the NPCs had better equipment. I have to hunt even more during the remaining time. Diedrich, find the next prey. Justice Man turned pale when he heard Ark give the enthusiastic command. Hook, you want to immediately hunt again? Yes, there's no time. When Ark gave the natural-sounding reply, the rehabilitation members let out a cry. While the NPCs inevitably had to rest, Ark and the rehabilitation group hunted without getting any sleep. Hook, Ark, we're going to die. Are you always like this when you play the game alone? You only got 3 hours sleep last night after hunting for 30 hours non-stop. Did you even go to the gym? Teacher told me to rest for a few days. I don't get many chances to happily hunt like this. Ark replied with a smile. In recent times, Li Myung hadn't been coming to the gym a lot. B bastard. Ugh, there are 2 coming. Then without any notice, no, the astute Diedrich had been herding the goats. Son of a bitch. I'm never hunting with you again. The rehabilitation members cursed as they had to stand up again. Thus they once again spent 10 hours hunting. By the time Ark reached level 180, it was time for Raiden to pay what he owed. Okay, I've achieved the level that I wanted. My heart would like to earn more, but there was a lot of work to do before he could give the estate to Raiden. So Ark ended the hunt and left the dungeon. When he arrived at the Shrine of War, Raiden had reached it first and was waiting nervously. Are you ready? Here it is. 3,000 gold in. Raiden handed him a purse and quickly averted his gaze. Duke was standing behind him with a red face and handing him the shoes. He had taken off his equipped item. That was a cause of tears for any gamer. Although it was related to the profit of the guild, Duke couldn't help but stare at the shoes with bloodshot eyes before tears started falling. Don't worry, I'll receive it thankfully. I'll treat it well. Oh. Ark quickly packed the shoes while Duke made an expression that seemed like he was going to cry out. But he swallowed the curses that rose in his throat. Raiden looked at Duke apologetically and bluntly said, Ark, now it is your turn to keep your end of the deal. I got it. Unlike you, I keep my promises. Ark replied before calling the priest over. I designate the Hermes Guild as the next challenger. I understand. Thank you. The siege will start tomorrow at 6 a.m. The priest explained the siege information. By this time tomorrow, the castle will be ours. I got it. See you tomorrow. Ark smiled as he watched the two of them leave the shrine. Hoo, I've finally obtained the shoes. Now, should I look at it? Information window. Wind Spirits boots, unique. Armor type, leather shoes. Defense power, 50. Durability, 60/60ths. Weight, 15. User restriction, level 150 and more. The boots are enchanted with the power of a wind spirit. A long time ago, a legendary wind spirit used these boots. After the wind spirit carefully polished the leather boots, it gained the ability to speed up the wearer's movements. In addition, you have the ability to glide without moving your feet. Option, agility plus 30, movement speed plus 30%, attack speed plus 10%. Special option, you can use the skill slide. When using slide, the player can move to their desired location without moving their body. Since the body isn't being moved, there is no penalty to attack speed, offense and defense. However, the movement speed is the same and no more than 30 meters can be exceeded. Mana consumption, 10. He was stunned by the stats. The leather armor had amazing defense while the option was the best. And Ark could use the skill slide that he desired more than anything immediately. The methods to utilize this skill were endless. Alright, I've collected everything. Since the remaining time is 20 hours, I'll put on the finishing touches. So Ark restlessly returned to Sylvana. He visited Barami as soon as he got back. Barami, have you finished what I told you to do? Yes, I've finished it for the moment. Barami replied, looking at a huge building that had been erected near the castle. After negotiating with Raiden, Ark had ordered Barami to build a large trading post on the estate. Of course, the money came from the estate's funds. Although he couldn't embezzle the money for personal use, as the Lord he could decide what the money could be used for on the estate. Stop any other construction and create a trading post instead. When he heard the command, Barami asked with an outraged face. But that money is needed to repair the defense towers and castle walls. But you really want me to stop that construction? Of course. Ark nodded with a calm face. Because of the repeated sieges, the development of Sylvana has been delayed and it is an unnecessary waste of money. That's true but, the castle shouldn't rely on such foolish things. Anyway, I have no confidence that I will win in the siege. In that case, shouldn't I do something for the estate while I'm still the lord? Fortunately, Sylvana is located in a good position where it can be a trading post. If we can build a trading post on the estate, then it will accelerate the development of Sylvana. Then the lives of the people living here will become a little bit better. You don't have to waste the precious funds on defending my position. My lord. Barami shook for the first time. He was different from the other lords that had only cared about defending the castle. He was sincerely concerned about Sylvana's future. That was what he thought. However, Ark wasn't that good of a person. Barami was so impressed that he started the construction without any protest. Meanwhile, Ark proceeded with another plan along with Jack Tung. Shortly after the construction started, Ark contacted Wukasu, who came from Cairo. Wukasu Ajushi, didn't you manage a large store in Celebrate before? I did. Then do you want to operate a trading post here? Trading post? Yes, it is a trading post on the grounds of Sylvana, and Ajushi will receive substantial compensation. As the Lord, I can give permission for Lorenzo to stay here if he wanted to, and will give you a piece of land to live in. Really? But there is one condition. What condition would make me refuse? I'll do my best to set up the best trading post in Schudenberg. Wukasu nodded and grabbed Ark's hands. It wasn't possible to give the funds designate for the estate's facilities to the user. However, the Lord could hire the managers of the facilities, so Ark succeeded in assigning someone to the trading post. Of course, the income from the trading post would go to the castle. Ark wouldn't get any profit even if the trading post did well. However, Ark had learned something from Raiden. There are also skills to overturn the rules of the game system. In reality, the laws in New World weren't perfect. Users could find a way to get around the rules depending on the skill. While Ark purchased the land and set up the trading post, Jack Tung fabricated some documents. It was called dual registration. Of course, the trading post didn't belong to Ark even if there was dual registration. However, if he created 2 sets of books, then it wouldn't be difficult for him to hide a part of the trading post's profits by fabricating the books. But he definitely needed the help of the NPC in charge of the trading post. The condition he required from Wukasu was to make these double ledgers. And the monitoring station was left to Sid. "I'm sorry," Sid had murmured with a poor expression after he arrived a few days ago. Ark and the rehabilitation members had entrusted Sid with 5,500 gold. After Sid only had the 5,000 gold he received back from the cathedral. He didn't receive compensation for the 3,000 gold Alan stole through a scam. But Ark just hit Sid's shoulders and said in a soft voice, "That's okay. Sid Nim has already suffered in the prison." Ark Nim. However, wasn't it Sid Nim's fault that the money was lost? Ark replied with a smile. As expected, Ark wasn't going to let him get away with it. Sid gave him anxious glances and stuttered. I don't have the money right now." I know. Do you think that I am someone who would ask you to pay it back straight away? Once you earn it, then you can pay me back." Earn? But. Ho, I've even prepared a job for you. Sid Nim, from now on please help Wukasu Ajushi manage the trading post here. Aren't you thankful? The job isn't that difficult. Wukasu Ajushi will take care of most of it. Of course, 50% of your salary will be used to pay off the 4,000 gold. 4,000 gold? How come? Since you're only paying it off with 50% of your salary, I don't know how long it would take you to pay it all. If I deposited it in a bank, then I would have gained interest. You should be glad that I'm not making it more expensive. Sid's face withered at Ark's words. Since Ark had stared and threatened him indirectly, he had no other choice. Eventually he had to write up a contract stating that he would give Ark 50% of his income until 4,000 gold was paid off. It was the perfect slave contract. Thanks to that, Ark could somehow place 2 people at the trading post. Of course, all those preparations would be useless once Ark wasn't the Lord anymore. So Ark also proceeded with another plan. The secret lies within the dungeon. Ark had paid attention. If he participated in the siege again one day, he could take advantage of the dungeon to get in. Ark had a crazy idea and ordered the raccoons to create a secret passage out of the dungeon. Then he had them seal up the entrance of the dungeon. It could only be penetrated using the raccoon's skill Den Destruction. That's it, now I can use the secret passage to access the castle anytime I need to. That was the reason why Ark willingly handed over the castle to Raiden. While other people were struggling as the Lord to develop the castle, he could just eat up the profits. Once Ark finished all the preparations, he once again visited Barami. "Barami, how much of the castle's funds are left?" "Because we completed the trading post in a hurry, there is 50,000 gold left. But after paying 17,000 gold to the employees for their salary, there will be 33,000 gold left." "You said I was free to use the public money?" "Yes, of course. You can use it on the Lord's personal business. I would like to give the soldiers and administrative personnel a bonus." "Yes?" Barami's eyes popped out. So far, there have been no lords that have given a bonus to the NPCs. Of course, most users wouldn't give up the castle early like Arkansas. Well, it's possible, but then you can take care of the bonus for the soldiers and administrative staff. Please evenly distribute 20,000 gold between them. I'll also give you a bonus of 200 gold. Anyway, it was somebody else's money. Ark created a good atmosphere and scattered money around. Barami looked puzzled at Ark's spending. If he used the public money so casually, then there would be a setback for the future development of the castle. Moreover, Ark hadn't paid the cost of maintaining the facilities required for a siege. Thanks to the excessive trading post, the castle was in a serious deficit. Once it fell into a serious deficit, the aftermath might last for several years. Barami hesitated before closing his mouth and nodding. Everybody on the estate is thankful for the Lord's consideration. Even if they were NPCs, there was nobody that didn't like money. There were 2 reasons why Ark used the public money so carelessly. One reason was to screw with Raiden. Ark still hadn't forgiven Raiden's betrayal. Therefore he didn't want Raiden to touch even 1 penny of the castle's money once it was transferred to him. Didn't I warn him that he would regret touching me? Let's see that empty head try to handle the castle's deficit. And his second purpose was for the future when he had occupied Sylvana again. Your degree of intimacy with the residents of Sylvana has increased. You have become widely known and your fame has increased by 300. Thanks to the bonus, his intimacy with the soldiers and staff quickly rose. Their enthusiastic support would become useful once he had to try and take back Sylvana. So 1 week passed like a storm in Sylvana. When it was time for the siege, Ark gathered the residents and made a speech. My work on the estate has finished. Although I might be lacking, I've tried to sincerely help everybody. Now the siege will begin soon. But I have no ability to keep my position as the Lord. In order to avoid the useless fight, I thought to just leave the castle. But I will promise. Sylvana is my second home, so I will come back once I gain the power to defend it. Ark spread his arms wide and turned towards the castle. Goodbye, Sylvana, I'll be back soon. Hooray, Lord Ark. Kohuk, goodbye. I won't forget, my lord. You must come back again. We will wait for you, my lord. With tears in their eyes, Barami and the castle residents cheered like crazy. I've finally got my hands on Sylvana, Raiden said as he sat down in the office on the top floor. The castle that he had desired for so long was finally in his hands. For the moment it didn't give a lot of money, but it would soon be the goose that laid a golden egg. Duke, who looked depressed, sighed and said, "Don't forget to give the promised share of the profits to me." Of course. Just hold on for 2 months. Think of how much footwear you will be able to buy when the castle is upgraded to B class. That Ark guy, he didn't know the value of this castle, Kukukuk. Let me tell you the financial condition of the estate. At that time, Barami came to the office. Raiden nodded with an arrogant attitude. Yes, speak. The current estate is suffering from a serious deficit. The current estate has 0 gold in its funds, and the money that needs to be paid over the next few days is 12,000 gold. It is because the costs of maintaining the facilities haven't been paid for a while. The previous lord also didn't repair the defense towers and castle walls. Since it will be some time before the next tax, if you want to repair it, then it will have to come out of the lord's personal funds. We also won't be able to pay the lord's salary until the deficit is cleared. Wait. What did you say? 0 gold in the funds? The former lord was a very good man. Barami pushed up his glasses and smiled. He sincerely viewed Ark like that after Ark gave a bonus to the residents. As a result, the castle had entered a deficit. Raiden didn't understand how Ark could be considered a good lord. Barami made an official-looking face and said, "Do you want me to take out the budget?" Now Raiden realized that he had been shot in the back by Arkansas. That bastard, Ark. He dares. Foam started frothing on Raiden's mouth. Even though he had occupied the lord's seat, in this situation he was basically working for free. But was that all? There was another siege next week. It would be a tight schedule to repair the defense towers and castle wall. But the tax would only come after a few days. Even if he scraped the bottom of his personal funds, he would not be able to repair it in time. It wasn't a goose that will lay a golden egg, instead it was a hippopotamus that was sucking all his money. Kill him. You have to kill that Ark bastard no matter what it takes. We have to keep the castle first. Duke, who had been restless since he lost his shoes, said. Hell, it's not possible. Call everyone in the Hermes Alliance together. They have to urgently secure funds and begin the repairs of the walls and defense towers for the moment. If we have the castle taken away now, then we're screwed. I understand. Duke bolted outside. Raiden roughly smacked the table with his fists. Just wait, Ark, once the estate is stabilized, then I'll teach you not to mess with Raiden. No matter what, I'm going to pay back this debt. However, Raiden's revenge was likely to take a very long time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 5. ACT 5 Alan stabbed to death. It's a little frustrating? Hyunwoo scratched his head. The time had come again for him to submit his report. As always, Hyunwoo only sat down in front of the computer once the deadline was near. It was the last day of the winter holidays and he had to hurriedly finish his homework. But since he could finish the report in 1-2 hours, time wasn't the issue. His problem was that he couldn't think of where to begin. How much should I edit? Talking about the siege wasn't an issue. But the process he used to sell the estate was one. Under the current system, selling or transferring the castle was illegal. It could become a big issue in reality. In fact, buying or selling the castle was no different than fraud. And he also used dual registration at the trading post. Not to mention he set up a secret tunnel as a way to get into the castle later. Ultimately, selling the estate using that method was illegal. While Hyunwoo firmly believed that there was justification for it, he had no idea what global exos would think. I'll just leave that part out. It was better to avoid any possible problems. So he summed up the eventful week with one sentence: the castle was taken away. Although it was somewhat flat, the truth was that he had lost the castle. Okay, the report is now finished. Hyunwoo sent the email before stretching. Hunting in the secret dungeon and selling the castle, it really was a busy week where he hardly had any time to breathe. So he slept and woke up feeling refreshed after finishing everything he had to do. After submitting his report, he exercised in the morning and realized that 1 month had passed. However, there was still the most important thing that he had to do after 1 month. Time to organize my household accounts. Hyunwoo smiled happily. Normally he would sigh because of the tight finances, but this month was different. Hyunwoo divided his household ledgers into two: his real household finances and New World's finances. It was impossible to separate them since they were so closely related. When one rose, just like a seesaw, the other had no choice but to fall. The reason was that if he didn't sell an item, then it wasn't possible to obtain a substantial income. But this was the first time that formula had broken. 20 million won. That was the bidding price for the sacred steel shield after several days. He actually hadn't expected that much. In the past, his unique mace Fire Slayer had sold for 7 million won, and the price for unique armor couldn't even compare to weapons. And shields normally sold for the lowest among the armor. He thought it would be good if he received 15 million. And after 10 days the bidding price was 14 million won. But then someone had suddenly bid 20 million won and requested to purchase it immediately. Hook, deal. Hyunwoo, who had accessed the auction site, quickly agreed. The buyer immediately asked him to cancel the remaining auction period. But he requested that the money be paid in advance. He had no intention of being tricked by other people. After taking off the handling fee, 18,600,000 won was deposited into his account. While he couldn't possibly understand the person who would spend 20 million won for one item, thanks to that Hyunwoo would be warm this winter. This will last me 2 to 3 months. Whether it was good or bad luck, it always seemed to come pouring in at once. Hyunwoo put his household account book in order and opened Ark's account book. The number there was also as beautiful as his household finances. The first item was the 5,000 gold that he received once Sid was released. Since he couldn't entrust Sid with large amounts of money anymore, Ark distributed it according to how much they invested. Ark's share was 58%, so he got 2,900 gold. Then there was the 4,000 gold he received from the sale of the estate. Unfortunately, Hyunwoo couldn't keep all of the estate sale money. He didn't occupy the castle by himself. He had to concede the majority of it to the NPCs since they made up 80% of his forces. The rehabilitation members had also invested a lot of money into the siege. Cross and the Sylphid Knights also did a lot of damage. I have to prepare the proper compensation for the NPCs. While the Meow, raccoons, and thieves didn't openly demand anything, I have to give them a certain amount. Other users might not know, but NPCs could be lethal. Hyunwoo was a man who would bet his life for 10 won. However, he wasn't stupid. At a young age, he had experienced all sorts of things. There was no part-time job that he had not experienced. If there was one thing that he learned during that process, it was that 2 types of money existed. In other words, if he eat and worked alone, then he would be able to obtain 100% of the money. But the foundation of my siege was the NPCs I met in New World. He keenly realized what a reliable presence they were through the siege. If he ignored their efforts and didn't give them anything, then a problem would definitely occur. An NPC was like a human. If they did a favor, then of course they would want something in return. For the sake of the future, I shouldn't be stingy. Thus Hyunwoo decided to boldly invest 3,000 gold that he got from selling the castle. First, he gave Justice Man and the rehabilitation members 1,000 gold while he distributed 2,000 gold between Cross, the soldiers, the thieves, the Meow, and the raccoons. You don't have to do this. We came running to defend you because of justice. Of course I know that. It really is a pure friendship. But my heart won't accept it. Every time I think of the colleagues who died on the battlefield, my heart starts hurting. Please take it and look after the families of the deceased. Ark said with a warm tone. If you say it like that, then I can't possibly refuse. I won't say anything else. Cross sighed and accepted the money. He felt as if his bones and flesh was being slowly shaved away, but being too greedy would cause trouble. I've still managed to earn 3,900 gold this time. With the 40 gold he received from the 3 little pigs, it was another 160 gold. In total, he earned 4,060 gold. He felt an excited current flow through his body. If the NPCs were compensated, then they would have a reason to look after him. The compensation this month has cleared all of my worries in one shot. How good would it be if I could do this every month? This world is not that kind to poor people. Hyunwoo packed up his ledger and looked at the unit. Although he wanted to connect to New World, he checked the clock and turned on the TV. It was time to watch the aired scoop on the game. Information was power. And unlike the false rumors on the information sites, the information on the TV broadcast tended to have more credibility. Since it was broadcast once a week, the freshness of the information was low, but it was quite useful as it dealt with a wide range of information. After an advertisement finished, the game-exclusive news began. "Hello everybody in the audience." The now familiar female reporter laughed as she greeted them. Then she deliberately put on a tragic expression and said, "This time I have very shocking news to tell you. For those who are not aware, I would like to show you a video obtained by our reporters in Celebrad, the capital of Schuttenberg Kingdom." Soon the screen was replaced by an image of Celebrad Square. A crowd had gathered and chattered excitedly in the square where a spokesman was speaking loudly. After we obtained information from Silvana, the truth that the Church of Asiosu had committed many misdeeds was revealed. They used the privileges of the church to further their own interests as well as covering up several acts of blasphemy, until it reached a point where it could not be tolerated anymore. The spokesman said after a deep sigh. After His Majesty investigated the church, he has decided to deal with those involved harshly. Therefore, if you are offering them any help, you will be charged with the crime of harboring them. In the end, the truth was covered up. He felt more relaxed after hearing the conversation on the TV. Anyway, the king was taking care to hide all mentions of Ankh, god of death. After the recent troubling events, if the god Ankh was mentioned, then the people might fall into a chaos similar to the Dark Century. He also had to worry about the role of the Asiosu Church, because quite a large number of NPCs worshipped that religion. The situation wasn't bad for Hyunwoo. When all the truths come out, it would be natural for Hyunwoo to be mentioned. The interest of other users in this matter would be good. Is the incident truly that shocking? The reporter on screen said back in the studio. Then the male host nodded his head. Yes, if you look carefully at New World, then the role of the cathedral is not light. The holy place of the 12 religions has some of the biggest influences on the continent. That's why it is called the cathedral. But now one of the churches is closed due to corruption. For the followers of Asiosu, it is like the sky collapsed. So it will send a large shock wave through New World? Of course. When the believers of the Church of Asiosu, all the authorities said was that it was a crime and they won't be explaining the details. There are a lot of people who don't understand, so they're talking about it. What about the users who have a job related to the Asiosu Church or have a sub-profession related to them? Right. It is not just NPCs affected but users as well. But it will not be a big change. If they select a different religion, then their profession will remain intact. What will happen to it in the future? According to the information posted, most of the leaders of the Asiosu religion have escaped. Searching for the remnants will not be easy. But most of the attention is on the fact that although the king's decision was very sudden, all the other religions were quiet. They didn't protest when the king used his authority to invade the cathedral. The male host said with a straight face. I think there were other reasons besides the one they told us. And in the future it will clearly be connected to some big event. The female reporter asked in a curious voice. So you think this will lead to an event in the game? We'll see. Global Exos hasn't given a formal reply yet. They have quite a lot of secrets. Well, I understand. The point is to stimulate the curiosity of the users. The male host gave a wry smile and changed the topic. But in this case, something else was revealed? Yes, it is really disappointing. The female reporter sighed as she mumbled. If the event regarding the Asiosu Church made NPCs feel betrayed, this news will make many users feel betrayed. It is regarding the Holy Knight Sir Alan. I hear there was a problem with the siege? Yes, they discovered something after investigating the results in the Shrine of War. During that time, Sir Alan had been abusing the rules of the siege by creating a ghost guild, accepting their challenge and then not fighting in the siege. So that was the reason why he didn't want to release any video about the siege. He was afraid that his plan would be revealed. Then the female reporter complained with a gloomy face. Frankly, I'm a little upset. Along with many other female users, I was a fan of Sir Alan. Since Sir Alan always insisted that people should play fairly and honestly, it is a big disappointment. Reporter Lee Haiwon is not the only one who thinks like that. Sir Alan was respected by many users. So their disappointment will be bigger. Our homepage has been bombarded with thousands of messages slandering Sir Alan. On the other hand, quite a few of them were protecting him. Although it wasn't a proper method, the method itself does not break the rules. Rather, some of them thought it was wonderful that Sir Alan found a blind spot in the system and utilized it. How will this affect the dynamics of Nagarin in this future? The Shrine of War has overhauled the old rules that apply to Nagarin, and they announced that they will delete the Lord's right to specify the challenger. A more intense siege will occur if the Lord can't avoid the challenge of a powerful guild. Everything in this news scoop is related to me. Asiosu's downfall and Alan with the Ghost Guild. Hyunwoo uncovered all of it. Because it was handled seriously by the TV, thousands of people posted comments on it. On one hand, the events were thrilling, but they were also frightening. I'm glad that my name wasn't brought up. He inwardly sighed with relief. The male host continued. Anyway, Sir Alan is in a pretty difficult situation. Yes, although the users are offended, I was told that creating a ghost guild isn't actually a criminal offense in New World. However, Sir Alan also has a relationship with the Asiosu Church. While the church was being investigated, it was revealed that Alan had been secretly helping the higher-ranked NPCs. This is an obvious transgression. Sir Alan knew about the hidden corruption of the church and hid it. So Sir Alan has also been branded as a follower of Asiosu. Then Sir Alan has become a wanted criminal? Yes, there is a bounty on him. Because Sir Alan has become a criminal, the Dawnblade Guild has been disbanded and its members scattered. Since the reputation of the guild leader is the most important, there is no meaning when he is severely criticized by every NPC. I guess Sir Alan's thoughts will probably be complicated. You're right. His face has also been publicized on TV. When I went to find him for an interview, he wouldn't meet with me. As everybody knows, in New World you can only create one character. We'll have to see if he can recover and overcome this situation in the future. The higher they fly, the worse the impact will be when falling. Since Sir Alan had been so famous, it will be difficult for him to overcome this adversity. But a game is a game, and isn't breaking through any difficulty a charm of the game? Although he is in a difficult situation, one day he might recover enough to have users call him using the title Sir again. It won't happen. Hyunwoo muttered as he turned off the TV. The man was talking about the standard method. The game was a game, but a situation that occurred in reality would be different in the game. There was nothing in the game that would cause a user to abandon it. They've prepared lots of methods to recover. If you murder someone, then you can hide until your chaotic alignment decreases. No, because he was a wanted fugitive, his crimes would only disappear once he was imprisoned. Although it wouldn't be easy to gather his forces again, Alan was clever and had a lot of funds, so he might somehow recover. But Alan's opponent was Hyunwoo. Alan, didn't you hear me say it? You've picked the wrong opponent. Although his agreement with the rehabilitation members was already over, Hyunwoo had no intention of withdrawing like this. Of course, the first reason was because of his grudge. Although it was only because of Lariat and Roko, his grudge about the 3,000 gold was truly fearful. And the second reason was because of Alan. Ark had a grudge against Alan, but Alan also had a grudge against him. If Alan managed to regain his forces, then his knife would be aimed straight towards Hyunwoo. If he was like Hyunwoo, then he would be even more troublesome than before. Hyunwoo wasn't going to wait politely until that happened. The end? No, it is only the beginning. I'll have to kick him until he is trash in the dirt. In other words, I have to kick him as much as possible. Alan's recovery will slow down if he kept on stepping on him, and Hyunwoo would be safe for a while. But since the situation isn't good, Alan might not connect for a while. Hey Jayolese, Bulkun and Tassa had already been searching for Alan for a week. It wasn't an easy thing to find a user if you didn't know the resurrection point, and it might take even longer if Alan didn't connect at all. But Alan is a candidate. He will have to connect soon. Then the phone rang. It's me, Alan was found. The voice heard on the other end was Bulkun. You found Alan? Yes, damn it. We thought Alan would hide in the vicinity of Nagarin since he was a fugitive, but he had gone all the way to Celebrate. Celebrate? Ark repeated in a strange voice. Ark had also thought Alan would hide near Nagarin. Since Alan was a fugitive, he was a target for the guards. If so, it would be easier to escape if he was in Nagarin. Instead of an ordinary village, he had gone all the way to Celebrate, which was teeming with guards and bounty hunters? Was he intending to die? Ark couldn't understand his behavior. Anyway, it is an opportunity for me. Hey Jayolese is chasing after him. Since we can't defeat him, we'll try to hold him until you reach Celebrate. Yes. Hyunwoo hung up and entered the unit. Alan, foreigner. The criminal who conspired with the Asiosu Church. Since he had the ability of a holy knight, special care is needed. Area last seen, his location after Nagarin is unknown. Difficulty? Bounty, 300 gold. Bounty payer, Chancellor of Celebrate. That's fantastic. When he arrived in Celebrate, he immediately saw Alan's bounty posters. In Schittenberg Kingdom, the bounty posters were updated every few days on the board. The members of the Asiosu Church were NPCs. Usually NPCs were only wanted in the area the crime was committed, however the Asiosu Church was wanted throughout the whole continent. Alan also occupied a spot on the board. His bounty was 300 gold. That was an unprecedented price compared to other NPCs. The amount of the bounty determined the punishment time. It was usually 10 gold for 24 hours. If Alan was imprisoned, he wouldn't be able to see sunlight for a month. 1 month, if he was imprisoned for that long, then he would obviously fall behind. Since Alan was a candidate, he had no choice but to run away until the bounty somehow went away. Sheesh, this bastard, he was so smug when he appeared on TV, but obviously he would win if he used such a lousy method. At one time I thought he was so great. I'm disappointed. Turns out he only has a good face. People were gathering around the bulletin board and hurling abusive language at his poster. In fact, there was no reason for them to curse at Alan. After investigating at the Shrine of War, it was revealed that Alan used a ghost guild to win the siege. Since it was just a game, they had no reason to care about the Asiosu Church. Even so, the reason they started excessively cursing Alan, since he appeared so great on TV, the shock of his fall was huge. Since Alan had been so big, the blow was even larger. Of course, he didn't feel compassion for Alan. I'm not some hero who puts on a mask of justice. Ark was laughing at the poster when his name was called. Ark. Bulkun had contacted him. What about Alan? He is hiding in the mountains not far from here. Hey, Giles and Taza are watching him. Then I'll go now. However, will it be okay since Hyun Nim and the others haven't arrived yet? Don't worry. Alan is not a very difficult opponent anymore. Ark smiled and left Celebrate with Bulkun. Bulkun used Feather of Whispering to contact Hey Giles, who was chasing after Alan. And 10 minutes later, he was able to find Alan hiding in a dark forest. Alan's equipment had become tattered and he was eating moldy bread. Since he couldn't enter a village, he couldn't repair his equipment or buy food, so he was forced to rely on wheat bread that thieves dropped to fill his satiety. It had been 1 week since Alan and the 1,000 coalition members returned devastated after the failed siege. His appearance makes you want to throw a coin at him. Ark sincerely felt sympathy. He thought that there might be old guild members that had stuck around in the vicinity. If it was Alan when the game first began, more people might have defended him. But when Alan suddenly changed, Lariat wasn't the only one who became worried. The guild members were treated coldly and like accessories. The majority of the people in the guild were candidates. Since Alan was famous, their probability of success would increase. But now Alan had lost all his reputation. There was no reason to risk themselves for no reward. Alan's power relied on the pros and cons that he could give them. Poor guy, sitting with that appearance, I kind of don't want to step on him. But Ark was a ruthless human. Hyun Nims, surround this guy and don't let him escape. What? You're really going to face him alone? I've already done it once. Understood. Hey Giles, Taza, and Bulkun scattered around the place. Once they were in position, Ark leisurely walked out. Alan immediately jumped like a frightened rabbit and stood up. The piece of wheat bread he was eating fell to his foot. Alan really felt like crying. How are you here? Alan said after he saw Ark's face. Didn't I tell you? I have no intention of ending it like that. You bastard, well met. Alan swung his sword without any notice. Ark stepped backwards and blocked the sword. Since it was a sudden attack, he failed to completely disperse the impact. But a small smile still spread on Ark's face. As expected. You don't understand the situation. Ark immediately fixed his posture and stabbed with his sword. Alan flinched and barely lifted his shield in time. Although he blocked the attack, there was a ringing sound as Alan was pushed back a few steps. Even though he blocked with the shield, he still received a lot of damage. What is this? Alan murmured with a puzzled face. Ark looked at him and laughed. Have you finally realized a little bit of the situation, Sir Alan? The conclusion from the short bout was simple. Surprisingly, Ark was stronger than Alan. Ark had already expected that. Alan's profession was Holy Knight, and the Holy Knight gained its maximum strength when he was leading a lot of troops. The more soldiers there were, the more his stats would increase. In addition, he received a bonus to the power and range of his skills depending on his fame. Even if Ark was high-leveled, it wasn't easy for him to win against Alan in a group battle. But the situation changed. Since Alan was now completely forsaken, there was nobody to boost his stats. Ark also grew while Alan was hiding. After discovering the secret dungeon in Sylvana, he reached level 180. If he counted the dark attribute bonus, then he was level 252. On the other hand, Alan had only gained 4 levels to reach 160. Not only his level, but Ark's stats were also higher than his. Even if Ark's sword didn't directly hit him, it would still be quite painful. Let's see how evenly matched we are. Frankly, it wasn't that even. Pepping. Ark began to attack Alan in earnest. He swung his sword while turning his body. With most warriors, there was a gap in the timing of attacks where the opponent could attack. But Ark had already overcome that weakness a long time ago. He used the opportunity to kick Alan as well. Since his abilities were so much higher, the heavy kick was like poison to Alan's body. The difference in stats clearly showed. Hook, I'm in an abnormal state? Alan staggered because he was in a slowed state. Ark's sword continuously flashed as he moved his hands. Every attack accurately stabbed a gap between the armor. Alan's health was steadily drained by the constant critical hits. Eat this, holy light. Alan hurriedly used his holy magic. Thanks to the ball of light, Ark's dark attribute bonus was released. Heavenly light, miracle force, defense aura. Alan followed with 3 skills that would increase his attack and defense. However, the skills of a holy knight were also based on fame. Because he was chaotic, his fame was at the bottom and the effects of the skills were cut in half. But Ark's dark attribute bonus was still released and Alan's stats rose a little bit, so they were at similar levels. Hyung, you still think that I'll lose? Alan wielded his sword like a storm and cornered Arkansas. However, Ark's skills were still stronger. He had a lot of experience dealing with strong bosses without any buffs. Tedding, cock. While Alan's attack only hit once, Ark's hit 3 or 4 times. However, Ark's health still decreased faster. While his dark attribute added damage, the Holy Knight head was covered in armor and rare items. Alan realized that Ark's sword had more speed than power. You foolish noob, you'll regret appearing in front of me by yourself. You still seem to be misunderstanding something. What? I'm sorry, but this isn't all of my strength. Summon demon, Deimos. There was a faint light and Deimos was summoned in front of Ark in time to block Alan's sword. Meanwhile he stepped back a bit. Ha, you think an undead can stop me? Alan thought it was ridiculous and brandished his sword at Deimos. A holy knight had a powerful advantage against the undead. But just as Alan's sword was about to hit Deimos, Ark's eyes glittered and he said, Slide. Ark used the special option slide from the Wind Spirit's boots that he took from Duke. Then he did a series of kicks while sliding backwards. Ark withdrew a few meters away from Alan. That was the reason why he wanted the Wind Spirit's boots. His kicks had 3 times the power of his punches. But he still used boxing over taekwondo in fights. The reason was because his kicks had a fatal weakness. Boxing allowed him to move his body while punching. But when he was kicking, once he started the movements he had no way to stop. He couldn't move freely and take the steps required to move forwards or backwards. This could become a huge weakness in a fight. The power was strong, but there was a lot of room for a counterattack. It was one of the reasons why kicks weren't seen a lot in mixed martial arts competitions. If you have the same level of proficiency, then it would be more beneficial to use boxing than kicking. In reality, it was an insurmountable wall. This wall also existed in the game. Although Ark had a lot of kicks in the beginning, as the monster's levels rose he started using it less. But what if it was possible to move while doing the kicking motion? Ark thought of that idea while watching Duke use slide. And the combination showed an effect that was beyond his imagination. He could freely control the distance while kicking. Once Alan was caught by Deimos, he was helpless to stop Ark from beating him with the kicks. He would kick and then slide away like he was moving on ice. The situation completely changed because of one item. That's the excitement of a game. While trying to attack Deimos, the slide kick of Ark caused Alan a lot of headaches. If he tried to go after Ark, then Deimos would act as a shield. Alan was caught by the pincer formation and couldn't do anything as his health kept on decreasing. His recovery skills had also lost their effectiveness. But since Alan had a rare upper-class profession, he lasted for quite a while. Of course he could use Blade Storm to settle it, but Ark was determined to finish Alan using kicks. I'll slowly crush you. His grudge wasn't something that could be released quickly. Ugh. Alan stepped back and took out a recovery potion. He had run out of mana because of his recovery skills. Not a chance. Summon demon, Diedrich. Aha, it is my turn. Dark dash. Diedrich was aware of Ark's intention as soon as he was summoned, fiercely rushed towards Alan. Diedrich bumped into Alan's wrist, causing him to drop the potion. And his situation worsened since he was surrounded by Ark and his two pets. This is the end. Damn, it can't be. Flash. At the moment, a blinding light emerged from Alan's body. Dash Flash has triggered a critical effect. Due to the flash effect, you have been paralyzed for 10 seconds. He was careless. Flash was a beginner magic and could be easily avoided. However, Ark was careless and ended up losing his eyesight. Whoa, my eyes. Diedrich grabbed his eyes and wandered towards the trees. Mind's eye. Ark used the effect of the ring and lifted his sword after the paralysis wore off. He thought that Alan would counterattack with a strong skill. Instead, Alan just pushed Deimos aside and tried to flee. When Ark saw it, he just laughed. It's too late, Alan. Where are you going? At that time, Bulkun suddenly appeared in front of Alan and punched him. Alan, who was hit by the sudden blow, fell down. Then the faces of Hey Jylese and Taza appeared on either side of him. Alan instinctively sensed his death. Our resentment for you killing our cutie is pretty deep. Divine God, replace equipment. After Hey Jylese, Bulkun and Taza ran up to him, Alan shouted something. At that moment, Alan was wrapped in light and his equipment was replaced. A sense of confusion appeared on Ark's face before he realized. Hook! Ah, no! Kill him, kill Alan! Ark shouted as he ran up using sprint. Bulkun, Hey Jylese, and Taza attacked simultaneously. Alan's health immediately disappeared. But Alan just smiled before he died. Killing me, you'll only get honor, think, don't wish for any more. Son of a bitch. Profanities burst from Ark's mouth. When a chaotic player died, the penalty for death was doubled. He would lose 60% experience and -2 stats. But the horrific penalty was the chance of losing an equipped item. Alan's equipment was all rare items, so no matter what dropped it would be a jackpot. Because it wasn't possible to change armor during a fight, the probability was 100%. But Alan had used a strange skill at the very end to change all his equipment to Japtum. Old shoes. Armor type, leather shoes. Defense power, 15. Durability, 7/35. Weight, 5. User restriction, level 70 and more. A shoe that is commonly seen everywhere. Once he saw the trivial stats in the information window, his anger erupted. That damn Alan bastard, yeah, I'm going to tear him apart. Ark's summons attacked Alan's body at his command. Deimos has used his bone collector skill to reassemble the ribs. Since he changed bones with a user, their stats are exchanged. Deimos, stamina +5, defense +2. Alan, stamina -5, defense -2. Diedrich has used vampirism. A new skill has been saved in the empty slot. Asterisk currently absorbed skill, defense aura, which increases defense by 20%. Mana consumption, 10. Even though he took it out on the body, his anger had not abated at all. Ark bit his lip until it became bloody and lifted his head. Do you know Alan's last updated resurrection point? Yes, it is the quartermaster near Celebrid's North Gate. Really? Ark's face lit up at Hey Jylese's answer. A chaotic user lost one item every time they died. Once the equipment he was wearing all dropped, items from his bag would start dropping. So there was still a chance to obtain his equipment. I have no intention of leaving it like this. Of course. Then I'll hunt properly and go to the quartermaster's tomorrow. Alan will probably connect at that time. Ark's forecast was correct. Alan thought that Ark didn't know the resurrection point and he didn't want to seem scared of Ark by not connecting, so be resurrected and celebrate after exactly 24 hours. Hey, it's good to see you. Ark. Alan stared at Ark aggressively. But in New World there was no skill that could kill the opponent with anger. This time the battle was much easier. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members had already arrived. After 13 people surrounded him, Alan had no chance. Halfway through the battle, Alan just gave up and didn't bother counterattacking. Alan once again dropped Japtum when he died. However, Ark didn't care. Thanks to Alan's proud nature, he revived a few times before being killed. How many times would Ark have to kill him before he dropped a useful item? He's not here? However, after Alan died twice more, he didn't connect even after 24 hours passed. Is he trying to make me relax my strength? Alan was a candidate, so he would have to connect. Perhaps he was waiting for Ark to get tired. But Ark was relentless and won't give up. Ark assigned 3-4 rehabilitation members to guard the quartermasters in shifts. So after 12 hours, when Ark was getting tired, Alan suddenly resurrected. Ha, I knew it. You don't I couldn't endure until you resurrected? Ark and the rehabilitation members stood up and surrounded Alan. Divine God, replace equipment. It was at that time Alan used the skill to change to his original equipment. And immediately rushed forward and slammed his shield into Jack Tongue. Jack Tongue had low defense and immediately collapsed while Alan jumped over him and ran. He's trying to run away? Ark was confused but quickly chased after him. Alan fled towards Celebrid. He was a chaotic user wanted by the whole country, yet he fled towards a place filled with guards. Did he intend to kill himself? But Ark finally realized Alan's intention. Yes, that bastard. He judged that it would be difficult to run away from me, so he's intending to go jail? As he already knew, most people killed or captured by hunters or guards were automatically thrown in jail. Ark didn't register to capture Alan because of that. Although the prize money was good, if he registered as a bounty hunter, he would only be able to kill Alan once. Alan was clearly trying to use that against him. If he died because of Ark, he would lose all his equipment, so Alan would rather die because of a guard and then go jail. Do you think I would let you do that? Snake, sword. Blade, eh? After Snake spat out the sword, he was about to use the skill but suddenly flinched and stopped. He is. Alan. The guards rushed forward as Alan ran through the north gate. If he used Bladestorm, then the guards would be caught as well. If that happened, then Ark would be registered as a criminal. Ark put the sword away and ran using sprint. He had to get to Alan before the guards. Geez, what are you doing? You're interfering. I'm really sorry. I'm a broke hunter and I'm trying to catch Alan. Ark deliberately blocked the guards and narrowed the distance. Alan was already surrounded by many guards. But there was something wrong with Alan's behavior. Although he was surrounded, he used recovery magic to prevent himself from dying while he ran away. His behavior after resurrecting was strange. If he intended to die, then he should have exchanged the equipment. Does he have some other purpose? Ark saw the direction that Alan was running in and suddenly became shocked. Don't tell me that, Alan? Alan was running up to a mailbox. Clearly an item couldn't be exchanged through a general mailbox. But there was one way to exchange items even with the general mailbox. The auction site. Yes, it was the auction site's item delivery method. The auction method in New World was unique in that Ark could put an item up for auction or purchase something even in places like a dungeon. If the unit was connected to the computer and the computer to the access site, then they could put items on the auction site at any time. And once the payment was complete, the item would automatically be sent to the buyer's mailbox. Alan definitely purchased an item to escape this situation. Then the item is. Thanks to his health that was like a cockroach's and recovery magic, Alan finally arrived at the mailbox. Then he hurriedly took out a bundle of scrolls and tore one. Then Alan disappeared from among the guards. It was indeed the Wu Warp scroll. Alan had escaped the crisis in a way that Ark had never imagined. Sheesh, I almost caught him. The guards muttered and scattered. But what was Ark doing? The travel distance of Warp is 500 meters. But he had a bunch of scrolls that he is going to use. So there is no way to chase him. Alan had a weapon that was necessary for chaotic users. The scroll that allowed him to randomly teleport. Although the Warp scroll moved him, even Alan would not be able to predict where he would end up. It was difficult to chase someone using those scrolls. Should I give up? Of course, Hey Giles might be able to find him. However, there was no guarantee of how long it would take. Ark knew that the time taken to track him would probably be more than a week. Damn, if I registered as a bounty hunter, then I would have at least earned 300 gold. Ark muttered in an annoyed voice. Sack sack? Sack sack sack. Snake suddenly jumped down and slithered towards the place where Alan disappeared. After it licked the ground, its body stiffened and headed motion towards a direction. After Snake pointed like an arrow towards a direction, a message window appeared. Snake has used stalking. It is possible to grasp the location of the attacker. Even if they warp, teleport, portal and so on, Snake can predict the movement direction using the flow of mana. However, the exact distance is impossible, so you can only determine the direction. In addition, the effect will disappear after 1 hour if you don't find new information. Current mana flow, the southwest direction. Stalking? Ark glanced at Snake with wide eyes. Since there was no reason to check Snake's information window, he hadn't known about the new skill. Don't tell me, you learned it yourself? Sack. Sack, sack, sack. Snake's eyes brightened like lanterns as it nodded. That's it. Egu, my cute baby. Ark skipped forward and embraced Snake as he jumped around. Then he kissed the very happy Snake. Ark immediately gathered the rehabilitation members together and explained the situation. After he registered as a bounty hunter, they started to move in the direction that Snake pointed out. Alan, this is the last time. I'll send you to prison with my own hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8 Chapter 6. ACT 6 Selrin's Descendant. Hook, 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 dot. Alan gasped and ran breathlessly through the forest. When he used the Lu Warp scroll, he thought that he had completely lost Arkansas. But hardly any time had passed before Ark and the rehabilitation members started chasing him. Does he have the track scroll? Track was a scroll that could find the designated target within a 1-kilometer radius. Ark was dangerous if he had that scroll. Alan continuously used Warp until he was out of the maximum distance of the tracking scroll. But once again Ark's party narrowed the distance in a short time. That was when Alan realized there was something strange. Ark's party clearly guessed the exact point Alan teleported to. But they don't know his exact location once they narrow the distance. Do they just know the approximate direction? If they weren't using a scroll, then it must be a racial special skill. When he thought about it, Alan realized that he had a little leeway. Once Alan moved to a direction and the encircling net got closer, he would use the scroll to escape from the crisis. But this was Alan's mistake. If Alan didn't use the scroll after 1 hour, Snake would not be able to use stalking to determine the direction. Since Alan continuously used the scroll, Snake was able to update the information. And eventually he only had 1 scroll left after the relentless chase. Damn, I thought 1 bunch would be enough, but it's okay, my destination is right around the corner. All I need to do is get there, and watch them eliminate Ark. Alan looked at the ridge in the distance. It was a place where he could rest safely even though he was chaotic. No, they would definitely help him for a chance to kill Ark. There was only one such force in New World. The Dark Brother Organization. Yes, the reason Alan had risked coming to Celebrate was to make contact with the Dark Brothers. Just like Ark, Alan had no intention of forgiving Arkansas. If it wasn't for Ark, I wouldn't have been deprived of my castle or branded a criminal. All the things I earned in New World crumbled into dust because of that child. Even if I have to spend hundreds or thousands of gold, I'll definitely make you quit the game. He didn't know if it was fortunate or unfortunate that he couldn't lose Arkansas. Now the Dark Brothers didn't have to use a lot of effort to find him. Whether in the game or reality, the ultimate winner is the rich man. Someone like him can never win. I'll engrave that fact into his bones. Alan used his resentment as energy and finally reached the ridge. When he searched the forest, he finally found the small cave hidden by bushes. The cave led to the location of the Dark Brothers. He followed the passage until he arrived. He saw a red palm painted. However, the atmosphere was different from before. Previously, the assassins had hid in the darkness until he raised his shining sword to see them. Who's that? Is it that guy? That guy? There was something strange, but Alan was in no condition to question it closely. Dark Brothers? I have come with a job request. What? Do you think this place will accept requests from anyone? I'm Alan. I've already commissioned a job before. Alan? Holy Knight Alan? I'd like to meet the person in charge. The assassins secretly spoke among themselves before Alan was shown inside. When he entered, the form of a man stood up and his features became visible. He had a large red palm on his flapping cloak. It was not the old man he saw the previous time, but the assassin's attitude made it seem like he was in charge. Leader Nim, Alan has come with a request. The leader was silent for a moment before asking. The opponent? Ark? The Lord of Sylvana? He already had the castle take away, so he's not the Lord anymore. Is that so? He fought so persistently for the castle just to throw it away? He murmured while the leader laughed and shook his head. Well, that doesn't matter to me. But since the famous Alan is requesting it so urgently, that Ark fellow doesn't seem so insignificant. It doesn't matter how much money it takes. I don't want to hire all of the Dark Brother organization. The purpose is the infinite assassination of Ark. The period is until Ark disappears from New World. What's the condition if you can't pay the price? I already said it doesn't matter how much money it takes. This could become quite messy. However, I already know about the relationship between you and Arkansas. Didn't you originally have it out for each other? And now with users and NPCs after you, the only place you can lean on is the Dark Brothers. Are you going to accept or not? Alan retorted with a nasty expression. But the very next moment, Alan realized that something was wrong. The Dark Brothers was an NPC organization. But the leader just used the words user and NPC. Those two words were taboo for NPCs in New World. Then why did that person talk about users? And how did he know about the relationship between Alan and Ark? Alan became wary and withdrew a few steps. Who are you? Now that we're face to face, we should greet each other. The guy slowly turned his body around. He had black hair and black eyes. Although he was wearing a mask, the overall impression was familiar somehow. It was certainly not the first time he saw that user. Where had he seen him? He searched his memories for a while before suddenly spluttering. Hook, you, Jackson. I'm thankful that you remembered. Of course he knew. In Jackson he was always by Ark's side, the name. I'm Shambhala. What are you doing here? I won't speak for long. The conclusion is that I reject your request. What? I still have something to do with Arkansas. Well, it's not just about that. The Dark Brothers is in a situation where it can't accept any requests right now, even if the target is in Arkansas. If you need money, I'm willing to pay it separately. How much do you want? Alan shouted in a desperate tone. He didn't understand it completely, but Shambhala seemed to have a strong influence in the Dark Brothers. But if he paid the NPC organization, then it wouldn't enter Shambhala's wallet. Alan thought that Shambhala refused the request because it wasn't profitable. You're irritating me now. Instantaneously Shambhala's eyes became freezing cold. I don't like people. In particular, I despise humans who would betray others for money. But I also have contempt for a human who won't let a grudge go. Do you know who I am? Shambhala showed his teeth as he growled. Guys like you who throw money around just invite betrayal. Well, that's enough. I still have something to settle with Arkansas. I was worried about how to pay Ark, but he might consider you to be worthy of a trade. You bastard. Capture him alive. The assassins gathered after Shambhala gave the order. When the situation suddenly changed, Alan immediately turned around and took out his shield. I didn't come here just to die in vain. Alan fled from the daggers coming from every direction. The opponents were assassins who mastered the assassination technique. The assassins gave Alan abnormal states such as slow or paralysis. But Alan was also a holy knight. He immediately overlapped his 3 auras to raise his defense and resistance. And he endured the rest using recovery magic. A holy knight had intermediate recovery magic and high defense, so Alan's health was similar to a cockroach's. Alan maintained his defensive posture and gradually escaped the encirclement. Blink! Then he heard Shambhala's voice from the rear. Shambhala used the skill to instantly move beside him. Alan jumped and swung his sword. However, Shambhala used Burning Mirror and drove the dagger into him. After the dagger was removed, he swung it again and Alan was pushed back a few meters. It was Shambhala's chain skill. Alan lost 500 health with one attack. God damn it. So far while playing the game, he had not been pressed so hard by somebody. But recently he had experienced a lot of defeats. First he had been beaten like a dog and then pursued by Ark, and now Shambhala was beating him up. Of course he would be able to defeat Ark and Shambhala if he had some properly equipped troops. No, if he had his original fame, then he wouldn't suffer like this. It would be easy to deal with these miserable guys. It was so unfair that he was on the verge of tears. But no, there was no other way. With the assassins attacking alongside Shambhala, they were too powerful for Alan. Defense rise, movement rise. Alan activated both options attached to his items. Then he hit an assassin while in a defensive stance and ran away. It was pathetic, but that was Alan's only method of resistance. But even with his defense increased, it wasn't possible to ignore the damage. His health continuously decreased until he only had 10% left. But the encirclement has relaxed for the moment. I can drink a potion. At that time Alan had a little bit of hope. Then, like a scene from a ninja movie, Shambhala ran up and across the wall, landing in front of Alan and blocking his path. I'm sorry, but it ends here. Capture. Something that looked like spider webs poured out from Shambhala's mouth. It was an assassin-exclusive skill that could only be used when the opponent was in a critical condition. Ah, no. If I get caught by him, then he'll give me back to Ark. Biaduk, Sikiak. At that moment a rope wound around Alan's waist. Then multiple swords emerged from the darkness and cut the rope to pieces. At the same time, a number of masked men attacked Shambhala. Surprisingly, they also had the mark of a red palm on their masks. Shambhala's forehead wrinkled at their appearance. Sheesh, these guys are still. What the? Why are the assassins attacking Shambhala? What the hell is going on? Then while Alan was contemplating the situation, he suddenly heard someone's voice from the other side. This way, Sir Alan. You? It was an old man beckoning with a desperate face. It was the old man called Nabian who answered Alan's request last time. I don't know what is going on, but this is a chance for me. Alan struck an assassin who was approaching with his shield and reached Nabian. Now, retreat. The newly emerged assassins flocked Alan and Nabian and blocked the entrance. An intense fight took place while Alan exited the cave with Nabian. There were 10 assassins waiting outside the cave. Nabian, what is happening? I don't have time to explain in detail. Although the urgent fire is put out for the moment, we can't hold them off much longer. In addition, others are going to appear soon. We have to quickly get out of here. Others? Stop foolishly wasting time talking. Nabian shouted in a harsh voice. Anyway, come along. It won't be a bad talk for you. Alan hesitated but eventually ran alongside Nabian. Anyway, Shambhala was still in the cave while Ark was tracking him. He didn't have anywhere else to go. Where the hell is that bastard hiding? Ark grumbled while looking at the cliffs high above him. As Alan predicted, Ark had tracked Alan until he was right underneath his nose. However, Snake's information from stalking only told him the direction. Snake indicated that Alan entered a complicated cave system underneath the cliff. It wasn't able to determine anything else. Although I went around the cliff, Snake is still indicated towards it. There is no way he is stuck on a rock, so there must be an entrance around here. Ark pursed his lips. The duration of stalking was 1 hour. He either had to find Alan before that or find the V-Warp location to update the information, but there was not much time left now. If he couldn't find any clues on Alan, then he wouldn't be able to chase him anymore. He went into a confusing place like a dungeon. Sack, sack, sack. At that time, Snake licked him using its tongue and demanded attention. For the first time he pointed to a direction away from the cliff. What the? Snake, did Alan leave the cave? Sack, sack. Sack, sack, sack. Snake's eyes brightened as it nodded. Diedrich, to the south. Search. Ark quickly commanded Diedrich to fly in the direction Snake indicated. Ark followed behind him for a while until Diedrich quickly flew back. Master. I found him. Where? 300 meters ahead. But he's not alone. Not alone? Yes, he's going someone with 10 masked people. Masked? Perhaps, the Dark Brothers. That's right, there's a picture of a red palm on the mask. That's right, the Dark Brothers, that explains it. Now he could understand why Alan took the risk and fled here. He had forgotten for a while. Assassins from the Dark Brothers. Even during all of this, Alan hadn't discarded his idea of revenge on Arkansas. The Dark Brothers wouldn't care if Alan was chaotic and would accept the commission regardless. Damn, I never thought that the Dark Brother organization would be in this area. The situation became desperate. If Alan commissioned an assassination from the Dark Brothers, then it would be Ark and the rehabilitation members being chased. Moreover, it was the Dark Brothers' domain, so there was no guarantee that they could escape. Alan has already contacted the Dark Brothers. There will be no way of kill Alan if they're protecting him. But since the assassins haven't made any sudden moves, he might not have made the request yet. Okay, I have to check it out properly before leaving. Diedrich, keep a suitable distance and follow those guys. Ark ordered Diedrich to secretly follow Alan. They entered over there. Diedrich pointed to a cleverly hidden cave. Any assassins around? I didn't see any. Then, Ark carefully approached the cave. There weren't any idiots who would disguise the cave and then not leave a guard. He assumed that there were assassins guarding the inside. Ark made Diedrich wait by the entrance and entered the cave. When he entered, the effect of a dungeon was applied. Ark immediately hid with stealth and breathed a sigh of relief. Now I don't have to worry about being discovered. Ark silenced his footsteps and explored the cave. The cave was divided into several areas, just like a secret base. There were considerable amounts of assassins gathered in each area. If stealth is detected, then I would definitely die at that. Luckily, Ark was level 252 with the darkness bonus, so the assassins couldn't detect him. However, he couldn't be assured. If the sound of footsteps makes them suspicious, then the chances of stealth being detected would increase. As assassins, their ability to see through stealth was much better than normal assassins. Even if I'm undetected, the duration is only 20 minutes. I have to collect as much information as I can before time runs out. Ark carefully grasped the structure of the cave and the number of assassins. When he was almost at the end of the cave, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Sauron? Alan's voice. Ark quickly attached himself to a corner and looked inside. Alan and an old man were sitting facing each other under the light of a candle. The old man, Nabian, nodded and replied. Yes, Sauron, although it is not widely known, but he was Sauron, one of the 7 heroes. Sauron? It was a name that was often discussed in New World's history books. He was the most secretive of the 7 heroes. There weren't 7 heroes originally. But when a hero collapsed in the middle of a fight against the darkness, he suddenly appeared like a comet and helped the hero. In the final battle, he showed incredible skill and was given the title of hero afterwards. Why did you suddenly mention the name Sauron here? Alan asked the question that Ark was wondering about. Nabian replied in a low voice. Sauron, no, he is Sauron, a master assassin. A master assassin? Yes, the person who reigned over all the assassins was the assassin Sauron. Nabian casually told Alan a shocking story about the continent's history. Sauron was the head of the prestigious Dark Brothers during that time. And at the end of the Dark Century, the Dark Brothers got the most prestigious commission in his life. The enemy was threatening the continent, which led to a request to assassinate the Dark Lord. After a few days contemplating, he eventually accepted the request. The Dark Brothers judged that the existence of light was necessary to live in the darkness. That was how the 6 heroes became the legendary 7 heroes. And at the end of an intense battle, the 7 heroes finally defeated the Dark Lord. Sauron was praised as a hero even though he was an assassin, and became the ruler of a dukedom that eventually became known as Sinuous Principality. But what does this have to do with the Dark Brothers now? Once Sauron became a hero, he mistakenly thought that the Dark Brothers could emerge from the darkness. Centuries of history couldn't be undone by one person. The Dark Brothers eventually helped the Sinuous King from the darkness. But once it became peaceful after the Dark Century ended, the need for the Dark Brothers became smaller. After Sauron was killed, the Dark Brothers broke away from the Sinuous Principality. When the Dark Brothers left, their main treasures also became scattered. Treasure. The Dark Brothers were originally nomadic people from a distant country. When they came to the continent, they brought 3 treasures with them. The foundation and strength of the Dark Brothers was based on those treasures. Sauron was called a master assassin because he had those 3 treasures. Nabian said while letting out a sigh of relief. One of them is the Dark Veil, a cloak that can stop the forces of darkness. An elder in the Dark Brothers has it at the moment. Without that, the Dark Brothers would have vanished a long time ago. Then the remaining 2? According to the legends, it is a dagger quenched in the blood of 1,000 people and an armor made from the leather of the corpses. All of them have an incredible power, but if all 3 were collected, then the person would unlock the ability of a master assassin. But I don't know where they are. They disappeared into history along with those of Sauron's blood. Nabian made a disgusted face and continued. That's why it is impossible for Shambhala to appear with the items. Shambhala. The hairs on Ark's neck rose. In fact, before Ark left for Nagarin, he sent a letter from Shambhala requesting help. But there was still no reply. The quest must be taking longer than expected, was what he thought. But to hear Shambhala's name in a place like this. Then Shambhala's quest is associated with the Dark Brothers. Was the quest to obtain Sauron's treasures from the Dark Brothers? When he thought about it, everything made sense. The symbol of the Dark Brothers was carved on Shambhala's dagger. If so, the blade that Ark sold Shambhala was one of the treasures. Shambhala then completed the dagger quest that was triggered. One of the treasures of Sauron, a member of the 7 heroes. Shambhala had a quest relating to his profession. His occupation and skills are somewhat peculiar. His saint assassin profession has something to do with the 7 heroes. Finally, if he finds the 3 treasures, then he'll unlock the ability of a master assassin. It was most likely why their skills were so compatible. In the past, the 7 heroes had fought together against the darkness. Thus it was impossible for abilities that Ark and Shambhala inherited to not work with each other. In addition, the Master Assassin and Hero Mabon were the only ones with the darkness attribute among the 7 heroes. He didn't know what happened during that time, but their relationship couldn't have been trivial. The descendants of those 2 heroes had transcended time and space to meet. Although they didn't know each other, their skills still remembered the past. It really is an amazing coincidence. Ark was once again amazed at the world of New World. Seizing control of the Dark Brothers is also similar to the way I controlled the Meow and raccoons. Does that mean I won't have to worry about the Dark Brothers anymore once that happens? Ark licked his lips with anticipation. Alan was also thinking that and asked with a doubtful expression. Shambhala has Sauron's treasures, that is why he appeared at the rendezvous place. But why did you rescue me? If he has Sauron's treasures, then the Dark Brothers should. I can't accept it. Nabian suddenly shouted. I respect Sauron. But Sauron lived hundreds of years ago. It's not even a part of his lineage, yet now the Dark Brothers has to listen to some child just because he has the treasures. Does that make any sense? We're the ones that have defended the Dark Brothers for a century. Then Shambhala hasn't become the leader of the Dark Brothers? Alan's question made Nabian snort. Leader? It's not that easy. No matter how sick I am, who could accept a child as the leader? But the elders have accepted him. Elders? Yes, the Dark Brothers has weakened since the treasures scattered. But Shambhala suddenly gathered one of them. So he has justification to gather the descendants of the Dark Brothers that have scattered. Well, it's not just that. Nabian's voice rose with annoyance at the end. Anyway, the elders still have a vain hope that the Dark Brothers can emerge from the darkness. So Shambhala was recognized as a candidate for the leadership and will be given a trial. If he passes, then Shambhala will be recognized as a master assassin. Although it was a long explanation, it could be simply summarized. Shambhala changed his profession to one of the 7 heroes-related classes. Just like Ark had to find the 3 marvels left behind by Hero Mabon, Shambhala also had to find Sauron's 3 treasures to change to his secondary profession. Once he obtains the 3 treasures, he will unlock the key to become a master assassin. However, it wasn't as easy as it sounded. It wasn't easy for Ark to get the recognition of the Meow and Raccoon clans. If he failed, then he wouldn't be able to change his occupation to a more advanced one. That probably applied to all hero-related classes. Speaking of the trial to change to the second occupation, in Shambhala's case, that guy Nabian was the one standing in the way. The game made a complicated relationship that Shambhala would have to clear up. In that case, how will Nabian interfere with Shambhala? Just as Ark became curious, Nabian stared, answering his question. But I can't follow that vain dreamer of an elder anymore. If it was impossible for Sauron, then that young child definitely can't accomplish it. Then, not long ago Shambhala passed the trial the elder gave him. Since Shambhala passed the test, the elders will soon reward him with the Dark Veil. I can't possibly allow those treasures to remain in the hands of a foreigner. An eerie light shone in Nabian's eyes. This is the only chance. Shambhala will have to activate the dagger during the ceremony to receive the power of 2 treasures. That is the only chance to steal the dagger. Are you rebelling? It is not a rebellion. I'm just taking back the treasure while squashing Shambhala and the elders in the process. And I will revive the glory of the Dark Brothers after I own the 2 treasures. Nabian exclaimed. But won't there be a lot of assassins? I've already put in measures to deal with them. Since they are aware of a potential attack, many assassins will be defended the outskirts just in case. And the headquarters of the Dark Brothers, there are a lot of brothers sympathetic to our ideas. If we take action, then they promise to fight together. Nabian smiled and approached Alan. But there are also a lot of foolish guys who support the elders. Our victory is assured, but it won't be an easy fight. That's the reason we decided to take a risk and save you. Are you asking me for help? Alan had already anticipated Nabian's request. It's not a bad thing. I already know your circumstances. You have no place left in the Schuttenberg kingdom. Your guild has been disbanded while hunters are chasing you, so you can't get any rest. But if you help us and we succeed, then things will change. The Dark Brothers will grant you sanctuary and the power needed to hold off your enemies. Alan's eyes shone. After he lost the Lord's position, he was reduced to a fugitive. Even the Asiosu church that promised him a secondary profession had been ruined. In such a situation, it was difficult for Alan to refuse the temptation of the offer. No, there was no other choice. If he didn't get help from the Dark Brothers, then it wouldn't be possible to avoid Ark's sword. Since he had a hostile relationship with Shambhala, he might even be chased by his assassins. Besides, Nabian wasn't being kind when he made the offer. The message was also a threat of what would happen if he refused. Okay, I'll cooperate. I thought you would accept. Nabian laughed as he replied. There was a reason Nabian took the risk of saving Alan, although Alan would have been beaten up by Shambhala and Ark, the situation had now gone through a 180-degree change. The Holy Knight's skills became more useful when he had more troops. He also affected the skills of his whole unit. The presence of a Holy Knight in a war equal to the power of a dozen troops. I want to check my equipment before resting. Do you have someone who can look at the equipment? Of course. Just rest comfortably until it is time. When is the action taking place? Tomorrow at midnight. Tomorrow midnight. Ark stored the information in his head and left the cave. Tomorrow midnight was in approximately 10 hours, which fortunately meant that he still had time. I have to consult with Justice Manajushi. Since he knew about it, it wasn't possible for Ark to let them get away with it. After he left the cave, Ark gathered Justice Man and the rehabilitation members. They had to crawl on the ground in order to avoid the attention of the assassins. Meanwhile, Roko screamed when she saw Ark, who looked like a beggar, and made them wash and do laundry. Because the situation was so rushed, Ark briefly summarized what he heard in the cave. You can't pretend that you didn't hear what they said. Justice Man said in a serious tone. They'll have a lot of power if they attack from the rear. If they'd made preparations in advance, then they would have definitely prepared a way to attack from the rear. If there are also forces ready to revolt, then it is likely to succeed. Alan also has an aura of leadership. If they are influenced by that leadership, it is game over. Alan would become a lot stronger even if there was only one person in his unit. If Alan helped the war, then the difference would change from 5:5 to 7:3. Since he was chaotic, his skills decreased, but Holy Knight was still one of New World's strongest occupations. The problem is after that. Ark said with a serious expression. If Shambhala is defeated, then it is likely that Alan would seize a lot of power in the Dark Brother. If that happens, then it'll be a big threat to us. When Alan led Dawn Blade, he still wore the mask of hypocrisy. Even if there was a problem, he had to act like a knight on the surface. But now Alan had no more fame to lose. He didn't have to pay attention to others. Ark didn't know what Alan would do if he took over the Dark Brothers. Only thing he could be sure of is that Ark and the rehabilitation members will be the first target. They'll become the target of all the assassins in the Dark Brothers. The assassins were different from normal NPCs. Even if a user had a hostile relationship with the guards, they could still play the game. But they were assassins, and if they orders from Alan, then the assassins definitely wouldn't hesitate. That was the worrisome part. That Alan, he's still so persistent until the end. It is simple. At that time, Jack Tung shrugged and summed up the situation. If Alan succeeds, then he'll have a way to step on us. If we succeed, then we'll step on Alan. He is a huge mortal enemy. Taza was one of the intellectual ones and nodded. We have to prevent Nabian's rebellion in order to stop Alan. We urgently need to inform Shambhala first. But I can't get in contact with Shambhala. Since it is happening at midnight tomorrow, he might not get a letter in time. Without knowing the Dark Brothers' headquarters, there is no way to visit them. Let's take a look at this. Justice Man took out some scrolls. Justice Man arrived late because he was purchasing some scrolls. He bought the track scroll in case Alan used warp. However, Shambhala's name did not trigger the track skill. The Dark Brothers' headquarters was either more than 1 kilometer away or it was classified as a city. Within a city, there were many constraints on the use of scrolls. The track scroll could only find a user if they were not in a city. What now? There is only one way left. Justice Man replied after Ark asked in a worried voice. We don't know the location of the Dark Brothers' headquarters. But we know that those guys are going to do a surprise attack. Then. Didn't they say the surprise attack on Shambhala was at midnight tomorrow? It isn't possible to stop them with our power. So we'll stay concealed and put surveillance on them, and when they attack Shambhala, then we'll attack from behind. It'll be more effective if we attack from behind while Shambhala attacks from the front. So we're going to strike the bastards in the back of the head. That's right. Justice Man laughed and nodded. Then Ark started monitoring the assassin's lair. But he couldn't just waste time. The Dark Brother assassins are strong. Ark had fought the assassins several times, so he knew to be afraid of them. Of course, Ark became so much stronger that it wasn't possible to compare to that time. But the levels of NPCs isn't fixed in New World. NPCs could also level up. He knew that fact for a long time. But with a battle against NPCs ahead of it, Ark found it quite stressful. The first battle he experienced with NPCs was with Viscount Haverstein and the Sylphid Knights. He didn't know it at the time, but the Sylphid Knights seemed to be about level 50. Ark was level 20 at the same, so they seemed distant to him. But when he participated in the quest at level 70, he was a lot stronger than them. However, the Sylphid Knights were still strong. Ark had raised his level. But the NPCs also raised their level according to the average level of the users. There was no guarantee that he could deal with 3-4 assassins alone. The Dark Brothers will also be different from the last time we fought. While Ark watched, he also made a variety of survival cooking dishes with different buffs. So 10 hours passed and it was finally midnight of the next day. That's strange? Justice Man's head tilted. Isn't it already midnight? Even if the Dark Brothers' headquarters was nearby, they still should have moved a while ago if they want to make the deadline. Why is it so quiet? Come to think of it. Ark's heart dropped as he remembered something. He also couldn't see the assassins that had been patrolling around a while ago. I'll check it out. Ark used stealth and entered the cave. What happened? There should have been 100 assassins, but he couldn't see any. Something was messed up. Ark hurriedly searched the cave, but he could only find 3-4 assassins. Don't tell me. It's already started? But I've been keeping an eye on the cave entrance. How did so many people go unnoticed? Once he considered Navian's words, Ark finally figured out why. Oops, I was wrong. The old man wasn't going to surprise attack the troops defending the outside. He never planned on a frontal assault. There must be a path that leads inside the headquarters. And since they didn't leave, there must be a secret passage in here somewhere. Then Alan and Nabian were already heading towards the headquarters of the Dark Brothers. Damn, hurry up and look for the secret passage. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members plunged into the cave. What? Who are you? Can't you tell by looking? The side of justice. Kwajik, Pyuk, Dang Tang. The 3-4 assassins were smashed in an instant. Hey Jayalese then tied up an assassin who was in a critical state with his chain skill. Ugh, did Shambhala send these guys? Tell me. Where did they go? Kukuku, it's too late. The Liberation Army has already left. The Liberation Army will fall. Where is it? The passage that connects to the Dark Brothers' location? Do you hear what you're saying? It is useless, you won't be able to kill them. The assassin glared at him. But such courage couldn't even last for a few seconds against Hey Jayalese. Ah, would you like to beep you son of a bitch beep? Advanced intimidation. The assassin's face paled and he stammered. See candlestick. Hey Jayalese quickly glanced at Arkansas. Come to think of it, he previously saw a candlestick that was slightly different than the others. A sound rang out and the wall shot back when Ark twisted the candlestick in the opposite direction. Then the intimidated assassin started talking in a distant voice. Kukuku, it's too late. By now, the elders and Shambhala should have died already. Papa Peck. Before the assassin could finish talking, he became a bloody rice cake. There's no time. If Shambhala dies, then everything is finished. Ark ran down the secret passage leading the rehabilitation members. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8 Chapter 7. ACT 7 Salrin's Towers. YU. Someone was kneeling down clutching his chest which was soaked with blood. He breathed roughly while looking at the dozen bodies around him. The man's eyes were shaken. The masked assassins wearing black clothes, death for an assassin wasn't peaceful. They had killed others. They were prepared for their deaths. Death to them was just an ordinary part of their lives. But the death reflected in his eyes was different. Until now, he had believed that the 20 masked men who killed his brothers were also his siblings. Betrayal. Since they lived in the darkness together, it was rare for them to betray each other. The man lifted his head and bared his teeth. You filthy traitors, aren't you ashamed of lifting your sword with those hands? We might live in the darkness, but we have our own pride. We are descendants of the great hero Salrin, a master assassin. Did you guys forget that while following Nabian? We did not forget. It would be impossible to forget. That is why we cannot accept a foreigner as the leader. We will strike you all down to defend the pride of the clan. Is that so? The man stared at them with piercing eyes. The assassins flinched while the man opened his mouth. The elders would always say it. Although we live in the darkness, we shouldn't let the darkness inhabit our hearts. Although we cannot reach it, we should always strive towards the light. Until the day that we regain our name, but you guys have stained your hands with your brother's blood and have become dark. Pitiful. Shut up, the elders are forcing us to do this. Haven't you grasped the situation yet? Answer, number 358. Do you want to live under the glory of a new Dark Brothers or die thanks to the pitiful delusion of the past? It is nonsense. The man snorted and raised his neck. If you fear death, then you're already not a Dark Brother. It was impossible. The assassins simultaneously lifted their swords. At that moment a loud yell came from a dark hallway. Dark blade! A sharp sword cut through the darkness. The assassin who was hit by the sword received an extravagant amount of damage. The assassins simultaneously turned their bodies. There were more than 10 people coming from the hallway on the other side. The only people in Salran's towers should be masked assassins in black clothes. But these people were dressed messily, with some wearing no armor. Yes, it was Ark and the rehabilitation members who had followed the assassin's secret passage. Of course, the assassins didn't know their identities, so the obvious question was asked. Who are you? We're Shambhala's friends. What? The assassins flinched and raised their sword in unison. Then Ark smiled and spoke to Justice Man. Did you see? The ones who lifted their swords are the enemy. Handle all of them except for the injured assassin. Justice Man lowered his upper body and using explosive acceleration, he approached the assassins. The surprised assassin brandished his sword. But Justice Man just rotated to the side and grasped the assassin's shoulder. No, with just his grip he threw the assassin across the room and the assassin became stuck in the wall. Phew, that old geezer is quite furious. Are you already stronger than where you were on active duty? The tiger of the SWAT team has been revived. The rehabilitation members marveled over the scene. When the level increased, then it was natural to become stronger. But Justice Man's case was slightly different. Justice Man was once the feared tiger of the SWAT team. Although he did not talk about it, there were few people that could beat him in a one-on-one fight. However, his skills had become rusty after his injury and retirement. And he thought that he could never return to that condition. Justice Man keenly sensed that it could not be revived. In reality, his strength and speed had decreased due to age. But he could compensate for the lack of speed and strength with his stats in New World. And his experience and practical sense could be converted into combat power. Now, bring it on. Justice Man threw the assassins like they were fish. We can't be defeated by such an old geezer. We were still active until recently. Let me see your skills. Today I'll catch them. Beep and beep, bastards. The rehabilitation members ran up to the assassins. Sue, Peppa Pig, Taza has amazing dexterity and used the skill throw dagger to throw 5 daggers simultaneously. Bulkun wore steel gloves and crushed the faces of the assassins. The assassins tried to take control of the battle using their swift movements, but they stiffened thanks to Hey Jyolese's intimidation. But the real hit was Roko's song. My hometown is on a faraway mountain, where apricot blossoms and azalea flowers bloom. Once Roko began to sing, the assassins' movements immediately slowed down. Roko's registered song My Hometown was played. The fighting spirit of all the chaotic characters in range is reduced. Strength -20, agility -20, attack -20. In the meantime, Roko had leveled up her art stat to 250. She once again gained a new ability. So Roko was able to select a suitable song and save it as a skill. The effects varied depending on the nature of the song. For example, My Hometown raised nostalgia for the past, making anyone with the chaotic status lose their fighting spirit. Damn, killing and seeing death every day, until when do I have to live like this? Wah, I suddenly feel like seeing my mother who passed away. After the skill was used, the assassins immediately murmured with melancholy voices. It was like a scene where the criminals felt regret after listening to sad music. In the beginning, the minstrel might be dismissed, but it changed to a strange character after raising it. Although the skill affected the chaotic characters, it didn't make them surrender. But Justice Man and the rehabilitation members couldn't be compared to before. Even when they learned certain odd skills, it was still useful on the battlefield. The experience of the siege in Nagarin was also carved into their flesh and bones. In addition, they also spent a while in the secret dungeon. No, they also raised their variety of skills by a lot. Was that all? Ark also painstakingly cooked food and raised their stats. Even though they were only level 140, it wasn't hard for them to fight against the assassins. Now Hyuns have found a way to integrate their battle style perfectly. Ark looked at the rehabilitation members warmly. Of course, Ark didn't play around either. Riposte. Ark immediately deflected the assassin's attack. It was his counterattack skill, riposte. The assassin was pushed back and fell down like a bowling pin. There's no time. I must act quickly. Snake, one sword. Ark exploded the sword using Blade Storm. The space was filled with turbulent sword fragments. The barrage of sharp fragments tore into the assassins like the claws of a monster. He used the experience from the time he was hunting hookbats. But the assassins weren't as easily defeated as the hookbats. Ugh, you unbelievable. Through the swirl of debris, some assassins swung their swords. They wanted to deal critical hits to Ark before they collapsed. However, Ark's body slid back before the swords even reached him. He used the option from the Wind Spirit's boots, slide. What the? Thanks to that, the assassins collapsed in vain. One end of Ark's mouth lifted. Slide kick. He did a high spinning kick before sliding back. What's this nonsense, gag? An assassin received the kick on his upper right temple and collapsed. Ark allowed Justice Man and the rehabilitation members to deal with the 4 remaining assassins. Okay, this is good enough. The rehabilitation members spoke in a confident voice. In the old days, they wouldn't have been able to handle 3-4 assassins, so it was a big development. It was worth almost dying to raise the level. The opponent who didn't have enough power was beaten. Of course, this also applied to reality. However, in reality it could take a few months or even years to increase their strength. In New World, they could become stronger faster. It was the reason why RPGs were the most addictive games. Who on earth are you? The injured man asked in a confused voice. Ark was already a little bit aware of the situation. Are you an elder? Elder? How do you know about what's happening here? Like I said, we came to help Shambhala. Shambhala, leader? To help the leader? The man said with a surprised expression. If the leader is called Shambhala, then yes. There's no time to explain. We happened to find out by chance that Shambhala is in a crisis. But we have no idea where to go since we don't know the geography of this place. Could you help us? The man looked at them suspiciously. The Dark Brothers' headquarters, Sauron's Tower, was completely isolated from the outside world. Then some strange foreigners suddenly appeared and said they would help. It wasn't easy to believe such words. Ark also guessed what he was thinking, but in such a situation it wasn't possible to mention the name Arkansas. Although the situation was strangely entangled, Ark and the Dark Brothers still had a hostile relationship. Ark contemplated for a moment before lifting his arm. I'm sure a Dark Brother would recognize this? That was on the leader's wrist, Gladiator's honor? That's right. Only 2 people have earned this. Shambhala and I. Then you. I'm Dark Wolf, who paired up with Shambhala at the evil Silrian. Dark Wolf. The man looked at Ark with shocked eyes. The whole world has heard Dark Wolf's name, and that included the Dark Brothers. And the fact that an item called Gladiator's honor belonged to them was also spread. Thanks to that, the man began to believe Arkansas. What is the situation? It isn't good. The man sighed and replied. Those who left the Dark Brothers knew about this opportunity and left some plans in place. In addition, a number of brothers collapsed because of a surprise attack by traitors. Shambhala? Leader is still safe and sound. No matter how many elite people they have, they can't all enter J-Rim Tower or it will collapse. But I don't know how long we can hold out. J-Rim Tower? It is where the ceremony took place. Could you show the way? Of course. Rocco treated the man's injuries. Come on, follow me. I'm called number 358. According to the man's words, only people in a special position were allowed to have names. But the only person allowed to give them a name was the Master Assassin. Since there hadn't been one for hundreds of years, the Dark Brothers were just called by numbers. Once Leader conquered all the trials and became the Master Assassin, he would give us our names. That is the wish of all the brothers. And finally a leader appeared after hundreds of years, but Nabian. In the midst of the trouble, number 358 still didn't forget the role of an NPC. Although Ark didn't ask, he still gave away some information on the Dark Brothers. Of course Ark wasn't interested. However, the rehabilitation members nodded with sympathetic gazes. Doesn't it seem just like Nam SSI? It must not be very pleasant to be called numbers. It is just like a prison guard, calling the prisoners by number. Number 358, I somehow feel a sense of empathy with him. Come on, we can talk later, so hurry up. I know. Ark's party exited the basement after being guided by number 358. Although he imagined the assassin's headquarters as a gloomy cave, it was actually a gorgeous tower made of obsidian. It isn't possible to see this from outside. When he looked through the window, he saw the cliffs surrounding it like a folding screen. The forces of nature completely concealed the three towers that stretched up several meters high. Yaksok Tower, Jrim Tower, and Jayolsok Tower. These three towers were secretly concealed by the Dark Brothers for hundreds of years, and were collectively known as Salrin's Towers. The place Ark's party entered was Jayolsok's Tower. Anyway, the top of Salrin's towers were engulfed in confusion. Numerous assassins fighting could be seen through the open beehive windows. If the assassins fell, then it was a horrible scene with blood splattering. Since they're dressed the same, I don't know what the situation is. Is the situation bad? Yes. Number 358 moaned and pointed towards the center tower. That is the top of Jrim Tower where the ceremony was supposed to be held. The elders and leader are there. A long battle was unfolding on top of Jrim Tower. But they were too far away to grasp the battle situation. Summon Demon, Diedrich. Check the top of the tower. Understood. Diedrich flew quickly across the sky. After a while, Diedrich came back and explained what was going on in Jrim Tower. Everybody is wearing the same outfit, so I don't know what is happening. It is confirmed that Alan is pressing Shambhala in the tower. But he hasn't been captured yet. It seems pretty dangerous. Alan. Ark growled while number 358 asked with a gloomy expression. You know Alan? Yes, I actually knew about this because I was chasing after him. That's right. I don't know how he appeared here, but their abilities rose thanks to him. We had no time to prepare before Alan had already entered Jrim Tower. Are there any troops supporting the elders? The elders' troops have all been dispatched to patrol the outskirts. The elders never imagined that there would be a secret passage. If they came, then the problem would be settled. Nabian is the elder that knows the most about Salrin's towers. Thanks to the surprise attack, it would take some time for the troops to reach here. So for the moment we can't expect any help. Yes. Then there is no time for this. We can't allow Alan to do what he wants. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members shouted. Selecting number 358 to guide Ark was the perfect choice. No matter what the appearance, Salrin's Towers was still the hiding place of assassins. In contrast to the outside, the interior was a complex maze. Ark and his companions arrived so late because of that. It took them a while to reach the basement after exiting the secret passage. In addition, they came to help, but the Dark Brothers were chaotic NPCs. Ark couldn't tell who was on Alan's side because they looked identical. But with number 358 guiding them, such problems were easily settled. When they arrived at a group of assassins fighting, number 358 shouted. All the followers of Salrin rip one sleeve off. Some of those who were fighting tore off their sleeve. The targets are those without ripped sleeves. Well, that is convenient. Let's go. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members jumped into the rough fight. Although the assassins with shredded sleeves were losing, when Ark's party joined, the situation immediately changed. They rushed forward like a wolf pack. The 10 of them used their various skills and easily took care of the assassins. Once the battle was over, the assassins with ripped sleeves approached. Hook hook hook, number 358. Who are these foreigners? Number 358 had quite a high position among the assassins. They're friends of leader and have come to help. The leader? When the situation was explained, the assassins immediately lost their wariness. They probably would have been attacked if number 358 wasn't there. They're skillful, just like what we expect from a colleague of leader. Although it is shameful, we will receive your help. Wait. Ark ran and blocked the assassins. It looks like I'll have to reorganize the party. During the last battle, there were 20 assassins with ripped sleeves. But afterwards, only 13 of them survived. If they weren't in the party, then the chaotic NPCs wouldn't receive the effects of Roko's songs or Ark's nursing. But if the chaotic NPC were in the same group, then the buff effect would be applied. If they became a part of the group, then it was also easier to increase the combat power by applying tactics. That sounds better in my opinion. Understood. Although you are foreigners, since the purpose is the same, then there is no reason to be reluctant. Justice Man, the rehabilitation members and the assassins nodded and agreed. Ark dismissed his party and reorganized it to include the assassins. The effect definitely showed. In fact, the melee combat taking place on top of Salrin's towers was very strange. There were hundreds of people engaged in sporadic battles throughout the tower. Fresh blood and fire flew everywhere. Even so, he did not hear one scream. It was to the extent that it seemed like he was looking at a war film on mute. The reason was because they were assassins who were trained not to scream even if their heads were cut off. The assassins also had a keen sense of the action on the battlefield. If they were running, then a sword would suddenly appear out of nowhere. It was the assassins who hid using stealth or ambush. If it was only the rehabilitation members, then they probably would have received a lot of damage. But the risk of that fell thanks to the assassins. These guys, using such clumsy deception in Sauron's towers. Number 358 and the assassins instinctively blocked the glittering sword. They could detect stealth if the level wasn't that much higher than them. However, the response speed of the assassins to the opponent's attack couldn't be compared to the rehabilitation members. The assassins specialized in coping with a crisis. The assassins were taken by surprise and stealth was deactivated. But they died after Ark and the rehabilitation members attacked without bothering to confirm the features. The assassins were chaotic NPCs. Chaotic users had a much higher probability of dropping items. And since the assassins were rebels, Ark and the rehabilitation members could pretend ignorance and take the items. The assassins are quite high level, so I'm pleased. While going up the tower, they saved quite a number of senior assassins from a crisis and increased their numbers. Roko's zones also had a huge effect. Usually the opponents were equipped with items that would contain debuffs or buffs that would increase resistance, but the enemies were all assassins. They couldn't apply buffs or recovery magic outside of potions or herbs. The difference in a group battle was extravagant. As the battle continued, it became more profitable. By the time they reached the top floor, their numbers had already grown to 80 assassins. We can reach J-Rim Tower once we get to the top. Number 358 yelled as he ran up the stairs. What the? Who are these guys? Did those guys down there die? Stop them, there's not a lot left anymore. If we kill the elders and the leader, then it is our victory. Dozens of rebels blocked the stairs. Those damn traitors. Number 358 was in front and received some damage. Then Ark stepped on number 358's shoulders, jumped and shattered his sword. Blade storm. Qua 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 quang. The sword debris swirled fiercely around the rebels. Ark fell between the rebels. As soon as attacks flew from all sides, Ark evaded using Dark Dance and followed up with Dark Blade and his chain skill Dark Strike. The reason that Ark was able to attack so recklessly was because of their weapons. The assassin had two main weapons. The dagger that was associated with assassins and a blackjack, which was a blunt weapon. A blackjack was a blunt weapon with a leather pouch that was filled with iron powder. Because of its power, it had a high probability of inflicting stun or faint once hit. While assassins in medieval times killed without leaving a trace, the blackjack was a historical weapon often used. But Ark was rather fortunate. Thanks to resilience, the damage of blackjack has been reduced by 20%. Because of his resilience, he didn't get stunned. It was worth the effort of raising it. Ark used his spare time in Nagarin to raise his resilience. Unlike other stats, it was a stat that would increase if he was hit. Because Ark almost died fighting a monster with a blunt instrument, he called Diedrich and had him beat Ark up. So in a fortnight he raised his resilience to 200 points. So it unconditionally alleviated the damage of blunt weapons by 20%. Since he also evaded attacks using Dark Dance, he didn't receive a lot of damage. Pepping. Once Ark invoked his skills, the assassin's formation collapsed. Then the rehabilitation members and assassins attacked the rebels, cleaning them up in an instant. When they reached the top of the stairs and exited, there was a bridge which connected to J-Rim Tower. Nabian's army of rebels already controlled it. The elders and Shambhala were trapped inside J-Rim Tower. Penetrate it. You? Ark's party entered the bridge crowded with rebels. However, the width of the bridge was only 5 meters. Although there were a number of enemies, only 3-4 of them could fight at the same time. When Ark and the rehabilitation members ran onto the bridge, they immediately pushed the rebels. Riposte. Ark repelled the rebels and reached the middle of the bridge. Then he saw a flash of shiny armor from among the assassins standing in front of J-Rim Tower. Alan. Ark, how did you get here? Alan reflexively flinched after he turned his head. I came for you. Did you wipe out all the assassins trying to take over Jyolsok Tower? Alan figured out the situation after seeing all the assassins behind Arkansas. For a moment Alan was confused, before a cold smile flashed on his face. Luckily I prepared for this. Alan clapped his hands and the rebels retreated. What the? Ark looked at Alan strangely. Then the rebels turned and looked at numerous scrolls attached to the railing. At that moment an icy sensation slid down his back. The explosion, scroll. It was a scroll that he had seen many times. Ark suspected Alan's plan and started to scream. Stop, retreat. It's too late. Alan smiled and activated a scroll. Flames started spewing along the railing of the bridge. Then, qua 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 quang. The hundreds of scrolls caught fire in a chain. The scrolls activated at the same time and there was a huge shock wave. In fact, bomb was not a very powerful scroll. It only did 40-50 damage. But if hundreds exploded at the same time, then the damage was unimaginable. The solid bridge broke into pieces. Rocco screamed as the bridge burst into flames. Appa! Ark was in the front and had caught the main blast of the explosion. Oh my god! Ark bit his lips tightly. Since the target of bomb was the bridge, Ark didn't receive a lot of damage. He was enveloped in flames, but thanks to the 50% fire resistance of his veil of fire, his damage was cut in half. The problem was that only Justice Man and the rehabilitation members managed to get off the bridge before it collapsed. Of course, he could reduce falling damage by 80% so he wouldn't die. But he would drop into the rebel-infested tower alone. And it won't be possible to stop Alan. As he was thinking, his body started to fall down. At that moment, Ark suddenly came up with an idea. Summon Demon, Deimos. Transform. As soon as Deimos was summoned, he transformed into a sword. Ark immediately changed it into a whip and closed it around an intact railing. It was an action similar to Indiana Jones that he came up with last time while climbing Colossus. When it changed into a sword again, the blade decreased and Ark's body rose. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he felt a weight on his body. The rebel caught in the explosion was holding one of his legs. I won't die alone. The rebel went for his dagger. In this state, there was a 100% chance that he would die. Don't quit, you beep bastard. Ark used intimidation on the rebel, who flinched and stiffened. However, it only lasted for a moment before the assassin swung his dagger. At that moment, something flew through the cloud of dust towards the rebel. Master. Diedrich. Master, I'm here to help. This guy, take this and this. Fall. Ugh, you damn bat. The rebel swore and swung his dagger but couldn't hit Diedrich. Diedrich avoided the attack while stepping firmly on the guy's head and nose. The rebel slipped a little bit every time until he eventually fell. Ark barely managed to creep back over the bridge. Appa. Rocco ran up to him with a tearful voice and used Song of Recovery. Ha ha, what do you say, master? Are you thankful? Young, are you thankful? Ark sighed in relief while Diedrich kept on bragging. He had to admit the truth. But he wasn't going to praise him. Damn. Ark looked at J-Rim Tower with a furious face. The bridge had been disconnected because of the explosion. The only way to get to J-Rim Tower from Jyolsok Tower had disappeared. Number 358, is there any other way around? J-Rim Tower has a separate entrance. The only bridge remaining is from the top of Yaxok Tower. But Nabian side had already captured Yaxok Tower. It will take a lot of time to defeat them while climbing up to the bridge. There was no guarantee that Shambhala would hold out until then. No, after seeing the atmosphere he would only be able to hold up for 10-20 minutes. Have I come all this way just to give up? While Alan was dealing with the elders and Shambhala, Ark was stranded. And he would be mercilessly attacked by the Dark Brothers. That bastard Alan. He already couldn't see Alan on the other side. He had no interest in Ark's life or death. Since he cut off the bridge, there was no way for Ark to interfere. And if Alan succeeded in the rebellion of the Dark Brothers, then Ark would die anyway. There was no reason to be impatient now. It is the worst situation, but there must be a way I can join Shambhala. But no matter how hard he thought, Ark couldn't come up with a way to cross the bridge. And even if there was a way, Alan controlled the entrance to J-Rim Tower. Ark wouldn't be able to reach Shambhala. Anything is good. I have to somehow find a way. There is only one way left. At that time, number 358 spoke. Since there is no way to save Leader and the elders at the moment, we must quickly call the troops back. If our troops come, then we'll be able to recapture Beacon Hill from Nabian's forces. How long will it take to recapture Beacon Hill and reorganize the troops? It'll take approximately 1.5 hours to recapture. 1.5 hours was 30 minutes in reality, and it wasn't just taking control of the troops. They also had to knock out Nabian's forces. But he was convinced that Shambhala wouldn't be able to last that long. Then the roof of J-Rim Tower suddenly caught his eye. It was a sharp roof with the end pointed into the sky. An absurd scene appeared in Ark's head. Ark turned his head and looked at J-Rim Tower again before swallowing his saliva. Perhaps, no, there is only a small probability of success, but if it succeeds then there is a way to get to the top of Jerim Tower. But I won't be much help to Shambhala if I go alone. If I take someone else, Roko came to Ark's attention. Because Alan was a holy knight who could use recovery and various buffs, the previous battles had been difficult. It made an incredible difference since assassins normally relied on potions or herbs for recovery. However, Ark also had a user who could use recovery and buffs. It was Roko. What if it was Ark and Roko helping Shambhala? Although they might not be able to beat all of Alan's forces, there was a high possibility of holding out until the Elder's troops arrived. If two people try, the success rate is low, but this is the only way. Ark decided and explained the plan to Roko. Me? Roko freaked out when she heard the explanation. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members also had worried expressions. No matter what, isn't it too dangerous? But if Alan joins with the Dark Brothers, then there is no future for us. If even one person reaches Jerim Tower, then the situation might change. Even so. Justice Man sighed. Roko looked at Ark and grasped his hand as she decided something. Understood. I don't care if I die as long as it's with Appa. If it wasn't for the situation, that confession would be quite shocking. Thank you. Ark gripped her hand tightly, causing Roko to blush and nod. Well, there's no choice but to try it. If you succeed, then we can hold up a little bit longer. We'll also recapture Beacon Hill and recall the troops as quickly as possible. Justice Man, the rehabilitation members, number 358 and the assassins quickly headed towards Beacon Hill. The slope of the spire roof exceeded 60 degrees. It was 100 meters in the air while he could clearly see the cliffs stretched out below. He was also carrying Roko. Sorry. Appa, am I heavy? I wish I dieted. In the situation, such a conversation made sense. No, you're not heavy. Ark panted while sweat was dripping down his face. After a while, Ark arrived at the lightning rod attached to the top of the spire. When he grasped the lightning rod and looked down, Ark became distracted. The reason why people with high imagination were afraid of heights was because they could imagine themselves falling. Just because it was a game didn't mean that the fear would shrink. I have to brace myself tightly. If this fails, then everything will end. Hold on tight, Roko. You understood. Roko closed her eyes and tightly clung to Ark's waist. Ark plunged the saw blade tightly into the roof with clenched teeth. Deimos, transformation off. Taduk, Tadadadak. Deimos once again returned to his original appearance. A skeleton holding a sword and a large shield. Deimos, lay out the shield on the ground. Tadadak? Deimos doubted Ark's command. However, he obeyed the order and spread the shield on the ground. Ark ordered Deimos to stay in the center and got on the shield. And he clenched his teeth tightly before letting go of the lightning rod. The shield started sliding down the slope at an amazing speed. This was the method that Ark thought of. Use the shield like a snowboard and accelerate down the slope. And then jump over the broken bridge with a ski jump. If he controlled the angle well, then he would be able to enter Jerim Tower instantly. I've seen a lot of snowboarding. The wind blew against him like a blade, but Ark kept his eyes forward. There was only one chance: if he missed the timing of the jump, then it would be a useless death. Ark, Roko and Deimos on the shield instantly flew over the edge. Now Diedrich. Damn, you promise? I am exempt for food torture 3 times. If they slipped, then their bodies would instantly be driven into the ground. They needed something to change the momentum of the acceleration so that they could fly. The one undertaking that role was Diedrich. Diedrich cursed and stuck to the spire's edge. When the shield touched his back, Diedrich instantly rose up. Aok. Hot. My back. My head. Diedrich had the hair on the back of his head stripped off because of the friction. But thanks to Diedrich's sacrifice, the shield flew through the sky just like Ark planned. It was a strange feeling as all the sounds around them disappeared. However, Ark couldn't afford to enjoy the flight. Jerim Tower that was in the distance approached in an instant. If they hit the wall, then they would be crushed like a frog. Deimos, Roko. Move your body to the right. When they twisted their bodies, the orbit changed to a window. Lower your body and prepare for impact. Wajachang. Taton, Kururu. The shield broke the window and entered the tower. There was an intense sound as the shield slid on the ground before suddenly hitting the wall. What the? The assassins who had been fighting stopped their movements and looked at the scene. The dust gradually dissipated until the blurry form of Ark and Roko was seen. Ark emerged from one side and surveyed the quiet battlefield. Ah, Ark? The person who spoke was none other than Shambhala. Hey, Shambhala. I came to help. How, never mind, you're in the enemy camp, you idiot. What? Ark looked back and saw Alan. Ark, kill him. Kill the bastard. The assassins who were watching dumbly suddenly rushed towards him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8 Chapter 8. ACT 8 Ruin Night. Summon release, Daimos. Roko, hold on tight. Ark shouted while raising his body. Slide. He used the swiftness of the boots to quickly throw a kick. And then an amazing effect was displayed. Bingle, bingle, bingle. When he used slide in conjunction with a spin kick, it looked like he was one of those spinning characters from the street fighting games. Ark continuously used spin kick to hit the assassins while moving forward. Although the assassins attacked from all directions, his resilience reduced the damage. Thanks to Roko also using Song of Recovery, Ark was able to break through the encirclement and reach Shambhala's side. Ark, what are you doing here? Wait a minute, fuck. Since he didn't get a chance to rest after spinning, he now felt sick. He didn't know how the fighters in those games didn't get nausea. After his nausea passed, Ark grinned and replied. I told you, I came in order to help. You were definitely born with an ability to surprise people. Then an NPC wearing a red mask approached Shambhala from behind. Leader, do you know him? Yes, I fought with him in the evil Silrian. Then this is who Leader was talking about. The NPC stealthily stared at Ark before saying, I'm Isabel, an elder of the Dark Brothers. Ark looked at Isabel with a stupid face. He had imagined that an elder was an elderly grandpa. But surprisingly it was a woman with a gentle voice. Ark stared with bemused eyes until Shambhala muttered in an uncomfortable voice. What you looking at with that piercing stare? Oh, no, rather, the situation looks bad. So even you see it? Shambhala sighed and mumbled. Ark could see that the situation inside the tower wasn't good. He didn't have to use Eyes of the Cat to see that the assassin's health was low. Although they already consumed potions and herbs, most of the assassins only had 20% health left. On the other hand, thanks to Alan's buffs and recovery magic, the rebels still had 60% of their health. If it wasn't for the barricade, then the situation would have already been over. Thrust through the barricade. After Ark appeared, Alan pushed the rebels to attack even more. One of the barricades fell down and instantly 3-4 assassins collapsed. We'll speak more later, but are all the assassins inside the tower a part of your group? Me and Roko can give some buffs. So you're with Roko. Shambhala then noticed the reason why Ark brought Roko along. Once Ark and Roko joined, the situation completely changed. The most precious life, the light touch of the mother, will reach out and stroke it. Roko also got over her motion sickness and began to sing. Her Song of Recovery restored 200 health for 3 minutes. With gentle reverberation, that effect overlapped 3 times and the health of the assassins inside J-Rim Tower quickly increased. Ark also wasn't idle. Shambhala, collect all of the assassins' potions. What? I don't have time to explain. Hurry up. Pass all the remaining potions to Ark. When Isabel commanded, all of the assassins immediately gathered their potions. The number of potions barely exceeded 50. Ark put the potions in his bag and shouted. Great sacrifice, 50 potions rushed into the sky and a giant jar of potion appeared. It was a smaller jar than what appeared in Sylvana, but the intermediate recovery effect was given to allies within 200 meters. Thanks to the combo of Song of Recovery and Great Sacrifice, the assassins were able to regain 80% of their health. The potion from that time was because of him? Alan's voice was clearly audible over at the enemy's camp. Courage. We're going to win. Then Ark used nursing and raised the morale and courage of the assassins by 50%. The effect of the blessing increased various stats. These changes had a better effect than expected on the assassins who couldn't use recovery or buffs. It is not time to give up yet. We can't possibly turn over the Dark Brothers to traitors like them. Our comrades will be coming from the outskirts. We just have to hold on a little bit more. For the glory of Sauron. The assassins who had been pushed so far started their counterattack. The assassins in J-Rim Tower had a high level than the rebels because they were the Elder's aides. Because they were numerically outnumbered, they couldn't restore their health after the opponent's persistent attacks. But the rebels were also formidable. They've only increased by 2 guys. Attack with full power. Alan pushed an assassin with his shield while overlapping various auras. Alan, this time you won't get your way. But the buffs of a minstrel couldn't surpass that of a holy knight. Although they had the momentum for a while, once Alan started pressing recklessly, the assassins once started collapsing. In addition, dozens of rebels from Yaxok Tower also entered and boosted their forces. Shambhala was pushed to a corner. Ugh, elders. Have strength. Salrin's towers isn't meant to be handed over to such a person. However, Isabel's voice didn't have any energy. Shambhala looked at Isabel and had his energy renewed. That bastard Alan. Shambhala. Ark grabbed Shambhala's shoulder and said. The situation is simple. The rebels are more powerful because of Alan. If we beat Alan, it is possible to endure even with lower numbers. When Justice Manajushi regains Beacon Hill and takes control of the troops, then this situation will be cleared up. There was only one conclusion. Catch Alan. It won't be easy, but if it's you and me, then isn't it possible? It's not bad. Shambhala grinned and replied. That was the reason Ark navigated through the crowd to join Shambhala. Anyway, the key to this fight was clearly Alan. Once they made the decision, the two of them plunged through enemy lines. Alan also knew how important his role was. Since he didn't want to run out of mana when facing Ark, Alan stayed in the rear eating while enthusiastically spamming buffs. That meant they had to go through the rebels to get to Alan. There were dozens of them. It wasn't easy even for Ark and Shambhala. But it was a different story if it was the two of them together. Leader, be careful. You are our last hope. Isabel said to Shambhala before he turned his body away. Ark, I'll go first. Okay. They used the two pincer movements that they had developed in the evil Silrian. Petrification of blood. Shambhala used petrification of blood on 3 rebels while jumping at the same time. Then Ark immediately followed with Dark Blade and took them out. Following that, the two of them used Dark Dance and Blink continuously. As soon as Shambhala created a gap, then it would be followed by Ark's kick. Once they fell over from Ark's kick, Shambhala would kill them with his dagger. Since it was a familiar attack pattern, there was no need for words. However, the rebels were over level 140, and if they weren't killed, then they easily recovered and surrounded them. We don't have to deal with all of them. Just push them away. I know. Ark used Riposte while Shambhala used Force Punch. When Riposte and Force Punch was used, the rebels were thrown in all directions. The only downside with these skills was the delay was greater than the attack. But when the two of them used it, the rebel army couldn't approach. They slowly penetrated the enemy's forces. Finally, the white form of Alan stood out from among all the black clothes. Ark's eyes sparkled as they focused on Alan. There. If we take too long, then we'll be hit. Quickly. I know. Ark and Shambhala split into 2. Then they attacked Alan from both sides. These bastards, do they think I'm easy to kill? Holy Light. Your dark attribute bonus has been turned off by Holy Light. Once the ball of light appeared, Ark and Shambhala's stats quickly decreased. Alan stopped Shambhala's attack using his shield and then swung his sword at Arkansas. There was a sharp sound as Ark was pushed back after he blocked it. Damn, I forgot. Since Alan had been weak for a while, he had forgotten. Alan was a holy knight. Ark would be able to defeat him if he was alone. But Alan now had the rebels. The more troops he had, the more bonuses would be added to his stats. In contrast, Ark's dark attribute bonus had disappeared. He was still 20 levels higher, but Alan's troops enabled him to surpass that 20 level difference. But now I'm not alone. Son of a bitch, die. Ark swung his sword towards Alan. While Alan was blocking his sword, Shambhala's dagger penetrated. Ark attacked again, causing Alan to stagger. Ugh, you bastards. Now Ark. Okay. Ark and Shambhala synchronized their behavior and cornered Alan. Peep-pepping, the critical hits kept on landing. If one attack was stopped, then the other side would receive a critical hit. If he blocked the top, then Ark would aim at the bottom. If the bottom kick was blocked, then Shambhala would aim the dagger at his neck. He was a holy knight, but even a holy knight couldn't stop the 2 pincer attacks. When Alan was in a crisis, the rebels immediately flocked to him. However, Ark and Shambhala just used Riposte and Force Punch to clear the area of rebels and attacked Alan again. Although it was hard to concentrate because of the rebels' interference, Alan was pushed by their continuous attacks. And the small minor attacks continuously decreased his health even though Alan was a rare tank class. Okay, the attacks are on track. He is too busy conserving his mana on the auras than using recovery magic. Once his health falls below 30%, I'll use Blade Storm and Shambhala will use Torpedo Sword regardless if the rebels attack or not. Even if it is Alan, he won't be able to endure those attacks. Ark was drawing up the strategy. Hook! While fighting, Shambhala glanced to one side and saw something in the distance. And he used Blink nonstop to run back. Shambhala was heading to Isabel's location. In the confusion of the battle, 3 rebels had approached from behind the Elder. Danger! Shambhala embraced Isabel and turned his body around. At that moment, Shambhala received 3 critical strikes in his back. His health had already been low from the fight with Alan and now he was in a critical condition. Leader Nim! Back off! Shambhala turned and rushed towards the 3 rebels. And using his tremendous skill, he killed all 3 before staggering to one side and kneeling. He had been poisoned when he received the critical hit. One of the effects of the poison was dizziness, so Shambhala couldn't even stand properly. What the hell is going on? Ark was outraged. He had known Shambhala for a while. And Ark knew that Shambhala wasn't a person who would die for a NPC. Of course, Isabel was a profession-related NPC, but Shambhala had seemed to run there instinctively. It was an incomprehensible reaction. Well, that turned out okay. The problem was Arkansas. After Shambhala suddenly ran off, Ark had been surrounded by Alan and the rebels. God damn it, Kukokuk, have you been forsaken? Alan and the rebels wildly rushed forward. Dark Dance. Slide. Ark used Dark Dance and Slide consecutively to retreat. But Alan wasn't going to just stay there obediently. Alan didn't care about conserving mana anymore and battered Ark with a variety of skills. Thanks to the rebels as well, Ark's health immediately went through a large cut. Fortunately, thanks to his resilience and evasion rate bonus, he still had 5% by the time he reached their camp. God damn it, what was that? Ark was about to say to Shambhala before he flinched and closed his mouth. Isabel was sitting next to him with tears in her eyes, so Ark couldn't say anything. We missed the chance to catch him. They had cornered Alan and were about to catch him. But now that chance was ruined. Roko tried hard and sang Song of Recovery, but Roko's recovery had no immediate effect. Even if it was useful in a large-scale battle, it was difficult to restore the health of one person. Even if it overlapped, Song of Recovery only restored 600 health for 3 minutes. Ark had 3000 health, so it would take 9 minutes to restore it to 70%. Meanwhile, Alan wouldn't wait that long. Now. Kill Shambhala and Ark when they cannot fight. That guy did not betray his expectations. The rebels pushed forward while yelling. When the rebels who couldn't attack helped protect Alan, the assassins fell down like autumn leaves. But that was not the end of Ark's nightmare. Wait, that shield is. It was like Alan had hit Ark on the back of the head with a hammer. Surprisingly, the shield that Alan took out of his bag was the Sacred Earth Shield. It was none other than the unique shield Ark got from Colossus. Then I sold Alan the Sacred Earth Shield? When Alan went to the mailbox in Celebrate, the scrolls were not the only things he picked up. Of course, Alan didn't know that Ark was the one who sold him the shield. Alan and Ark both used different usernames on the auction site. But Alan was clearly holding the shield. Then. Oh my god, if so. Ark knew about the power of the shield more than anyone. Sacred protection of the earth. At the moment, Alan and the rebels' bodies turned white like limestone. It was the special effect of the Sacred Earth Shield that gave 100% defense and attack for 10 minutes. When he confirmed the information, he had thought that it was a really cheat-like option. 100% meant it was doubled. So if the normal damage was 100, under the effect, then they would deal 200 damage. The rebels who received the enormous buff literally crushed the assassins. The most precious life, the mother of all beings. Roko sung her Song of Recovery until her throat was hoarse. Ark also used Nursing and Diedrich's saved skill defense aura, but they could do nothing against the overwhelming damage. In just 1 minute almost all the assassins had collapsed. And the rebels immediately closed in on Arkansas. Kukokuk, spending money is great. Alan smiled warmly at the satisfactory result. Oh my god. Ark was stunned. Who would have guessed? He was choked by his own unique item. The only thing that remains is the elders, Shambhala and Arkansas trample them. Ooh oh oh oh. The rebel army shrieked and ran forward. Slime's time, N01. He had gained Slime's time after eating the Slime's immortality pill. It allowed him 100% defense against physical attacks for 10 minutes. After Ark used it, his body was covered with a smooth slime. In that state, Ark embraced the elder, Shambhala and Roko. Although he felt countless blows, he evaded any damage. Hyung, is that a skill? But that skill will run out. And all the assassins are already dead. The time before they die is just extended a little bit. Alan said, even though it was annoying. The duration of Slime's time was 10 minutes. Although the duration of Sacred Protection of the Earth would also be up in 10 minutes, all the assassins had been wiped out. When Slime's time ran out, there would only be the 4 of them against 100 rebels. Oh Appa. I'm sorry, Arkansas. But... Roko and Shambhala murmured, there was 7 minutes left. He had recovered to 60% health, but that wouldn't change anything. Is it going to end like this? Ark raised his head. Suddenly he saw a giant structure on the tower ceiling. It was hundreds of tons of melted iron in the shape of an iron palm. The structure representing the Dark Brothers was hanging from the ceiling by several strands of chains. Is it possible to drop that? But there were several problems. The first problem was that the steel palm was hanging from the ceiling 10 meters above him. There was also magic attached to the chains, so it wasn't possible to attack from below. Unless he climbed up the wall, it wasn't possible to break the chains. Even if it was possible to climb up, Alan and the rebels wouldn't just watch and do nothing. But that is the one way. There must be some possible methods. Something. Then a spark flew in Ark's head. Yes, that's the way. Diedrich, fly here. Diedrich, who had been surveying the battle situation, flew over at Ark's command. Master, you're in serious trouble. What are you going to do? Huh? You want me to do what? Shut up and hold still. Summon demon, Deimos. Transform. Diedrich, take this? Ark summoned Deimos and shouted. Then Diedrich quickly grabbed the saw blade. Rise. Head to there. Yes, the method he devised was to use his summons. There was no way for Ark to climb up to the structure. Diedrich also didn't have any weapons, so he couldn't break the chain. However, it was possible with Deimos as a sword. If he transformed into a small sword, Diedrich would carry Deimos like he was a small pet. Diedrich flew to the top of the structure and Ark shouted. Deimos transformation release. Break the chain. Tack tack tack, tack 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 tack. Deimos fearlessly swung his sword. Kun, the structure shook from the intense shock. Alan was confused until he finally noticed Ark's intention too late. This is, quickly leave. But we're at the top of Jyolsok Tower and the bridge has already been broken. Idiot, we can go to Yaksok Tower. But the Elder's troops are entering Yaksok Tower. What? Why didn't tell me this sooner? I thought we would be able to handle Shambhala and the Elder before that. The ends of Ark's mouth rose when he heard the rebels' words. It seems I'm the winner once again. Alan. Why you? Deimos, who had been attacking the chains, finally broke one. The giant structure wobbled. Without that chain, it wasn't able to withstand the weight and the other chains started breaking. Then, the structure fell apart at a breakneck speed. Ku 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 kung. Kwa kwang. Kwa 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 kwa, dot. The structure crushed dozens of rebels as it hit the ground. But that wasn't all Ark intended. He had dropped a structure weighing hundreds of tons. Even if the floor was sturdy, it couldn't endure the weight of the structure. Indeed, it continuously broke through the floors until it reached the cliff, which was 100 meters down. Deimos, summon release. The Elder, Shambhala and Roko, quickly get on my shoulders. The Elder, Shambhala and Roko climbed onto Ark's slime-coated shoulders. At the same time, the floor broke apart and everybody in the tower fell down. And after falling for a while, thud. Ark, who was coated in slime, made a different sound when he hit the ground. If just the sound was heard, then it would have seemed disastrous, but Ark didn't even have his health decreased by 1 point. Slime's time invalidated the falling damage by 100%. Fortunately, the 3 people riding on his shoulders didn't receive any damage either. Hohoho, isn't the caliber quite high, dot. Ark looked at Alan and the rebels with a pleased face. While carrying 3 people, he had fallen a long distance. It was more than 100 meters, so the rebels who already had their health decreased looked like flattened rice cakes. He also expected Alan to look like that. But Ark's expectations went awry. When Alan almost hit the ground, he activated a scroll. Then he suddenly disappeared before his form appeared on the ground. Warp scroll. The warp scroll allowed the user to move randomly. But because it was impossible to move through the sky, the only place to land was the ground. That rule also applied to being in the air. It was an incredible method to invalidate falling damage. Instead of a penalty, the sphere of distance possible was limited because it was used in the air. It was an ingenious idea that Ark never even imagined. Thanks to that, Alan didn't receive any damage and just smiled. I guess your excellent idea didn't work. Ark threw a bemused glance at Alan and sighed. For someone so smart, you sure are stupid. What? Look around before you say that. Ark still had Alan cornered. Thanks to his experience in Nagarin, Alan had figured how a way to respond when falling. If there was enough time, then an honor student like him would easily be able to solve the problem. However, Alan's wits still lost against Arkansas. He couldn't understand the situation correctly. Alan turned his face and stiffened. There was a reason he was able to last against Ark and Shambhala. It was because 100 rebels followed him. But now all the rebels in Alan's vicinity were dead. In other words, Alan was once again like the king with no clothes. Are you aware that this area is a village? Ark replied with a smile. Just like most scrolls, the range of movement for the E-Warp scroll in a village was limited. Even when the scroll was used, they were only able to move in the village. Alan had been able to escape from Celebrate using the scroll because he was near the entrance. However, this was the middle of Salrin's towers. And Salrin's towers had already been controlled. Of course, Alan also didn't have a warp scroll left. Now, Shambhala. Shall we clean this up? Of course. Shambhala laughed. Alan didn't even have enough mana left since he blindly used it on his auras and skills. He couldn't be compared to the partners who rallied an audience of 10,000 people in the evil Silrian. When the two of them joined forces, Alan was forced on the defensive. Ark, as long as I'm alive, I won't leave you alone. I'll mobilize all my strength to make you feel true despair. I'll still stop you, Snake, give me the shabbiest sword. Ark snorted and made the sword explode. And then Shambhala ended the fight using his best move. Blade Storm. Torpedo Sword. After the spectacular special effects, Alan lay abandoned on the ground. A light flashed on Alan before a helmet fell. He didn't have enough mana to use replace equipment before he died. Norahin's helmet, rare. Armor type, steel helmet. Defense power, 65, plus 10. Durability, 31/80ths. Weight, 50. User restriction, level 130 or higher with warrior profession. Norahin's helmet belonged to a legendary knight with an enormous reputation. Norahin was a great commander who struck down the barbarians using incredible resourcefulness and bravery. This helmet was his treasure and stayed with him until he died on the battlefield. The numerous scars carved on his helmet are proof of his prowess and bravery. Option, defense plus 10, strength plus 20, stamina plus 10%. Special option, you are able to use bravery in the battlefield. Bravery in the battlefield increases the morale of all allied by 30%. When a commander uses it, he receives an additional bonus to stats and tactics. Mana consumption, 50. It will be possible to receive millions of one for this. Ark's face wasn't that bright when he picked up the rare item. A chaotic player was guaranteed to drop equipment when he died. So Ark had inwardly been expecting Sacred Steel Shield to fall. Anyway, I have to collect it before Shambhala gets it. Ark quickly put the helmet inside Snake. But Shambhala seemed to have no interest in the item. Are you alright? Yes, thank you. Isabel grasped Shambhala's hand and replied as she stood up. Ark was the one that saved her, so why was she so thankful to Shambhala? When Ark made a slightly dissatisfied face, Roko smiled and approached. Appa, you were wonderful. Well, he should be happy because he got to monopolize the item thanks to that. Ark turned his head and looked at Alan lying on the ground. So he'll be moving to jail soon? I have a month without seeing him. No, I might not see him forever. Goodbye. Ark stepped on Alan's head. The rehabilitation members came too late but dropped a ladder so Ark's party could climb out. Once they went outside, the entire situation had been sorted out. The subdued rebels were in prison while Nabian quickly had his neck slashed. That was how the Dark Brothers' rebellion ended. Why haven't I been forced to exit? Alan watched the scene where Ark and his companions disappeared with surprise. When a chaotic player died, the unit was usually forcibly shut down. The rule was that they couldn't connect for 24 hours. But even after a large amount of time had passed, it hadn't been shut down yet. But there were exceptions. That Ark bastard, he must have registered as a bounty hunter. If a hunter or guard killed a chaotic player, after a period of time they were automatically resurrected in the prison. And the length of imprisonment was according to the bounty amount. If he died because of a hunter, it wasn't possible to reduce the time or apply for bail. He was forced to spend a month in jail. Like this, is this the end? If he was a month behind, then it wasn't necessary for him to look at the test results. All his efforts would be for nothing. Ark. Unbelievable anger rose in his chest. Until recently, he had just considered Ark as a trivial human not worth worrying about. But now he had been killed 4 times by that bastard. It was something that he didn't want to admit. Losing Sylvana, experience, or stats wasn't a problem. His pride, which he thought was more important than his life, had been trampled on and muddied. If he gave up his revenge, then he would be carrying the stigma of a loser for the rest of his life. I can't give up. I'll kill him. Even if I have to pour everything into it, I'll kill him. Alan vowed revenge and engraved it into his heart. And then a message window popped into his head. A new stat: hatred has been created. Hatred, plus 10. The most powerful emotion a human can have is hate. Even if you have to use everything you have or lose your own comfort, hate is the most appropriate power to get revenge. Hate can only be created in a player with a chaotic alignment. The user with a hatred stat will gain 1 stat point for every 0.1% increase in their chaotic alignment. In addition, all skills will be amplified by 0.1%. However, any stats which oppose hatred will be deleted. Hatred, this stat is also possible? Alan laughed. He was trapped in jail for a month, yet this stat was his only consolation? At that time, there was a weak vibration in the vicinity of his chest. A black aura began to form around the blessing pendant that he received after changing to a Holy Knight. What's this? Well, is there a black aura around a Holy Knight item? Once again, a new message window popped up. A special item has been triggered. You have met the criteria of the hatred stat and have activated the pendant. Thanks to the special effect of the item, you can now resurrect in a hidden location, the ancient altar of evil. Would you like to accept? What the? It didn't have this information when I viewed the item. Alan struggled for a while, but he had to accept the resurrection. The name was Ancient Altar of Evil, but anywhere was better than prison. Alan's body was already deteriorating. Once he accepted the resurrection, his body was enveloped in a red light. He appeared in a gloomy area and his vision gradually brightened. Alan blinked his eyes a few times until he saw an old man. It was difficult to guess the age from that elderly face. But surprisingly, it was a familiar face. Alan jumped after he saw the face of the old man. You? I knew you would come. The old man smiled and nodded. Alan sharply declared. You knew I would come? That sounds like... Did you think you could use me for your purpose? It's not my fault. You chose this result. What? Didn't you accept the will of the darkness? Will of the darkness? What nonsense. You're the one that didn't say no. The old man chuckled and pointed towards Alan's necklace. The only evidence I need is that you triggered the power of the necklace. Necklace. Alan fidgeted with the necklace and thought back on the situation. This necklace needed the hatred stat to work. Hatred was a stat that only chaotic players could get, and it increased when your chaotic alignment increased. In other words, the old man had expected Alan to be chaotic from the time he was given the necklace? You were the one who gave me this necklace. Was this all a part of your plan? Alan raised his voice and glared at the old man. Yes, the old man was the Archbishop of the Asiosu Church, Masutu. No, he was a follower of Ankh, god of death. After he disappeared from Celebrate, he had hidden here. In the past, before Alan switched professions to a Holy Knight, he was the one who personally sent an invitation to Alan. And he was the one who gave him the unique blessing pendant necklace. Thus it wasn't unreasonable to suspect that this was all a plot. Not at all, I did not do anything. Masutu shook his head. But I knew. As a foreigner, you seemed satisfied with the glory of a Holy Knight. But from the beginning, I guessed that you weren't as holy as you seemed. That's why I tested you. If you could kill and deceive the world by acting as a Holy Knight forever. My guess was right, but you exceeded my expectations. You wouldn't be able to keep up the facade of a saint forever. I just had to wait until you threw off the mask of hypocrisy. Masutu said as he stared at Alan. I'm not trying to blame you. You have a way to obtain even greater glory. And you don't have to worry about the fame that affected a Holy Knight because you are a delegate of the Great Darkness. Delegate of the Darkness? That's right. It is the evil that is stronger than everyone. We have been waiting for the Delegate of Darkness. Masutu shouted while his blood pressure increased. However, Alan's reaction was cold. Stronger than whom? Ha, you avoided the soldiers and ran away, yet you claim to have power? Run away? Masutu giggled at his provocative words. I was just waiting for you, and then it will be time. For what? For darkness to cover the entire world. Masutu spread his arms and smiled while thousands of red lights appeared around him. Alan only noticed what it was after his eyes focused on it. It was a deformed creation that looked like it climbed up from hell. The demonic strength they gave off couldn't even be compared to the demon-like monsters that wandered outside. This is power of darkness. And you'll be the one leading them. Me? That's right. You overcame a number of trials, and that will become a part of your strength. Alan stared blankly at a demon and stuttered. Just now, you are being serious? You've lacked the most important thing until now. What is it? Didn't I say so? Something that could never dwell inside a saint. Hatred. Masutu confirmed as he slowly looked at Alan. You have learned the most important thing to become a dark delegate. Betrayal and death of trusted colleagues. And you came to know the presence of an enemy that you absolutely can't allow to exist. Now choose. You can keep the appearance of a holy knight and be derided by everyone who sees you, or you can be baptized and join the great darkness, where you will get the power to destroy everyone who ever criticized you. At the same time, a message window popped up. You have obtained information about the Dark Delegate from the Archbishop of the Church of Ankh, God of Death. You have the chance to be a Dark Delegate. If you receive the baptism, then it is possible to change profession to a Ruin Knight. If you do, then your former profession Holy Knight will be automatically cancelled and all skills and characteristics reset except for your level and stats. In addition, if you cancel the Ruin Knight profession, then it will be impossible for you to obtain a special profession again, as Ruin Knight is the dominant profession in this category. If you change to a Ruin Knight, then you will receive a special bonus and obtain an extra 50% to your experience and skills. Would you like to accept? Alan looked at the profession information carefully. It would be difficult because he would have to learn all his skills and special abilities again. However, just like its name, the Ruin Knight was different from the Holy Knight, and it had a strong inclination to attack. If he raised it again to a certain level, then it would definitely exceed the Holy Knight. It was a way for Alan to defeat Ark. Anyway, it is impossible for me to obtain the second stage profession of Holy Knight anymore. I accept. An excellent choice. Masutu let out a dark aura as he smiled with satisfaction. At the moment, Alan's white armor became black like a raven. You have been baptized in the darkness and became a Ruin Knight. Alan just smiled as he saw the information window. As prediction, it was powerful. No, the ability was more than he expected. Ark, I won't die just like this. Even if I have to discard everything, as long as I destroy you. Then he heard Masutu's low voice in his ear. It's not time yet. But before long you will show the glory of darkness to the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 9. Act 9, Door to a Different World. After Alan died, time passed until it was once again night time. At the top of Salran Tower, another ceremony was in progress. Shambhala, according to Salran's will, you are hereby known as the Deliverer. Once the rebellion had been squashed and cleanup finished, Isabel once again started the ceremony at midnight on the next day. Isabel slowly approached Shambhala and wound a dark veil around it. It was one of Salran's treasures, the dark veil. For the future of the Deliverer. Until the day the clan finds the light. Then all the assassins gathered in J-Rim Tower immediately prostrated themselves. It was like a scene where the servants in an ancient Chinese imperial court all bowed to the emperor. The world that the Dark Brothers came to the continent from might have been based on China. Anyway, the assassins all showed a deep respect for Shambhala as he had collected two of Salran's treasures. Although he was the Deliverer, he couldn't command them, but he would have a strong influence on the assassins, just like Ark and the Beast clans. Please achieve the dream that the Dark Brothers have been longing for. Shambhala nodded his head without saying anything at Isabel's words. I see. Ark looked at Isabel with a bemused face. Isabel had taken off her red mask for the ceremony. After seeing her face, he understood why Shambhala had protected her. Silky black hair flowed down her back. Eyes like obsidian on a pale face. Yes, Isabel was a beauty. She was so beautiful it looked like she was drawn by someone. If such a beauty was in a crisis, then even Ark would throw his body to protect her. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members also had the same idea and looked at Isabel with dazed faces. Appa. Ark had been staring at Isabel until Rocco pinched his side. Thanks to that, Ark regained his sanity and stared at Shambhala with envious eyes. But it was because of the veil wound around his body, not Isabel. By the way, is that a rare or unique class-related item? Ark swallowed his saliva as he looked at the dark veil. Salren's treasures were similar to the 3 marvels that Ark had to collect. Damn it, I went through so much suffering and almost died. Fortunately, he obtained an item from Alan, and Alan was also in jail. He would also receive the 500 gold reward. But that was it. Then Isabel approached Ark and smiled. Ah, damn, she's really pretty. Even if it was for free, he couldn't complain. Truth-seeker Arknim, you are a descendant of Hero Mabon, who was a close comrade of Salren's. I left the running of the group to Nabian because of my inexperience, and it was a big mistake. The Dark Brothers is a friend to the Truth-seeker. I wish to apologize for the rudeness of the Dark Brothers so far. After the revolt, Isabel finally discovered Ark's identity. It was said that the one closest to Salren was Hero Mabon. She felt sorry that the descendant of Hero Mabon had been pursued by them in order to kill him. Well, those days are already over. Ark completely fell for Isabel's appearance, so he was quite tolerant. Even though we committed such rude actions, you still came to help our deliverer, and now I am too ashamed to look at Arknim, and I sincerely apologize for our impoliteness. If you really mean those words, then I should be receiving compensation. As expected, he cared more about an item than a woman's appearance. When it had seemed like Isabel was just going to apologize with words, Ark became angry. But Ark's worry was needless. It was thanks to Arknim and your colleagues that the rebellion of the Dark Brothers was able to be stopped. I would like to reciprocate the favor. Isabel looked pretty even when she was concerned. After she spoke, 13 masked people lined up behind her carrying some bags. Reward. I'm going to receive a reward? Ark was given a bag containing a sword with a red aura. Gwyzel's demonic sword, rare. Weapon type, two-handed sword. Attack, 45-60. Durability, 200/200. Weight, 45. User restriction, level 190, advanced sword mastery skill. The legendary demonic sword that cut down hundreds of monsters on the continent. The sword is so proud of its sharpness that even if it was struck with a rock, it wouldn't lose one sliver of the edge. Gwyzel's sword was even able to cut away the thick leather of a huge black monster. However, if the demonic strength becomes too strength, then it can eat away at the wielder's health. Option, agility plus 20, reaction speed plus 10. Special option, you can use demonic opening. It is possible to trigger the demonic spirit and increase damage by 20%. However, demonic opening will consume 5 health every second it is used. What is this? A rare sword? Ark felt breathless as his jaw dropped. It was a sleek Japanese-looking sword with a sharp edge. So far he had found some rare weapons, but this was the first time it was a sword. The sword did less damage than a two-handed blunt weapon or even an axe. But thanks to the balance, it was easy to use, and the attack speed and attack power was very good. That was why it was one of the most popular weapons in online games. Presently Ark was using Lancel's sword. Even if the offensive power was strong, it still only did 23-35 damage. If he used it in a pincer movement with Diedrich, then an attack bonus was also applied to Lancel's sword. But Gwyzel's sword did a huge 45-60 damage. In addition, the demonic opening option added an extra 20% damage. It was like receiving rain after a drought, as the sword was truly monster-like compared to the ones he currently had. I'm a little unfamiliar with a two-handed sword, but since I have sword-hand combat, I can use any kind of swords. The attack speed is a little slower, but with the high damage it won't make much difference. Haha, what kind of windfall is this? Now it would be possible to increase his strength by more than 30% just by changing swords. Of course, even with the rare sword it wasn't possible to sell Lancel's sword or the saw blade. Since Diedrich and Deimos were the masters of the magic sword, he would have to wait until he found a new magic sword. Besides, the level restriction is level 190, since I'm level 180, it will be possible to use it soon. Ark packed Gwyzel's sword into his bag. Wow, unbelievable. Look, it's a rare item. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members stared absent-mindedly with their mouths open. Just like Ark, they also received a profession-related item. Roko obtained Siren's Harp, a magic musical item, Justice Man Venom Gloves, Taza obtained Death Knife, Bulkun Deadly Armor, and so on. All the items had extraordinary stats that seemed to suit the person. I hope you forget about the grudge and remember our gratitude. Grudge? What is that? Ark joked around after he received the sword. Shambhala just shook his head at Ark and gave a wry smile. At the same time, a message window popped up. Your relationship with the hidden Dark Brothers has changed from hostile to friendly. Now he didn't have to worry about the Dark Brothers anymore. Moreover, if Shambhala's position in the Dark Brothers rose, then Ark might be able to use it. Ark had chased Alan and accidentally intervened, but the harvest was better than expected. Now I just need to persuade Shambhala. After the ceremony was over, Ark arranged a meeting with Shambhala. Ark poked Shambhala's side while giving him a coy look. Hey, it looks quite good, huh? What are you talking about? Isabel, isn't she an extremely beautiful woman? Don't talk nonsense. Shambhala bluntly replied, but the areas exposed by the mask were flushed. Ark playfully said. You still shouldn't fall so much, since the partner is an NPC. What's wrong with an NPC, Audot? Surprisingly, Shambhala replied quite sharply. What? You would really date an NPC? Why do you have a girlfriend? Although Isabel is an NPC, she is someone who truly understands me. And she is able to carry on a conversation with me. What more is necessary? Ark had no answer to that. Certainly, if the NPC status was removed, then she was no different from an ordinary girlfriend. But even if he could understand that in his head, he wasn't convinced emotionally. Wasn't she still an NPC? I understand. Then, Roko grasped Shambhala's hand and shook it up and down. Love is beyond all of that. It must be love to ignore everything in your mind and protect her from an eternal death. Yes, it is true love. Now I know that Shambhala Appa is truly a nice guy. Ah, is that so? Shambhala looked helplessly at Arkansas. You must be shy. She won't stop talking. Shambhala's red face seemed to grumble as he looked at Arkansas. Ark blushed for no reason and moved Roko away before returning to the main point. Shambhala, now that you're the deliverer, do you need to concentrate on the Dark Brothers for a while? I guess. Shambhala nodded. He had heard the story from Isabel already. Currently the Dark Brothers will split into many factions and they were spread out all over the continent. That was the reason why Salrin's treasures were scattered. Because Shambhala had passed the trial and obtained 2 of them, his job as the deliverer was to find the remaining treasure. And he had to find the Dark Brothers in each region and rally them in order to revive the clan. Ark asked with a coy smile. Then you won't have the time to do other things? I'll tell you in advance that I won't concede the map and diary. Shambhala sensed what Ark was leading up to and said it outright. The items needed for Ark's Quest Genius Alchemist's laboratory, such as the map, key and diary, were still with Sid. Ark and Shambhala had agreed that they would fight in the Evil Silrian and the winner would obtain it. But returning to the Evil Silrian just for one match would waste a lot of time. Furthermore, there is no guarantee that Ark would win. He had gained a bunch of levels and skills in Sylvana, but after fighting Alan together he knew that Shambhala wasn't an opponent that could be ignored. And Shambhala had also received the Dark Veil. The Dark Veil wasn't a simple item. Just like Ark's stats would increase after he found one of the 3 marvels, Shambhala's stats would also increase and he would obtain some new skills. However, Shambhala's reaction was cold. What, are you really going to act so petty? I thought you were busy? Who is acting petty? It will take a long time to find all the Dark Brothers on the continent. I can do the quest in between. I thought you would want to complete it as fast as possible for your dear Isabel? So why would you waste time? Do you want to fight? Why are you glaring? Did I strike a sore point? Have you already forgotten how I suffered and almost died helping you? Did I ask you for help? And you've already been compensated. Did you really think I didn't see you take that item from Alan? And you also got something from Isabel. That, anyway I came as fast as possible to help you. Because of me? It wasn't because you were annoyed by Alan? This guy is really quick at noticing things. Yeah, are you really going to be like this? Ark was about to burst because of his anger. However, Shambhala didn't even blink and just continued. I didn't desire Alan's items, so I turned a blind eye. But my pride won't let me give up a quest in the game. In addition, there's no benefit for me if I give it up. You will gain something. My affection. No thanks. Ark spread his arms wide open while Shambhala laughed. However, Shambhala thought for a moment before opening his mouth again. If you give me something, then I'll seriously consider it. What do you want? Don't tell me you want to divide the quest reward. I don't care about the compensation. Shambhala gave a sharp sidelong glance at Ark before continuing. That skill you used, what is it? Skill? I've seen a lot of skills in New World, but that was the first time I experienced such a weird skill. The one that changed your body into a liquid. If it wasn't for that skill, then Isabel would have died. A liquid? Are you talking about Slime's time? The skill is called Slime's time? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem to be a skill learnt in an ordinary way. How on earth did you learn it? And my guess is that it gives you resistance to blunt weapons? When hit by a blackjack, it did no damage compared to when hit by a knife. I guess that is also related to the skill. As expected, Shambhala really was sharp. Ark gave him the information after contemplating for a bit. Anyway, he couldn't make Slime's immortality pill without survival cooking. It wouldn't be a problem even if Shambhala knew about it. But Shambhala's reaction to his words was completely different. Okay, if you help me make it, then I'll abandon the quest items. What the? Ark jumped in surprise. Were you listening just then? I told you how much time and money was spent just making one. It took me 20 days just to gather the necessary ingredients. And I had to buy the corrupted fairy wings for 300 gold. Yet you want to exchange it with some quest items? Of course, if he completed the quest, it was estimated that he would obtain thousands of gold. But Ark wasn't going to confess that. Who said that you would be the one making it? You can't create the item without survival cooking. I can use a skill scroll to create the Slime's immortality pill. I'll purchase the rest slowly. Since you don't have to make it, it's not a bad condition. A skill scroll. Looking at the description will be faster than me explaining. Ark looked at Shambhala with a bewildered face while he smiled. It was ridiculous, but since Sauron's towers also functioned like a city, there were quite a few shops inside the tower. Shambhala bought a scroll from one of the shops and showed him. Vision Scroll. It is a special scroll that can hold one particular skill. However, it isn't possible to change the skill after saving it. In addition, if you create an item with the scroll, then the result will only contain 70% of the actual stats. Number of uses: 1, advanced skills only. Ark's eyes widened. Hidden shops often sold unique items. These items were compensation for finding hidden villages. But he never imagined that such an absurd scroll would exist. Shambhala's intention was to use the vision scroll to obtain the method of making Slime's immortality pill from Arkansas. If he obtained the materials, then Shambhala would be able to make it by himself. The results were only 70% of the actual stats, but isn't resilience a stat that I can keep on raising? And Slime's time has 2 different skills? Then isn't it unlikely I would get both? In fact, if I only got the poison resistance or resilience, then I would be satisfied. Shambhala said after he heard the problem. Certainly. Ark's face became serious. Shouldn't I obtain money from this recipe? In fact, once he made the Slime's immortality pill, then he had completely forgotten about the recipe. The immortality pill only had one effect per person. Of course he would care about the pills from other monsters, but Ark had no reason to recreate the Slime's immortality pill. Then Ark started thinking about selling it. It wouldn't be too difficult to obtain the ingredients. Ark was currently level 180. If he hunted the polluted slimes or hookbats, then he wouldn't get any experience. Was it possible to give up leveling for the moment and travel back and forth between Cairo and Lancel village to sell the item? But do I have to make it directly? Since his hobby was making money, Ark quickly thought it through in his head. Justice Manajushi and the rehabilitation Hyungnims will level up if they fight the monsters, giving the experience. And if necessary, then I can rally the thieves, Meow, and raccoons. If they went hunting around Cairo and Lancel, then they would be able to gather the ingredients. Although he was anxious about the unicorn horn, there was no reason for the unicorns to perish if one foal disappeared. No, the unicorn horn was a necessary ingredient. In other words, mass production was possible. Ark had already confirmed the effect of Slime's immortality pill, so it wasn't necessary for him to eat it to see the effect. It was enough to make the buyers drool. This is an opportunity to obtain a large sum. He quickly calculated it and estimated that he would earn roughly 200 gold if he took off the labor costs. If he opened an ingredient supply route, then it was possible to obtain a stable income. That is the most important thing in today's society. Okay, I'll accept the suggestion, but there is a problem. Problem? The ingredient corrupted fairy wings is not available in a normal way. So I'll get it. In exchange, you'll have to obtain the unicorn horn. I'll do that. Shambhala looked a little bit suspicious but just nodded. So Ark added the Slime's immortality recipe to the scroll after making the agreement. Meanwhile, the items for Genius Alchemist's laboratory belonged to Arkansas. Although he hated it, Shambhala was prepared to give up the items. Ark bought 20 blank scrolls and found Justice Man and the others. Slime's immortality pill? Yes, hopefully once you raise your level enough it won't cost too much to make and we can sell it. Although it once has 70% of the original ability, it is a rare skill so it should sell for at least 1,500 gold. Ark explained in detail the business. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members will play the main roles by opening up the hunting grounds. Then the lower level thugs could steadily collect the ingredients. Once the collected ingredients were gathered in Lancel village, then he would create it. When the goods were finished, then he would sell it at the trading post in Sylvana through Sid. The labor costs would be a lot, but it was the most effective method. In addition, it was possible to make the thieves, Lancel village and the trading post in Sylvana grow at the same time. Indeed, it would work if we have the thieves. The other ingredients can be gathered through hunting, but what about the corrupted fairy wings? I'll send it through the mail as I travel. As it is a magic ingredient, it costs 300 gold just to buy 100, Then we can sell it for 300 gold like Medusian. And the scrolls cost 100 gold each. This was Ark's plan. He would sell the corrupted fairy wings at 1 gold for one at the store. But once he had set up the slime factory, then it was possible to sell it at 3 gold each just like Medusian. Then he would save 200 gold. And if he bought the scrolls through Shambhala, then intimacy would increase and he could buy it for 30 gold, so he would save 70 gold. So even if it took 1 month to create the slime's immortality pill, he would obtain a monthly profit of 270 gold. As Lancel village was where it would occur, the real estate price would also increase. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, if Justice Man and the rehabilitation members also took the pill, then there were a lot of benefits. Justice Man showed a very positive response to Ark's proposal. The rehabilitation members' reactions were also explosive. Really? Then it is good for us, If we eat the slime's immortality pill, then our stats will also increase. Okay, let's do it. However, there was a separate reason for the rehabilitation members to like the plan. Ever since hunting in the secret dungeon in Sylvana, the rehabilitation members had been feeling anxious. Hunting non-stop for 30 hours, that Ark is not human. I don't want to experience such a horrible thing again. Now that chasing Alan is over, will he make us hunt again? The rehabilitation members had never hunted with Ark before. It was only when they accompanied him for a short while that they finally knew his hunting style. Once they actually hunted with him, they had enough. So they had been struggling to find some excuse to get out of it. So they quickly agreed to his plan and stood up. Now we must return to Lancel village to organize the labor. Yes. Let's go. It is unfortunate that we can't hunt with Ark anymore. Isn't it? But unfortunately that's impossible, Ark took out 20 blank scrolls and saved the slime's immortality pill recipe on them. Then the rehabilitation members emptied their pockets and bought another 20 scrolls before Ark saved the slime's time NO2 skill on them. The most important ingredient for slime's immortality pill was the essence of glowing slime, but the drop rate for that was very low. But if they gathered slimes using slime's time NO2, then that problem was solved. Now the preparations are finished. Let's go make money. The next day, Justice Man led the rehabilitation members back to Lancel village. Although Roko was reluctant to go with them, she wasn't able to run after Ark while he hunted for 18 hours. I can't go with Appas because of my part-time job. But I'll follow afterwards. Roko couldn't always be there when they were chasing Alan, but she always caught up immediately. It was because she had the unicorn was a 1000% movement speed. Anyway, Ark parted with his group at Salrin's Towers. Now it is time to start a new business. Ark wanted to expand his business to every destination he would visit. But the business would take some time to establish and gain a profit. So now he had time to settle the quest. There are 2 things left to do. Ark decided to stay at Salrin's Towers for a little bit. The current quests he had remaining was the Find New Settlers and Genius Alchemist's Laboratory quest. However, the Find New Settlers quest didn't have a particular destination, so he couldn't do it immediately. So the remaining one is Genius Alchemist's Laboratory. No, there is also that one thing. Ark realized that he had forgotten about an important item he obtained a while ago. He had accidentally discovered it when organizing his bags. Lord of Darkness Valdera's Insignia, a level 150 quest starting item. Requires 100 knowledge of ancient relics to identify this item. It was an item that he got from Valdera's, the boss of the event quest in Jackson. It required level 150 and 100 knowledge of ancient relics. At the time, Ark had stored it in his bag and forgotten about it. Apart from his knowledge of ancient relics, his level had been too low to start the quest. But now he was level 180 and he had 138 knowledge of ancient relics. Ark re-examined the insignia and the quest information was registered. Home of the Fire Draconian. The hottest place on the continent is waiting hidden in the cold north. It is said that a long time ago, the Fire Draconians hid their home on the continent. After the darkness approached and Valderas, the ruler of Jackson, disappeared, the area lost all memory of the area. However, when Valderas' spirit was restored in his last moments, he desperately yearned to return to his homeland. Does his desire still remain? There is a sad aura around the insignia that indicates it would like to go back there. In order to console the regret in Valderas' spirit, you must find the place where the Fire Draconian's secret lies asleep. Difficulty level, C. A red map was written on his map indicating the quest. The northern mountains in the magic kingdom of Bristania. He couldn't imagine how much time it would take to reach that area. The sea-level difficulty wasn't the problem, but since he had business here, Ark was unwilling to travel that far. Yes, I'll settle the genius alchemist's laboratory quest first. Ark decided to keep the insignia for later and look for the laboratory now. First I have to get the items from Sid. However, Ark had no reason to go there directly. It was enough to designate a suitable place through a letter. Thanks to the 3,000 gold slave contract, Sid had no choice but to go if Ark commanded him to. Having a slave is quite convenient. I should make use of it before it finishes. Now, should I begin with a new mood? Diedrich, Dimos, follow me, Okay. Clack clack clack. Ark left Sauron's towers with a light feeling. And as always, he looked for another adventure with his summons. What kind of monsters and events would be waiting for him this time? His chest was already racing because of his excitement. Ark definitely had the soul of an adventurer. Ha! Lariat let out a bittersweet sigh. She had left the Dawnblade Guild as soon as the siege finished, just like she promised. Anyway, since the Dawnblade Guild ended up being disbanded, the result was still the same. After that she toured New World alone. She wanted to meet Ark, but it wasn't as easy as she thought. Ark's location was unknown after he left Sylvana. With no place to look for him, she wandered around and hunted alone. But it was so lonely. And since she had always hunted with a guild, she felt like it was a lot more difficult alone. Even though they were only level 150, it was difficult to hunt ogres alone. I've always been protected, so I haven't played the game properly. Who was to blame? I wonder where Arknim is. Lariat suddenly looked up at the distant sky. Actually, there was a way to contact Arkansas. It was possible for her to know his phone number through the planning department of Global Exos. No, even without that she could still send him a letter in the game. But when she stood in front of the mailbox, she didn't send anything. She wasn't expecting their meeting to be some kind of fateful encounter. But she didn't want to meet him using such a blatant method. And such a vague message might seem suspicious. Why is it like this? Why can't I contact an acquaintance? Even she couldn't understand why she hesitated. I don't know. But... Lariat stopped moving inside. Suddenly an old man who had been sitting at the entrance of a village approached her. Are you perhaps a magician? Yes, what happened? Could I perhaps ask you for a favor? A favor, Lariat looked at the village resident in surprise. A NPC's request was usually a quest. However, this was the first time she had been in this town. It was rare to receive a quest without any intimacy with the residents. Perhaps the quest was simple. Lariat nodded. If I am able to do it. Ah, it is fortunate. All the magicians refused to stop in town because they were worried. In fact, a few nights ago ghosts started appearing in town. Ghosts? Yes, there is no apparent damage to the town, but the residents have been complaining since the ghosts appear every night on the eastern hill. Oh, I'm not asking you to fight them. However, we have nobody who can talk to ghosts. So we decided to ask some magicians. So please go talk to them and convince them. The quest doesn't seem that difficult. If Lariat had to convince a gentle ghost, then it shouldn't be that much trouble. I'll give it a try. However, as you can see, this town is not that rich. I'm embarrassed, but the most we can provide are meals and a place to sleep. The old man said as he studied Lariat's face. It was probably the reason why other magicians didn't accept the quest. The old man also thought that the magicians declined for this reason, so his face was worried. However, Lariat just laughed as she replied. That will be enough. Thank you. Soon the quest information window popped up. Ghostly disturbance around the town of Gorno. A few days ago, rumors appeared that the town of Gorno was haunted by ghosts. The ghosts weep and tell stories, making the residents terrified every night. If you persuade the ghosts to leave or fight them, then the residents will provide you with a warm bed as gratitude. Difficulty level, F quest restriction, 200 good alignment. Ah, that is how the quest started. After seeing the quest information, Lariat understood the situation. She had a considerably high alignment to good. While she was with the Dawnblade, Alan and the other guild members completed quests while she took the time to help residents in trouble. Thanks to that, she received a title and her good alignment increased by a lot. The guild might consider it insignificant, but she found helping NPCs quite enjoyable. Thanks to the NPC, her feeling of loneliness was alleviated a little bit. Lariat waited for evening before heading up the hill to the ghost town. But on that day the ghosts did not appear. Lariat once again waited for the next night while hunting. And she waited for 1 hour before leaving and hiding. On the hill a faint shape appeared. The ghost who caused fear in the residents was a small boy. The boy sighed deeply before shedding tears. Under these circumstances, since I can see him, I might be able to settle it with words. Lariat spoke to the boy using sensitive soul magic. Hey, what happened? The boy ghost looked at Lariat with a perplexed expression. How can you talk to me? I am a magician. Magician. Yes, I arrived here yesterday and an old man in the town told me about you. The residents are afraid of the ghost that had been haunting them for several days. I don't think that you are deliberately trying to torment the residents, so why don't you tell Nuna what is wrong? If I can, then I'll help you. Lariat convinced in a soft tone. The boy ghost hesitated before replying in a tearful voice. It is because of a devil called Alan. What? Lariat's eyes widened. She never imagined that she would hear the name Alan from a ghost. Lariat made her heart calm down and asked. Did you say Alan? Yes, do you know him? The Holy Knight Alan. Why yes. I've heard the rumors. But why are you crying because of Alan? In fact, hundreds of years ago I was a squire who served a holy knight. The boy disclosed his identity in a sad voice. And then the boy spoke about how he met Alan. Surprisingly, Alan received the NPC quest to become a holy knight when he was a beginner because of the boy ghost. Before Master died, he asked me to find the next holy knight. But that person didn't appear for hundreds of years. Then by chance I met the foreigner Alan. He was the right person. No, at the time he just seemed like it. So I told him the method to become a holy knight. The boy explained up to here and suddenly ground his teeth together. But it was my mistake. Alan betrayed the Master's will and committed atrocities known across the entire continent. Thanks to that he has defiled Master's name. But it's not your fault. Lariat said in a sad voice. She didn't consider the boy's circumstances as a way to complete the quest anymore. He was not the only one who had believed in Alan and tasted disappointment. Didn't she also become disappointed and eventually left Alan? Then the boy ghost shook his head. No, it's my fault. So that is the reason you're crying? No, I'm not crying because of that. The boy's face distorted with anguish. A few nights ago, Master's gravestone started to be dyed black. Dyed black? Only one thing makes sense. Alan has been tinged with evil and abandoned his occupation as a holy knight. Since the holy knight is chained by fate to Alan, Master is beginning to fall along with him. Because of him, Master's soul is now wandering the netherworld as an aimless ghost. Master's pain is all because I made the mistake of choosing the wrong man. But I am not able to do anything. Tears once again fell from the boy's eyes. Then he grabbed Lariat's hand and said, Nuna, please. Nuna, please help save Master. What? Me? Yes, I've been crying here for a couple of days, but Nuna is the first one to stop. Nuna is the only one I can ask. Please save Master, who is wandering as a ghost in the netherworld because I was betrayed by Alan. But I don't know how to get to the netherworld. That won't be an issue. It is possible to make a passage to that dimension using Master's grave. The door will lead to the netherworld where Master is. And once Master returns to his original form, then you'll be able to return immediately. If possible, I would like to go, but I am tied to Master's gravestone with a chain of covenant. Lariat had a puzzled expression. All of a sudden she had to go to another dimension. In addition, she had to save the Holy Knight, but she had to find him first. However, she couldn't refuse the boy who was shedding tears. Eventually Lariat braced herself. This is because of Alan. Therefore it is my responsibility too. Yes, I don't know whether it's possible, but I can't decline this child's request. Let's see how far I can go. The worst possible situation is that I die. Yes, I'll give it a shot. Thank you. The boy ghost bowed to her many times before leading Lariat through the woods. Deep in the woods was an old tombstone dyed black. The Holy Knight was one of the 7 heroes. At the end of the Dark Century, all the heroes were like kings in their homes, so why was his gravesite in such a secluded place? Furthermore, the boy ghost was protecting such an old tombstone. But the boy ghost didn't have time to explain every detail. The boy caressed the tombstone before he spoke in a distorted voice. Nuna, please save Master's soul. Yes, I'll try. Lariat entered the dimensional door with a tense expression. She never imagined the fate that would be waiting for her. Quah-ah! A huge brown monster collapsed with a shriek. Hook hook hook, I won. Ark breathed harshly before flopping onto the ground. After Ark left Salrin's tower, he had looked for Sid in order to obtain the items. After deciphering the map with the cipher from the diary, he found the area marked, which was a red wilderness. However, the red wilderness wasn't a joke once he entered it. The monster that had collapsed just then was a huge Beowulf that could cause rigidity with just its gaze, and it was a level 130 monster. Since the quest level restriction was 150, Ark was amazed and felt like he had been struck by lightning. If I didn't have Wind Spirit's boots, then I wouldn't have survived. Ark looked at the luxurious boots made of red leather. The Wind Spirit's boots had the slide skill attached. The best thing about this skill was that he could combine it with any attack. Fortunately, a new battle style was produced and the synergy effect was beyond his expectations. Even so, it was difficult to fight the monsters of the Red Wilderness without his darkness bonus attribute. If it wasn't for Wind Spirit's boots, then he would die immediately. Anyway, every time he battled he would have to take a rest. And it wasn't possible to approach a group of monsters in the daytime. Thanks to that, his schedule was delayed and it took his several days to arrive at his destination. But one consolation was that the monsters in the Red Wilderness gave quite a lot of experience. He was able to gain 9 levels. Character information window. Character name Ark Race Human. Alignment Good plus 350. Fame 6675, plus 500, level 189. Profession Dark Walker. Title Cat Knight, Caretaker of the Battlefield, Jackson's Hero. Health 3040, plus 150, Mana 3055. Spiritual Power 100, Strength 359, plus 28. Agility 509, plus 35, Stamina 569, plus 20. Wisdom 58, plus 10, Intelligence 592. Luck 69, plus 30, Flexibility 88. Art of Communication 46, Affection 109, plus 10. Resilience 210. Special Stat, Knowledge of Ancient Relics 138. Asterisk Equipment Item Effects. Guardian Armor of the Mere People, Water Attribute Resistance plus 100%, penalty based on water is nullified. Cat Paws, Gloves Attack Speed plus 10%, Agility plus 15, Critical Hit plus 10%. Raccoon's Pith, Helmet Agility plus 10, Wisdom plus 10. Asterisk King Set Effect, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Stamina plus 10, Defense plus 20. Warrior's Transcripts, Shoulder Blade Strength plus 3. Wind Spirit's Boots, Shoes Agility plus 30, Movement Speed plus 30%, Attack Speed plus 10%, Slide available. Veil of Fire, Mantle Flame Resistance plus 50%. Adelaine's Necklace, Necklace Defense plus 40, Affection plus 10, Blessing of the Sea available. Resurrecting Spirit, Ring Strength plus 5, Mana Recovery plus 5%. Mind's Eye, Ring Mind's Eye enabled. Amulet of Vitality, Bracelet Health plus 50, Health recovers by 5 every 20 seconds. Gladiator's Honor, Bracelet Strength, Agility, Stamina plus 10, Fame plus 500, Sword-based Skill Growth plus 5%. Asterisk 40% increase all skills in the dark. Asterisk you have the ability to hide in the darkness, 20 minutes duration. Cancelled when you get into combat. Asterisk resistance to fear, darkness, blind, and seduction spells is increased by 50%. Asterisk you can bring out the true abilities from all types of tools. Asterisk shock absorption is increased by 20%. Asterisk poison resistance has increased by 50%. I'm level 189. Just one more level. Yes, the fights were difficult at the moment, but once he reached level 190 the situation would change. He would be able to use Quaizel's sword. My first rare sword, what does it feel like? I want to try it out quickly. Arg, it's cold, cold. After Ark checked the information window, Diedrich complained while rubbing his wings. It was currently winter in New World. And the Red Wilderness was literally engulfed in blades of wind. Even though he didn't like wasting even one copper, Ark was eventually forced to buy a thick outer coat. Clack clack clack. Clack 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 clack. Deimos, who was made of bone, didn't know what the fuss was about. Shut up, unlike you I have a delicate body. Please get up and be prepared. It is almost time. Ark stood up and once again wandered the wilderness. After some bloody battles, he eventually arrived at his destination. But after overcoming numerous difficulties, the place he arrived at was a shabby hut. In addition, the only things that had gathered dust inside were books and utensils, but there was nothing related to alchemy. What is this? Did I make a mistake? No matter how many times Ark looked at the map, all the information pointed towards the cabin. No, there must be something else. Then some phrases from the diary appeared in Ark's head. The place where the earth is stained with blood, but the world that you know isn't the only truth. Behind the old mirror there might be other worlds you don't know about. Come to think of it, I still haven't used the key. Ark started to look through the cabin with some expectations. And he soon found something in a big box. Although it was filled with antique picture frames, there was one picture with a wooden door that he couldn't pull out no matter what. Perhaps. Ark touched the key in the lock. Key ick, dot. At the moment, the key entered the lock and the door in the picture opened. The space inside the locked door started spreading outwards. He carefully dipped his hand into something that felt like water before he was suddenly swept into the picture. That's right, Megara was studying different dimensions. He must have been successful in his research, different worlds. The laboratory I'm searching for is in a different dimension. A different dimension, what kind of place will it be? Ark had no fear of landing in an unknown world. Even if it was different, it was still a game, so the risks would be similar. Ark just smiled and steadily entered the picture. After a few minutes, Ark disappeared into the picture. Did you see? Did you see? I saw. He entered the picture. Hoo, that Arkansas. He never imagined that we would be watching. Wouldn't there be a huge treasure inside that picture? Wearing fur hats and thick clothes, 3 people entered the cabin. It was Buxel, Sapjil, and Ulmiak. The 3 pig brothers. Before Ark entered the Red Wilderness, they noticed that he used his cash card at a village and shadowed him secretly. Of course, as merchants the Red Wilderness was deadly for them, but luckily Ark disposed of all the monsters ahead of them. That Ark bastard. He only started looking for the treasure after taking 200 gold from us. Because of that our backs are bent. Ulmiak cried out with a sad face. Then Buxel soothed him. But it is okay. Once we see a chance to steal the treasure, it is our victory. Ho, I would love to see his crying face. Okay, are you prepared? Let's go. So the 3 pig brothers jumped into the picture. Diriri. It was late when a mobile phone suddenly rung and vibrated. When he lifted the cell phone, he heard a familiar voice. This is Wang Ho. Did you find out? Yes, I found his name and home address. What's his name? Kim Hyunwoo, he is 22 this year, That little bastard. The one who was mumbling in a low voice was Andal. What should I do? Wang Ho asked, and Andal replied in a cold voice after thinking for a bit. Break both arms so that he won't be able to play the game for several months. Once you take photos of the broken arms, then I will deposit the payment as promised. Can you do that? That's our specialty. Don't worry. It will be done with no problems. Wang Ho laughed and replied. It is a secret from my father. Of course. Andal disconnected the phone and looked at the game unit with a desolate look. After being killed by Ark and Nagarin, he hadn't logged back into New World. He had heard that Ark occupied the castle after obtaining the challenge right and that Alan had become a criminal. Andal knew Alan's true character better than anyone, so he didn't dare answer Alan's call. But now it will be finished. Once I show Alan the photo of Ark's broken arms, he will forget about it. The most important thing is to get rid of his anger. Ark, you said I picked the wrong opponent? Never, the person who made a mistake is you. However, Ark didn't only exist in the game. To be continued. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Chapter 1. ACT-1 Alive. Whoa! A snowstorm raged in a dark place. The look of snow inspires a warm feeling. But it actually felt like sharp knives were digging into the flesh like a knife. The ice debris didn't stop and just continued piling up. Zero sight, in the hopeless darkness the only thing visible was snow and ice. It was an extreme environment difficult for most lifeforms to exist, a landscape of snowy mountains with no name. Surprisingly, a person could be seen in the middle of these snowy mountains. Snow piled on the thick cloak wrapped around the person. The person who tried to take a step forward in the thick snow before falling was Arkansas. Where on earth is this? Ark desperately looked around for a path. But all he could see was scattered ice. Is this really the right place? That was the question that popped into his head. He didn't know how many days he wandered the mountain. The snow seemed like an endless field that had him in its scary clutches. No, the snowfield seemed like the hands of a devil. Thanks to the tremendous snowstorm, he couldn't even see beyond his nose. And since the snowstorm continued for many days, the terrain of the mountain seemed to change every hour. Even his footprints would disappear without a trace after a few minutes. After a short time he wasn't even able to distinguish what direction he came from. Can I really get out of here alive? Frankly, the fact that he even lived until now was a miracle. Up here, he had almost died many times because of an accident. But now he had reached the limit. The snowstorm was just a snowstorm, but the thing that annoyed Ark was the cold. The cold was so murderous that the expression "it was digging into the inside of his bone" was insufficient. I'm really going to freeze to death like this. Ooh, master. I can't stand it anymore. The suffering voice of Diedrich was suddenly heard. In fact, Diedrich was even more desperate than Arkansas due to the nature of a warm-blooded animal. Whether they were big or small, Diedrich lost body heat more easily. Even though some of Dimas' joints froze and he had difficulty moving, Diedrich was the one truly suffering. Although Ark put him inside his coat, Ark's body temperature was also cold, so it wasn't useful in helping Diedrich. Snake was also as stiff as a wooden log. Endure just a little bit more. If we avoid the snowstorm, then I can boil purified water. Hook, more water, I won't drink anymore. Drinking water makes me more hungry. Diedrich was brought to tears just like a child. Then, he heard the wind as a piece of ice entered his collar and froze him even more. The cold wind slammed into him for a moment before a red flashing message appeared. Due to the cold, your temperature has fallen by 10%. If your body temperature falls below 50%, then various stats will rapidly decrease. Diedrich's eyes started to become dim. Master, somehow it suddenly became warm, but I'm sleepy. You idiot, wake up. If you fall asleep, then you'll die. Die? I don't know, I just want to sleep, let me sleep, huh? I said no. Ark yelled while striking Diedrich's face. He struck him until the frozen face swelled up. However, it caused an impression as Diedrich muttered. Hitting is good, please continue. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. All of a sudden Diedrich fell onto the snowfield. Ark flinched and looked back to see that Diedrich's eyes had become blurred, causing him to fall. Even Dimas had reached his limit. Dimas, no. You're not supposed to die here. Ark hurriedly took out a pot and put something in there. He could raise the body temperature of his summons by making them drink boiled purified water from the snow. He honestly didn't know how long it would last. However, Ark had frozen limbs which didn't move the way he wanted it to. God damn it, I shouldn't have blindly entered. Ark flared up as he remembered the circumstances from a few days ago. It seemed to be a scene in a documentary titled History of Distress in the Snowy Mountains. Ark was unexpectedly placed in this situation a few days ago. After killing huge monsters to pass the Red Wilderness, what welcomed Ark wasn't the legacy of a genius alchemist, it was the great outdoors which inspired a lot of fear. Amazing! He naturally exclaimed. A short time after he stepped foot through the door drawn on the picture. The light spread out in front of him until it became the endless snowfields. Ark never imagined that the different dimension would be such a landscape and was stunned. However, Ark's mind was soon taken away from the majestic scenery. The place that Ark arrived was not just the snowfield. As he approached the edge of a snowfield, a wonderful scenery unfolded. Clouds were stretching out underneath his feet. The peak of the mountain rose through the clouds. The peak was covered with snow and ice. It felt like he was on top of the Himalayas which he saw on TV. After Ark stared blankly down, a message window popped up. The Lost World equals Sutandal has been found. New World contains numerous secret histories, and you found the hidden Lost World equals Sutandal thanks to your boundless curiosity. During your adventures, you have discovered knowledge about Sutandal from a history book. According to the knowledge acquired from the history books, New World consists of multiple structures. The commonly known Spirit World or Middle Earth aren't different worlds, but they all originate from the same place. New World might be the main stage, but it is only one part. In ancient times there was evidence of free exchanges between the different dimensions in Middle Earth. But at some point they became completely separate worlds. It caused rampant speculation in a number of scholars, but the reason has not been identified. And today it is referred to as the 5 wonders of New World. In today's New World, the number of people who have traveled to different dimensions are very low. Experience plus 50,000, fame plus 1,000. You have entered a different dimension and earned the title of Great Adventurer. The top 100 adventurers who have entered a different dimension will receive a special title depending on their rankings. Currently Arknem has earned the 8th place S-Class designation, Great Adventurer. Now you are an expert and can travel around on your adventures more effectively. In addition, on your adventure you will get the chance to learn a wide variety of useful skills regardless of the profession. Your sense of direction improves and your movement speed out of battle rises by 10%. When you rest, you've also mastered a method to recover health more effectively and your mana regeneration increases by 10%. When you consume food, a 10% bonus will be applied to your satiety. Asterisk as a title bonus all stats will increase by 5. Asterisk fame increases by 500. Asterisk the skills Explorer's Knowledge and Camping is acquired. Explorer's Knowledge, Special, Beginner, Passive. If an advanced adventurer explores a new area and doesn't pass on the knowledge, then it is meaningless. An adventurer can listen or watch that knowledge in order to improve their skills. It would be useful when exploring a new area. If you discover new areas and dungeons, or relics with historical value are found, then it is possible to acquire a bonus skill point. The acquire skill point can be used to make any skill grow. However, the bonus skill point depends on the rarity of the information. The Lost World equals Sutandle, skill point plus 50. Camping, Beginner, Passive. Even though an adventurer is accustomed to the hardships of the world, sometimes it is necessary to have a comfortable seating area. As an adventurer, you are able to make a campsite and rest anywhere. However, a tent and coal and fuel to light a campfire is necessary. Health and mana regeneration increases by 50% when resting. The probability of a monster attacking decreases by 50%. A monster also can't regenerate within 100 meters of the campsite. What the? The Great Adventurer? Ark's eyes widened. He never imagined the fame and experience he would receive once he stepped foot into a different dimension. However, the more surprising thing was that he received a S-Class title, the Great Adventurer. There were millions of users currently in New World. The bonus was only given to the first 100 people to step foot in a different dimension. Even if he knew that information in advance, he never would have expected to be one of them. But he didn't just barely enter the first 100 ranking, he was 8th place. The astronomical bonus from the competition was staggering. Ark had also envied the camping skill that the merchant Sid used earlier. But the Explorer's Knowledge skill, which gave bonus skill points, was what really caught Ark's eyes. It wasn't necessary to explain, but in New World, no, in all online games skills carried an absolute importance. But a skill couldn't exert any power if the rate was low, even if the skill was high ranking. The most basic, sword mastery or defense, was also like this. No matter how good the sword or armor, without the relevant skills, then the performance of the item would only be at 80%. In the beginning, they wouldn't be able to handle the armor or sword, so a 20% penalty would be applied. The penalty will disappear once the skill became intermediate, and when it became advanced, then bonus damage would be applied. Ark's sword-hand combat had reached the advanced level, so he gained a bonus 40% attack damage. Without that skill, there would be an attack difference of 60%. Of course, looking at the numbers was easy. But he could really tell the effect of a 1-point difference when the sword strikes. Because of that, every user paid attention to skills. But the problem of raising the skill was not insignificant. Every time the skill increased a level, the rate would slow down until it required 2 times the points to reach the next level. Well, even if I died while using it, the skill would still go up. It applied to most simple skills. With full mana he could use Bladestorm 3 or 4 times. In addition, skill points didn't always apply to some racial special skills. If he just blindly hit a scarecrow, then his combat-related skill would not continuously rise. If he used the skill many times in a life and death battle, then sometimes he would obtain enlightenment. But giving free skill points? Ark quickly opened the skill information window with an excited expression. Passive skills. M Swordhand Combat, Advanced, 425/500, 40% increase in overall combat power when swordhand combat is used. M Archery, Beginner, 58 out of 100, no penalty when you use the bow. Asterisk Tactics, Intermediate, 159 out of 300, there is an attack and defense bonus if the morale of your troops increases. M Survival Cooking, Advanced, for 32/500, unidentified food and medley dishes are produced. M Indomitable Will, Intermediate, 168/300, when in a critical condition attack power, critical hit chance, and recovery rate is increased. M. Indomitable Body, Intermediate, 161/300, when in critical condition, defense, critical hit evasion, and recovery rate is increased. M. Foraging, Advanced, 379/500, you can smell food ingredients in nature. M. Ingredient Identification, Intermediate, 306/500, you can check in advance the effectiveness of the ingredients. Asterisk Riding, Beginner, 3 out of 100, you can handle a horse more skillfully. M. Counterattack, Intermediate, 230/300, additional damage applied if you successfully attack after the enemy's attack. M. Parry, Intermediate, 212 out of 300, blocking using your weapon will cut the enemy's damage in half. M. Laundry, Beginner, 58 out of 100, washing leather and armor will raise defense for a certain period of time. M. Weapon Destruction, Beginner, 20 out of 100, the enemy's weapon and armor is attacked directly and the durability decreased. M. Camping, Beginner, 0 out of 100, pitch a tent and light it fire at your campsite. M. Courage, Beginner, 15 out of 100, you become insensitive to the fear. Active Skills. M. Nursing, Advanced, 398/500, give hope to patients and increase their courage and energy. Mana Consumption, 10. M. Spirit of the Cat, Advanced, 374/500, seal the movements of mice and small animals and decrease their attack, defense, and morale. Mana Consumption, 120. M. Eyes of the Cat, Advanced, 321 out of 500, identify the weaknesses of an enemy using sharp eyes. Mana Consumption, 50. M. Magic Restoration, Advanced, 393/500, restore an item to its original form. Mana Consumption, 10. M. Discerning Eye, Intermediate, 168/300, intermediate protection of unconfirmed items are released. Mana Consumption, 30. M. Intimidation, Intermediate, 126/300, insult the opponent and decrease their morale. Mana Consumption, 30. M. Sprint, Beginner, 69 out of 100, for a short period of time, your movement speed will increase explosively. M. Blade Maintenance, Beginner, 58 out of 100, increases the attack power of your weapon for a short period of time. Mana Consumption, 20. Profession Exclusive Skills. M. Dark Blade, Intermediate, 215 out of 300, assimilate your sword with the darkness and strike a blow. Mana Consumption, 100. M. Blade Storm, Beginner, 67/100, the sword will break into smaller shards and tear the opponent apart. Mana Consumption, 400. M. Dark Dance, Intermediate, 136 out of 300, your movements flow through the darkness to avoid the enemy's attack. Mana Consumption, 300. M. Summon Demon, Intermediate, 125 of 300, when summoning your pets, the mana consumption is decreased. Spiritual Power Consumption, 100. Special Skills. Slime's Time, you can summon slimes or invalidate all physical attacks by covering your body with slime. Adventurer's Knowledge, obtain bonus skill points every time you encounter a new area. Cartography, create a map automatically when exploring dungeons. Purification Restoration, set, Nursing plus Magic Restoration release a curse from an item. Adrenaline, set, Indomitable will plus body dramatically improves reaction rate when in a critical condition. Riposte, Chain, parry plus counterattack push the enemy back when counterattacking. Dark Strike, Chain, Dark Dance plus Dark Blade additional damage dealt to the enemy when continuously attacking in the darkness. Double Critical Chance, additional effect, Eyes of the Cat deal extra damage to defenseless enemies. Line Designation, additional effect, Eyes of the Cat, determine the probability of an enemy attacking a certain way. Heart of a Caregiver, additional effect, Nursing a Blessing effect is added to Nursing. Great Sacrifice, addition effect, Nursing using potions, a recovery effect is applied to your allies. Medley, additional effect, Survival Cooking mix 2 or more dishes to produce other types of dishes. Asterisk available skill points, 50. I've really learned a lot in the meantime. He could clearly see the results of his efforts just by looking at the skills list. Since there's time, I'll organize my skill information window now. Ark needed to maintain his skills list. This is because of some information he heard from Shambhala a while ago. When Ark talked about his skills and how sword-hand combat rose, Shambhala immediately said, passive skills that are assigned as a major skill will have the growth rate slowed down. Major? Ark asked in confusion while Shambhala became astounded. What the? Don't tell me you registered your basic attacks as a major skill? What's that? You're either brave or ignorant. You said your sword-hand combat was advanced? That is a surprise. Listen well, you ignorant fellow. When the information window opens with the list of specific skills, isn't there an option for specialized training at the top? Skills can be registered as major, minor, or inactive. So what's the difference? Skills registered as major will have a 120% growth applied. Minor skills will be 80% while inactive skills don't grow at all. When you use the specialized training window, then you can register all the skills. Shambhala gave a brief description. He could register up to 5 major skills and 20 minor ones. Inactive skills were unlimited, the number of skills that could be grown was fixed. Ark hesitated after he heard the information. Except for the racial special skill which Ark wasn't growing, he had 27 skills. Except for 5 skills, a penalty was applied to the others, which was why they didn't grow as fast. The growth rate of sword hand combat and bladestorm can easily increase, so once I collect enough points then I can make it inactive. Since the selection is so wide, I should register skills that would quickly grow as a major skill. Ark commonly used sword hand combat, survival cooking, dark blade, dark dance, sprint, so he registered them as major while the rest were minor. He didn't use a skill like writing while the special skills like tactics was registered as inactive. And he kept the newly acquired skill points for the time being. M indicated major while M indicated the minor skills. I can't just blindly use the skill points. Ark completed the arrangement and closed the information window with a satisfied look. Adventurer's knowledge, camping, he got better than expected skills. Furthermore, he gained in addition 50,000 experience and rose 1 level. He was now level 190. It was now possible to use Quaizel's sword. As soon as he entered a new dimension, the atmosphere really seemed relaxing. Ark wasn't the only one having fun. Ah, this is great. Master, look at this. Clack clack clack, clack clack clack. Diedrich and Deimos jumped crazily around the snowfield like a dog. Snake was the same as well. It poked its tail into the snow and quickly withdrew it at the strange feeling. But after a brief moment it got used to it and Snake joined the others' summons rolling around in the snow. Ark watched with pleasure as his pets had a little fun. When was the last time it snowed? In the present, global warming had been accelerated by severe air pollution. So there weren't much chances for snow in Seoul. Even since he was born, this was the first time that Ark had seen snow. Ark didn't feel the need to rush as he enjoyed the beautiful scenery. He was wearing a heartwarming smile when he was suddenly smacked on the back of the head by a snowball. Diedrich, who was in the form of a small boy, made a stupid face and gathered more snowballs. Ho, master. Bring it on. What's this? You really want to try me? Before he finished his words, another snowball had already hit the back of his head. Deimos was behind him throwing snowballs as well. Ha, you guys, you really want to do this? Ark laughed as he raised his eyes before gathering some snow. Then a fierce snow battle unfolded between Ark and his 2 pets. How dare you challenge me? I'll turn you into snowmen, dark dance. Eh? You're using a skill in a snowball fight? There's no rules against using skills. Ark made some light movements and threw snowballs like an evening shower. Foo, cold. He dared use such a method? Deimos, a 3 plan. Clack clack, clack clack clack. As expected from the pets who received Ark's Spartan training, Diedrich immediately changed into a bat and bombarded him from the sky. And Deimos used his shield to deflect the snowballs. They used the things their master taught them to turn him into a snowman. These children are so despicable. He, whose summons are we? I learnt everything from master. Die. Fools. I won't go easy on you anymore. Ark started throwing snowballs that was as hard as a stone. While this battle originally called for a cannon, sometimes a missile should be used. Diedrich rose slightly, making it hit the ground behind him before throwing another barrage. So Ark and his summons enjoyed an hour of a bloody snowball battle. Quack dash. After being hit by the stone, Diedrich fell onto the snowfield. Ark grasped the chance and ran up to him. Ho, be prepared. Take this, bat boy. Ugh, it can't possibly be over. Deimos cover, eh? Master, look. Diedrich looked to the side with surprised eyes. Look at what? Do you think I would fall for something so shallow? It's different. Take a look. What? There is nothing. That's the problem. The door we came through disappeared. Eh? Come to think of it. Ark stopped his actions and looked around. Diedrich's words were right. While he was distracted by the snowball fight, the dimensional door had disappeared. He immediately had a sinking feeling. The door isn't maintained once open? He didn't know anything about this place. There might be monsters here. He also didn't know if there was a village in the area. He also didn't know if there were any other gates back to Middle-earth. In such a situation there was no way to go back, so any more would be worried. However, Ark finally shook his head. No. I don't have to worry too much. If the gate from the cabin that connected to another dimension was a one-way passage, then clearly another gate would exist. And there have been 7 people who arrived here before Arkansas, including Ark. That was 8 users on the continent. Didn't that mean he could monopolize a lot of quests and items? In addition, the genius alchemist's secret laboratory with a huge reward was hidden somewhere here. Even if he knew in advance that the gate would disappear, he wouldn't have gone back. His one worry was that his bag had become full after traveling through the Red Wilderness. But even if I returned, I still would have appeared in that small cabin. A considerable amount of time would be needed to reach a village from the Red Wilderness. Even if he organized his bag and crossed the Red Wilderness again, the situation would still be the same. Then wouldn't it be quicker to look for a town here? My choice won't change even if the gate disappeared. Ark gave up on the gate. Anyway, this is not the time to be playing. Let's go down the mountain and find a village before it is too late. Understood. Master. So Ark began to lead them down the snowy mountains. At that point, Ark never imagined the situation that would occur. The first thing that confused Ark was the terrain. It seemed quite simple when looking down from the top, but once he actually wandered down, it was like a maze. The flat terrain with the steep slope would appear ordinary until a sharp crevasse would suddenly appear and block the way. Damn, this way is also blocked? Thanks to this, he would often have to climb the mountain again. And since the mountain was covered in snow no matter where he looked, Ark began to lose his sense of distance. In a place like this, the map didn't help at all. Since he came to a new dimension, the map was updated. Since Ark only wandered the snowy mountains, the map just showed the approximate shape. The only thing he discovered from the map was the name of the mountains, which was called East Moon. This is not good. Diedrich, look at the terrain from above. You understood. Diedrich trembled as he flew towards the sky. But this time Diedrich's scouting didn't help. He couldn't determine the topography while flying over the snowy mountains. In addition, the cold winds meant that Diedrich couldn't stay in the sky for a long time. Wah, my wings are frozen. I can't fly anymore. This might be a very dangerous situation. Now anxiety showed on Ark's face. Food was also a problem. In the Red Wilderness, the monsters were so strong that Ark was forced to eat food every time a battle finished. Of course, there were a rich amount of ingredients scattered around, but since his bag space was scarce, he didn't keep them. I can get ingredients in the new dimension, so Japtum is more important. Since he could always make food, Ark didn't worry about it that much. But the mountain was only covered in snow and ice. The common rabbit or deer wasn't seen at all. Since he had to fight the cold and climb the mountain, his weariness quickly grew while his satiety decreased. Damn, I never thought I would be worried about my meals. I can't find any monsters or wild beasts, let alone weeds to make food. Naturally, his summons also ate live creatures. Because the ingredients were very limited, Ark sent Diedrich and Deimos back to the Netherworld. No, he tried to send them back. The summon release command has failed, area restriction. In the current area, summoning/releasing your summons from the Netherworld is restricted. Upon the death of a pet, they will lose 10% of their total stats and it won't be possible to summon them anymore. Instead, your mana will not be consumed while your pets are summoned. What the? It was a completely unexpected message. In fact, Ark hadn't worried about the lack in ingredients because he could just return Diedrich and Deimos. With 2 less mouths, he could eat sparingly and survive for a few more days. But now this suddenly happened? Canceling my summons is impossible? Furthermore, their stats will be decreased by 10% if they die? In the end, if they died, they'll all die together, while if they live, then they'll all live together. In the worst case scenario, his satiety will fall below 50% and his stats would decrease until he eventually died. Ark, who had used survival cooking to reach level 190, was now in the ridiculous situation of worrying about starvation. If he died, then how many equipped items would drop? It was unlikely that he would find the items in the snowy mountains once it dropped. It was also evident that he wouldn't be able to sleep properly for a few days. We can last 1 day with the food left. If we reach a place where wild animals live before the food runs out, then we'll be able to survive somehow. Ark hurriedly made his way down the mountain. However, Ark still didn't know the real fear of the snowy mountains. The terrible situation occurred a few hours later. Whying? All of a sudden a snowstorm occurred. The intense winds scattered a huge amount of snow. The terrain of the snowy mountains began to change every few minutes. To make matters worse, the foot of the mountain and any edges was covered in complete darkness. One mountaineer said, "The mountain has a different face during the day and night." It was like he said, Although the snowy mountains was covered in ice, he could endure it during the day. However, when it was covered in darkness, the mountains literally turned into a mountain of death. The temperature suddenly dropped and everything froze. Thanks to the soaring gas costs, Ark didn't even turn on a boiler during winter in December. Thanks to that, he unintentionally developed a strong resistance to cold. But the temperature of Seoul in December couldn't even compare to that of a snowstorm on the snowy mountains. Rather than simply feeling cold, he also felt pain. In addition, the coldness of New World directly connect to his brain, causing him to feel a chill. What's this nonsense? It was the first time since he was born that he felt such an extreme cold. Wah, freezing, master, I'm dying. Clack 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 clack. Sack 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 sack. Diedrich, Dimos and Snake also trembled as they stuck close to Arkansas. At the same time, a warning message repeatedly appeared in front of Arkansas. Due to the cold, your temperature has fallen by 10%. For every 10% your body temperature falls, your attack speed and movement speed will decrease by 5% and your satiety will also decrease by 5%. If your body temperature drops below 50% health, then you will lose 10 health every 50 seconds. In addition, your body temperature will fall even if you have 100% health. Please pay attention to managing your temperature. Temperature can be increased using food. Oh my god. His eyes really became gloomy once he read the message. Oh, master, and now what? Diedrich shoved his nose into Ark's mantle and looked at him with resentful eyes. Even with the cloak, my body is freezing. That's right, you should have bought a coat when you went to the village, I told you. Winter had just recently came back to New World after 3 years. Thanks to that, in every village general store their thick coats sold like hotcakes. However, Ark didn't want to waste money buying a coat that only gave cold resistance and no stats. He could withstand quite a bit of cold. And he would warm up when hunting. Ark's stingy nature had strangled him this time. It is impossible to wander the mountain like this. Ark gave up on climbing down the mountain for the moment and looked for a place with protection from the wind. A steady area was needed to make a campsite. But he didn't have a tent or fuel to set up the campsite. The most Ark could do was share his mantle with his pets to share body warmth. A message window popped up after 1 hour. Your resistance to cold has risen by 0.1%. You have become in unison with your pets and affection has risen by 1. This damn, we've been shaking like a dog for hours yet cold resistance only increased by 0.1%? Affection? Is this a joke? He cursed after seeing the message window. Hold on. Just hold on until it becomes daytime. However, he couldn't see even when it became daytime thanks to the snow. It's still better than nighttime. I have to find a way before it's too late. Ark made a very hot soup and began to wander the mountains again. When the snowstorm became strong again, he repeated his actions and hid again to avoid the cold. So 16 hours passed like that, which was 2 days in game time. Normally it would have taken 4 days to run out of food, but he used his ingredients making food every 30 minutes to maintain his body temperature. Now I can't even make any food. I have to maintain a minimum temperature. Ark sighed while watching the blizzard, which showed no signs of dying down. Wait. What if I don't need cook food to increase body temperature? Ark scraped the surrounding snow and put it into the pot. So far Ark hadn't used water in survival cooking. What would happen if he added water to boiling water? Once he thought about it, he became excited that hot water could also be useful for this situation. He quickly tried using survival cooking with boiling water. As expected, survival cooking has created purified water. It is possible to get pure distilled water after melting snow that isn't polluted. If you use purified water when cooking with basic ingredients, it is possible to expect some increase in stats. Once he drank the purified water, his body temperature increased by 20%. It was also survival cooking. The situation is still urgent since this is only a temporary solution. When eating food, it wasn't possible to eat the same food every 30 minutes. But now his body temperature fell by 20% every 30 minutes. It would be difficult to endure as more time passed. And purified water does not increase satiety at all. I have to somehow find food to survive. In the darkness the cold fell even more, and now he couldn't afford to avoid the cold by hiding in crevices. The remaining ingredients would only feed Ark and his pets once. If he didn't starve to death, he would freeze to death first. I'm not ready to die here. Ark set out to find food in a blizzard. There must be something even if it is a snowy mountain. If I can't use my eyes to search, yes, that's it. Magic detection. Ark's pupils shone with a blue light. When he used magic detection, light started shining in several places in the snow. The light was so small that it wouldn't normally be seen in the daytime. But in the daytime it looked clear. Something is there. Ice caps decision, magic ingredient. These crystals are rarely found in ice caps. As the cold storms blew for millions of years, the frozen fire eventually hardened to form these crystals. Seal mocho, magic ingredient. A mysterious herb that only grows on ice caps. The herb grows like moss on snow-covered rock, so it is very difficult to find. It has a strong fever-reducing effect and is often used in the treatment of several diseases. Damn, what is this? Ark frowned. Normally he would be able to find magic ingredients which meant money, but this was a life or death situation. A 1 copper food ingredient was more important than a 1 gold magic ingredient. But I'll collect it for the moment. Ark was still Arkansas. Even in these circumstances, he couldn't give up items that would make him money. Ark fought against the cold and scraped all the ingredients he could find within seconds. When he was rummaging around in the snow, his body temperature quickly lowered to the minimum amount. In this dangerous situation he was forced to use his remaining ingredients to make food. It was indeed the Last Supper. That's the last of our food. Do you understand? If we can't find any more food before our satiety falls, then we're screwed. Ark once again sighed and raised his body. You can't sleep. Pull it together. So after a few hours the situation became like this. It was a long time enduring the cold and hunger. Ark and his summons changed. Ark and Deimos still had their boy temperature maintained at 60%, but Diedrich was more sensitive to the cold and only had 50% left. His health started to decrease and he began to rattle delirious words. I don't like sleepy. If you go to sleep you'll die. If you die the stats you raised with so much difficulty with decrease. Is that a good thing? Think about it. The days where you struggle to raise your stats and the memories we've accumulated so far. Memories of Master. Diedrich recalled the past with hazy eyes. The first meeting? As a hatred-bearing bat, he ignored Arkansas. When did he begin to talk? The awful food that was jammed into his mouth until he swallowed it. What about when he evolved? He was beaten to a pulp while claiming human rights. The vampire skills he learned? He was hit until he learned to control his vampirism. Looking back at the memories, a strange feeling rose in his chest. I'd rather die. Diedrich muttered and turned his head angrily. What the, you? What's with that expression? I don't know, I just realized once again how pitiful it is to be your pet. What the? This child, even though I was so worried about you. Are you done? I'm done. Did it help? He was starving and freezing because of his master. Diedrich knew he would die anyway, so he couldn't resist attacking Ark before he died. Damn it, yes. It is Master's fault I became like this. Okay, this is it. But I have to stop myself starving. There must be some wild animal that will give meat. That fellow looks delicious. That thick body, I wonder how delicious its blood will be. Food? Diedrich, who had been looking around the snow, suddenly gave an astonished expression. When he turned around, Ark's eyes also widened. A small object could be seen in the distance. Dodo. Running through the snowfield was a small animal whose nose twitched. To his surprise, it was a mouse who lived in the snow. Master. Ark and Diedrich looked at each other. Then they looked at the mouse before shouting in unison. Meat. Ark, Diedrich, and Deimos dived towards the mouse. The surprised mouse tried to flee. Because the snow reached up to his thighs, he couldn't catch up with the nimble mouse. However, who was Ark? He was the veteran of catching mice, a hero with the title of Cat Knight. Don't miss. Spirit of the cat. Naya dash. Sick dash. At that moment, the shape of a cat appeared like a lion around Ark's head. And when his eyes flashed golden, the mouse immediately stiffened. It was caught. Oh, Master, it was wonderful. It was the most wonderful scene so far. When Ark caught the mouse, Diedrich immediately shouted while drooling. Ha, how is it? I'm Ark. A level 190 user caught a small mouse using a large roar. Such an unseemly thing was considered his best moment? Ark pulled out his sword and immediately struck the mouse. The mouse immediately had its leather and meat peeled off. Then he created a mouse soup that would restore 20% of his satiety. Even with the purified water raising the effects, Diedrich, Deimos and Snake would only have 6-7% restored. It wasn't that much, but Ark was grateful for now. Ho ho ho, master, quickly, boil it quickly. Okay, men. Wait a minute. Ark laughed as he took out the pot. Just as he was adding the purified water and mouse meat. Wooduk, wooduduk. Suddenly he heard a cracking sound underneath his foot. Ark jumped before his face suddenly paled. Oh God, this design. A scene from a movie he saw a while ago suddenly popped into his head. It was a movie about the hardships of the people who wanted to conquer the Himalayas. One of the most memorable things was the design. The crevasses at the glacier. The design had snow accumulating over the crevasses until it looked like a flat plain of hardened ice. At first glance it looked just like a field of snow, but once stepped on them the person would find themselves falling through. Many people were tricked by this design and died in the snowy mountains because of these crevasses. Fortunately it hasn't completely crumbled. If I move a little bit then I can escape. Ark breathed carefully as he tried not to slip while moving one step. At that time, Deimos, who had his joints frozen, approached. Ark shouted with fright. And no. Deimos, please stop. Clack clack clack? Deimos tilted his herd and stopped after taking a step. However, Deimos had already stepped on the design. Way duduk, jajung. Hell, we're screwed. Ark heard the sound of destruction in his ear. At the same time his foot slipped and he fell down the crevasse. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Chapter 2. ACT2 falling from a cliff and meeting an ironic fate. Slime's time, and 01. Ark used the skill reflexively. The crevasse was a gap where the end couldn't be seen. Thanks to the cold and low satiety, if he fell in this state then he would be torn apart. But Ark had a way of saving himself. Slime's time invalidated 100% of physical damage so he wouldn't receive any falling damage. Ark's body was covered with a yellow slime once he used the skill. In that state Ark struggled to reach Deimos. Since he couldn't release the summon, he had no choice but to catch Deimos. And just as Ark grabbed Deimos, they approached the ground. Ting! 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 Ark hit the ground and bumped around like a water balloon. He bounced 3 or 4 times before properly landing on the ground. Hook hook hook, I'm alive. His entire body was soaked in sweat. He had fallen from a height of 100 meters before. But falling suddenly was different from calculating it in advance. At one point Ark really thought it was the end. What a stupid bag of bones. Diedrich naturally starting telling Deimos off. But it was only for a short moment before he flinched and turned to Arkansas. Come to think of it, the mouse. What happened to the mouse meat? The mouse meat. Ark sighed and shook his head. A soulless expression spread over Diedrich's face. But afterwards Ark laughed and opened his hand. Of course I grabbed it tightly. Master. You scared me. Sob, I was surprised. Diedrich had been moved to tears. That guy, he was really starving. Ark had learned survival cooking. Thanks to that there had never been a time he made them starve, even if he had to forcefully feed them. Even if he beat them up, he would always feed them. In reality, Ark knew better than anyone the sorrow of missing meals and starving. That's why he never used taking away food as a punishment. Hoo. Why are you so surprised? I don't know. Master is hateful. Quickly give me the soup. Diedrich immediately dropped the charm after he was reassured. Clack 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 clack. Deimos also visibly brightened as he approached. Even the undead could feel hunger. Ark took out his pot while his pet stared at him encouragingly. It was the precious food. Ark carefully created a dish using various spices and purified water. Then with a flash, the dish was completed in the pot. The survival cooking dish, the best mouse meat soup, has been completed. Your sincerity was enough to infuse this dish with your devotion. The heart which considers the health of the person eating it is the most important virtue for a chef. Because you added the purified water and spices with sincerity, the mouse meat soup has been reborn as an a la carte dish. Agility +2, satiety +20%. A la carte bonus, agility +2, health +400, satiety +20%. Oh hoo! Ark and his pets simultaneously exclaimed. He knew that nursing would have special effects if he was sincere. But he never knew that could be applied to survival cooking. Since he always had abundant ingredients, there was no need to take care when cooking, so he never discovered it. But it is only one dish that can be eaten together. And the number of dishes we can eat together is limited to 10. If I cook 10 of the a la carte dishes, then a lot of stats would be applied. If he hadn't been placed in this situation, then he would have never discovered the information. It was information that could be used even when he had abundant ingredients. Ark was also grateful that his satiety increased. The leg is mine. Touch it and die. Ack, so mean. Then give me the left hind leg. Clack clack clack, sack sack sack. Ark and his summons childishly rushed to obtain as much meat as possible. After eating, their satiety and body temperature increased by 10%. But now their hunger became even more intense. And they became gloomy as they were faced with the reality. Now we have to find something again before our satiety decreases. Ark looked around with concern. The sky-high ice walls blocked the wind, so luckily the chill was not that severe. However, the situation was still not good. Once again, food he had to find found in the crevasse underneath the snowy mountains. And he had to navigate the tangled maze of crevasses. Rock climbing and climbing an ice wall was entirely different. Master, are we going to starve here and die? Diedrich murmured in a gloomy voice. Let's look for a way while we still have physical strength. Honestly, he thought there was no more possible ways. But it wasn't possible to just sit down and wait. Ark and his summons walked along the crevasses for the moment. Kururuk. How far did they walk? After appeasing their stomachs, once again the sound of hunger was heard. When he checked, their satiety had reached 50%. Damn, we only reached this far. Ark breathed out a sigh. Sack sack? Sack sack sack, dot. Ark noticed as Snake suddenly raised its head. Then it crawled down from his waist and squeezed between an ice gorge. Eh? Snake, where are you going? Ark followed behind it with a befuddled look. He squeezed through the narrow opening and an information window suddenly appeared. Snowy Mountains Hidden Cave. East Moon is the snowy mountain covered in ice. You found a cave hidden in a crevasse underneath East Moon. After hundreds or thousands of years of ice and rock, a beautiful cave has been produced holding an ancient mystery. Surprisingly, the vine plants not native to the snowy mountain also grows in this cave. But an eerie animal smell carried by the cold air can be scented from the cave. It seems that this is not a comfortable retreat, so you should stay alert. Explorer's Knowledge Hidden Dungeon Bonus, Skill Points, 10. You have found an undiscovered dungeon. As a new discover, you can gain an additional 2,000 experience and 130 fame if you register in the Hall of Fame. Would you like to register? A hidden dungeon. Ark's eyes shone brightly. Although there were some ominous words in the information window, Ark just welcomed the news of a dungeon. A dungeon that no one had discovered yet. Who knows what treasures would be hidden here? In addition, the entrance of the dungeon was covered in entangled plants. In other words, it was growing plants. Ark, who desperately needed ingredients, had found an oasis in a desert. I also got addition skill points. Ark was in such a good mood that he felt like screaming. Oh, is this place warmer than the crevasse? Clack 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 clack. Diedrich muttered and his and Daimos' face started to look alive again. Because the crevasse and cave blocked off the wind, it felt like they were in an igloo. Of course, the ice cave was still cold, but it couldn't compare to the temperatures outside. Its effect showed immediately. The speed at which their body temperature was falling started to slow down. But satiety is still in a dangerous state. I have to seek food first. Since the entrance is cool, I might be able to find some suitable herbs or berries. As expected, there were several small fruits stuck to the vines. That's it. If I gather everything from the cave, then I don't have to worry about starving and dying for the moment. Once I find an exit, then I'll be able to descend the mountain. Ark collected the fruit and looked at his waist. Okay, Snake. You can hold this for the moment, eh? His waist was empty. Ark realized that Snake had yet to come back. Diedrich, Daimos, where is Snake? Snake? I don't know. Wasn't it just here before? Clack clack clack? Diedrich and Daimos just shook their heads. Ark had an uneasy feeling. Snake had moved without any commands and found the cave. Then it should have returned to Ark as soon as he entered the cave. But instead of coming back, it just disappeared without saying a word. Snake only had 50 health. Because Snake was normally attached to his waist, he never had to worry about it, but if Snake ran into a monster, then it would die instantly with one shot. Of course, monsters that attacks a snake were rare, but he couldn't summon his pets here. If Snake died, then he wouldn't be able to use one bag. Snake! Where are you? Ark cried out as he plunged into the cave. Sack? Sack sack. He had run 100 meters. Then he heard Snake's voice from the cave walls. He looked up to see that Snake was hanging over several branches. Ark let out a sigh of relief. Phew, what are you doing in this place by yourself? You disappeared all of a sudden. It was at that time. Some black shadows quickly emerged from a side passage. Ark jumped and stepped back. But the shadows running through the darkness didn't even head towards Arkansas. They didn't grasp the situation and aimed straight for Snake. Ark shouted in an urgent voice. Hook, Snake. Hold still and don't move. Slide. Ark slid along the floor and made a side kick. Thanks to the power of the kick, the monster fell over backwards. The shadow that rushed towards Snake was a weasel-like monster. While the monster's was frozen, Snake tumbled down and wrapped around Ark's waist. Eyes of the cat. Ark used the skill to check the monster's information. Once he saw the name, he understood why they attacked Snake first, unlike other monsters. The name of the monster was the ice mongoose. The mongoose was famous for eating snakes. Although Snake was raised by Ark among humans, it instinctively knew that the mongoose was its natural enemy. When the mongooses appeared, Snake buried its face in Ark's chest and trembled. In such a situation, Snake wasn't the only one that would feel fear. Thinking of the mongoose as the cute animal that was raised in a zoo was a big mistake. Its size was 5 meters tall. It was to the extent that it almost reached the ceiling of the cave. It also had sharpened fangs and fearsome claws that could knock out a polar bear. Level 250. Ark was currently level 200. With his dark attribute bonus, he was level 240. It was a similar level. But because of his body temperature and satiety, Ark had a significant penalty applied to his stats and attack speed. Unless it was 1, he couldn't guarantee the odds against several of them. But meat. Ark grinned widely and shouted. And it was followed by Diedrich's loud cheers. Big meat. It is heaps bigger than the mouse. The mongoose flinched and revealed its fangs as they approached. Jackpot. Master. Let's catch it and eat it quickly. There's 4 of them, enough for each of us. Good. I'll use some one of them to make a soup while the rest will be a roast. Clack 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 clack, dot. Ark and his summons drooled as they ran forward. Thanks to their hunger, Ark and his summons only saw the level 250 monster as meat. Now, shall I do a performance test? Ark removed something from his bag. It shone with a peculiar light. It was Gwyzel's sword that he received from Isabel. He was level 190 when he came to the different dimension, but he hadn't had a chance to use it yet. The legendary sword that was said to have cut thousands of demons shone with an eerie light. Kaiawak. When the distance was narrowed, the mongoose immediately swung its sharp claws. Ark angled the sword to block before attacking. And he ended up cutting from the top to the bottom. As it cut across the mongoose's body, Ark was covered in goosebumps. What this feeling is? Thanks to the nice strike, the mongoose immediately lost 15% of its health. It did approximately 300 damage considering that it was a level 250 monster. If it was Lancel's sword, then it would normally be a critical hit. But he wasn't astounded at the attack power. It was a rare sword, so he expected that much. It was the cutting taste that Ark found unexpected. Sock, the feeling of the two-handed sword cutting through the leather was incredible. The very real impression of cutting through the skin with a razor was delivered to his fingertips. It was impossible not to feel good at the sensation of cutting meat, but Ark sensed that Gwyzel's sword was not that simple. Words could not express the feeling of freshness. It was as if all the cells of the body was peeled along with the sword. This is a rare sword. A slow smile spread on Ark's face as he enjoyed the sword. Ark quickly became obsessed with the magic of Gwyzel's sword. Now I understand why people strangle themselves trying to get a rare sword. After using this sword, a magic sword will feel like I'm swinging a club. The sword shone after it attacked the mongoose. Ark then rotated his body like a spin top and swung his sword. Shi-yang. Lancel's sword made a cracking sound when it delivered a critical hit, but Gwyzel's sword just vibrated. At the same time, the hot, pleasant sensation was felt through his fingertips. This feeling is crazy. Ark swung his sword like a man possessed at the mongoose. Of course, even Gwyzel's sword had a weakness. Since it was a two-handed sword, the attack speed was slower. And since the sword was so big, it was hard to achieve the center of gravity to do a kick after swinging it. In addition, due to the nature of a two-handed sword, it was difficult to obtain the accuracy needed for a critical hit. But despite its shortcomings, it was several times stronger than Lancel's sword. Sock, Shi-yang. Every sparkle of the sword decreased the mongoose's health. Diedrich and Deimos also felt no anxiety and were facing the mongoose leisurely. He, do these guys just look strong? Diedrich giggled as he flew around the cave. Do you think you can catch me using such movements? Clack 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 clack. Deimos also blocked the mongoose's attack using his shield and sometimes even counterattacked. These changes was because of his pet's experience. After Ark entered Nagarin, a lot of their opponents were assassins. And the user, not to mention the NPC humanoid assassins, had fairly high intelligence. Of course their strategies and attack patterns were very complicated. Ark and his summons had been dealing with such enemies for the past month. Since they were now dealing with normal monsters, their attack patterns were easily seen through. Ark also faced a large degree of difficulty in the Red Wilderness. Moreover, Ark and his pet's goals was to eat the mongoose meat. Diedrich used the darkness to attack the mongoose from the rear. Deimos, defensive stance on the side. Yes. After the command, the summons couldn't even be compared to before. As soon as he finished, Diedrich crashed into the mongoose from behind, who flinched and ran forward. The mongoose was forced to run towards Ark thanks to Deimos using his shield to block the side. A great opportunity. Ark used Dark Dance to strike 2 concentrated attacks. The mongoose, who already had its health lowered, was split in half. That's it, now for the 2 remaining, but with this much then it will be an easy victory. A2 plan. It's a concentrated attack. Ark and his summons cornered the remaining mongooses with a wave attack. And after just a few moments, the mongooses fell when Gwyzel's sword cut their throats. That's it. Not it is time to eat. Diedrich drooled as he flew towards the body of a mongoose. Suddenly a red shape ran into the cave at an incredible pace. Deimos saw it first and stood in front of Diedrich holding his shield. A massive ringing sound shook the cave while Deimos was thrown back. Ark was surprised and flinched as he retreated. Go! A mongoose was walking in front of him. But it wasn't a conventional mongoose. This mongoose was bigger than the others and covered with red hair. When he checked, it was level 350 levels higher than the other mongooses. This guy is a special monster. Ark's eyes lit up. He had met such monsters several times before this. The body of the monster was usually bigger than the others and it would have a different clothing or skin color. Special monsters such as this would make a light gleam in a monster hunter's eyes. Since the level and stats were so high and their bodies so big, it wasn't easy to catch them. But they had a high probability of dropping deluxe items. Meeting a special monster in a place like this. Ark swallowed his saliva and stared at the body of the red mongoose. That face and those bones, you would look good roasted whole. Diedrich said as he rushed towards it from the darkness. At that moment red flames emerged as the mongoose opened its mouth. Wah! F fire! H hot! Diedrich screamed and flapped his tail as it was set on fire. This. Diedrich said had a lot of health, so it wasn't a big problem. But Deimos couldn't withstand the mongoose's attack with his shield. Once engulfed in flames, then he would instantly die. He wouldn't be able to summon Deimos even after 24 hours had passed. However, the larger problem was that Ark would receive damage when Deimos died. Deimos had a steady growth and his current health was 1,800. 50% of that was 900 damage. The damage was 30% of Ark's health, which would be catastrophic. Ark wrapped his mantle around him and jumped into the fire. It was the 50% fire-resistant veil of fire. Ark shouted and stuck Gwyzel's sword into the mouth of the mongoose, who was radiating flames. You have dealt a critical hit. Chiang, the mongoose wobbled and retreated. Deimos, withdraw to the back. Clack clack clack. Clack 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 clack. Deimos retreated from the flames after Ark came in and saved him. This cave is too narrow. If he uses the same fire attack, then Diedrich and Deimos won't have room to dodge. The attacks will be fatal to my pets since they don't have any fire resistance. Moreover, Diedrich and Deimos had already lost 15% of their health. If they were hit by the flames one more time, then they would quickly fall into a critical condition. And if one of them died, then Ark would receive extra damage from the forced recall. Diedrich, Deimos, you guys retreat far away. What? Master, you're going to fight alone? Diedrich had been rubbing his tail on the ice. You guys will be no help anyway. But Master. Diedrich looked at him with restless eyes but left. In this situation Ark couldn't afford to relax. They had taken down 4 mongooses relatively easy. He hadn't expected any other monsters to come out immediately, so he hadn't paid attention to his health. Therefore his current health was only 30%. Ark grabbed his sword bag tightly. If it's one-on-one, then the odds are in my favor. What? Qua. At that time, the mongoose who had waited for an opportunity rushed towards him. Ark swung his sword in a circular motion. Using the circular motion, he counterattacked on its chest. Riposte. Ton, a dull ringing sound was heard as the mongoose retreated. Ark continuously attacked until he eventually took a break and grasped his sword bag. My health isn't enough. I have to pay more attention to defense than attack. Guizel's sword had a slow attack speed. That means there was a lot of gaps in his attack. I can fight at close range with Lancel's sword, and I can also switch back and forth between Taekwondo. But Guizel's character is completely different. Since it uses both hands, the attack range is narrow and the response time to an enemy's counterattack is quite slow. The long sword is a disadvantage in close-range battles. If I'm tempted by that exhilarating feeling, then I have no choice but to accept receiving considerable damage. It was something he realized when facing the mongoose. It was easy to be mistaken because of the overwhelming attack, but the two-handed sword was a defensive weapon. If he had a sword in one hand and machine gun in the other, then both were cannons. In order to take advantage of the long sword, he must keep a distance and attack. Since the attack speed was slow, there was a considerable delay. Ark reached that conclusive and changed his stance. He took a defense posture instead of an attack posture. Kayak. The mongoose rushed forward swinging its arms. Ark angled the sword and received the attack. Indeed, the attack rarely reaches. Using Guizel's sword to defend was an excellent choice. The only defense skill that Ark learned was parry. If successful, the skill was attack as well as defend. Thanks to his intermediate sword attack, parry hit x4. The defense applied was 45-60% while the damage dealt was 182-40. It was the same standards as warriors who used a steel shield. It wasn't a perfect defense, of course, but it was possible to reduce a considerable amount of damage. Ark used parry to defend before using riposte. In a matter of minutes, Ark reduced the mongoose's health by 70%. But in the process, Ark also lost 10% of his health. I received 10% damage while I dealt 70%, so if I maintain this, then it is possible to win. That's what Ark was thinking. While he was attacking and counterattacking, the mongoose was also thinking. It hopped back and started spewing fire. Ark lost 10% of his health and was in a critical condition. This damn mongoose, it noticed my weak point. Of course, he couldn't block the flames with his sword. The flame resistance cloak only reduced the damage by 50%. And it wasn't possible to do a counterattack. If it continues like this, then it won't be possible. Victory or defeat. Demonic opening. Ark shouted as he lifted Guizel's sword. Kia-aak. Guizel's sword trembled and the appalling sound of a ghost's wail emerged from the sword. After the ghosts emerged, they stuck onto the sword. It was as if the ghost's form had been tattooed on the blade. It was the special option of Guizel's sword that increased damage by 20% in exchange for his health, demonic opening. Since he was in a critical condition, adrenaline also activated. His damage, critical hit, evasion and reaction rate all increased dramatically. He felt an incredible surge of power that made him want to pounce and tear off some flesh. Take this, Dark Blade. Kidaowak, Chiang. Every time he swung the sword, the ghosts would wail and the mongoose would have its health decreased by a large amount. The overwhelming attack exceeded the monster's defense. The mongoose, who fell into a critical condition, shrieked and tried to turn around. Then it began to flee at a tremendous rate. Ark quickly chased it. Demonic opening was a double-edged sword. His attack increased explosively, but he would lose 5 health every second. Since he only had 300 health left, he could only last 1 minute. 40 seconds had already passed, so he only had 100 health left. If he failed to kill it in 20 seconds, then he would be devoured by the ghosts. Guizel's sword noticed that Ark didn't have a lot of health left. The monster engraved on the blade started to climb up his arm. The remaining time is 15 seconds, if I can't knock it down then I'll die. Sprint. Ark explosively dashed forward like he was in a race and narrowed the distance. And when he reached the corner, the mongoose suddenly turned around. Hook, was luring me its plan? If Ark couldn't knock it down in one blow, then he would be vulnerable to a counterattack. However, it was too late to stop. If I can't kill it, then I'll die. Ark clenched his teeth and swung his sword. A sharp scream as well as the ghost's wail shook the cave. The mongoose's body was split in half and a message window quickly appeared. Your level has risen. You have learnt a new skill. Drastic measures sword cutting into 2, beginner, Passive, you've dug into the enemy's chest and split it apart with one murderous stroke. This technique relies more on the sharpness of the sword and the weight of the blow than the user's ability. Expert craftsmen who dedicate their spirits to the sword will craft an excellent sword. Among them, only those who use the sword with both hands can learn this technique. If the enemy has less than 10% health, then a successful critical it will have a 10% chance of instantly killing it. If you are successful, then there is a x1-2 chance of gaining extra experience and a x1-2 of the best items dropping. Rare skill only available for two-handed swords. A rare two-handed sword only skill? But he couldn't relax while reading the information window. Demonic opening off. When Ark quickly raised his voice, the ghostly pattern that had almost reached his heart scattered like powder. He only had 7.1 seconds left until all his health was gone. Phew, this isn't a skill that I can use too excessively. Wah! Dimas and Diedrich approached while Diedrich let out a sound of admiration. Master, somehow you were very cool. Don't worry, I'll let you eat your fill so you don't have to flatter me. He, you noticed? Anyway, you guys also suffered fighting on an empty stomach. I'll let you eat as much as possible. As expected from Master. Did you know? I really do respect Master. Normally they made an uproar when he forced them to eat food. Now the summons were aware of the importance of food after starving. Sometimes it might be necessary to make them starve. Well, they haven't complained about food after their retraining at Lancel Village, so it shouldn't be necessary. Ark began to collect the loot from the normal mongooses while Diedrich laughed. As expected from a beast monster, the items that dropped were quite trivial. In New World, there was a casual relationship between the type of monster and the items they would drop. In other words, humanoid monsters wouldn't drop leather or meat. Instead, they had a high probability of dropping weapons and armor. On the other hand, it was hard to find weapons or armor from a beast animal. Of course, that didn't mean there was zero chance of it dropping. In the case of man-eating animals, sometimes they won't digest the items and would drop armor or weapons. But the odds were so low that it was atrocious. Leather, meat and bone was the most that he expected to drop. Still, it is lucky that I found a lot of ingredients. Ark swept up the items and walked towards the special monster. The special monster had a high probability of dropping deluxe items. Since it was killed by being cut in two, there was a high probability that it would drop the best item. Ark excitedly searched the mongoose's body. Hook, this is. The item that the mongoose dropped was a deep red bead. Ark had seen a similar item before. It was the shining slime essence that dropped previously. Ark looked at the information with a trembling heart. Mongoose essence, fire. This is the essence of the mongoose that only lives in the snowy mountains in another dimension. The information regarding the mongoose essence has been grasped using the excellent intuition of an advanced survival chef. Sometimes a mutated mongoose will appear among hundreds with a special property. In some cases, the crystals are the source of the mongoose's power. Currently there are 7 types of crystals identified, and they are fire, ice, earth, wind, lightning, darkness, light. Each essence possesses the power of its relevant attribute. If a player gathers all the attributes, then they can freely manipulate the elements. Monster Essence Rating D. As expected, this is an immortality pill. In addition, there were at least 7 different types of immortality pills. Then wouldn't the effects be tremendous? He got an extravagant effect just from his one slime's immortality pill. Of course, the slime's essence had a B rating. The mongoose only had a D rating, so the effect would be smaller. But it was a different story if there were 7 types. That meant he could get a bonus 7 times. And if he collected everything, then a set bonus would be applied. If I gather everything, then it would be even better than the slime's immortality pill. In addition, I wandered the snowy mountains for several days without seeing one mongoose. That means all the mongooses are gathered in this cave. If I wander around this cave, then I might find the remaining essences. The problem is the remaining ingredients. Ark quickly put the essence in a pot and heated it up. Soon a black smoke rose and a red lump of jelly was made. Just as before, a new message window popped up registering a new recipe. Mongooses, fire, immortality pill recipe. Shining jelly mongoose essence, fire, 1/1. Purified water 3/10. Ice caps decision 16/20. Seal mocho 14/20. Ark's face was a little bit disappointed after he checked the recipe. The ingredients necessary were easily available in the area. And the maximum number required was 20. It might have a lower potency than expected. However, Ark shook his head. No, I don't know if the difficulty of gathering ingredients for the slime's immortality pill was unusual. I can check the efficiency after I make it. The ingredients can't be bought and there will still be a bonus effect no matter the efficiency. Ark started to gather the desired ingredients. Collecting the ingredients was a cinch. There were quite a few of the snow crystals in the crevasses. And he was able to recover the seal mocho from the bushes surrounding the cave. He could obtain purified water anywhere by putting snow into his pot. And just as he was about to make the immortality pill. Master, when are you going to give the meal? Wait a moment. I'll quickly create this. Ark confidently said before he jumped and stopped his movements. Wait? Am I just going to blindly make this? He had forgotten in the excitement of finding the essence. Making the immortality pill was difficult and time-consuming work. He needed to stir the pot, adjust the fire and wait for it to mature before it was completed. It took him 72 hours to create the slime's immortality pill. It had a lower rating but it would still probably take some time. While I'm doing that, I won't be able to create other dishes. That was the problem. It wasn't possible to use the pot until the immortality pill was completed. While he was blindly waiting, everyone would starve and die. Ark started sweating at the thought. I almost made a huge mistake. Ark immediately made a mongoose soup full of ingredients. There's plenty of ingredients so you can eat this by yourself. Diedrich was tired of being hungry and poured the soup made with new ingredients straight down his throat. Fortunately, the mongoose soup was a food that gave a good effect. You have made the survival cooking dish warm mongoose soup. The mix of herbs in a rich meat soup warms the chest. The taste of the spices also adds to the meat. Satiety plus 70%, body temperature plus 70%, satiety or body temperature won't fall for 10 minutes. Ha, now I don't need to eat anymore. Diedrich rubbed his protruding belly as he looked at the food information window. It was a good food to eat in the ice cave. Okay, I have a lot of ingredients. Once I gather the herbs and meat and cook a lot of dishes, then I can start the immortality pill. Ark created one dish for each of them and ate it on the spot. In order to collect the rest of the ingredients and kill the remaining mongoose, he started exploring the cave. Look in every corner of the cave for a special monster. Before that, Snake, from now on don't go wandering off without my permission. Understood? Ark didn't forget to pay attention to Snake. Sack, sack, sack. Sack, sack, sack. But Snake's reaction was a bit odd. Although it paid attention to Ark, Snake kept on looking around the cave with restless eyes. In the beginning he thought it was worried about the mongoose who was its natural enemy. But when Ark thought about it, the reason might not be so simple. If it knew about its enemy, then why did Snake go into the cave by itself? Wait? Is that the reason? Was Snake being influenced by the skill stalking? Stalking was Snake's special skill which allowed it to find items in the surroundings. There was a possibility that it instinctively knew an item was hidden in the cave. That's right. Snake's stalking skill allows it to easily find items hidden in dungeons. Ark's pupils turned to gold at the crazy idea. Ark asked in a friendly voice. Snake, are you attracted to something? Sack, sack, sack. Snake nodded its head and waited. Okay, please guide me. I'll go where you point. Ark headed in the direction that Snake's tongue pointed to. Every time he turned the corner, there was a group of mongooses gathered together. They ranged from 3 to 10 mongooses. But Ark wasn't worried now that his satiety was full. But it was impossible to deal with 10. Diedrich, scout ahead. Yes. Ark beat a suitable number of mongooses and moved forward. The scale of the ice caves was bigger than he thought. Although he didn't look everywhere, it still took some time to head in the right direction. However, Ark didn't feel bored. Just like the snowy mountains, the scenery here is also beautiful. Ark fell into a trance at the sight of the ice cave. The rocks and ice tangled together to make a huge ravine. A breathtaking ice bridge hung over it. There were ice pillars several meters thick that lined the bridge. When the light came in from the distant gap in the ceiling and reflected off the pillars, it looked like a cascade of colored light was shining around the cave. It felt like a crystal palace from a fairy tale. I'm glad I came here. Ark then used his cartographer's skill to confirm the dungeon map. He had walked almost a straight line from the entrance. In the meantime, he killed hundreds of mongooses so the meat was piled up in his bag. He had enough extra food stockpiled for emergencies. How big is this cave? Ark was thinking this when he suddenly stopped. When he followed the exceptionally long passage, a square block of ice appeared. He looked around the area but there was no other way past the barrier. Then this is the destination? Snake licked its tongue and indicated the opposite wall. Ark tilted his head and explored the barrier. It seemed that something was behind the barrier. It was an object with a shape like a mountain. But one side of the ice was uneven and he couldn't grasp the correct shape. There must be something. What on earth? Ark lowered his head closer and used his sleeve to wipe off some of the fog. However, he could still only see the silhouette of the object. Then, something suddenly moved from behind the barrier. It was a huge object shaped like a mountain. At the top of the object a red light sparkled. He felt a familiar sensation in his body. Monster! When Ark's head rose, flames wrapped around the object's body. Then it rushed towards Ark at an incredible speed. Ark became startled and quickly dodged. At the same time, the barrier broke with a large roar. Ice powder scattered as a mongoose was released. Quah-ah! The cave echoed with the roar of the huge mongoose. A red warning message floated in front of Arkansas. The nightmare boss monster of the East Moon Galgashi has appeared. Be boss monster. Ark let out a scream of distress as he rolled along the ground. It had a 10-meter tall body with 5 different tails. It had 2 red eyes and 1 white eye on its forehead. The 3 eyes rolled around and focused on Arkansas. It opened its mouth and laughed. The gaping mouth revealed jagged fangs. It looked like it wanted to grasp Ark between its fangs and take a bite out of him. Hook! Ark quickly raised his body and stood up. Pababa, beyond duck. It brandished its claws and made a challenging posture. Thanks to the impact of the claws hitting the ground, Ark once again fell and slid 10 meters. It is difficult to fight on this slippery ice. Ark tried to raise his body as Galgashi attacked him again. Clack clack clack. Clack 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 clack. Deimos held out the shield as he came running. However, slippery. Deimos tumbled down and hit his head on the ice. Master. At the moment, Diedrich used Dark Dash to crash into Galgashi. At the same time, Ark moved sideways using Slide. Although Galgashi tried to step on him, its accuracy was lower in the dark. Thanks to that, Ark was barely able to dodge it. Ark managed to draw his sword and stand in the correct posture. It's sudden, but a boss is always welcomed. The boss was an item to Arkansas. A boss monster would drop a minimum of 1 or more magic items. In addition, the experience was also fabulous. Therefore there was no reason for him to avoid it. Level 400, it is slightly unreasonable. Its level was a lot higher than the special mongoose he fought earlier. Ark's current level was 202. With the dark attribute bonus he was level 241. That was a 160 level difference. Author wrote 60 but that must be a mistake. But Ark's ability was quite high compared to users of the same level. And he could also use Quaizel's sword. He couldn't guarantee a victory but it might be possible if he tried. The problem is not the level but the location. The floor was very slippery ice. He could stand but it was difficult to move quickly. On the other hand, Galgashi used its claws to dig into the ground and move quickly. Ark felt the overwhelming speed difference straight away. But I can use Slide without any restrictions no matter the terrain. And Galgashi is also a mongoose. I've roughly learned their attack patterns after fighting them. If I combine them then I might be able to reduce the speed gap. Slide. Ark used Slide and began to attack Galgashi like what he envisioned. As expected, Galgashi's attack pattern wasn't that different from the mongoose's. The attack consisted of rushing and trying to bit or jumping all over and using its claws. Ark predicted the orbit using Galgashi's preliminary movements and used Slide to dodge it. Kakakakak, Galgashi's claws scraped the ice every time. Gradually the ice disappeared, revealing the rocky ground. Thanks to that, Deimos was also able to join the battle. However, the one that showed outstanding skills in this environment was Diedrich. Take this. You big fat mongoose. Diedrich taunted Galgashi who immediately got angry and jumped up. Diedrich avoided the attack by flying lower. And Ark and Deimos waited for the moment Galgashi landed to launch an assault. They aimed for the moment it stiffened upon landing. Galgashi staggered and couldn't fight back properly. If it continues like this then I'll win. Ark was inwardly convinced of his victory. Rohair! Galgashi roared with fury and lifted one tail. When it struck the ground started shaking and something he never imagined happened. Quajajijik. Sparks rose all over the ground. You have received lightning damage. 100 damage. Every 30 seconds, there will be a 50% chance of shock, electric shock or stun for 3 minutes. If you receive an electric shock, then your movement speed will slow by 90% for 10 seconds. What the? Lightning damage? All his movements became slower, like a video was being slowed down. While his arms and legs couldn't move, Galgashi took advantage and ran up to him. Snap, Ark flew through the air and hit the ground with a large impact. He felt dizzy. The wide area magic had a range of 10 meters and lasted for 3 minutes. And every 30 seconds for 3 minutes, there was a 50% chance of receiving an unknown status. Shock would simply cause extra damage. But the penalty applied to his movements because of stun would be fatal in a boss attack. With one move, the battle completely changed. The spark just had to touch him and it would trigger that state. Thanks to the sparks, Ark had no access to Galgashi. But it is not impossible. Deimos, transform. Deimos quickly changed into the saw blade after Ark's command. If Galgashi used his lightning magic, then Deimos would be useful. Ark used the saw blade to avoid the sparks and attack. Diedrich, flying in the air, was also unaffected by the lightning. However, lightning was not the only damage Galgashi had. He hit the floor with a different tail, and this time an intense storm was caused. The wind grazed his skin and spilt blood. You've been hit by the wind blades. 100 damage. When hit by the wind blade, there is a 50% chance of bleeding or muscles torn. You've had your muscles torn. For 10 seconds, your strength and agility will be decreased by 20%. Wide area wind magic. It became quite the spectacle as time passed. Galgashi didn't use the wide area wind magic to just attack. The storm also whirled around Galgashi and deflected the whip. In addition, wind magic was fatal to flying creatures. Ugh! Diedrich's health was steadily decreased by the wind. Galgashi tormented Ark with a variety of magic. It had 5 tails with different properties, and every time a tail was used, a different type of magic would occur. The damage from the magic was not that great. But the problem was the states there were triggered by the magic every time. If he was hit with ice magic, then his movements would slow down, while earth magic would activate stun. Oh my god, this really is a terrible boss. There was no way for Ark to deal with Galgashi. Ark couldn't even attack properly and fell into a critical condition. No, I can't keep it up for much longer. It's regrettable, but I have to live. It took him a few days to get here. If he died, then he would be revived at a village near the Red Wilderness. Then it would take a few days to get back to the cave. No, there was no guarantee that Ark would be able to find the cave again in East Moon. He might even have to give up on the immortality pill set. Ark made a decision and turned his body around. The entrance was narrow and long. If he escaped through there, then the boss wouldn't be able to follow. But his opponent was a boss monster. It wouldn't give up its prey so easily. Galgashi noticed Ark's intent and jumped forward. Galgashi jumped over 10 meters and landed in front of Ark with exposed fangs. This. When Ark became confused, Snake shot out from his waist onto the ground. At that moment, Galgashi's eyes focused on Snake. It instinctively forgot about attacking Ark and saw Galgashi reflexively went for Snake. Sack sack, sack sack sack. Snake moved across the floor and shouted, "Dad, I'll lead it away, so run." Ark seemed to hear. Snake showed impressive loyalty to its master by facing against its natural enemy. Ark ran away without looking back. Sprint. He shared his food with his summons on the snowy mountain. So why? The situation was different. He didn't mind if he died on the snowy mountains, but here was different. Since there was no guarantee he could find the cave again, Ark had to live no matter what. But he had no intention of giving up his snake bag. Diedrich, grab Snake. Why would I? If Snake dies, then I'll let you starve. Ark's threat worked. Diedrich swallowed and quickly grabbed Snake. Galgashi, who had its food taken away, immediately emitted light and used wind magic, but Diedrich used acrobatic movements to dodge most of the damage. Then Galgashi's eyes focused on Arkansas. Galgashi used its tail again and its whole body was engulfed in flames. Then the projectile flew towards Ark at an incredible pace. It was the same magic used to break the barrier. It was impossible to avoid, so Ark turned around and held up his sword. Instantaneously, an intense shock was felt. But it was fortunate that Galgashi used fire magic. Ark's mantle gave him a 50% fire resistance. Thanks to that, the fire damage was halved and he didn't receive any abnormal states. And he slipped and slid towards the entrance due to Galgashi's strike. "Master, I've saved it. Will you give rice?" Meanwhile, Diedrich had also flew towards the entrance with Snake. "Well done. Now let's get out of here." Ark stood up, grabbed Snake and ran down the narrow passage. Kwawang. The sound of Galgashi banging could be heard from the ice wall behind him. However, it wasn't possible to catch Ark unless it was a mole. Damn, what's with that guy? Ark let out a burst of anger when he reached the entrance of the cave. It was the first time he met a boss where he didn't have any answers about how to defeat it. Ark needed to do two things in the dungeon. He had to complete the immortality pill set and find another exit out of the crevasse. In other words, if the boss wasn't protecting an exit, then there was no reason to fight it. But it was the first boss monster he encountered since Colossus in Lancel Village. I should catch it no matter what, but Ark had no intention of leaving the ice caves even if he found the exit. He had to kill all the special monsters to complete the set. And since the ice caves were huge, he assumed that it had a large number of mongooses. If he completed the immortality set, then Ark might be able to deal with the boss. There's just one chance. Next time there is no guarantee that I can escape like before. I have to be definitely sure of my victory before facing it again. But would raising his level really allow him to succeed? If it was just levels, then Ark could somehow face Galgashi. The problem was the various magic with different attributes that it could use. No matter how much he raised his level, it would be meaningless if he couldn't deal with the magic. Is there another way? But he couldn't think of an answer to his concerns. I guess I have no choice but to raise my level. Ark decided to leave the problem of the boss for the moment. Fighting the boss had taken a lot out of him. Ark took out his pot and made soups using all the meat. After securing the food, he earnestly started the immortality pill creation process. Now shall I get started? First was the mongoose essence. Then he added all the other ingredients until colorful halos emerged from the pot and a message window appeared. You have gathered all the ingredients necessary to create the mongoose's immortality pill, fire. Now it is time to start the process of creating the immortality pill. Immortality pill mixing equals crystallization equals maturation. Once it goes through these 3 stages, then it is complete. The estimated duration is 12 hours. Since it had a low rating, the time taken to create it was only 12 hours. Fortunately, the mixing and crystallization process only took 1 hour each. Ark finished the whole process and carefully placed the covered pot in a corner. The remaining time was 10 hours, so he just had to wait. Ark stacked the mongoose soup on the ground and said, Diedrich, guard it carefully. I'll be sleeping for a while. I understand. Don't just eat tons of food. Deimos, watch Diedrich. Clack 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 clack. Deimos nodded. In here it was impossible to release his pets. The summons just had to wait in that one spot while Ark left the game. Fortunately, it didn't consume mana, so Ark didn't have to worry about that. However, it would be a problem if there was a surprise attack by the mongooses. That was the reason he went back to the entrance of the cave. So Ark placed a sentry in front of the pot and exited the game. After he slept and exercised in reality, the immortality pill had been completed. The maturation process has ended and the mongoose's immortality pill, fire, has been completed. Asterisk fame increases by 200. Asterisk intelligence increases by 5. Asterisk survival cooking skill increases by 10. Asterisk the monster's pill information has been updated. Number of immortality pill completed, 2. Ark gulped and looked at it with expectant eyes. Ark, who checked the information, gave an easy laugh. Ark had been contemplating how to beat Galgashi, but now he thought he was a fool. Ha, I see. That's it. Catching Galgashi will be easy. Ark once again realized how deceptive the game was. If there was a problem, then there would be a key in the area to solve it. It was the same for New World as well. The way to take down the invincible Galgashi was present in the mongoose's immortality pill information. Okay, I see what you mean. If I collect all the immortality pills, then defeating Galgashi won't be a problem. Ark laughed and raised his body. Now, let's go and gather some immortality pills. Into the dungeon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Chapter 3. ACT3 Legendary Hero? Phew, the weather has become a lot colder, but even though it used to be autumn, without even realizing it was now December. The weather was so cold with a few showers that even wearing a thick jumper didn't prevent goosebumps. Why do they have to call me today of all days? This weather was best for staying at home and playing games. Well, this cold was nothing compared to when he connected to the game. At least he had the mongoose soup. And it was the same even without the soup. Anyway, wandering in the cold was 100 times better if he was earning money from it. But I have to go out instead of playing the game. He could use that excuse if it was Guanwarang or the rehabilitation members. But that excuse wouldn't work with the people Hyunwoo was meeting today. He might even become a corpse if he brought the word game into the conversation. Anyway, the year-end party, it has already been a year? Hyunwoo looked up at the night sky. He never realized since he had been buried in the game. But once he looked back on it, he realized that it had been an eventful year. Above all, I'm thankful that my mother has become a lot better. When he visited a few days ago, his mother even saw him off. She did it on her own without a wheelchair. It was just a few steps from the bed to the door. Her whole body was covered in sweat as she sat down, but his mother just laughed. I'm better, Hyunwoo, soon I'll be able to leave the hospital. His mother wanted to show that through her actions. Please don't force yourself. What if you become worse for no reason? Hyunwoo said while leaving, before collapsing in tears on the hospital doorstep. He couldn't repress his happy and excited feelings. There were many times when he had to carry his mother because she couldn't walk. Every time Hyunwoo saw that, he felt like cutting his own legs. Then his mother walked on her own. It was worth paying the higher hospital bills. The hospital costs increased every day. He wouldn't have been able to afford it if it wasn't for the money earned from New World. Hyunwoo's earnings from New World were 3 times what he made last year. The result was because of hard work and luck. And the immortality pill collection was also near completion. I've already completed 5 out of the 7 pills. Now there are only 2 left. With 2 days left, I'll be able to complete it within this year. Then I can scrape money again next year. If I finish Magaro's quest, then thousands of gold will come pouring in. Hyunwoo dreamed about the future and headed to the meeting place. Then 4 serious-looking people approached from the other side. The group's character didn't seem that good. With just a glance, Hyunwoo could tell that they were guys who picked random fights in the street. Hyunwoo had experienced this situation a lot when he played around in the nightlife and tried to go around them. But the 4 people narrowed the distance and blocked in front of him. Are you Hyunwoo? Hyunwoo stopped walking and raised his head. An unknown face looked back at him. Who are you? I asked if you are Hyunwoo. One guy twisted his face and asked. He was somewhat uncomfortable. Hyunwoo didn't know why, but he could clearly tell what was going on by their attitude and looks. Although they were talking to him, they fully intended to use violence. He could tell the difference from argumentative people from the look in their eyes. No. You got the wrong person. Hyunwoo replied bluntly and tried to walk past only to have one of them grab his shoulder. Why are you doing this? Do you think a kid like you can act like that with us? The guy pulled back Hyunwoo's shoulder. But Hyunwoo was not the same as before. When he felt the crisis, Hyunwoo's feet reflexively kicked up. Bump, his feet hit the guy's jaw, who let go as he stumbled backwards. This bitch. The other 3 members of the group ran up to him. That was when it happened. An emergency bell rang in Hyunwoo's head. If he didn't run away now, he would be hit until he was a dust cloth. I have to run away. Once he thought of the simple and clear instructions, his body automatically moved. Hyunwoo avoided a punch and raised his knee to the face. The man stumbled with a bleeding nose. Hyunwoo was then grabbed by the collar and automatically used a wrestling technique to break free. Then he kicked the vital spots on both sides of the man's body. With 2 people collapsed, one guy rushed forward. Hyunwoo used the movements he learned in boxing and lowered his upper body. He launched himself into the air while spinning his body around. He spun as if he was in an action movie. What the? The guy stuttered with a stupid face. The spinning body fell like a thunderbolt. A giant spin kick technique. It was a technique that he had practiced in his spare time. The guy stumbled and screamed as Hyunwoo kicked him. This is a technique. Hyunwoo was amazed at his own movements. While training at the police gym, he had used pretty crazy moves. However, his opponents were representatives in boxing, wrestling, and even taekwondo. Because he lost every day, he was unaware of how strong he had become. And he never had a chance to test it out. Thanks to the element of surprise, he was able to overwhelm the hooligans in an instant. What's going on? Is a movie being made? Oh, it looks great? The people who passed by stared and gossiped. Some people even took a video with their phones. Damn it, what ignorant people would think this is a movie? Somebody call the police. Hyunwoo stared at the people shooting with an angry expression. But there was no time to quarrel with them. Although he managed to defeat the group, this was reality. This battle wouldn't end until everybody was unable to fight. And it would be difficult if they decided to use a knife. This was the difference between game and reality. For the moment, I have to get out of here. I have to get to that place somehow. While the group was wincing in pain, Hyunwoo plunged through the spectators and into an alley. If he made it past the alley, then he would be at the appointment place. If he got there, then he would be able to avoid the dangerous situation. Hyunwoo ran through the alley at his top speed. And just as he saw the sign for the appointment place and was about to leave the alley, a spark suddenly bounced in front of him. Wobble, when he lost his center of gravity, someone grabbed his hair. Tremendous strength. Hyunwoo bent backwards as the guy who grabbed him threw him to a corner of the alley. Although Hyunwoo wasn't small, he was thrown lightly through the air and landed heavily. The rest of the group followed and kicked Hyunwoo several times before finally stopping. Those stupid guys, they couldn't even handle one kid? I'm really sorry. Hyun Nim. Block the alley and don't let anyone see. Some hooligans followed the command and blocked the alley entrance. Hyunwoo was finally able to determine the face of the leader. He was a huge figure with short hair and a scar on his face. His appearance clearly indicated a gangster to anyone who looked at him. Why are you doing this? Cough. Once again he was kicked. While Hyunwoo bent over in pain, the leader put on gloves and laughed. Shut up and listen. I won't speak for long. We have no grudge against you. So just close your eyes while I break the bones in your arms. If you don't fight back, then you'll look pretty in the photo. Yes? Or you can be photographed beaten up. It is your choice. That. Hyunwoo looked at the man with an astounded look. He suddenly grabbed a person in the street and was going to break his arm? What was going on? However, he knew that the leader wasn't joking around. Just by looking at his eyes, Hyunwoo could tell that the leader was serious. What the hell? Who are these people? Hyunwoo's body began to tremble. In the game, he could fight a group of ogres without even blinking. However, reality was different from a game. These guys were tiny compared to the ogres. But it wasn't possible to compare the intimidating feeling of these guys to the ogres inside a game. Also, he didn't like realistic violence. His fear when he imagined the upcoming violence was tremendous. Who on earth are you? I didn't even do anything. You can only answer yes or no. Say anything else and I will pull out a tooth. The leader growled. It's impossible. When Hyunwoo sweated and shut his mouth, the guy laughed and grabbed one arm. He wanted to completely break Hyunwoo's arms. Hyunwoo panicked. But it wasn't because of the pain. If my arm breaks, then I won't be able to play the game. If he couldn't play the game, then of course he couldn't make any money. Then what about his mother's hospital bills? The cost of living? The loan situation, like an advertisement, all these images came rushing through Hyunwoo's head. And the conclusion was simple. Whatever else happened, he could not allow his arm to be broken. Hyunwoo turned his arm with all his strength and elbowed the guy. Cough. This bastard, do you want to be unable to use your leg anymore? I don't know what's going on, but please don't do this. Didn't I tell you to shut up? Yeah, grab him and immobilize him. The hooligans grabbed his limbs and held him down. Then the leader once again lifted the brick over his arm. Now Hyunwoo could only watch his arm get broken. And no. Hyunwoo screamed. In this unfair situation, he had no power to do anything. So far, he had been through a lot of these situations and never once had anyone helped him. Just like the people from a while ago who were taking photos or videos with their phones. If any one of them had reported it, then the police would have already come running. Yes, that was Hyunwoo's life. However, this time was different. When Hyunwoo screamed, an unexpected voice was heard from outside the alley. What scene is this? The hooligans flinched and turned their heads around. One guy was entering the alley wearing slippers. The 170-centimeter tall guy looked like a dwarf next to the hooligans. The hooligans put on a tough face and asked him. Who are you? If you don't want to die, then disappear. Usually an ordinary person would bow their heads and run off right away. However, the man just ignored it and approached the group. Is this Hyunwoo? Hyunwoo was surprised and lifted his head. Lee Myung-ryong, teacher? That really is Hyunwoo? Why are you playing around in such a place? The small person, Lee Myung-ryong, muttered in an incredulous voice. Teacher? The seal on his clothes shows that he is someone who teaches taekwondo at a dojo. Why don't you run away before we make your face become puffy hay? The hooligans threatened as they tried to bully Lee Myung-ryong. Indeed, a taekwondo teacher would just be amusing to a gang. And they didn't consider him seriously thanks to his 170cm height and small physique. But they were wrong. The person they were threatening was the current leader of the number 1 SWAT team and a former national taekwondo representative. Although a sashimi knife was thrust underneath his nose, the man had a heart of steel and didn't even blink. The leader became angry and swung his fist at Lee Myung-ryong. Bam dash! With a loud sound, the impact caused his head to rise by 90 degrees. Lee Myung-ryong sighed and wiped away the blood at his mouth. It's been a long time since I was hit. Well, are you satisfied? So let's stop, yes? What the, this bastard, dot. Once again there was a loud bam as Lee Myung-ryong was kicked in the stomach. His 190cm tall frame had a significant amount of weight behind it. Lee Myung-ryong collapsed from the blow. Teacher. Hyunwoo looked at Lee Myung-ryong with disbelieving eyes. Although he was taken by surprise, the hooligans had been able to take down Hyunwoo. But for Lee Myung-ryong, who was in charge of the police gym, to not even be able to land one blow? Why? This kid. He seemed quite relieved when his teacher appeared. Did you see him stop shaking? Too bad I took care of him in a few minutes. The leader chuckled and approached Hyunwoo again. Then he lifted the brick again. However, Lee Myung-ryong, who had been completely knocked down, just got up like nothing happened. Embarrassing me in front of my pupil. What the? This bastard? Now, let's see. My mouth is bleeding, and now my stomach is bruised. In this case, the usual punishment would be 4 weeks. But if I claim self-defense, I won't get 4 weeks even if I beat you up like a dog. Do you guys know what that means? Lee Myung-ryong laughed as he indicated towards his face. You guys are now dead. What are you talking about? Crush him. The hooligans rushed forward at their leader's order. Some of them picked up pieces of timber with a murderous atmosphere. But Lee Myung-ryong just looked at Hyunwoo mischievously. Hyunwoo, this will be an outdoor lesson. Teacher, danger. What? Lee Myung-ryong lightly avoided the timber and spread his arms. Bump! The chin of a hooligan shook before he suddenly collapsed. Lee Myung-ryong had lightly walked through the hooligans and extended his fist. If his upper body was dragged, then he would gently elbow them. As expected, the hooligan fell down and wasn't able to move. The same thing occurred to the remaining 2 members. Lee Myung-ryong stepped up to the members lying down and pressed down on their temples with his heel, causing them to scream. These guys are like leeches. They won't stop with just a single blow. What are you doing? Those stupid fools. Why can't you get up? However, the hooligans lying on the ground just continued sweating and couldn't even breathe properly. After that, the leader rushed towards Lee Myung-ryong. I'll take care of his with one shot to the face. His fist couldn't be seen. Although it wasn't clearly seen, suddenly there was the sound of the leader's face being punched and moving 90 degrees. It really was one shot. Hook! The man let out a muffled scream and bent at the waist. It was a rare sight. The small dwarf just walked forward. But when he moved forward, the huge figure of the leader screamed. The leader's face instantly turned blue. Although he didn't fall down, it wasn't because of the leader's abilities. He just wasn't allowed to fall. Lee Myung-ryong casually walked up to him and grabbed his hair. Then he slammed the leader into a corner and inspected his pockets. Lee Myung-ryong laughed as he took out the wallet and confirmed the identity. Boss of the Pleasant Smile Company, Wang Ho. Do you think you will be safe after doing a thing like this? I'll find you, Jim, and beat you to death. What? Lee Myung-ryong stared at Wang Ho incredulously before bursting out with wild laughter. Ha 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 ha, really? That will be fine with me. I'll look forward to your performance then. What the? It seems he still can't grasp the situation. Captain, what happened? At that time, a few people with big shoulders peeped in from outside the alley. Hyunwoo also knew their faces. It was the SWAT team members that he exercised with at the gym. The former boxer and wrestler were also there. Yes, the one who called Hyunwoo out in this harsh weather was Lee Myung-ryong. It was the year-end party of the number 1 SWAT team. It's not a big deal. I'm just going to clean up the situation, so wait a moment. Hey, let's do an exchange. Lee Myung-ryong pulled out a wallet and threw it towards Wang Ho. Wang Ho opened the wallet with confused eyes and suddenly paled. Inside the wallet was the identification of the captain of the number 1 SWAT team. I'm also the teacher of a gym not far from here. If it is the number 1 SWAT team, don't tell me, the so-called demon of the National Police Agency. That's right. And this guy is my one and only beloved disciple. So does this situation make more sense now? Li Myung-ryong slapped the frozen back of Wang Ho and spoke. Well, let's clean this up. Looking at the situation, you wouldn't attack without a reason. Why don't you tell me the reason why you dragged an innocent person into this? Or do you want to go for a ride? Either is welcome. If you decided not to cooperate, then the interrogation will become quite violent and last for a while. The police taking crime really seriously. Wang Ho's sweat started dripping down as he looked away. Li Myung-ryong waited for a moment before slowly getting up. I guess that's it. Shall we test your patience? Wait a minute. Actually, I was asked to do this. Asked? Yes, a client's son asked me to break his arms and take some pictures, that's the truth. Don't you know? There is no way I would start a fight if money wasn't involved. Oh, someone asked you to break the arms? What a noble hobby. Then his name? Li Myung-ban. Li Myung-ryong looked at Hyunwoo. He was asking if Hyunwoo knew the name. Hyunwoo shook his head and Li Myung-ryong immediately stared at Wang Ho. Do you want to go to hell? Really? I didn't really understand, but there was some grudge because of a game. The game is called New World. The person who gave me orders is called Andal. Andal. Hyunwoo jumped. Li Myung-ryong roughly understood the situation and nodded. You're not lying. Okay, you know his address, right? Li Myung-ryong forced Wang Ho to write down the address. It is too troublesome to put small fries like you in jail and then write up the reports. I get a rash whenever I look at guys like them. But if Hyunwoo ever sees you again, you understand? Wang Ho nodded frantically with a stricken face. Li Myung-ryong tapped his cheek and got up. Let's go, Hyunwoo. As expected from the leader of a SWAT team, Li Myung-ryong didn't hesitate in his actions at all. As soon as he left the alley, he took a cab to the address. It was a 100 square meter block of apartments in Gangnam. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to enter. But once the police identification was shown to the guard, he was quickly ushered in. It isn't necessary to do this. When the situation became larger than he thought, Hyunwoo spoke nervously. However, Li Myung-ryong didn't pay any attention and raised his hand to the doorbell. Then he saw the Lee Kyung-ho nameplate next to the doorbell and hesitated. Damn it, no wonder why the address was familiar. What's wrong? No. I've come here so I should see it through to the end. Who is it? A voice spoke through the loudspeaker when the bell was pressed. This is Li Myung-ryong from the number 1 SWAT team. Oh, understood. Did you want to speak to the chief? Can you ask if I may have a word? Okay. The door soon opened and a 50-year-old man greeted them. The spacious living room looked like a soccer ball. There was also 2 levels of stairs leading up. Hyunwoo quickly became depressed. Why did this person live in a 100 square apartment while he lived in one with a hole in the wall? Hyunwoo was scared of fighting a rich person. He didn't know how to deal with humans who have overflowing money. In addition, Li Myung-ryong also seemed uncomfortable. As he paced back and forth. Yes, what brought you here? It is about your son. My son? The middle-aged man, Lee Kyung-ho, looked confused. Li Myung-ryong sighed and explained the situation that occurred. Then the facial muscles of Lee Kyung-ho distorted and made an ugly expression. But after a moment, he smiled and took out a cigarette before saying, I still don't see what's wrong. Don't tell me you believe the words of those delinquents? There is no way my son would do such a thing, since isn't it unfair for them to implicate him? Well, you probably just came to investigate the claims. Well, that's right. Can I see your son? I don't understand what you're saying. Lee Kyung-ho frowned as he looked at Li Myung-ryong. Then he took out a 1 million won check and placed it on the table. As an adult, we can't pretend to be ignorant of the social rules. In addition, my son's name was mentioned. I'll have a chat with some juniors and have them investigate it. And since your friend seems to be injured, he can use this to pay for the medical costs. He said it in a soft voice, but there was clearly a hidden threat. It was a lot more intimidating than the roars of the gangsters. Hyunwoo could guess Lee Kyung-ho's status just by those words. Perhaps he was a former high-ranking police officer. It was the reason Li Myung-ryong frowned when looking at the nameplate. Lee Myung-ryeon looked at the check and muttered in a low voice. Necessary? No. I hate smelly money. Although Hyunwoo needed money, he also didn't grab it. Lee Myung-ryeon hit the table with both hands and got up. Lee Kyung-ho SSI. What? Lee Kyung-ho SSI? Although there is no evidence, he still did it. Instead of giving us money, you should use it to re-educate your son. If this happens again, then I won't come visit Lee Kyung-ho SSI. I'll meet your son directly. Since it is Lee Kyung-ho SSI, he will be released in a couple of hours, but your son would find those hours horrible. Are you threatening me? Threatening? Was that what you heard? Lee Myung-ryeon smiled and nodded. You heard well. Then Lee Myung-ryeon finally left the apartment. I'm sorry. Because of me. Hyunwoo spoke in a concerned voice as they walked. Their opponent was a former high-ranking police officer. Lee Myung-ryeon had probably repressed his anger. It was because of the attitude which blatantly ignored Lee Myung-ryeon. However, it was useless to become anxious over something that might happen in the future. Hyunwoo wasn't stupid. He knew that this would cause trouble for Lee Myung-ryeon. Child, don't let alcohol make you cocky. That man will not leave his son alone. Anyway, now that Andal kid won't be able to bother you anymore. Lee Myung-ryeon hit Hyunwoo on the back and laughed. There was a person watching them from an apartment balcony towering in the sky like a medieval castle. That impertinent child. Lee Kyung-ho blew out cigarette smoke and lifted his phone. It is Lee Kyung-ho. Let me speak to the police commissioner for a little bit. Tell him it is the former captain of the police prosecutors. Yes, is that you? It's me. Do you know someone called Lee Myung-ryeon? Do you have any idea about this friend's performance? No, it's not a big deal. Things have become even more twisted up. Reality wasn't as simple as a game. Is it like the chief expected? Ho Myung-hwan sighed while playing with his ballpoint pen. Recently, he had been concentrating on the test taker Arkansas. Although he never actually saw it, the reports allowed him to indirectly experience the game. Ark was like the fictional hero of a novel to him. And he felt a sense of satisfaction that no one in the planning department knew about Arkansas. Once a big incident happened, then Ark would be clearly seen. He truly believed that and hoped the event would occur soon. Then Ark became the Lord of Sylvana a while ago. He participated in the siege and won over Alan and the pioneers. Ha Myung-woo thought it was just due to luck, but Ho Myung-hwan, who had read the previous reports, thought otherwise. I've been looking forward to this report. But the report that arrived was disappointing. He summarized it simply. Due to certain circumstances, Dark Eden became a separate attack group during the siege. While Dawnblade and Hermes were fighting in critical conditions, there was a chance for him to become the Lord. But he didn't have the power to prevent the territory from being taken away during the next siege. There was no mentions of the schemes and corruption that occurred. Hyunwoo had become cautious and only wrote the bare minimum in the report. And the bare minimum happened to be what the planning department's chief Ha Myung-woo expected. Ho Myung-hwan became discouraged. Naturally, the situation should be like that, but since it was Ark, he expected to see the actions of a protagonist in the report. But he didn't even want to defend the castle. Unfortunately, this report means that he will definitely be eliminated in the first round of eliminations. It had been 1 year since the company started the entrance examination. But there were still no candidates that met Global EXO's requirements. Of course, they didn't expect the requirements to be met in a year. But they were providing the examinees with 1,500,000 won a month, and there were 2,000 candidates. 30 billion won was being poured into this project every month. When considering the scale of Global EXOs, it wasn't a big burden, but as a business they couldn't pay for the income forever. There is no reason to invest in candidates with low expectations. The senior executives' rationale is they would rather invest in candidates with potential. Therefore, the candidates will be watched in the next few months, and then an eliminated notice will be sent to the lower 50% of test takers. The planning department should be prepared so there is no setback to this plan. That was the official notice from headquarters that recently came. But the planning department had already screened all the eliminated candidates. Ark was one of them, which was why Ho Myung-hwan had paid more attention to this report. But because the lordship was taken away, now in a couple of months. Will an incident occur to change the planning department's mind? Hey, have you seen the video posted this morning? Ha Myung-woo shouted at him the moment he came in. Yes? Video? You haven't seen it yet. I'll link you the address. When he connected to the address Ha Myung-woo sent him, it was an information site related to New World. Click on this and take a look. Ha Myung-woo pointed to a video board. The views on the video had exploded during the few hours it had been posted. The title was Realistic Fight Scene. Although the views were considerable, there were thousands of similar movies showing up every day. So why was the chief making such a fuss? Ho Myung-hwan clicked on the video with a strange expression. It was taken with a mobile phone, so the picture quality was very poor. It was obviously the contents that attracted people's attention. Just like the title, the content was a 1 versus 4 fight situation on the dark streets. It wasn't different from a common video. But after the people involved exchanged some greetings, an exciting action scene unfolded. The jaw was struck by a kick and then the knee was raised. But the climax was the full body spin kick that slammed into the opponent. It was also known as a windmill technique. It was a very hard kick that was rarely seen in battle. The video ended after 1 minute with the young man running into an alley, but it left a strong impression. If it wasn't a staged scene, then it required considerable amounts of skill. There were already thousands of comments underneath the video. The spin kick is quite cool. Are you stupid? It is 100% staged. Is this to promote a new movie coming out? It's not staged. I saw it by chance. But what happened to the guy after that? You should have filmed it to the end. Now what? Ho Myung-hwan became puzzled after reading the comments and asked. It is wonderful, but did they post this video in the wrong place? No, there's more. Look further down. Yes? Ho Myung-hwan moved the screen using his mouse. He soon realized why this video was posted on an information site about New World. But isn't the main guy in the movie similar to this character? The person then attached a video in the next comment. This is? Ho Myung-hwan had seen that video dozens of times. It was the video that had become a hot topic on the internet a few months ago. The culmination of the event Quest in New World, the video displayed the user who successfully defeated the boss Valderas. When the video was posted, there was a lot of talk about whether he was a NPC or user. But Global Exos didn't have any access to the servers and failed to grasp the information. Thanks to that, Ha Myung-woo had to appear on TV and make some excuses. Ho Myung-hwan stared at the video with surprised eyes. One was a fast-moving video taken on a mobile phone while the other was a blurry game screen. In both videos, the face of the protagonist wasn't clearly seen. However, at first glance, the face contours, body type and hairstyle were remarkably similar. In addition, their behaviors were also similar when they kicked. Everybody had a different preliminary kicking motion, from the angle of their leg or their hand movements. It would be very difficult to imitate. Perhaps. The video was sent to the image analysis lab. The probability of him being the same person is 82%. It can't be a coincidence. I've already looked into it. Ha Myung-woo said as he clenched his fists. Ha Myung-woo had ran around for weeks trying to find the user who fought Valderas. However, the problem was that he didn't register in the Hall of Fame. Ha Myung-woo thought he might have been an NPC and gave up halfway, but now after several months, he had finally found a clue. Ho Myung-hwan, the user who was the Lord of Sylvana the other day, what was his ID? You mean ARC? Although his report should have come in, you didn't mention anything. That. Ho Myung-hwan scratched his head and gave a brief description of the contents of the reports. Ha Myung-woo just laughed like he already knew it. I told you. He wasn't added to the eliminated list in vain. There was a good reason. Anyway, I have no interest in him, so please look for the person in this video from now on. I don't want to face a similar incident. He fought against Valderas, so he should be around. How? The fight was noisy, so the police might have interfered. And there might be a person who took a better quality video, so look around the information sites. No matter what happens, you'll be compensated if you find that person. But you have to conceal that Global Exos is intervening. Because it is publicly thought that the person who defeated Valderas is an NPC. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, I understand. Ho Myung-hwan threw ARC's report that he was holding in his hand onto his desk. Ha Myung-woo was unaware that the person he was looking for was right underneath his nose. And now Ho Myung-hwan also started looking in the wrong place. It was a sad sight indeed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Chapter 4. ACT 4 Raiden. Dimos, block the other side. Clatter, clatter. Deimos' bones shook as he ran. He slid on the icy path, turned and raised his shield. Something bumped into the shield as a blurry form emerged in the darkness. They disappeared again, but it was clearly a mongoose. It was a mongoose with black fur. That's it. We ran it down. Diedrich, lure the other mongooses and gain some time. Understood, master. I'll leave it to you. Diedrich provoked 3 mongooses by shaking his hips. Meanwhile, Ark stood and blocked the other side of the passage. Mind's eye. It suddenly became dark. But in a moment, sound waves just like the sonar waves used by deep-sea submarines emerged and he clearly saw the shape of the passage. It was the special effect of his rare ring, Mind's Eye. When the sonar scanned an area, he immediately knew where the black mongoose was. On one side was Deimos, and since Ark was blocking the way, the mongoose used a special skill called Shadow to hide its body in a crack. It was aiming for a chance to escape. This time I won't miss. Ark had spent 2 weeks exploring the cave and making his map. His primary goal had been to complete the mongoose essence collection. While sweeping through the cave and fighting mongooses, he had seen several with different attributes, such as the one with blue fur or the mongoose with yellow fur. They each possessed a different attribute that matched them. In addition, they were never alone. He was lucky that he accidentally caught the first fire mongoose by itself. Usually he would have a life and death battle with 4 or 5 mongooses. Of course, at first he couldn't handle it. So he used the system where Diedrich and Deimos lured the special mongooses while he fought the normal mob and ran away using sprint if he was close to dying. The battles were always like walking a thin plank of ice. But over time he managed to raise his levels. Not only that, his skill levels also become better and he became more accustomed to using Gweisel's sword. Without the sword-hand combat skill, I wouldn't be able to use random weapons. Ark knew that he hadn't used 100% of Gweisel's attack power. It had different characteristics from a normal sword or dagger. Of course he needed time to adapt to the characteristics after changing weapons. It was the adaptation system. After he changed weapons, the impact was too intense and unexpected. But once he continued to use Gweisel's sword, he could sense the attacks become increasingly stronger. And he also corrected the disruption to his balance that he felt when he first used it. Thanks to that, Ark was able to use 100% of Gweisel's damage and there was no discomfort when he used kicks. He used Gweisel's sword like a razor while the kick would deal a terrible blow. Ark used that combination and had fun fighting the monsters. So too left. After fire, he had collected 4 more mongoose essences, the earth, wind, ice, and lightning. And now the special mongoose in front of him had the darkness attribute. Damn, haven't I already wasted a few days because of this guy? He had found the mongoose with the darkness attribute a few days ago. However, this mongoose was different from the ones with other attributes. While Ark was fighting the normal mobs, the dark mongoose hid using shadow and fled. It was irritating because its shadow skill was different from stealth. Unless it attacked first, shadow wouldn't be released even if Ark managed to hit it. Because of that, Ark repeatedly missed it and then he would spend several hours searching for the mongoose again. It happened 5 times before Ark finally managed to corner it. The duration of Mind's Eye is 1 minute. It must be a quick fight. Demonic opening. Kayao dash. The seal on Gweisel's sword was loosened and the demons appeared on the blade. Ark quickly narrowed the distance and struck the mongoose in the side with dark blade. Keek. The darkness mongoose fell down. But once he finished hitting it, the shape was once again assimilated into the darkness thanks to shadow. Dark dance. Ark ran close using fast movements and continuously used the chain skill Dark Strike. The darkness mongoose was a professional in escaping, so it was faster than the other mongooses. But its attack and defense was lower than a normal mongoose. Once he caught it, it was just a matter of time before the mongoose would be defeated. Its health quickly decreased as it was hit by the sword. The mongoose felt the crisis and used darkness, but Ark was impervious to the magic since he was using Mind's Eye. Ark captured the mongoose and persistently swung his sword. When the mongoose was driven to a critical condition, Ark's vision suddenly became lighter and the shape of the mongoose disappeared. 1 minute had passed and the effects of Mind's Eye disappeared. Sheesh, I almost caught it. At the same time, he couldn't hear the sound of footsteps anyone. The mongoose was cunning and killed the sound of its footsteps once Ark clearly couldn't see it anymore. I don't want to spend another few hours searching. Where is it? Ark surveyed the area. Deimos was blocking the entrance so there was no room for the mongoose to squeeze past. It might be thinking of going to the relatively wide side where Ark was. However, he couldn't just blindly swing his sword. If he moved in the wrong direction then it would run away. Only one chance, then. Where are you hiding? You beep 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 bastard. Ark's voice echoed through the cave. Intermediate intimidation. Some icy powder instantly dropped a few meters away. Ark's eyes started glittering. There you are, sprint. Ark shot forward like an arrow and swung his sword. There was an exhilarating feeling in his fingertips. At the same time, some blood appeared in an empty space. And slowly the black fur of the mongoose was revealed. The mongoose let out a groan as it was split in half. That's it, I finally got it. Master. Please help me. It is impossible anymore. Then Diedrich came flying from the other side. His wings were torn by the mongooses and he was in a critical condition. Good work. You can rest now. Deimos, let's go. Ark grinned and rushed forward with Deimos. Eyes of the cat. He spent 2 weeks in the ice cave. During that time, he's killed thousands of mongooses. Every time he killed 100 of the same monsters, he received in addition 5% on the special effect of Eyes of the Cat. After hunting thousands of them, the probability of the enemy's attack being foretold by line designation was 70%. When the mongoose lifted its arm, a solid red line appeared on Ark's chest like a laser. Ark instantly turned his body and the mongoose's arm shot past him. He also brought down his sword at the same time and dealt a critical hit, cutting off the arm. Yes, it's a success. He had cut off a part of the enemy's body. It was a new skill he learned after drastic measures reached intermediate. It was possible to instantly kill them when the enemy was in a critical condition. Furthermore, the amount of experience and probability of dropping a magic item increased by 1.2. Once he leveled the skill, then wouldn't he receive even more experience and items? It was indeed a rare skill that could only be learnt with a two-handed sword. Ark couldn't miss the opportunity. After that, Ark kept on trying to use drastic measures whenever a mongoose was in a critical condition. But the probability of success wasn't high and it was a difficult skill to grow. But I have 60 skill points. Ark invested 40 of the 60 skill points and raised drastic measures to intermediate. Drastic measure is word cutting into 2, intermediate, passive 100/300. When using this technique, your blade has become sharper. The probability of cutting 2 pieces at once has risen. If you succeed in a critical hit when the enemy has less than 10% health left, there is a 15% probability of instantly killing the enemy. If you are successful, then there is a x 1.4 chance of gaining extra experience and a x 1.4 of the best items dropping. Rare skill only available for two-handed swords. Asterisk additional effect, cutting. If you target a part of the enemy's body and succeed in a critical hit, there is a 5% chance of cutting it off. There was an additional cutting effect. If he cut off the arms or legs, then he could slow their movements. Obviously it required a lot of concentration to target a particular part and land a critical hit. But because it was so difficult, he felt a tremendous pleasure when he succeeded. Now, let's get started. The 3 mongooses weren't even considered as snacks to Arkansas. Ark began to practice cutting off parts using the mongooses. While some mongooses had 50% health left, all their limbs were cut off so they were unable to fight. Ugh, master. You're becoming increasingly cruel. Diedrich was appalled as he looked at the mongooses from a distance. Ark was being a bit cruel, but didn't he need practice in order to use the skill properly? So Ark literally sliced the mongooses to pieces. That's it. I got everything I need, so let's go back to the hideout. Ark packed the items and leisurely walked back to the cave's entrance. You have returned to the camp. Health and mana regeneration increases by 50%. There is a 50% less chance of monsters attacking. Your body temperature will start to climb because of the campfire. Ark had completely adapted to life in an ice cave. The first thing he did was make a camp in the cave. It was necessary to create a safe place since he couldn't release his summons. So he gathered some vines and used it as fuel. Of course, it wasn't simple to light a fire using just that. He didn't have a flint, so he had to create friction the old-fashioned way and rub 2 sticks together for a while before he could get some embers for the fire. Once he lit a fire and used the camping skill, a campsite was immediately created. Monsters kept away from it once the camp was created. Furthermore, the campfire restored his health and body temperature, so it was possible to relax. So Ark used the campsite as a base to attack the cave. Ah, it's warm. I was starting to get cold. Sack, sack, sack. Clack, 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 clack. His summons flocked to the fire as soon as they reached the campsite. Fortunately, there is still a spark burning. Diedrich, gather a lot of vines while I revive the fire a little. Yes, always giving orders. Sheesh, I get the bad jobs as usual. Diedrich complained but quickly gathered the vines to revive the fire. Then I'll start taking out the items. Ark walked towards a corner of the camp. After spending 2 weeks in the ice cave, the campsite had already become like a house. After crossing through the red wilderness, Ark's bag had become nearly full. Since he also lived here for 2 weeks, he had long exceeded the capacity of his bag. But his pride wouldn't allow him to give up on the Japtum that fell. So his campsite was used as a temporary item storage. I've gathered quite a lot in the meantime. The seal mocho, ice caps decisions, mongoose leather and bones, cooked dishes, these items were piled up like a mountain. It was a sight that warmed his heart whenever he saw it. However, Ark sighed and his face became gloomy. The amount I can carry out of the ice caves is only what my bag can hold. No matter how much I gather, more than half of it will eventually be gone. Even if the leather and bones could be sold together, he would only get a few gold. But tears clouded his eyes at the thought of throwing it away. I have to be reasonable and pick the ones that will earn a little bit more money. Anyway, I'll worry about it once my business here ends. Ark searched among the pile of items for some ingredients. It was the ingredients needed to create the immortality pill. While his summons played around, Ark finished the mixing and crystallization stages. Now, I'll leave you guys while I take a short nap. Eat the food and don't let the fire go out. Okay, stop nagging me. 10 hours later, Ark came back to the ice cave. Master, it is finished. Diedrich approached him holding the pot. Inside the pot was a black immortality pill that let out a mysterious fragrance. When Ark swallowed it, an information window appeared. Mongoose's immortality pill, darkness, immortality pill rating, D, degree of completion, A. The immortality pill is enchanted with the special attribute of the mongoose that lived in a special environment. You have been granted the ability of the mongoose. All stats +3, dark attribute resistance +25%. Asterisk there is an added bonus according to the degree of completion. Spiritual power +100. Compared to Slime's immortality pill, this was the only effect the mongoose pill gave. When he first ate Mongoose's immortality pill, Ark could not hide his disappointment. But he soon realized that it was not a small bonus. Although the Mongoose's immortality pill only had a D rating, it was still an immortality pill. In other words, he would receive the bonus 7 times. Every immortality pill gives me 3 extra stats. That is an 18 stat bonus. Then multiply it by 7. Wouldn't he receive 126 stat points? He would also get a bonus for the degree of completion. Until now, it had been bonus stats like strength and agility. Due to the immortality pills, his stats increased tremendously. This time it is a spiritual power bonus. That means I can summon Diedrich and Deimos at the same time. Although it was impossible to summon or release at the moment, it will become very useful once he returned to Middle-earth. And there was a necessary bonus as well. His resistance increased according to the attribute. Once Ark ate the pill with a fire attribute, he thought of a way to defeat Galgashi. The red immortality pill gave him 25% fire resistance. In other words, the other pills will increase his resistance according to their attributes. If he ate all 7 kinds, then his resistance would increase by 25%. It was difficult to deal with Galgashi because of its magic. But I didn't receive an abnormal state when it used fire magic. That was because the Veil of Fire has a 50% fire resistance. If my resistance increases, then it might make dealing with the effects from Galgashi's magic easier. When affected by a magic state, it was difficult to avoid any attacks. But those magic states could be invalidated by increasing the resistance to an attribute. It meant that he had to eat all the immortality pills to defeat Galgashi. Immortality pill information window. Mongoose's immortality pill, fire, immortality pill rating, D, degree of completion, A. All stats +3, fire attribute resistance +25%. Asterisk completion bonus, strength +10. Mongoose's immortality pill, ice, immortality pill rating, D, degree of completion, A. All stats +3, ice attribute resistance +25%. Asterisk completion bonus, intelligence +10. Mongoose's immortality pill, earth, immortality pill rating, D, degree of completion, A. All stats +3, earth attribute resistance +25%. Asterisk completion bonus, stamina +10. Mongoose's immortality pill, wind, immortality pill rating, D, degree of completion, A. All stats +3, wind attribute resistance +25%. Asterisk completion bonus, agility +10. Mongoose's immortality pill, lightning, immortality pill rating, D, degree of completion, A. All stats plus 3, lightning attribute resistance plus 25%. Asterisk completion bonus, wisdom plus 10. Mongoose's immortality pill, darkness, immortality pill rating, D, degree of completion, A. All stats plus 3, dark attribute resistance plus 25%. Asterisk completion bonus, spiritual power plus 100. When he made them appear all at once, it seemed sufficient. But how did he end up obtain 176 stat points? Every time he ate an immortality pill, an extra association bonus was applied and he received an extra 30 intelligence, fame plus 1200 and his survival cooking skill increased to 55. Therefore the effect of the immortality pills increased his level by 1829. His level also increased dramatically while fighting the mongooses. Ark was level 200 when he first entered the ice cave. The mongooses were level 250. Because 10% experience was added every 5 levels, he earned more than 100% experience when hunting. He also used the drastic measures skill, so sometimes his experience increased by 1.4. Therefore Ark's current level was 227. When he applied the darkness attribute bonus, it was 317, that meant he had a little leeway to play around with the mongooses and practice drastic measures. The ingredients in the cave also increased his summons to level 120. It was a really crazy growth rate. How much would I get it I could mass produce these immortality pills? But even though he had lived in the ice cave for 2 weeks, he still hadn't found the mongoose with red fur again. It seemed like the respawn rate of the special monsters was as slow as a boss monster. In addition, the ice cave was the only place he could find the mongooses, but there were thousands of crevasses underneath East Moon. There wasn't a signpost, so he wouldn't be able to find the cave again after he left. Anyway, I have to leave here soon. Even though it was a good hunting ground, he couldn't stay here forever. When there was still a level difference with the mongooses, he received an experience bonus of 40%, but now his experience didn't go up as quickly as before. And he wouldn't be able to obtain all the items here, no matter how much he wanted to. All that's left is the light attribute immortality pill. But he could already guess which monster had this attribute. Ark had used his cartography skill to make a map of the dungeon. While exploring the cave, his map was now at 99% completion. The remaining 1% was the behind the ice wall where the boss was. So it seemed like he had caught all the mongooses except for the boss. But he still had one attribute missing. The light attribute immortality pill must be with the boss. It might be one of the beads embedded in its forehead. Okay, let's complete the collection and leave the ice cave. Ark began preparing for the fight against Galgashi. He used magic restoration to repair his equipment and blade maintenance to increase the damage of his sword. He also used purified water while washing his clothes to increase the defense. After filling his belly, he finally got out of his seat. Character attributes information window. Character name Ark race human. Alignment good plus 350. Fame 8875, plus 500, level 227. Profession Dark Walker. Title Cat Knight, caretaker of the battlefield, Jackson's hero, great adventurer. Health 3580, plus 150, mana 3745. Spiritual power 200, strength 437, plus 28. Agility 587, plus 35, stamina 667, plus 20. Wisdom 81, plus 10, intelligence 720. Luck 87, plus 30, flexibility 92. Art of communication 46, affection 109, plus 10. Resilience 254. Special stat, knowledge of ancient relics 138. Character's overall combat power, item and skill values added. Health regeneration, 100, amulet of vitality plus 5 health every 10 seconds. Mana regeneration, 100, resurrecting spirit plus 5%. Attack, 110 to 122, advanced sword hand combat plus 40%. Defense, 292, Adelaine's necklace plus 40, king set plus 20. Attack speed, 146, cat paws plus 10%, wind spirits boots plus 10%. Reaction rate, 293. Movement speed, 100, wind spirits boots plus 30%. Critical hit success, 337, cat paws plus 10%. Evasion success, 184. Character's resistance, item and skill values added. Asterisk elemental series resistance. Flame resistance, 25%, Veil of Fire plus 50%. Ice resistance, 25%. Earth resistance, 25%. Wind resistance, 25%. Lightning resistance, 25%. Dark resistance, 25%, profession characteristics plus 50%. Asterisk Spirit Series Resistance. Fear Resistance, 50%. Confusion Resistance, 50%. Bewitchment Resistance, 50%. Asterisk Nature Series Resistance. Poison Resistance, 20%. Asterisk Environmental Resistance. Water Resistance, 0, Guardian Armor of the Merepeople plus 100%. Cold Resistance, 16%. Asterisk Other Resistance. Shock Absorption, 20%. Blunt Force Resistance, 0, Resilience plus 25%, 4%. Fall Resistance, 50%, 80%. The attribute information window could confirm the combat power of the character. When he levels up, then the numbers didn't change that significantly. But since he hadn't checked it in a while, he was able to confirm that it had grown steadily. However, he wanted to confirm the Elemental Series Resistance. The numerical value was necessary to determine if he could fight against Galgashi, who used magic freely. Galgashi's magic is not that high ranking. The problem is the abnormal states. But a 25% resistance can defend against most states. Okay, now it is time to get revenge. Ark led his summons and turned towards the boss room. Ark leisurely traversed the ice cave. Now it wasn't easy to find a mongoose in the cave. That's why Ark was determined to leave. Once the gap had widened between him and the mongoose, his gains had started to slow down. And he used a lot of time hunting the mongooses. Well, it doesn't really matter if I leave once I defeat the boss. Ark soon arrived at the place where Galgashi was waiting. Kwawahang. The nightmare boss monster of the East Moon Galgashi has appeared. There was a ringing noise as the message window once again appeared. Galgashi was fiercely jumping about the room. In these 2 weeks, Ark had become stronger. But Galgashi had just been playing around. It didn't increase its level or develop new attack patterns. Eat this. Dark Blade. Ark forcefully stabbed it with his sword and then used Slide to retreat. Xiang, there was a ringing sword and Galgashi slipped on the ice. Galgashi stared at Ark and started baring its fangs. The eerie red eyes became cold. But Ark just stared at the eye on its forehead. That's it, that's where the light attribute immortality pill is. Ark looked at the bead embedded in the forehead with blazing eyes. Then Galgashi stepped backwards at his face. Hoo, it's too late. I'll dig out the ball stuck on your forehead. Go, Diedrich, Daimos. Take this. Clack, 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 clack. The earlier part of the battle was similar to before. Diedrich attacked from above while Galgashi jumped and roared. Then Ark and Daimos waited until it landed before bombarding it with attacks. However, this time Ark was concentrated on one point on Galgashi's body. If that guy uses its magic, it'll still be annoying even if the resistance has increased. Daimos and Diedrich have no elemental resistance, so I'll have to take care of it first. Ark didn't blindly decrease Galgashi's health. The previous time Galgashi only used its magic when its health was less than 50%. In other words, it won't use magic until its health falls below 50%. I'll have to succeed before Galgashi uses its magic. Ark used Slide to go around and attack the tails. After a dozen attempts, one tail was finally cut off. He used the cutting ability of drastic measures. The tail that he severed was the tail that could use wind magic. Now the weapon threatening Diedrich had disappeared. Okay, I'll aim for the earth magic tail next. Ark set his next target and concentrated his attacks again. The damage and abnormal state of the earth magic was not important. It was annoying because it could raise Galgashi's defense. Sikiak, Xiang, Sikiak, Xiang. Diedrich and Daimos distracted Galgashi while Ark used Slide to move around it and attack the tails. At first it was difficult, but once he got used to the movements, then the success probability increased. Bang! In the end another tail was cut off. Galgashi stumbled from the pain and rolled away on the floor. Ha ha ha, isn't this exciting? Once 2 tails were cut off, Galgashi started to earnestly use its magic. Ark tensed up and grasped his sword firmly. The real fight is from now on. Once Galgashi shook its tail, the ground turned a deep blue and sparks flew. But Ark, deliberating, stood still and let the sparks hit him. I have to check to see if I'm right. You have received lightning damage. 75 damage. You have resisted electric shock thanks to your lightning resistance. Yes. A satisfied smile appeared on Ark's face. His lowest resistance of 25% worked against Galgashi's magic. In fact, Ark had been inwardly anxious since it was only 25%. His resistance was relatively low. While Ark's sword-hand combat relied on strength and agility, magic also increased because of skills or weapons. In other words, if the opponent had a skill that boosted spell damage by 200%, then he would still receive 175% damage, even with 25% resistance. In fact, magicians actually used skills like amplification while increased basic damage by 200% and applied it to skills like explosion. It would be 300–500% effective. In addition, the elemental series was the most common kind of magic used. If the magician also had resistance to physical damage, then attacking them wouldn't help. That was the reason why magicians were scary. He wouldn't be assured even if he had 1000% magical resistance. Indeed, raising a warrior was easy, but magicians required more of a balance. Well, let's put that talk aside for the moment. Anyway, even Ark's lowest resistance was able to completely resist Galgashi's magic. After a couple more tries, Ark confirmed that he could resist 90% of the abnormal states caused. Now there is no reason to be scared of the magic. That guy would do more damage to me with physical attacks than magical. But I will be able to face it alone. Diedrich, Dimos. Stay out of the magic damage range. If his summons stayed and fought, then it would just become annoying. Ark dived into the reach of Galgashi's white area magic. While he received additional damage every 30 seconds, his resistance settled the situation. Ark invalidated all the abnormal states and just swung his sword. Then Galgashi finally noticed that Ark was different from before. He wasn't affected at all by Galgashi's magical assault. This foolish fellow, you became aware too late. Now Galgashi was just like an oversized mongoose. And Ark had spent the last 2 weeks killing thousands of mongooses. If he closed his eyes, then he would be able to predict the mongoose's movements. Come, let's finish this. Demonic Opening. When he used Demonic Opening, the ghost's wail shook the ice cave. Weisel's sword turned black and was immediately plunged into Galgashi's underbelly. Galgashi tried its best to run away, but it ended up being stabbed over and over. In the end, Galgashi became bloody and was in a critical condition. Now's the important part. Ark took a small break to recover his breathing. Galgashi only had 3% health left, so it would end in 1 or 2 attacks. But he shouldn't carelessly kill it. He had waited 2 weeks to catch this boss monster. He wanted to suck every last drop of oil from Galgashi. If I succeed, this is a x 1.4 chance of more experience and the best item dropping. But his opponent was a boss monster. It wouldn't be easy to find the chance to use drastic measures. However, Ark avoided the attacks and held out. After 20 minutes, Galgashi finally wrapped its body in flames and rushed forward in a desperate attack. Kwawahang. It's now, sprint. Ark ran forward and swung Weisel's sword from top to bottom. Galgashi and Ark met in a head-on confrontation and a roaring sound rattled the area. And after a moment, Ark moved back. He had pierced the body and split it in half. Galgashi was severed with one stroke. Success! Your level has risen. Your level has risen. The messages continuously popped up after Galgashi died. He had defeated a level 400 boss monster while level 227 and gained 7 levels. This was because the X1 for experience effect was applied. However, Ark was not interested in his level. Items. Ark drooled like a hyena and ran over to Galgashi's body. Mongoose essence, light. Galgashi's fur, rare. Armor type, mantle. Durability, 13/50. Defense power, 25. Weight, 30. User restriction, level 180 or more. The fur of a snow demon called Galgashi, it can be cut to a suitable size and wound around the body. While wearing this fur, your body temperature won't fall regardless of how cold the environment is. The remnants of Galgashi's magic will also protect you. Option, cold resistance plus 100%, agility plus 20. Special option, when the wearer's health becomes less than 50%, magic protection will activate. When magic protection is activated, there is a 10% chance that the opponent will be attacked by one of fire, ice, earth, wind, lightning, darkness or light. Galgashi's claws, special. User restriction, level 180 and more. Item type, modification, shoes. You can attach Galgashi's sharp claws to your shoes. Additional effect of remodeled shoes, these sharp claws can be used to dig into the ice and not slip. You can climb an ice wall at 90 degrees for 3 minutes. In addition, users who have mastered hand-to-hand combat and use the claw equipped when kicking will deal 10-15 additional damage. Asterisk, hover the item over the desired footwear to equip it, removable. Ooh. It was worth waiting 20 minutes for drastic measures to succeed. Even though the mongoose essence was a basic drop, a rare and special item had appeared. The mantle gave him 100% cold resistance. He immediately felt warm after he wore it. In addition, the special option would automatically use a spell. While the magic was not that strong and would be ineffective against a player, it would be quite useful against monsters. And Galgashi's claws also caught Ark's eyes. The items gave new skills and additional attack damage to his shoes. In addition, it was removable so he could wear it with new shoes. Ha ha, it was worth coming to a different dimension. Ark enthusiastically packed the loot. I'll test the performance later, so let's make the immortality pill. Ark took out his pot. Once he killed the boss, it was like Ark owned the ice cave. It was pointless to go back to the entrance just to make the immortality pill. Snake, give me the necessary ingredients. Ark extended his hand. However, Snake was not at his waist. Once the battle with Galgashi ended, Snake crossed the square as if it was spellbound. Snake, what's wrong? Sack. Snake moved and pointed towards the hole in the barrier. Oh, that reminds me. Ark remembered the first time he came to this place. He had found the boss room because of Snake. There might be another item behind the barrier. Ark considered this and followed Snake to the barrier. When he entered the hole Galgashi made, a wide space appeared. Then there was a ringing sound and a message window popped up. You have finished the map of the Snowy Mountains hidden ice cave with a 100% completion rate. It is now possible to sell the Snowy Mountains hidden ice cave map. Experience plus 3,000. As expected, it was the remaining 1% of his map. However, Ark was puzzled when he saw the space inside. What the? Ugh, it is freezing. This is a refrigerator? Diedrich muttered as he followed. It was a very accurate statement. Inside the large icy space, there were all kinds of monster corpses piled up like a mountain. The bones of the corpses were piled on one side while the other side had the half-eaten remains left behind from eating. It was similar to beef hanging in a frozen storeroom. No, it was clearly a refrigerator. The mongoose must have collected it from hunting in the Snowy Mountains. Perhaps the reason monsters weren't seen on the Snowy Mountains was because of the mongooses. What the? Did Galgashi spend the whole time in here eating? Since the passage was too small for Galgashi to leave, it must have spent it all in here. No wonder why it was huge. Sack. Then he heard Snake's voice inside. Without thinking, Ark moved closer to where Snake was. Snake was wriggling into a place where the corpses of snakes were piled up like a mountain. All my questions are answered. The mongooses had caught an absurd amount of snakes as food. Snake probably came to the cave because it scented its kin from the cave. Wait. Isn't something strange? So far, haven't I hunted a lot of serpents with Snake? There was no reaction at the time, so why would it suddenly be so sensitive now? When Ark thought about it, something was strange. Then a blurry light suddenly appeared from the pile of dead snakes. Something huge was moving among the pile. What the? For there to be a monster here. Ark reflexively took out his sword. Unbelievable. A distant voice emerged from inside. There is still an Alamwan alive, but how is that possible? In the darkness, the thing asked with doubt as it moved about. It was a giant constrictor, much larger than the one he saw on TV crushing its prey. However, the huge snake looked miserable as giant chunks of its flesh was torn out. There was no sense of threat coming from it. Somehow it seemed rather friendly. I see, you chose this person. The huge snake stared at Ark and nodded. You don't have to panic. Foreigner, I am not your enemy. My body is already dying. I won't be much of a threat. But Ark was surprised for a different reason. The snake is talking. I am not a snake. Then how are you speaking? I am an Alamwan. The last remaining Alamwan in this world, or so I thought. Alamwan. Ark burst out with surprise. It made sense. Was Snake drawn by instinct to return to its kin? But there was some doubts remaining. I thought the Alamwan was extinct. That was written in the information window when he met Snake for the first time. That's right. The Alamwan was very curious and had a habit of collecting things. So the Alamwan had always been targeted by other races and became nearly extinct. The Alamwan barely avoided the threats and survived, traveling a long way until we finally arrived at East Moon. The Alamwan sighed and replied. But this place did not become a haven for us. It was the place where our natural enemy the mongooses lived, so one by one we were captured by them and used as food. I got trapped in this place by the cursed devil Galgashi and used as a living food source. The Alam One twitched as it relived the pain. When I disappeared, the Alam One clan disappeared from history. But now, I have met an Alam One descended after hundreds of years. To the great power that rules this land, thank you. The Alam One looked at Snake with a gaze filled with deep emotions. Sack. Snake clung to Ark's legs with a frightened expression. Then it just gawked at the Alam One. Snake had been drawn by instincts, but Snake never thought it would find a relative. Indeed, Snake had been with Ark from the time it hatched. Although Ark was a human, Snake considered him as its parent. But the Alam One just said happily, I'm glad that you met someone you could cherish. All Alam Ones long to find a master that they can serve and love. I can relax and close my eyes now that I've confirmed a descendant of the Alam One still lives. The Alam One stared at Snake endlessly. It looks like he hatched you from an egg. Am I right? That's right. Indeed, the Alam One seemed strange the first time I saw it. Like this, the child will be unable to grow into a real Alam One. This is because it could not learn from its parents or siblings. Yes? Then. Now I know why I'm still alive. I am the only survivor of the clan. Now, please send the child over here. Sack. Snake became frightened and shook its head. However, Ark separated Snake by force and pushed it towards the Alam One. After listening to the words, Ark sensed an opportunity for growth. Although Snake looked uneasy at first, it finally made a decision as small crystals fell from the Alam One's mouth. Snake became curious and approached the Alam One. When the Alam One nodded, Snake stuck out its tongue and swallowed immediately. Flash dash. At that moment, Snake's body bent and there was an intense light. Then Snake's skin started to crack apart like a shell. The Alam One larvae has successfully completed its growth. The last survivor of the Alam One clan has given Snake the knowledge to grow. The crystals contained a part of the experience and knowledge of the Alam One. The Alam One has evolved into an adult by absorbing this knowledge. By becoming an adult snake, the Alam One is able to obtain one additional skill. Under the will of the Netherworld, the adult snake has been granted the name Raiden. Raiden. Snake has absorbed the knowledge of an adult Alam One survivor. It has fully manifested as an adult Alam One called Raiden. It can store more items and many skills can be used freely. Once more experience and knowledge is accumulated, it will learn the skills instinctively. Species, Netherworld creature. Alignment, dark. Ranking, adult. Health, 1000. Loyalty. Strength. Agility. Stamina. Wisdom. Intelligence. Luck. Asterisk the equipped skill slot has expanded to 2. Asterisk item storage capacity is doubled. Asterisk it is possible for Raiden to transform. Redunma, for a certain period of time, Raiden can transform into a mount called Redunma. Redunma is able to move as fast as the wind while still keeping its ability for item storage. However, in order to maintain Redunma's body who will become hungry after transforming, 5 mana is consumed every 10 seconds. Asterisk Redunma's health once transformed, 2000. Asterisk player's movement speed when mounted on Redunma plus 500%. Asterisk attack and defensive player will increase by 10% when mounted on Redunma. Hook. Redunma? A mount? Ark's eyes widened at the sight of the information window. He didn't have that many expectations about Snake's growth. He would be grateful even if the bag storage expanded a little bit. Since Snake only had one skill slot, he had been unable to utilize the poison skill properly. But now that problem had disappeared. 2 skill slots. Double the bag space. This meant that he could use the item storage along with the poison skill. But what was even more marvelous was the Redunma skill. Now Ark also had a mount. It could also be used in combat, instead of only transportation like the unicorn. He got a mount normally worth thousands of gold for free. The descendant of the Alam One has been seen again after hundreds of years. Maybe a king of the Alam One might even be born again. Then the Alam One clan would rise again. Foreigner, please take care of this child until the end. The Alam One closed its eyes for the last time. Sack. Raiden had finally begun to consider the Alam One family, so it cried sadly. Now it really was the last survivor of the Alam One clan. Mongoose Immortality Pill, Light, Immortality Pill Rating, D, Degree of Completion, A. All stats plus 3, Light Attribute Resistance plus 50%. Asterisk Completion Bonus, Luck plus 10. Ark finally swallowed the last mongoose pill. Suddenly he felt a cold feeling and he sank heavily to the ground. Fire, ice, wind, earth, lightning, darkness and light all started fighting. After a moment, he sat quietly and stared at the information window in front of him. The Mongoose Attributes set has been completed. The immortality pills have harmonized in your body and a new skill has been awakened. You can choose one of two skills. 7 Attributes Fusion. It is possible to fuse the 7 attributes and increase your body's stats dramatically. If you select Fusion, a bonus 20 points will be applied to all your stats. 7 Attributes Balance. It is possible to maintain the 7 attributes and use its power when needed. If you choose Balance, a fire, ice, wind, earth or lightning attribute can be applied to your sword to form an elemental sword. You can also learn the skill Shadow thanks to the darkness and light attribute immortality pill. Ugh. What is this? Ark looked at the information window with a gaping mouth. The bonus for completing the set was more than he expected. However, he could only pick one bonus. Either receive bonus stats or learn 2 new skills. Damn, why did it show me? Ugh, what should I select? A bonus 20 points to all stats. That was 120 extra stats. He would be able to climb 12 levels with just the bonus stats alone. Naturally, he would drool. No, the bonus was so remarkable that he would freak out over it. But that would mean throwing away the chance to learn 2 special skills. Damn it, this is torture. Ark pulled his hair and shouted. It was as if someone has shown Ark 2 children drowning in the sea and asked him to save only one of them. But standing around tearing his hair out was useless. Ark was tortured for a while before he made a decision with tears in his eyes. Yes, I collected a lot of bonus stat points from the immortality pills anyway. And chances are that I can continue to receive bonus stats. But I might never learn these special skills again. Hadn't he seen how useful the slime's time that he got from the slime's immortality pill was? He couldn't give up the chance to learn these skills because of some bonus stats. Okay, the 7 attributes balance. When Ark raised his voice, the 7 attributes started spinning around and scattered to every corner of his body. Then a new skill window floated in front of him. Elemental Sword, Special, Active. It is possible to temporarily imbue your sword with one of the 5 properties fire, ice, earth, wind, and lightning. Once the sword has been imbued with the attribute, it will inflict additional damage and an abnormal state to the enemy. But if you're not a magician who deals with elements, you can draw out all the elemental power dwelling in your body for a period of time before becoming extremely vulnerable. You can imbue your weapon with an attribute in exchange for lowering your resistance to it by 100% for 24 hours. It isn't possible to imbue an attribute to our weapon if the resistance is in a minus state. Once your weapon is imbued, the damage increases by 10% for 30 minutes. A critical hit will also activate an abnormal state. But the nature of the additional damage will depend on the enemy. When used on an enemy with the same attribute, damage equals 20%. When used on an enemy with the opposite attribute, damage plus 20%. Mana consumption, 300. Hiding in shadows, special, passive. You can use stealth if there is any shadowy place in the daytime. However, you can't use it when you're in a battle state and it will be released if you touch sunlight. Elemental Sword increases my damage by 10%. And I can hide in shadow. Okay, this is good. Ark had been anxious looking at the information window and now he sighed with relief. Fortunately, the Elemental Sword and hiding in shadows was worth giving up the bonus stats. He was especially pleased with Elemental Sword. It raised his attack power by 10%, depending on the resistance. Also, a critical hit will also give an attribute-related state. Since it was a strong skill, of course it would have a penalty. After giving the attribute to his weapon, his related resistance will decrease by 100%. For example, his ice resistance was 25%, so he would have minus 75% ice resistance for 24 hours. In other words, he would be especially vulnerable to ice magic for 24 hours. But if I'm dealing with an enemy who uses ice attacks, then I just won't use that attribute. I'll use the fire attribute and have my fire resistance fall instead. I can restore my resistance after 24 hours, if I pay attention when using it, then it shouldn't be a problem. Ark nodded with a satisfied face. After a life-and-death situation in the snowy mountains, he had found a hidden dungeon. And he spent 2 weeks grinding there. The rewards were indeed worth it. Snake evolved into Raiden and he received an enormous bonus for completing the Immortality Pill set. There was also Elemental Sword, which added magic properties to his sword, and hiding in shadows, which allowed him to use stealth in daytime. He felt breathless after fully repeating everything he received. It really is a huge bonus. He received all these compensations after entering the new dimension. And there were still more quests and compensation waiting. Because only 10 people had found this place, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the possibilities were endless. Now, should I start exploring this dimension? Ark grinned and pulled out the claws. He placed in on his shoes and stepped firmly on the ground. It was the shoe modification item, Galgashi's claws. He had been worried about how he would leave the crevasse after defeating Galgashi. Even though he had explored the entire huge cave, the crevasses were like a maze and the whole area apart from the dungeon was dark on his map. But Galgashi's claws had neatly solved that problem. Raiden, pick up all the items until you're full. Sack sack sack. Raiden used its tongue to swallow the items at the campsite. Although its capacity had doubled, it wasn't possible to swallow everything gathered. They're all worth some money, but it can't be helped. Daimos, transform. Ark made Daimos transform into the saw blade. After stretching his body, he ran towards the ice wall. Sprint. Pack, 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 pack. Galgashi's claws made it easy to dig into the ice. Then he began to climb up the sheer 90 degrees wall. The duration of climbing with Galgashi's claws was 3 minutes. But since he didn't rest and used sprint, Ark managed to climb up in 2 minutes. Achoo, sea cold. Once he was on the snowy mountain again, the tremendous chill immediately began. Diedrich screamed and quickly hid in Ark's mantle. Oh, this is paradise. Raiden, Redunma transform. When he used the skill, Raiden's body began to swell. Although Raiden wasn't as big as the alarm one in the refrigerator, it reached the size of a pony. Raiden also grew 4 legs in its chest and legs. Its transformation looked like a large lizard. Now let's go down. It is time to explore the new dimension. Ark got on Redunma while wearing Galgashi's fur and shouted. Pa 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 pa. Raiden moved its 4 legs and ran down the snowfields. While the stubby legs looked funny, it was faster than it seemed. Therefore, Ark and his summons broke through the snowstorm and crossed East Moon. After a few hours, the snowstorm gradually disappeared and he arrived at a wide plain. This was the real beginning of his expedition. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Chapter 5. ACT 5 Different World? Netherworld? Translator notes, based on this chapter, it seems that once the door to the dimension is opened, it stays open and other people can go through without the key. Now there's a little bit more money to spare. Raiden leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. He had been the Lord for 3 weeks. It had been a terrible time. There was 0 gold in the castle's public funds. In addition, Ark had given all the public funds to the residents of the castle inside of fixing the infrastructure. Therefore the estate was already on the verge of bankruptcy when Raiden became the Lord. That Ark bastard. Raiden snarled as he recalled how Ark had fooled him. However, he couldn't go tear Ark apart. Although he wanted to chase after Ark, he was still the Lord of Sylvana. If he left it as it was, the infrastructure would be inoperable and half the territory seized by the government. In the end, Raiden had to raise the taxes to prevent this from happening. Then the residents started complaining. The previous Lord gave us a bonus for completing the trading post. But this one raised the taxes as soon as he became the Lord. Isn't it terrible? Why are they so different when it comes to money management? We're not going to be the slaves of the Lord. If he continues treating us like this, then I won't endure it anymore. God damn it, I have to raise the taxes because of the former Lord. Raiden inwardly screamed. How on earth was he supposed to rectify what Ark did? Because of that, Raiden needed to raise the taxes. Yet he received unfair abuse and complaints from the residents until he was almost in tears. But he didn't dare tell the residents that. No, he knew that the NPCs didn't consider him that highly based on Barami's attitude. It's difficult. If this continues, then there really might be an uprising. In New World, the rebellion system also existed. If he raised taxes too quickly or mishandled the infrastructure, his intimacy with the residents would fall. And once the intimacy fell below a certain amount, the residents would start to rebel. If he experienced a rebellion, then it would be a serious issue. He couldn't collect taxes while quelling the rebellion. But if he didn't quell the rebellion, then his estate would be in anarchy. If that happened, then other guilds would be able to attack the castle without going through a formal siege. If other guilds flocked like bees towards Hermes, there was no guarantee that they could defend the castle. Eventually Raiden had no choice but to lower the taxes after a few days. But the immediate problem wasn't the necessary funds. Raiden received information that the Grey Wings Guild had bought the challenge rights and would siege the castle next. Hang in there. It will be the end if I lose the castle. He had barely obtained the castle after paying Ark 4,000 gold in rare shoes. But was that all? In order to maintain the estate, he had to clean out all his savings and sold his car. If he lost the castle, then he would vomit in a vase. In addition, it was obvious that Hermes was having some problems. Raiden had to shake up the guild members for money to repair the castle walls and defense towers. Fortunately, he was able to repel the Grey Wings' attack. And after 10 days had passed, Raiden could finally take a break. The tax was lowered, the urgent funding issues solved, and the Grey Wings' power had weakened thanks to the failed siege. Of course, there were numerous guilds in Sylvana, but none of them were a threat except for the Grey Wings. So after 20 days, the area finally managed to become moderately stable. But he had only barely managed to enter the safety zone. 3 weeks. I poured a considerable amount of money into this estate during those 3 weeks. His anger rose again once he managed to rest. He didn't receive any profits in those 3 weeks, only debt. That Ark bastard, I can't forgive him for what he did. Of course. Duke also exclaimed. When I think about how my shoes were stolen by that guy. Duke looked down at his leather shoes. Raiden had promised that he would buy better shoes after he became the Lord. However, Raiden was in a crisis situation where he had to sell his car to raise some money. In this situation, the guild couldn't afford to buy Duke new shoes. Thanks to that, Duke was wearing shoes sold in shops. Although the shoes Raiden bought as an apology were still quite expensive, they couldn't compare to his rare shoes. Recently, the castle is operating on track. But we had to sacrifice so much to reach this point. And all this trouble was because of Arkansas. I can never forgive him. I agree. The guild members shouted in unison. He deliberately tricked us. That Ark will see that he can't just mess around with the Hermes Guild. If I ever encounter him, I won't be able to sleep until I've killed him many times. But do we know where he is hiding? The guild members became gloomy at those words. He's not an idiot, and he would have already ran far away. What if he crossed the border and entered another kingdom? You don't have to worry. Then Jewel interrupted with a confident face. Do you think I would have obediently handed him Duke's shoes? What do you mean? Before handing over the shoes, I used mana perfume on it. Mana perfume? Jewel grinned and explained about mana perfume. Mana perfume was an exclusive skill of Jewel's class that could detect traces of mana left by a curse engraved on the item. If she used mana perfume and tracked it using memory of perfume, then Jewel would be able to track the item no matter the location. Of course, this curse didn't appear in the information window. Since the item didn't change while under the curse, it wasn't easy for a user to distinguish. Jewel's mana perfume was still an unknown skill. So a user wouldn't notice anything strange even if they checked the item again. In fact, mana perfume was a curse a magician created after he got robbed by a chaotic player. Jewel used the curse and then handed the shoes to Arkansas. Jewel had a hostile relationship with Ark and saw a chance for revenge. It is possible to find him wherever he is in the game. Then it's decided. A bloody smile flashed on Duke's mouth. I'll teach him what it means to antagonize a pioneer. I'll regain my shoes. Raiden thought of something and unfolded his arms. The remaining question is who will go. It won't be safe if Jewel tracks him alone, Duke. Of course. I'm going no matter what. Duke growled and replied. Raiden judged that he couldn't be stopped and nodded. Okay. But I still can't be relieved with just 2 people. He also has his colleagues in Dark Eden. The war has ended, so the NPC mercenaries won't be with him anymore. So he'll probably have 10 users with him. Raiden thought for a moment before nodding again. But I can't just gather an excessive crowd to hunt Arkansas. Although the crisis has been handled, I can't just assume that the situation is stable yet. Therefore I'll ask for some pioneers outside Hermes to help Jewel and Duke. Will the other pioneers listen to Raiden's command? Yes, the Hermes Guild had 30 pioneers. Naturally, they didn't have all the pioneers. There were hundreds of users called pioneers. And a number of the pioneers had superior skills and levels compared to Duke, Jewel, and Raiden. Although Jewel and Duke were pioneers, they were only in the intermediate rank of pioneers. But most of the other pioneers went around high-level hunting grounds by themselves and didn't attract any attention. However, there were several pioneers that Raiden was acquaintance with and regularly kept in contact. And if they joined Duke and Jewel, then 10 opponents would be nothing. No, even 20-30 enemies wouldn't matter. Then Jewel snorted and said, "They're not necessary to beat Arkansas. I'm not going to just sit down and wait for them. That Ark bastard won't be a match for me and Duke. And those other guys that he gathered are only low level. Bringing a bunch of low-level members from our guild will be enough to take care of them. The lower-ranking members in our guild are not that weak, but gathering the lower-level members, is that okay? What do you mean? They're more than enough against Arkansas. Jewel replied with a trivial laugh. Indeed, most of the Hermes Guild had recently passed level 200. Excluding the pioneers, even the lower-ranked guild members had an average level of 180-190. It wasn't a standard to be worried about. Okay, although it is not necessary, that Ark had made an enemy of the Hermes Guild. If possible, I would like to use our strength to get revenge. Duke, Jewel. I'll give you 8 guild members, so go and destroy him. I understand. Therefore Jewel and Duke along with their guild members started to track Arkansas. After a few days, they arrived at the cabin in the Red Wilderness. The mana trail leads inside this picture. Jewel said, pointing to a picture on one side of the cabin. Then a guild member investigated the picture and said, "This is a gate. The gate leads to a place pretty far away. And judging by the mana pattern, it is a one-way movement. I'm slightly uncomfortable, what should we do? Is it even necessary to answer?" Duke plunged into the picture without any hesitation. "We're going to stab Ark to death. So we have to follow no matter what. Our journey for revenge won't end until he dies. Okay, let's go." Jewel and the rest of the guild entered the picture. So once again a group of foreigners headed towards the other dimension. What the hell, this is? At that moment, Ark was looking around with a stupid face. In fact, he hadn't felt like he was in a different dimension while wandering the snowy mountains. No, he had been too busy trying not to freeze to death to question it. After he left the snowy mountains, he finally realized that the world was completely different. Just before it was snowing, but now it is a heat wave? The weather was the most amazing thing in this world. After leaving the snowy mountains, he encountered a wilderness with sweltering heat. But after a moment, the sky became dark and it started pouring with rain. Then a cold wind starting blowing and hail began falling from the sky. What crazy weather! The weather was not the only thing hard to adapt to. The surrounding terrain was also strange. The trees in the forest were all made of stone, the desert consisted of iron powder, the river seemed by dyed in multicolored paints and the sky kept on going round and round. He became even more confused when a flower garden started laughing. He felt like he had traveled into the mind of a person with a mental disorder. The monsters were also weird. There were monsters that would ambush from the sand and there were also ghosts wandering in broad daylight that could not be harmed by normal swords. It was all monsters he never heard of before. Kai-ia dash. Now, there was a group of monsters resembling a stingray flying above his head. It was enough to make him dizzy. In addition, the monsters in this dimension were much stronger. Their abilities were quite high and they would often use unique skills that made the fight difficult. If it was in the past, then he would have struggled. But Ark had greatly raised his abilities in the snowy mountains and passed through the wilderness without any difficulties. I'm finally accustomed to this landscape. Ark was thinking that when something interrupted. Sack sack, sack sack sack. Raiden's legs that had been busy moving suddenly slowed down. It is already this time? Stop, Raiden. Raiden slowed its pace and stopped. Then it contracted like a balloon after Ark got off its back. You cutie, you must have suffered. Ark stroked its head and murmured as Raiden's eyes lit up. His travel speed increased dramatically thanks to Raiden transforming to Redunma. But it couldn't be used without restriction like a normal mount. Redunma consumed 5 mana every 10 seconds until it ran out. Ark had 3000 mana, so they had to take a break approximately every hour. In addition, Redunma consumed a tremendous amount of energy and needed 4-5 servings of food to recover. However, these downsides were no problem. While Ark's bag had no empty spaces, he had gathered a lot of ingredients in the snowy mountains and had a surplus of ingredients. Well, let's rest here for the moment. Ark started building a campsite. He instantly made 5 servings of food using a variety of ingredients and spices. Eat, and tell me if you need more. Sack sack sack? Sack sack. Raiden swallowed its saliva and looked up at Arkansas. The look in its eyes indicated that Raiden felt sorry for increasing the food expenses. It's okay. You've done enough to eat as much as you like. Finally Raiden began to wave its tail and consumed the food. Even after growing, Raiden was completely loyal to Arkansas. It was different from Diedrich, who started behaving badly as soon as he evolved. Therefore he talked to Raiden like Rocco talked to a puppy. Ark gave it a warm look and took out more ingredients. Now, are you guys eating? The Diedrich began grumbling complaints. Sheesh, is this also an experimental food? Damn, you give Raiden all the delicious food, this is favoritism. What's wrong with new food? It makes you stronger. What more do you want? Are you going to keep complaining about the dishes? After Ark shouted, Diedrich became frightened and retreated. And then he swelled up like a ball before saying, I'll be delighted to eat that dish. So now you're happy about eating new dishes? EY, stop talking. Diedrich turned his head with a sulky look. In fact, there was a good reason from Diedrich's complaints. While crossing the wilderness in a different dimension, he had seen many ingredients for the first time. Ark cheered because of that, but Diedrich and Daimos screamed instead. Besides, now the situation was different from before. In the old days, he had to look for a chance before making them eat new dishes. But now there was no free space in his bag. If he wanted to gather new ingredients, Ark had to make space by cooking a dish and forcing them to eat it. Diedrich had been hit with bad penalties a few times. But he didn't dare resist violently now. There were 3 reasons. The discipline he ingrained in them at Lancel village still hadn't fallen. And Diedrich finally knew how precious food was after starving on the snowy mountains. Even eating spoiled food that could cause diarrhea was better than starving to death. Ark made 2 different types of dishes and held them out to his summons. These are new dishes. Eat them with gratitude. Okay, I get it. I'll eat. Diedrich licked the dish and looked relieved before pouring it down his mouth. The last reason Diedrich didn't complain severely was because of this. When using ingredients from this dimension, there was a high probability that dishes with good effects would be cooked. Thanks to that, his summons were able to raise their stats to level 130. However, there wasn't a guarantee that there would be a good result. As always, survival cooking was a system that relied on luck. Clack dash. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Daimos swallowed the food without thinking and trembled. Daimos has been struck by a headache. You have made a rancid soup using survival cooking. The terrible headache will last for 10 minutes and no action will be able to be performed. It also gave these types of dishes. Ah, stupid, you just blindly ate that dish. Diedrich rolled around laughing. He was acting spiteful. Soon it will be his turn and he won't be able to act so spiteful. Ark shook his head and laughed. But how long will it be until I find a town? No, does this place even have a town? Raiden had been crossing the huge wilderness for 6 hours. With the 500% movement speed taken into consideration, it was more like 30 hours. But he still hadn't seen a person or a village. Normally it wouldn't be a problem if there were no towns in this dimension. He wanted to dispose of his items, but his main goal was to obtain a clue about Megaro. He didn't want to just blindly walk around the whole dimension. The gate on the snowy mountain is closed, so I have no choice but to continue. Now the break is finished. Let's prepare to leave. Ark got up and shook off the dust. Suddenly the ground started vibrating before something burst out of the earth and sand in front of him. And a huge monster that looked like a slug emerged. It was nearly 20 meters in size. Predator. Ark drew his sword and shouted. He had met this monster several times in the wilderness. They were monsters that would hide underground and then emerge to swallow their prey. Level 300. Furthermore, their body emitting acid poison with hundreds of maggots sticking to it. Without the darkness attribute bonus, there was a 70 level difference. But Ark's face was confident. It is good to exercise after a meal. Ark had been frightened when he first met a predator. But after the fight started, it didn't feel that difficult. The predator looked like it was moving in slow motion. But he had raised his abilities in the ice cave so much that even a 70 level difference wasn't that hard. Wasn't this guy weak to fire? Elemental sword, fire attribute. Ark used the skill and flames wrapped around his sword. The black sword spewing flames looked truly spectacular. The penalty occurred at the same his and his fire resistance fell to minus 75%, but he didn't have to worry because the monster had an acid attribute. Okay, let's see how fast it can be caught. Go, Diedrich, Daimos. Yes, leave it to me. Clack 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 clack, dot. Diedrich and Daimos split up and besieged the predator from both sides. While the predator faltered for a moment, Ark quickly approached and swung his sword. Pang, 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 pang. After the flames exploded outwards, the predator flinched and was pushed backwards. You have dealt a critical hit with elemental sword, fire. The predator is burned. Since the predator was vulnerable to fire, it received 20% more damage. And since he dealt a critical hit with elemental sword, it received an abnormal state. The predator screamed as its body was surrounded by flames or hair, then the fight truly started. The hundreds of maggots stuck to the predator was not a decoration. The maggots turned to his direction and spat. It was the acidic poison. The maggots' poison only did 10 damage to him. But the problem was the number. If 100 maggots spat at him, then he would receive 500 damage. Of course, feeling dirty was also a powerful combat motivation. Anyway, these maggots stuck to the predator frantically continued spitting. Even a warrior with high defense wouldn't be able to endure for long. But the maggots weren't a problem for Arkansas. Spirit of the cat. Naya dash. The form of a giant cat with golden eyes appeared and roared. Then the hundreds of maggots stiffened and fell to the ground. Diedrich, Dimos. Kill all of it. Hee hee hee, pock pock. Pock pock pock, ha, this feeling while killing. It is really addictive. Diedrich smirked and happily killed the maggots. When the maggots were crushed, the predator shrieked with fury and spat. The maggot's spit couldn't even be compared to the amount that the predator spat out. If hit, his health and the durability of his armor would decrease. But Ark wouldn't be hit by such a simple attack. He used slide to move sideways and swung his flaming sword. The predator's slow movements couldn't catch up to Ark and it failed to block the attack. After stabbing it a few times, the predator quickly reached a critical condition. Good, go sprint. Ark shot forward like an arrow and swung his sword. He used drastic measures and split the predator in half. All sorts of odd items as well as a yellow liquid splashed onto the ground. It was the prey the predator swallowed in the wilderness. Ugh, it ate a lot. The deceased are also here. Ark murmured while wiping off all the filth stuck to his body. Something that looked like a person emerged from the predator. It looked like the zombies that wandered the wilderness. NPC? Monster? They were ambiguous and all they did was wander around. When he first discovered them, Ark thought they were inhabitants of the dimension. The name was also displayed in blue. Although he tried to speak to them, the dead just wandered around with stupid-looking eyes. The souls that hadn't been digested by the predator just scattered again with stupid looks. Well, they're just like the background. It didn't seem to have collected any items. Ark surveyed the corpse of the predator and clicked his tongue. Normally he would receive quite a lot of items from the predator whenever he used drastic measures. But most of the Japtum were half-rotting flesh. They weren't items that he would put in his bag. Phew. Where is this? Is this hell? Or heaven? Ah, is it heaven because I'm so nice? Isn't this outside? Oh, am I alive? Ah, I survived. Out of all the people eaten by a predator, I must be the first one. Ark had been moving away when he suddenly heard laughter from the predator's body. It was the first time he heard a human voice since coming here. Ark reflexively turned his head. Then he stared with a foolish expression. Something that looked like it belonged to the cockroach species was emerging from the predator. When he crept out and looked around, he saw Ark and quickly shook his hand. It's you. Isn't it? You're the one who defeated the predator and saved me. Who are you? Me? Ah, my introduction is late. I am called Reed. I am a proud member of the Galgin clan. Do you know the Galgin? We are peddlers who travel around the country. I came to this land because of my curiosity. I wanted to see it just once. But how did I know that I would be swallowed by a predator? Haha, but I've managed to live. Galgin clan? Does that mean that several more races live in this dimension? But to have a race that looks like a cockroach, anyway, it was clear that the talkative cockroach was one of the races that lived in this dimension. He had finally met an NPC after being in the dimension for half a month. Furthermore, didn't his profession mean that he could buy Ark's Japtum? You said you were a peddler? Yes, if you need anything then ask. Why didn't I see it? Usually the Galgin family will not trade when there is a possibility of a fraud, but I'll strike a good deal for my lifesaver. Reed untied his bags and pulled out his items. When the dead showed an interest and approached, Reed picked up a stone and threw it. Shoo, go to the other side. Damn, stupid things. What are the dead called? I don't pay attention to such things. They're just idiots. So how about it? Do you like anything? No, I want to sell some items, not buy anything. Reed shook its antennae in confusion. Sell? What are you talking about? I want to exchange my items for money. Money? What is that? Reed seemed to be hearing it for the very first time. Ark took out 1 copper and showed him. But Reed just looked at the copper coin with uninterested eyes. Well, that's just a piece of metal. Even if you saved my life, I wouldn't exchange any of these items for that. Yes? So you're not selling these things for money? I don't know what money is, but why would I need useless stuff like that? Reed naturally retorted. Exchanging items for items. In other words, Reed was talking about a barter system. Reed was a peddler who went around the dimension trading. Since he didn't understand the concept of money, didn't that mean bartering is the normal system in this dimension? So no matter how much Japtum he gathered, there was no method to change it into gold. Ark had expected to be able to exchange Japtum for gold and his mood instantly became dark. I'm screwed. How will bartering help reduce my bag capacity? Do I have to keep on carrying around Japtum? No, there might be something I don't know. Ark thought for a moment before something else popped in his head. What if he managed to exchange a few garbage items for expensive ones? If he kept on doing that, then it might be possible to reserve some bag space. Ark asked Reed. Then can I briefly look at some things? Look as much as you want. All of them are usable. If the deal is right, then I'll trade. Reed proudly pointed towards his items. But Ark was disappointed at the items. Unknown leather, chunks of meat, mushrooms and nuts, they were ingredients that Ark left behind when crossing the wilderness. Some equipment items caught his eye, but they were made of cloth and the defense was low. Damn, you're like a cockroach carrying a pile of trash. Then Ark suddenly found strange items. Hollow steel dentures, magic. Weapon type, dentures. Durability, 13/50. Attack, 10/15. Weight, 30. User restrictions, exclusively for vampire summons. A hollow pair of dentures. These steel dentures were made to replace vampire fangs when the vampire became old and lost their teeth. Only a vampire can use it and it allows them to suck blood more easily. Shigashi's leather cloak armor type, mantle durability, 13/50. Defense power, 10. Weight, 20. Use restriction, available for all summons. A leather cloak made from the leather of the Shigashi goat common in the netherworld. The Shigashi is an animal known for living in harsh environments, so its leather is high quality. Although the workmanship is rough, it is still useful in protecting the body. The stats weren't that different from the Japtum Ark found. In Middle-earth, he would receive approximately 1-2 gold for them. But the problem was the user restrictions attached to the item. There were items available for summons? He had never seen that kind of user restriction before. You mean that summons can wear this? Summons? Ah, is that what Middle-earth calls our races? Ho, were you surprised? The Galgin family knows everything. That's right, they were made for our species. Although it looks like this, it is a very valuable thing. Normal clothes won't be able to pass through when something is summoned to Middle-earth, but these are different. The materials were designed to cross over. Not a lot of species cross over to the other dimension from the netherworld anymore. So they won't exchange anything for these items. Reed grumbled. Netherworld? This is the netherworld, dot. There was a sudden flash in Ark's face. So far, Ark only knew that it was a different dimension. But this as the netherworld? Wasn't the netherworld where Diedrich, Deimos, and Raiden lived? I see. That's why there was an Alamwan in the ice caves. I should have noticed when talking to the Alamwan. Now Ark realized why he couldn't summon or recall his pets since getting here. Although he opened up a door to summon Diedrich and Deimos using spiritual power, this was the original world where they lived. It would be impossible to summon them. That's also why the penalty for dying wasn't forced recall but losing stats. Raiden had been with me since it hatched, so it is understandable, but why didn't Diedrich and Deimos know where we were? You don't understand. This is the first place we saw. But it's not where I live. In fact, there is a restriction to the distance we can move when Master summons us from the netherworld and when we return. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Deimos nodded and agreed with Diedrich's explanation. It was simple. In the netherworld, his pets were limited to a particular area and couldn't leave it. In Diedrich's case, he was limited to the vampire area. Because of that, he never visited the outside world. As a skeleton, Deimos was restricted to a cemetery. But now they were wandering around the netherworld, because they were traveling with Ark, they were probably able to overcome the restrictions. It sounded complicated, but it was actually pretty simple. Anyway, my pets can use some of these items? Equipping items on his summons. He had never thought of it. Then wouldn't it be another way to make his pets grow? Will you sell it to me? Well, I'd like to see your items. I said it a while ago, but I'll only trade if the items are worth it since it is difficult to find these items in other places. But I promise to trade if I see something worthy. Ark quickly gathered the Japtum in his bag and showed Reed. Reed looked around and identified a few items. This is good. The leather is high quality. I'll trade you Shigashi's cloak for 100 of them. And it's not easy finding these bones and herbs. Okay, I'll give you the dentures for 50 of each. Reed had pointed to the mongoose leather and bones and the seal mocho. He had gathered 1,000 of each item. I accept. Let's exchange. Ark nodded and exchanged the items. Then he gave the steel dentures to Diedrich and Shigashi's cloak to Daimos. Diedrich wore the dentures and cheered. Oh, this is great? All of a sudden I feel like sucking blood. Clack clack clack. Clack 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 clack. Daimos also seemed satisfied with his cloak and started jumping. Ark also felt like skipping. He never imagined that he would be able to exchange Japtum for items. If he managed to find more items in this dimension, then Daimos and Diedrich's stats would go up tremendously. Okay, let's try to find my pets a full set of equipment before leaving here. Well, that was a good deal. Now what are you going to do? Reed asked after packing his bags with a satisfied face. Reed, you said that you've traveled all around the netherworld? Have you ever heard of the name Megaro? He should look similar to me. Ark got to the point. Reed thought for a moment, then shook his head and replied. Megaro, I've never heard of that name. But I know people who look similar to you that live in a town. There are clans that look similar to me here? Well, it's the Mutal race. Although originally they were quite ferocious, the Mutal that live here are relatively tame. Ah, that reminds me that I know a very old man who lives in the mountains there. You might find out a lot of information if you go there. Just tell him that the peddler Reed sent you and you'll be welcomed. Where is the town? If you travel for half a day, then there will be a valley. The Mutal village is there. Anyway, I can't go to the village, so we'll go our separate ways. I have business elsewhere. Reed carried his backpack with a moan and began walking. Okay, the town is over there? Raiden, transform. Sack sack sack. Raiden's body turned large again and its legs appeared. Ark got on its back and began to run through the wilderness again. The different dimension, no, the sky and the netherworld spread out around him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Chapter 6. Act 6 The Tragedy of the Three Pig Brothers. Pa 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 pa. Pa 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 pa. A large lizard running through the wilderness caused a cloud of dust. It was Redunma carrying Arkansas. After separating from Reed, Ark traversed the wilderness without taking a break. While ignoring the background and the weather, he ended up running for 1 hour. Finally, he found the valley that Reed mentioned. After going a little bit further in the valley, there was a small village. Is this a village in a different dimension? It was approximately 2-3 times the size of Lancel village. However, the development appeared quite shabby as the buildings were falling down. The houses were covered with leather and looked like tents. When looked at closely, the tents looked like a refugee camp. Since there was no currency, it could be difficult to gain supply through barter. I can get the necessary information from this village. Raiden, good work. Sack sack sack, sack sack sack. Raiden became smaller and attached to his waist. When he walked up to the entrance, he saw the guards wearing leather clothes. Blue skin, blue skin. Ha ha ha, look at that. Diedrich saw the guard and burst out laughing. Just like Reed said, the Mutal was a race that looked similar to humans. But oddly, their skin color was blue and the eyes were golden yellow. They looked like a Smurf in one of those children's musicals, and Ark felt like giggling as well. But since it was a species he was meeting for the first, he refrained from laughing and smirked instead. He had to refrain from dropping any intimacy or else he might not obtain any information. Diedrich, shut up. But it's funny. Don't you think that they look funny? Do you want to become like that? I'll shut up. Diedrich mimed, zipping his mouth up. Excuse me. The guards tensed up as they saw Ark approach. Who are you? I've never seen your face around here before. Yes, I've only just arrived from an incredibly distant place. After wandering the wilderness for so long, I was wondering if I could take a break here? It doesn't seem that dangerous. Of course, we're a little reluctant to let a stranger into town. The guards looked Ark up and down and muttered. The atmosphere seemed a little bit unwelcome. When first arriving in a new village, the degree of intimacy depending on fame or alignment. But those numbers didn't apply in the netherworld. Do you perhaps know Reed? Reed? The peddler of the Galgin clan? Yes, I came because of his recommendation. He said that the Mutal in this village were brave and tough, but they warmly welcomed visitors with softness and pride in their hospitality. Can't you spare such generosity for me who has traveled such a long distance? Oh, Reed said that? Although Reed hadn't said that, the residents of the netherworld were quite simple. The guards contemplated for a moment before nodding. Indeed, we won't turn away a weary traveler. Okay, you can enter the village. But you'll be kicked out if you cause any trouble. Thank you. Ark smiled and entered the village. But he didn't hear the low voices of the guards speaking from behind him. He seemed to have traveled quite a difficult path. Exactly. But I didn't know about a tribe where the youths lacked color. The Mutal species was divided into a number of tribes. Because Ark looked similar to them, they determined that he was from another Mutal tribe. So they pitted him because he wasn't blue, so the residents treated him like a handicapped person. But because of their pity, Ark was able to receive a lot of information from the residents. There were many species who lived in the netherworld. The Galgin who he met in the wilderness was one of them, and Diedrich's clan of vampires and Deimos as a undead were also residents of the netherworld. In other words, the difference between NPCs and monsters was unclear. An NPC might look like a monster, or a monster that attacked was instead a chaotic NPC. Then should I travel around this town with Deimos? Except for when there was a battle, Ark always carried around Deimos in his sword form. It was in order to lighten the burden on Raiden. And he wanted to prevent the intimacy with the NPCs from being decreased. None of the NPCs would get a good impression of him if they saw a skeleton. In fact, he often had his intimacy decreased on Middle-earth if he traveled around with Deimos. On the other hand, Diedrich was often useful for increasing intimacy. His character was bad, but he could transform into a cute little boy. So he was quite popular among adults and the elderly. But it didn't seem to be a problem when he looked around the village. He saw some monsters that he would instantly use Dark Blade on if he encountered them in the wilderness. Deimos was nothing compared to them. However, the most common species among the NPCs was something resembling a human. The Mutal was a species that most resembled humans in the netherworld. The Mutal were scattered all throughout the netherworld. Most of them live in their tribes, but there were some Mutal that built a kingdom. I once met a traveler who talked about money. But they weren't very tolerable because they didn't like other species. Some tribes don't like the Mutal and are even hostile against us. The shopkeeper near the village entrance said. The easiest way to get information was to find a store. Since travelers tended to visit the stores first, he could obtain a lot of rumors from there. I've listened well. Then can I see a few items? Okay. The shopkeeper nodded and pointed towards the shelves. It was a village with small development, so he didn't expect much. It looked like commonplace Japdom, but Ark inspected them carefully. Although Reed had a lot of Japdom, he had managed to find some items for his summons. Reed said that they weren't that common to find. But Ark was able to find a usable item. Umma's sap. Umma's sap is obtained from an ancient plant. Even though dozens of Umma trees were picked, it was only enough to fill one bottle. The high-density nutrients dissolved inside has the effect of instantly restoring fatigue of the mind and body. Plus 400 health instantly restored. But there is no effect when in an abnormal state such as poison or disease. Nadinka's fruit. The ancient plant Nadinka is notorious for its grabbing ability. If walking through a forest, you might find yourself yanked by the Nadinka's roots. However, the Nadinka will exert no harm. It will just touch the body of a passing traveler then go away. When used on an enemy, movement speed decreases by 50% for 1 minute. Since the development was low, most of the items were consumption related. However, the effects of the plants were quite good for a primitive world. Umma's sap recovered as much health as an intermediate recovery potion. This item could be sold in Middle-earth for money. But the quantity of the consumable items wasn't abundant. There was only 5 Umma's sap and 50 Nadinka fruit. Ark exchanged it for some of the leather, bone and Japdom he collected in the snowy mountains. Damn, there are too many overlapping items taking up bag space. I won't be able to barter recklessly. I can't grasp whether it is expensive or cheap in terms of money. But if I've managed to obtain useful items that could be sold, then I won't complain. Ark finished in the shop and got to his main point. By the way, I heard that a wise old man lives in the vicinity of this village. Ah, you're talking about Basutunim. Can you tell me where he lives? Just look for the biggest house. That is Basutu's house. Ark left the store and walked on the main path looking for it. It was a small village, so it wasn't difficult to find the house. Anyone here? Although he called from outside several times, nobody answered. Ark waited a while before sneaking a peek through the open door. When he entered, the wall was filled with full shelves. Bundles of crisp parchment was piled on the shelves like a mountain. They seemed to use bound parchment as a substitute for books in the netherworld. Ark looked at the scrolls before going inside. Ah, damn, unbelievable. What on earth happened? Why haven't they come back yet? Did something happen? I don't know what to do. In a corner, an old man pulled his hair and muttered. Excuse me. How am I supposed to do my work now? I really can't endure it. I wanted to ask you something. I'm really anxious and concerned. I don't want to go ask the stupid guards, but I'm so worried. If something happened, then I won't be able to handle it. Excuse me. Ark lightly tapped his shoulders, causing the old man to flinch and turn around. With a white beard and hair, the old man had an appearance like Papa Smuff's. Ha, what the? Who are you? Why did you just come into someone's house? No one answered no matter how much I called from outside, but. So you just came in without permission? No, it's not. What the hell? What do you want? The old man quickly asked without giving him any time to answer. I heard that Basutunim is the wisest person in this village. What the? God damn it, get out. I have no time for a chat. It will only take a short time. Do you perhaps know someone called Magaro? I said I don't want to hear it. Basutu wildly shouted and shook a cane at him. But the next moment, Basutu stopped and reached out for Ark's mantle. Then he asked Ark with surprised eyes. Did you perhaps cross the East Moon? Yes, that's right. So this is Galgashi's fur? That's right. This is Galgashi's fur that I got from a mongoose. Ark nodded and Basutu's face immediately changed. Basutu suddenly spoke in a very friendly voice. Ha, Galgashi is very notorious, so you must be a great warrior to be able to take him down. Yes, a great warrior deserves kind treatment. Sit down here. But what were you here for? You were looking for a person? Did he have dementia? His demeanor changed in an instant. Elderly people didn't adapt that quickly. Anyway, he was lucky because the atmosphere seemed to be better. Ark nodded and asked. Yes, I'm looking for someone called Magaro. Have you heard of him? Magaro, did he also come over from Middle-earth like you? You know where I came from? I'm not an elderly person for no reason. I know much more than you do. Basutu laughed and replied. As expected, the elderly really did know a lot. Yes, that's right. I came here to look for him. When did he cross over? I've heard that it's been hundreds of years. Then I personally wouldn't have seen him. But there are ways to find out. Basutu indicated the scrolls piled up. My family has recorded everything that's happened through the generations. That's right, those scrolls are records of the netherworld's history. Isn't it great? If he ever passed through this area, then records of him should be here. You might find the information that you want. Can you examine it for me? Ark asked in an urgent tone. Then he waited for Basutu's reply. Of course. If you accept my request. Yes? Request? A person he met for the first time was asking for a favor? Ark looked bewildered as Basutu sighed and said. Actually, I'm in a very big predicament at the moment. Predicament? You probably saw the existence of the dead when you came here. Yes, I've seen it a couple of times. Other people don't know this, but the dead play a very important role in the netherworld. They're responsible for keeping the flow of power in the netherworld balanced. Anyway, the deceased are an indispensable existence in this world. But recently, the deceased in this area have started disappearing. Basutu said with a serious expression when scratching his beard. I told you before that I record everything that happens around here. In order to confirm if the rumors were true or not, I sent an assistant to Hagel Forest where the dead had been disappearing. But my grandson became curious and persistently followed. I agreed, but he has not come back yet. That's right. He hasn't come back yet, so clearly something happened. I was relieved because my assistant is very experienced. Bona, if something happened to Bona, I'm so worried about my grandson to the point that I can't do any other work. But I can't go after them myself. Basutio grabbed Ark's hands and begged. Now my request. Could you please find my grandson? If you've managed to defeat Galgashi, then it shouldn't be that difficult. Yes? I'll do anything you want as long as you do this for me. A quest. Ark's eyes twinkled. The first quest received in the Netherworld. Who knows what kind of compensation it would give. And he could also find some clues related to Magaro's quest as a bonus. There was no reason to refuse. I understand. He nodded and the quest information window appeared. Basutio's worries. You've received a request from an old man in a small village. Basutio records the events that occur in the vicinity. Recently, he sent his assistant and his grandson to Hagel Forest to investigate an event. But some time has been and they haven't returned or contacted him. Find them in Hagel Forest and return them back safely. Difficulty level, C. It's been a long time since I've received a quest. Ark stared at the information window. He thought back to the siege, killing Alan, and the Dark Brothers incident. He really hadn't received any essential quests. But the highlight of a game was its quests. A complicated quest could completely change the pace of a game. Then shall I leave? Ark left Basutio's house and headed towards the entrance. But there was work to do first before leaving for Hagel Village. The quest had a C-rank difficulty. When considering Ark's level, the difficulty wasn't that high. But he didn't know the rules of this world. So he had to update the resurrection point in case he died. My current resurrection point is the Red Wilderness on Middle-earth. Since the gate is closed, if I update the resurrection point to here, then there is no way to return to Middle-earth. When he first arrived in the village, he hesitated at the idea. But since the beginning of Magaro's quest was in the Netherworld, he couldn't proceed with the quest in such a dangerous state. A totem made of bone and leather was placed at the village entrance. He had seen a similar totem in the jungle near Cairo. Although the resurrection point was at the quartermasters in human villages, the totem built at the village entrance took the role of the quartermasters instead. A message window appeared when he touched the totem. Would you like to register the Valley Village in the Netherworld as your new base? Your previous base will be cancelled and it is possible to revive at the totem with a death penalty. Ark finished the registration and unfolded his map. The red dot which Basutio indicated was blinking from a place not that far away. If he used Raiden, then he could get there in 10-20 minutes. Now shall I leave? Raiden, transform, eh? While Ark was ordering Raiden to transform, he looked at the valley's entrance in surprise. 3 shadows emerged from where a sandstorm was raging. Wait, those chubby figures are. Hook, it's a village. Sob, I thought I would freeze and die. We also couldn't sleep properly after being chased by monsters. I'm hungry, Hyungnim. Hang in there. We'll be able to rest once we enter the town. The 3 merchants emerged from the sandstorm and approached the village. Yes, it was the 3 little pigs who had chased after Ark and entered the Netherworld. They dived into the picture full of dreams. They had dreamed that they would find stacks of treasure piled up like a mountain. Ho, now all the suffering is over. We'll wait for a chance to hit Ark in the back of the head and intercept the treasure. They hadn't chased after Ark with no plan. If the 3 of them tackled Ark, then it wasn't possible for him to win. That's because they wandered the auction room for several days and got their hands on a bag of weapons and tricks. Very few people were aware of the fraudulent weapons, so they were positive the weapons would hit Ark in his head. Now our suffering will end and we'll live happily. Puk. The 3 pig brothers literally became buried in snow. After leaving the gate, they didn't find the treasure they expected. Everything was snow. Only the freezing cold greeted them. And they couldn't even see Ark, who came before them. In fact, the dimensional door to the Netherworld in the cabin changed location every time someone entered it. In other words, the 3 brothers used the door after Ark and landed in a different location. Then their desperate struggle for survival began. They were merchants more used to handling money. However, they were dumped into the snowy mountains covered with snow and ice. Fortunately, they had prepared to chase after Ark and filled their bags with all sorts of travel-related goods. They had thick coats and also bought enough food. And since they had the camping skill, they were in a relatively better position than Arkansas. But they were still merchants. After coming down from the snowy mountains, the wilderness was too dangerous for them. No matter the distance, they would flee from monsters, and after repeating this, they finally arrived at the village after running out of food. Meanwhile, Ark had rushed forward on Raiden and arrived before them. Let's ask about Ark in this town. But he's already been here for more than a fortnight. He may have already grabbed the treasure and gone home. Olmiak cried out in a worried voice. In fact, that was what Buxel was most concerned about. If Ark already grabbed the treasure, then all their suffering would be in vain. And after a fortnight had passed, there was no way of tracking Ark since his location was unknown. We can't just go back after we came here. We have to see it through to the end. Yes, but... So the three little pig brothers arrived at the village. It is good to meet you in a place like this. Then they suddenly heard a familiar voice. Buxel lifted his head and barely swallowed his scream. Surprisingly, it was Ark looking at them with folded arms. Olmiak swallowed his cry and said to his brothers in a desperate voice. Hook, Ark Hyungnim. It is Arkansas. I can see that. Damn. Although we were looking for him, to encounter him like this, What do we do? Should we run away? Buxel muttered. No. This is fine. After all, it would be over if we couldn't find him. And it'll be useless if we run away after being caught. If he has doubts, then it would be difficult to secretly follow him to the location. He'll have suspicions and it'll be impossible to hit him in the back of the head. But will he accept? I have an idea. He is simple. He believed us when we previously told him we were fans. He's definitely the weak type against those kind of things. If we keep on praising him, then he'll be easy. Just watch me. Then Buxel poked himself in the eye and turned around. His eyes became bloodshot and tears suddenly flowed from them. Buxel ran towards Ark in that state. Egu, Ark Nim. It's so good to see you. HRM, what are you guys doing here? Ark squinted his eyes and stared at them. Buxel answered with a heavy sigh while tears dripped down his face. We've been looking for Ark Nim. Me. Yes, actually. Isn't Ark Nim being supported by the fan club? So what? Our fan club formed thanks to the excellent fighting scene Ark Nim showed. But our members have started declining because they haven't seen those scenes anymore. So? You want to stop the donations? And no. Absolutely not. Anyway, we respect Ark Nim so much that we went through a lot of suffering to meet you again. We were wondering if we could promote Ark Nim in order to get more members? So we came up with an idea. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we accompanied Ark Nim on an amazing adventure? If we show a video of the amazing adventure, then our members will be impressed. And our donations will increase if the number of members increases. Buxel clasped his hands together and entreated. How is it? Isn't it a great idea? After gathering the members' ideas, we began to search for Ark Nim. We looked up Ark Nim's achievements as a form of evidence. Then by chance, it really was by chance. We heard rumors that you went to the Red Wilderness and ended up following you here. Buxel wiped the tears with his sleeves with a pitiful expression. Sob, you wouldn't know how much trouble we went through just to get here. But we endured thanks to our commitment to meeting Ark Nim. It is something I'm truly proud of. Hyung Nim. Younger brothers. The three pig brothers embraced each other and cried. How did these children shadow me? Ark stared at the three pig brothers playing around with a frown on his forehead. Ark couldn't even laugh at the unbelievable excuse. He already knew that those guys were targeting Magaro's legacy from a long time ago. Ark didn't know how they followed him, but their ulterior motive was to hit him in the back. I should just kill them. Although there were three of them, they were still merchants. But the problem was that if he killed them, he would obtain a chaotic alignment. But they wouldn't go away even if he requested it. How? Wait, aren't these guys merchants? Then, Ark suddenly came up with an idea of how to take advantage of the three pig brothers. After organizing it in his thoughts, Ark approached them. I'm really impressed. Yes? To think that my fans have such a high impression of me, but granting your request is a burden for me. Frankly, this place is quite arduous by myself. I won't be able to complete my task and protect you at the same time. In this situation, you might even die because of me. You don't have to worry about that. Yes, we are not afraid of death. We would be willing to die for Ark Nim. We'll do anything for you, even if it's running errands. You'll do anything for me? A sinister smile then emerged on Ark's face. Okay, then let me ask you something. Have you updated your resurrection place to here? No. This is the first time here. We were just about to do it. Don't do it. Ha? In fact, I was just in a difficult situation. I've gathered a bunch of items in order to sell it and my bags are full. Unfortunately, I can't sell it in this village, so I have a surplus of items. Then? The three Pig brothers suddenly felt anxious for some reason. It is simple. One of you should sell it instead. You can't sell the items here? No, so one of you will have to return to Middle-earth and sell it there. B, but we don't know the way back. Didn't you say your resurrection place hasn't updated yet? The three Pig brothers now realized Ark's intention and became terrified. Yes, if they didn't update the resurrection point in this world, then wouldn't they revive in Middle-earth if they died? In other words, Ark was saying to die while holding his items. In fact, this method was often used in online games. It might take some time to get back to the village, so people just died. But it was more used in other games. Most users wouldn't use such a method in New World since they would lose experience and stats if they died. You said you were my fans? Wouldn't fans who came all the way here do such a simple favor for me? B, but don't you want to take a video of my adventures? In this situation, I would have to return to Middle-earth to sell my things. If I have to go back, then wouldn't that be a boring video? Anyway, you don't need 3 people to shoot a video. The three Pig brothers had nothing to retort. We need to talk about it for a little bit. Finally, Buxel took his brothers and withdrew to talk about it. Olmiak let out a frightened cry. Young Nim. What do we do? He is an evil guy. He obviously considers our lives worthless. But it's not necessarily a bad thing. Anyway, that guy has extraordinary senses, so he might become aware of our goal before we reach the destination. We'll have no chance if that happens. Then, Olmiak, you might have to go through a little bit of trouble this time. Buxel said as he placed his hands on Olmiak's shoulders. You mean I'll be the one killed? We have no choice. If we don't give in to his demands, then he'll leave. And we can't secretly follow him because he's seen us. We have no choice but to accept the requirements if we want to go with him. Sob, it is terrible. Tears dripped from Olmiak's eyes. I'm sorry. But Hyung won't let your sacrifice be in vain. I'll do whatever it takes to steal the treasure. When that happens, you'll be laughing as you talk about what occurred today. Sob, I understand. I'm sorry. Don't cry. The three Pig brothers burst out crying as they embraced each other. Okay. Because we respect Arknim. We'll accept your request. After a while, the three Pig brothers returned with swollen eyes. Ah, I can live now. Thank you. I won't forget it. So let's sign the contract. Merchant's agreement. Contractor, Olmiak equals Ark. Olmiak will sell the items given by Ark and then send the money to Ark's registered mailbox at the Magic Institute. There will be no sales charge and everything will be handled for free. Ark handed over his Japtum after receiving the contract. Then, I'll be going. Olmiak looked at his brothers as he spoke tearfully but turning around and went off to die. Sob, Olmiak, your sacrifice will not be in vain. Buxel and Sapjil teared up as they watched their brother get further away. However, there was a wicked smile on Ark's face. They dared to attempt cheap tricks in front of me? Ark had no intention of finishing it like this. A lot of monsters in the netherworld dropped Japtum. In other words, once he's filled his bag, then the situation would be repeated again. Buxel and Sapjil will be his emergency bags for the moment. Every time he filled up his bag, then there would be an excuse to send them away. No, he didn't have to give a serious reason. As long as he received the contract, then he might even just let them die during a fight. With 2 guys, I can use it twice in the future. Now he didn't have to worry about bag space for a while. I'll get rid of them before I search for Magaro's laboratory. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was truly wicked. Ark was ruthless once he sunk his claws into an opponent. But there was one problem. He didn't know whether they were serious or not, but Buxel was really recording while he accompanied Arkansas. If he posted on the public bulletin board, then he would reveal Ark's whereabouts. It could become quite a problem for Ark, who didn't want to catch people's attention. But if he refused, then there was no reason to take them along with him. However, after thinking about it, there was no reason to worry for the moment. But how are you going to record me? Yes? Well, I'm using an item for video capture. Buxel brought out an item similar to a telescope. In New World, it was possible to purchase an item to record videos. Reggie's Magic Projector. A luxurious magic projector launched by the Magic Institute. Using the information from the ancient memory crystals, this magic projector has the technology to record things. However, the memory only lasts for 1 hour and it is sold separately from the projector. It was a relatively expensive item for a hobby, but it was quite popular among the dating couples in New World. Really? Then I have to transform myself. Because my fans know me as Dark Wolf. Yes, if he turned into Dark Wolf, then he would become a different person from Arkansas. Then there would be no problem if the video became public. Now, let's go? Ark transformed into Dark Wolf and smiled, revealing his fangs. The wolf and the pigs, their relationship was fated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Chapter 7. ACT 7 Hunting the Dead. HRMM, this is also usable. Darkness began to spread in the forest. One wolf was shaking his tail and collecting fruits. A wolf with flowing black fur, it was Ark who had transformed into a wolf. Ark had arrived at Hagel Forest 1 hour after he left the village. The distance would only take Raiden 20 minutes, but Ark walked there. That was because Raiden wouldn't be able to carry Buxel and Sapgil as well. Hohoho, I can now relax and scrape as much items as I want. For more than a fortnight, he had been worried about bag space and hadn't been able to pick up everything. Because of that, his stress had piled up. But now he didn't have to worry about his bag thanks to the pigs. No, he had to collect as much items as possible and kill them before finding Magaro's laboratory. So Ark kept on singing as he scraped up items. He found various magic ingredients using magic detection in the forest, and he couldn't just give it up. Grr. Monsters also appeared in the dark forest. However, Ark would just neatly slice it up before piling the items in his bag. After passing through the ice caves and the wilderness, Ark had raised his stats, and there was also the dark attribute bonus. The monsters in the vicinity weren't capable of threatening Arkansas regardless of the level, but there weren't a lot of people with Ark's stats. Therefore he had an edge while hunting. Every time Ark's bag became heavier, Buxel's and Sapgil's face became increasingly gloomy. Once Ark's bags became full, then they knew one of them would have to go and die. The two pigs trembled at the idea of becoming the wolf's lunch. Now I've collected most of the ingredients here, so shall I earnestly begin the quest? Ark cracked his furry hands and began to explore. But the forest was huge and it wasn't easy to find a clue. Then Raiden, who had been snooping around, licked its tongue and pointed in one direction. At the same time, a message window appeared in front of Arkansas. Raiden has used stalking. Raiden has found suspicious footprints leading into the forest. When Raiden used stalking, the outline immediately became clear. Footprints? Basutyu only sent his grandson and assistant. Yet these footprints indicate at least 20 people. Did I find something unrelated to my quest? No, you never know, so I should check it out anyway. Sack. Raiden nodded proudly and indicated the front. The footprint tracks were headed in that direction. Ark followed Raiden and tracked the prints deeper into the forest. How far did he go? He was walking along a wide road when he suddenly heard a feeble groan from ahead of him. When he approached, he saw that someone injured was leaning against a tree trunk. Blue skin, a mutal. Perhaps. Ark came closer and shook his shoulders. Are you okay? Ugh, who are you? I'm here at the request of Basutyu, who lives in the Valley Village. B. Basutyu, teacher sent you? The person raised his head in pain and looked at Arkansas. What on earth happened? Where is Basutyu's grandson? Damn it. Ark knew what he needed to do in this situation. Usually when he met injured NPCs during a quest, the NPC's health would not automatically recover. He had to use recovery potions or magic to heal them. The NPC might be holding a clue for the quest, so he couldn't let him die. Ark felt like crying and handed him one of his Uma's sap. After the person recovered their energy, he began to explain the whole story. Thank you. I'm called Duran and I work as an assistant for Basutyu teacher. I recently received teacher's request to investigate this forest. But suddenly I met the Nakujuk clan. Nakujuk? They're the mutal that dominates the northern region. Unlike us, they're aggressive mutal and won't hesitate to kill people. I don't understand why, but they have something to do with the disappearance of the dead that teacher was investigating. I witnessed them putting the deceased onto a wagon with an iron window and leaving. Then, while I was looking for a way to inform teacher, I ended up being attacked. So what about Bona? I don't know. After they hit me and I collapsed, they seem to have dragged him somewhere. Ugh, I don't know what those guys are doing with Bona. I have to hurry. Please guide me. Duran became surprised at Ark's words. You're going to help? Why would I come here if I wasn't thinking of helping? But those guys are the Nakujuk. There are also 20 of them. Even though I've experienced all sorts of hardships, I was easily defeated by them. You don't know me yet you're still offering to help? How can I let them go when they are capturing innocent people? Gurun looked at Ark with foolish eyes. He seemed quite impressed. Indeed, it was natural to be impressed with someone who suddenly appeared and offered to risk their life to help him. But Ark had no interest in Bona's life. He was willing to risk his life because of the quest. And the reason for the hurry in his voice. Okay, the appearance of the hero who can't tolerate injustice. Ah, good. Now moving on to the next scene. Buxel was standing behind the magic projector and gave a thumbs up. It was the excuse he used to follow Ark, but Buxel was actually filming. When Ark killed the monster, Buxel filmed it on the projector. Unlike a professional who needed to cut and edit, all he needed to do to film a dramatic scene was turn the projector on and off. At first, Buxel was quite annoying. However, Ark came up with an idea after watching the recordings. It was the first time Ark had seen a scene of his gameplay. But the scene of a black wolf swinging his sword against a giant monster surrounded by trees looked quite cool. Wouldn't it be the same with other people watching this scene? Once he got the idea, Ark started to become greedy. Since he was transformed into Dark Wolf, his identity didn't matter. So he started putting on an act. Gurun looked at Buxel and asked with a perplexed face. What's that? It's nothing. Ark smiled and shook his head. Over there. Gurun hid in the bushes and pointed in front of him. After accompanying him for a few minutes, Ark was able to find the Nakujuk clan. Located inside the forest, a group of approximately 20 Nakujuk were gathered around a campfire. They're not blue? The mutile had different skin colors according to their tribes, with the Nakujuk being red. And next to the carriage Gurun mentioned was a cage. It was dark but he could clearly see the deceased souls that were trapped. Of course, he had no interest in the dead. He was there to rescue Basutyu's grandson, Bona. Gurun looked at Ark with a worried expression. It is impossible by yourself. I'll help as well. No, aren't you still recovering? Please leave it to me. Ark shook his head with a confident expression. The level of the Nakujuk clan was between 290-300. Meanwhile, Ark had reached level 238 in the wilderness. With that dark attribute bonus, that was level 333. Now it was time for Ark to judge his combat power. Since he got quite a lot of stat bonuses, his abilities were higher compared to his level. And the darkness attribute bonus didn't simply raise his level. It also increased all his stats by 40%. That meant that the stat bonuses he received were also similarly applied. When considering users with 30-40 levels more than him, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that his combat power was a lot higher. But I can't just blindly rush in. Diedrich, go lure 5 or 6 guys. Understood, master. Diedrich flew towards the Nakujuk's campsite. Usually it wasn't easy for a monster to approach campsites. However, Diedrich specialized in these sorts of things. And since he was always luring enemies during battle, he developed new professional skills. Your pet Diedrich has learned a new skill, Taunt, Beginner, active. Rile up your opponents and induce a strong hostility in them towards you. The angrier you make your opponent, the longer the duration will last and there will be a wider range of effects. Range of 10 meters. Mana consumption, 30. It was a perfect skill for Diedrich. Diedrich waited patiently for some of the enemies to patrol the perimeter. And after 7 people left the camp, he immediately threw a small stone. What the? The Nakujuk members turned around and saw Diedrich taunting them. They started to feel dirty as soon as they saw him. The Nakujuk warriors pulled out their weapons and rushed towards him. Diedrich flew through the branches and lured them into the forest while Ark followed. While the others were paying attention to the noisy fight, they didn't notice Ark at all, who had hid himself with stealth. He aimed for a backstab with the first blow. Ugh, what the? One of the Nakujuk collapsed and the battle began. 7 people. It is a little tight but I can handle it. Ark swung Weisel's sword and plunged among the Nakujuk. The Nakujuk were certainly stronger than normal monsters. Their strength and stamina weren't that high, and their defense was low since they wore leather clothes. However, their agility and attack speed was beyond imagination. They all used a thin rapier and the speed at which they wielded it was dazzling. 3 or 4 attacks would instantly hit if he looked away even for a moment. But a relaxed smile spread on Ark's face and he just laughed. Shall I test this out? Good, take this, flash. At that moment, Ark shot out a stream of light. Then he moved in a zigzag pattern like lightning in a dark sky and stepped among the Nakujuk. Susasasasak, Pwok. There was a ringing sound, and at the same time a terrifying fountain of blood rose in the air. The 7 of them had been struck at the same time and their health steadily decreased. That was the power of the new skill set Ark learnt, Flash. Learning as much skills as possible was good. He never knew what combination of skills would create a new skill set. And Ark agreed with this idea. The effect appeared when he raised Sprint and Dark Dance. The rating of Sprint has been raised after a lot of experience. There is a limit to increasing the chances of survival with a strong weapon or sturdy armor. Escaping is not a shameful behavior. Indeed, it is foolhardy to continue to face the enemy because of being ashamed by running away. Sometimes having quick legs is more useful than a sword or armor. Since Sprint has reached intermediate, you can consume more mana for a more explosive dash. For 5 seconds, speed plus 75%, mana consumption, 30. Asterisk thanks to the combination of sword-hand combat, Dark Dance and Sprint, you have learnt the set skill Flash. Prerequisites, skills in the sword-hand combat series, footwork, Dark Dance, and dash, Sprint series. Once all the skills in the set reaches intermediate rank, you can learn a new skill. The type and effects of the skill depends on the profession. Flash, a mana explosion will raise your attack speed and movement speed to the limit. Your blade can attack any enemy in the battlefield in a flash. However, the technique's focus is on speed, so the attack will fall. Thanks to your reaction rate and reflexes increasing, your evasion and critical hit will rise dramatically. During the flash movement, you will deal 70% of your attack power to all enemies within a 20-meter radius, and your evasion and critical hit probability will increase by 30%. Mana consumption, 500. Dark Dance and Sprint had a large growth rate after he registered them as major skills. When he swung the sword, he could deal damage to all enemies within a 20-meter radius. It was a wide area skill using a sword. Although it only did 70% damage, it didn't matter when he used blade maintenance and elemental sword. In the wilderness, monsters only appeared by themselves. So he never had the chance to use Flash and relied on Dark Blade for damage. But if he was dealing with multiple enemies, then it was a 180-degree change. Flash. When Ark continuously used Flash, the 7 people had their health decreased to 40%. It was to the extent that it was raining blood. Monster. The Nakujuk's morale immediately shot down to the bottom. Now they're ripe for the picking. Diedrich, Deimos, crush them. Bring it on, these red-skinned bastards. Clack 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 clack. Since the start of the battle, they've lost half their health. Under the wave of attacks by Ark and his summons, the Nakujuk warriors collapsed in vain. When 4 people died, the rest became frightened and ran away. It's impossible with our skills. Call for help. Not a chance. Ark took out the Nadinka's fruit and threw it. When the fruit hit them, vines started wrapping around their limbs. Thanks to that, their movements slowed down until it seemed like they were in a slow-motion video. In a blink of an eye, Quaizel's sword cut into them and they collapsed. This is unbelievable. Durin burst out when he saw Ark handle Nakujuk in an instant. Buxel, who was holding the magic projector, was speechless and just stared with his mouth open. But in fact, the most surprised person was Arkansas. His landslide victory against the Nakujuk was completely unexpected. Since he had an easy time fighting the monsters in the wilderness, he hadn't realized how strong he was now. No, this was much stronger. Even though the 7 Nakujuk was level 290, he only had his health decreased by 40%. In addition, Diedrich and Deimos had almost none of their health decreased. It meant there was no burden. Perhaps the Nakujuk are incredibly weak? He contemplated the thought. If it's to this extent, dealing with 10 people, no, the remaining 15 people will be enough. But will it be boring repeating the same battle? I have to finish it perfectly. What should I try out this time? Ark spoke towards the magic projector like he was in a play. Well, those guys are too weak. Although I'm certain I can win, a warrior should always be prepared for every situation. Ark immediately took out his pot and cooked a dish. He mixed the ice caps decisions from the snowy mountains with some ingredients and created a survival cooking dish. Snowy ice water. The coolness of the ice cap has dissolved into the water. It is possible to change the properties when mixed with food. However, if you eat it carelessly, then the temperature of your stomach will decrease. Additional effects when mixed with food: for 10 minutes, cold resistance minus 50%, fire resistance plus 50%. Ark used stealth to hide close to the campsite holding the ice water. Then he waited until the Nakujuk finished preparing dinner. Ark crept closer and poured the ice water into the pot. Then he withdrew and watched the situation. What a delicious smell. Let's eat. Hey, it is time for dinner, everybody. The guys patrolling still haven't come? Let's just leave some aside for them. Somehow the soup tastes better today. The Nakujuk warriors started to ravenously eat the soup. Then a little bit of time passed. I'm eating soup, but why do I feel more cold? Oh, it's not a joke. Why is it so cold? Now. Ark, who had been watching, suddenly bolted forward. Buxel hurriedly turned on the magic projector. Arknim, we'll cheer you on. I'd like a nice scene. Ark didn't forget to laugh a little bit, revealing some of his fangs. Raiden, transform. Let's go, Diedrich, Daimos. Sack, sack, sack. Ark assaulted the camp while riding Redunma. Qua 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 quang. Redunma rushed into the camp and it instantly became a mess. Burning firewood went flying everywhere as the pot overturned. What the? A black wolf and a lizard? It's an attack. That's it. Raiden, come back. Ark quickly jumped off Redunma, who transformed back. In fact, he had rushed forward riding Redunma for the sake of the scene. Of course, Redunma could be used for combat. When fighting on Redunma, he got a 10% increase in attack and defense. But at the same time, there was a fatal disadvantage. His forward thrust was 500% faster, but stepping backwards or changing directions was quite slow. While his riding skill was slowly rising, it was still at a beginner level. Therefore, it was quite a disadvantage in a battle like this. In a large-scale battle, only a knight wearing heavy armor would have an advantage fighting on a horse. Anyway, I wonder if that scene looked good? Ark pulled out his sword with a grin. Elemental sword, ice attribute. After he used the skill, Guizel's sword was wrapped in a white frost. With the Nakujuk in an abnormal state, their movements obviously slowed down. Okay, as expected, the effects are showing. Flash. Ark moved between the Nakujuk clan like a flash of lightning. He instantly struck 16 of them with his sword and they turned a pale blue. Ark had been aiming for this. Since they already drank the ice water, their cold resistance went down by 50%. When struck with his frost sword, they received further damage and obtained the frozen state. A devastating effect. The great thing was that the frozen state overlapped. Every time they obtained frozen, their movement speed decreased by 15%. If 3 or 4 of them stacked up, then movement speed would decrease by 50%. In addition, once the frozen state stacked up 100%, then it was impossible for them to move anymore. That was the main reason a weapon with the ice attribute was incredibly expensive. However, Ark could use his skill to freely add an ice attribute to his sword whenever he wanted. In addition, the use of flash meant that all enemies received the ice damage at the same time. Of course, the chances of a critical hit also increased in this state. Ark was originally a user who relied on his tremendous agility and critical hits. In addition, flash increased the chances of a critical hit, so when he struck 16 enemies, at least 5 of them would receive a critical hit. It was a combination of survival cooking, elemental sword, and flash. Ark swung his sword 5 times in a row using flash. Kuak. Oh, sea cold. I can't move my body. The Nakujuk's health quickly fell to 50% and they all had the frozen state. He had completely sealed the Nakujuk's amazing speed. The only one who could move at his original speed was Arkansas. Let's do this before the frozen state wears off. Demonic opening. Kayawak. Once the seal was lifted, the ghosts jumped out wildly. Although elemental sword, the use of demonic opening made Guizel's damage transcend imagination. The Nakujuk were frozen and smashed to pieces when attacked. Once in a critical condition, the Nakujuk were split open using drastic measures like a frozen mackerel. Meanwhile, some of the Nakujuk unfroze and rushed towards Ark, but it was already too late. Guizel's sword flashed 3 or 4 times and they eventually collapsed to the ground. Sheesh, didn't you do too much? We didn't get a chance to do anything. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Diedrich and Daimos started complaining. Heh, I poured cold water on your fighting spirit. Sorry. But you'll get another chance to fight. Ark started saying a monologue while putting his sword away. He was still paying attention to the filming of the movie. While his heart was excited, he deliberately put on a casual expression. 1 against 16. Until recently, it was something he never would have dared try. He only had his health decreased by 60%. So it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a landslide victory. Indeed, Arknim. You really are awesome. He handled those many warriors alone. It is the romance of a true warrior. Buxel and Sapjil clamored together. Indeed, when would a merchant get to see such an incredible sight? This is not the time. Please hurry. I have to rescue the innocent people. Ark quickly searched the bodies of the Nakujuk warriors. As a humanoid enemy, they had dropped some equipment items. Noodle's rapier, magic, weapon type, one-handed rapier. Attack, 20-25. Durability, 23-25. Weight, 20. User restriction, level 120, agility more than 200. The sharp rapier used by the Nakujuk clan of the Noodle species in the Netherworld. As a lightweight weapon, it is very easy to use. When equipped with this and the Nakujuk's agility, no enemy's defense can hold out. Option, attack speed plus 20%. Dirty key, a public key that can open the Nakujuk's iron carriage. Noodle's rapier? Although the attack is bad for its level, the option of addition attack speed is quite good. The reason for the Nakujuk clan's incredible attack speed was influenced by the rapier. When equipped with two weapons with plus 20% attack speed, it would increase to 40%. With that incredible speed, Ark wouldn't have been able to hold out against a barrage of attacks. It was an excellent choice to use the ice sword. Bonanim, Bonanim. Are you okay? At that time, Duran ran out of the forest towards the carriage. Then a boy who was sitting calmly in the carriage lifted his head. Duran, you're alive. Yes, the warrior teacher sent help defeat the Nakujuk clan. Grandfather, Bona grabbed the iron window and stared at Ark with eyes filled with respect. Ark smiled and walked towards the carriage. He was looking for the lock when a sudden movement made him flinch. Inside the carriage was a woman wearing a white robe. She was not a Mutal. It was a user like Ark, and a woman that Ark was familiar with. Lalariet Nim? Ark stuttered as he looked at her with a stupid expression. Lariat, the Lariat that he had last seen in Sylvana, was in the iron carriage. Lariat jumped and looked at Arkansas. How do you know my name? Ha? What is that? Ark was puzzled until he belatedly realized that he had transformed into Dark Wolf. It's me. I'm Arkansas. Ark Nim? Yes, thanks to several circumstances I've transformed myself into a wolf. How did Ark Nim get here? That's what I want to ask you. Ark and Lariat looked at each other with bemused eyes. They never expected this chance encounter to occur. But wasn't it more intense because it was unexpected? So far, 8 people have entered the Netherworld. No, it was 11 people if he included the Pig brothers. 11 people out of millions of users. Who knew that they would meet each other in such a place? It was indeed a twist of fate. I'm here because of a quest, chasing after the dead. Oh, wait a minute. I'll open the carriage first. Hook, what the hell? Ark Nim. Above. Look above. Ark had been taking out the key to open the carriage. Then Buxel suddenly shot out of the forest screaming. Ark reflexively raised his head. A dark shadow came shooting down out of the night sky. The huge monster roared and blocked Ark's way. What the? Draken! Duran yelled after he lifted his head. The Duerakin was a wyvern-like monster. However, it was several times bigger and looked more ferocious than a wyvern. The Draken looked around before opening its mouth and shrieking. Kerwar Warwa dash. Buxel and Sapjil screamed and flopped down onto the ground. Duran also became stiff. This was due to the immense pressure Draken used. However, one of the characteristics of Ark's profession was a 50% resistance against fear. With his passive skill Courage, his immunity increased to 60%. Ark didn't shrink away from the shriek at all. This bastard, Dark Blade! Ark jumped and swung Weisel's sword. The Draken grabbed the carriage and flapped its huge wings. Then the whole carriage was lifted. All Lariat could do was cling to the bars. Ark Nim! Lariat Nim! Sprint! Ark tried his hardest to catch up, but the Draken disappeared into the darkness. It all happened in an instant. Ark looked at the dark sky blankly. Then Buxel walked over and muttered. Yeah, this time the scene is good. A fateful encounter and a kidnapping, how exciting. Ark's lips crept up and then a cry echoed through the darkness. Do you want to go to hell? Ready. Summon the slime. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members took their positions. Then Jacktung tore the scroll. Slime's time number 2 scroll has been used. All slimes within a 500-meter radius will be called. The called slime would help any allies attack enemies for 10 minutes. However, this will be deactivated with the first strike. A huge slime appeared after they used the scroll. Here's one. Let's deal with it before another one comes. Oh wah-ah. The rehabilitation members flocked around it carrying weapons. After leaving Ark at Salrin's towers, Justice Man and the rehabilitation members proceeded with the plan of mass-producing Slime's immortality pill. The Meowin' thieves had already started gathering the fangs of a hookbat while the raccoons were gathering the roots of a mandragora that has received moonlight. Thanks to that, Lancel Village had already gathered a considerable amount of ingredients. The remaining ingredients was the unicorn horn and the corrupted fairy wings. But Ark was procuring those ingredients, so Justice Man and the rehabilitation members started hunting for the slime's essence in Cairo's underground labyrinth. In fact, slime's essence was the most important ingredient that they couldn't obtain using money. So Ark made copies of the skill onto scrolls and the rehabilitation group went hunting slimes. However, the pollution slime had a property that allowed them to evade most physical attacks. Since the rehabilitation members didn't have a magician, it was a difficult opponent for them. So they came up with this method. Now, start. Everybody ready? Hi-ya-ya. Justice Man grabbed the slime with both hands and ripped it apart. Then something fell out of the slime onto the ground. The form of the slime was similar to a water balloon. Once it broke apart for a little bit, the viscous liquid fell to the ground along with the nucleus. Now, all together. The rehabilitation members stampeded towards the nucleus. Once it was destroyed, the slime exploded everywhere. It was definitely a crude way of hunting. Anyway, Justice Man and the rehabilitation members managed to defeat the slime using this method. The great thing about Slime's time was that the slimes were friendly unless they were attacked. Therefore they could leisurely handle one slime at a time. In addition, sometimes the slime would handle the polluted skeletons that appeared. Wah, here's another one. Rocco was gathering the Japtum and lifted up a slime's essence. He, then that is the fifth one? Once the rest of the ingredients are gathered, then we can create 5? Besides, the slimes give quite a lot of experience. One rehabilitation member yelled. Yesterday I've dropped by Lancel Village and they've gathered the rest of the ingredients. All that's left is the unicorn horn and the corrupted fairy wings. At the moment, Rocco suddenly felt a chill as she trembled. Rocco, what's wrong? I don't know. I just suddenly felt a chill. Are you getting a cold? The weather these days is quite chilly. Justice Man said with a concerned voice. Rocco muttered in confusion. Really? Somehow I don't think so. But what if it is a cold? Today you should exit early and take a rest. HRMM. Rocco scratched her head and looked uncomfortable. That's weird. Why do I feel so anxious? Somehow I feel like something very unpleasant happened. Perhaps something happened to Ark Appa? Don't tell me he attracted another shrew fox? It can't be. I can't leave Appa alone. The world is filled with too many foxes. A woman's intuition truly was scary. It was particularly fearful when it came to another woman. I have to stop it. This weekend I'll drag him out on a date no matter what. The girl vowed to do so. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Chapter 8. ACT-8 Stabbing Ark to Death. Rain poured from the dark skies. With an abrupt roaring, thunder and lightning flashed among the dark clouds. While following a shadow, lightning ripped through the darkness. Black and white shadows were seen flying through the sky. Kai-ia dash. For stingrays were flying through the heavy rain. Sheesh, this weather is insane. Bjorn! Ark shouted as he clenched the stingray's reins tightly. If the thunder hits, then a serious incident will occur. Let's fly lower between the valley. I understand. Hiya. Bjorn twisted the reins forcefully and the stingray folded its wings and shot downwards. The rest of the stingrays followed closely through the valley. Ark could hear Buxel and Sapjil screaming from behind him. We're falling. Hold on tight. If they miss then it's the end. Kiki, look at those faces crumple. It's just like looking at a balloon deflating. Diedrich cackled and laughed. Yes, Ark and his companions were flying through the air on stingrays. Let's try to explain how this happened. If we revert to the moment Draken stole the carriage away, Ark sent Diedrich chasing after it. But after a while, Diedrich returned with a tired face. I made a mistake, master. It is impossible to catch up with it. This good-for-nothing fellow. While Ark was berating Diedrich, Bjorn interrupted him. I know where the Draken is going. You do? Yes, the crest of the Nakoja clan was stamped on the Draken's neck. Obviously the Nakujuk had been breeding the Draken. Then he must be going to the Hill of Despair. The Nakujuk have a base there. Do you know the location of that place? Of course. Duran nodded and added. But no matter how fast you are, it'll take 2 full days on horseback to reach the Hill of Despair. Furthermore, there is a steep mountain that blocks the path and it is too dangerous to cross it. The Nakujuk clan aren't afraid of threats because of that mountain. Damn. I have a way. But I have to return to the village in the valley. So Ark returned to the valley with Guren. Basutyu also heard that his grandson Bona had been captured by the Nakujuk. I knew it. I knew it would be like this. I shouldn't have let him go, now it's all over. Bona. Basutyu was plucking his hair and crying when Guren said. Please relax, teacher. It's not the time for this. How can I calm down now? This is all because of you. You couldn't defend Bona. I'll receive any punishment you want. But before that, don't I need to rescue Bonanim? You idiot. You think you can rescue Bona from the clutches of the Nakujuk? It is possible with that person. Guren looked at Ark with eyes overflowing in trust. I saw his skills with my own eyes. A normal noodle can't compare to that person's unusual martial arts ability. He'll definitely be able to rescue Bonanim from the Hill of Despair. After Guren's description, Basutyu wept and grabbed Ark's hands. Oh, yes. I can only believe in you now. Please rescue my grandson. Don't panic. I'll bring him back no matter what. Ark nodded and the quest information window updated. Quest has been updated. Basutyu's worries equals rescue Bona. Although you have found Bona in Hagel Forest, he has been kidnapped by the Draken of the Nakujuk clan. Basutyu is on the verge of insanity worrying about his grandson Bona. He might really go crazy. If you want to obtain information from him, you should chase after Draken and rescue Bona. But this mission won't be easy. Since the Hill of Despair is the base of the Nakujuk clan, there is no guarantee that you or your colleagues will live. Difficulty level, B. It connected to a B-ranked difficulty quest. It was the first time he saw a B-ranked quest. But Ark had no choice. He had to complete it if he wanted to receive the desired reward from Basutyu. I can't believe I met Lariat Nim here. His mind was very confused. She was a special existence for Arkansas. Love at first sight, the expression was a little bit exaggerated, but from the first moment he felt something strange that was difficult to put into words. In that situation, the simple hand that she stretched out meant a lot more to him. But his feelings was closer to admiration or idolizing than love. But he had given up when he saw her with Alan. However, fate was truly weird. After all that had happened, to meet in a place like this. Anyway, I can't just pretend I didn't see her. He had to complete the quest and rescue Lariat. Since it requires the same actions, I don't have to choose between the two goals. Now you have to hurry. Come over here. Basutyu led them outside the village to a place close by in the valley. He belatedly realized that there were a lot of noodle trainers. Their job was to capture wild animals and tame them. That was the reason why there were many monster NPCs in the valley village. It was in order to use the tamed skyrays flying through the sky. Ark had often witnessed skyrays flying above him in the wilderness. I'll guide you until the Hill of Despair, Guren said as the skyray rose towards the sky. So the desperate Ark and his party rode the skyrays towards the hills. They quickly passed through the wilderness, the stone forest and the river of light. After 1 hour the storm erupted and they reached the final hurdle, the steep mountain. When you pass through this valley, you will see the Nakujuk's home. Guren shouted as they flew through the storm. The skyrays quickly passed through the valley where sharp rocks rising out of the ground. And just as they were leaving the valley, a loud shriek was heard above them. Kurwar Warwa dash, dot. Guren reflexively lifted his head and paled. D Drakens. The attack is coming. Move. 2 Drakens shot towards their party. Ark quickly pulled the reins and stopped the skyray. Then the claws of the Draken passed right by him. Guren also sharply turned and avoided the Draken's attack. Damn, I never thought I would be attacked in this situation. Ark glanced around him. In order to avoid the lightning, they had flown downwards towards the valley with sharp rocks. Now there was no space to land on the ground. In other words, he had to fight against the Draken in the air. But it wasn't easy to ride the skyray, let alone swing his sword properly. I have no choice but to try. Diedrich, while I deal with this guy, go and distract the other one so that it doesn't attack Guren and the pigs. Me? Isn't that obvious? Just hold on until I'm done. Ark yelled and flew towards the Draken. Dark blade. Ark wrapped the reins around his body and swung Weisel's blade. However, this was the sky and it wasn't difficult for the Draken to avoid his attacks. This aerial combat would be more difficult than he thought. Unlike the ground, it could suddenly narrow the distance at a tremendous speed before increasing the distance again. Attacking when the gap was only 1 meter was more difficult than he thought. And while he had been riding Raiden, his riding skill was still only beginner level. It was hard to control the Skyray and catch the timing to attack. On the other hand, the Draken could freely attack Ark while flying through the sky. Snap! The D=Rockin's claw scratched his shoulder and he immediately lost some health. But the problem wasn't his health. Draken now knew Ark's weak point. It was the Skyray. Draken quickly turned around and attacked the Skyray. After a few minutes, the wings of the Skyray was severely ravaged and torn. Ugh, I won't be able to survive in this situation. The wounded Skyray struggled to stay in the sky. One of its wings was almost torn off and its altitude gradually decreased. After 2 more attacks, the Skyray screamed and started falling. Ark completely lost control of it and the Draken immediately rushed towards Arkansas. Kurwarwarwa dash. Oh my god. Ark felt dizzy looking at the fangs rapidly approaching. If he fell into the valley where the sharp rocks emerged like needles, it would be the end. At that moment, Ark instinctively took out the saw blade. Then he swung the whip towards Draken. The whip wrapped around the Draken's fangs and Ark kicked the Skyray's head and flew into the sky. Quadoo-doo-duck. The Skyray was crushed in the Draken's mouth. Meanwhile, Ark used the whip like a rope to climb onto the Draken's back. This bastard, it thinks it can fly around freely? Ark squeezed the Draken's neck with his legs and changed weapons to Gweisel's sword. Take this, demonic opening. Dark blade. Kurwarwarwa dash. After Ark used Dark Blade, Gweisel's sword was buried between the sensitive ears. The Draken yelled and rampaged like crazy, trying to throw him off. After a few seconds, gravity grabbed hold of his body and he started to slip. However, Ark was already crazy. He bent his neck backwards while trying to grab on and stabbed the head. The continuous backstab steadily drained the Draken's health. After it fell into a critical condition, he used Gweisel's sword to slit its throat. A tremendous amount of blood poured out like a waterfall. The Draken reflexively flapped its wings and struggled to stay in the sky like a headless chicken. Your level has risen. In the midst of it, he also gained 1 level. Arg, am master. I'm dying. Ack. On the one hand, Diedrich had lured the remaining Draken and was currently dying. Although Guren was steering the Skyray and trying to help him, the situation was still dire. Diedrich was in a critical condition, while the wings of the Skyrays that Guren and the baby pigs were tattered and barely hanging on. Help me. Even in this situation, Buxel showed his professionalism and turned the magic projector on. However, Ark was also falling down with the Draken. It was truly a desperate situation. Raiden, pick up Draken's items. In these circumstances, Ark still didn't forget about the items. Raiden flicked its tongue and collected the items on Draken's body. Diedrich, fly towards me. You understood. Ack, it is coming. Diedrich approached Ark with the Draken chasing close behind him. At that moment, Ark flew towards Diedrich and the approaching Draken. Master, stepping on my back, that's impossible, ugh. Ark used Diedrich's head like a stepping stone and landed on the back of the chasing Draken. The situation that unfolded was similar to before. He grabbed onto the Draken's neck using his legs and used Dark Blade like crazy. The health of the Draken quickly became low. But this guy was braver than the first Draken. When it fell into a critical condition, it immediately shot towards the Needle Valley. Instead of having its throat slit by Ark, it chose being impaled by rocks as its method of death. Ark Nim dash. Guren screamed and flew towards him. However, the Draken was already about to hit the ground. I'm not going to die together with a guy like you. Ark grabbed the Draken's head and turned it. The Draken instinctively opened its mouth and bit Ark's hand. No, it actually bit Ark's sparkling sword. You stupid lizard, riposte. He used counter-attack against the fangs. Then his chain skill riposte was activated. It pushed the enemy back 10 meters. But when Ark unwound his legs from the neck, he was pushed back and thrown into the air. On the other hand, the Draken accelerated and crashed into the ground at an even greater speed. Kurwarwarwa dash. The needle-like rocks skewered the Draken. Ark Nim. Here. Gurren finally reached him and shouted as he stretched out his hand. Ark grabbed the hand and Gurren looked at him with admiration and respect. Ark just gave a sigh of relief and climbed onto the Skyray. The Skyray had its wings torn by the Draken, so it was difficult for the Stingray to carry two people. No, even without Ark, Gurren and the pig Skyrays were gradually flying lower. Please just hold on a little bit more. Once we leave the valley, then it'll be the Nakujak's home. Ark used nursing to help the Skyrays regain some strength. And it spread its wings to glide for a little bit, and they finally escaped the sharp valley. Then he saw a huge building with some demonic statues. We did it! It's the home of the Nakujak clan. The place that Gurren pointed to was a building with a strange architecture. It looked like a tower built underground. A hole was drilled into the hill like a huge crater. And the buildings were arranged around the edge and spiraled underground. Looking from the sky, he could see an altar deep underground. This is the destination? That was what Ark thought. The Skyray suddenly fell out of the sky and crashed into the ground. Fortunately, the Skyray used the last of its power thanks to Ark's nursing and managed to avoid giving them any fall damage. When Ark got off the Skyray, a message window appeared in front of him. Abyss of Despair. After passing through the sharp valley, you have arrived at the Nakujak's home. This place is called the Abyss of Despair, and it used to be the holy city before the Nakujak came. But the Nakujak caused bloodshed and carnage. The tragic history of the holy city is evidenced by the bloody smell that permeates this place. Even those armed with sword and shield cannot be assured in the land of the dead. To enter here, tenacity is needed more than courage. Explorer's Knowledge, New Dungeon Discovered Bonus, Skill Points, 10. Phew, this seems to be the destination. Ark ignored the threatening demon statues and took out his pot. After releasing Daimos transformation, Ark cooked a variety of dishes to restore the health and mana of Ark and his pets, as well as increase their stats in preparation for the dungeon. There was no time. He couldn't afford to hesitate. Let's go, now it is time for the real threat. Xiang. Once again the magic projector was busily filming behind Arkansas. Flash. A ray of light shot through a group of Nakujuk warriors. 10 Nakujuk instantly had their health decreased. Not only did the Nakujuk lose some health, they also became frozen and had their movements slowed. It was the Flash and Elemental Sword combo attack. Now, Diedrich, Daimos. Gather all of them in one place. Okay. Over here, stupid. Clack 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 clack, dot. Diedrich and Daimos gathered the Nakujuk into a corner. Daimos' shield was quite effective in cornering an opponent. Daying Kong. When Daimos hit them with the shield, the Nakujuk wobbled and retreated. In fact, normally Daimos' focus in a battle was more defensive than offensive. His offense wasn't high and he needed to block any attacks when Ark plunged into a group. While protecting Ark's back, he normally prevented any enemies from escaping. But using a shield to block also needed its own tricks. He had to effectively use the shield in order to cut off an enemy's retreat. And after repeating those sorts of battles, Daimos finally realized the trick of using a shield. Upet Daimos has manifested the ability of a Skeleton Knight. Shield Stroke, Beginner, Passive Daimos has inherited Skeleton Knight Warwick's abilities. After accumulating more experience, he will have the opportunity to learn Warwick's diverse skills. One of the most basic techniques is using the shield to strike an enemy. Damage to enemies when using Shield Stroke plus 20%. When pushing an enemy, plus 10% chance to trigger stiffness. While Diedrich awakened his vampire ability after fighting Dunfil, Daimos awakened the power of a Skeleton Knight. Perhaps if he awakened more skills, then Ark would be able to utilize him more in a battle. Therefore, Daimos became more aggressive in a fight after he evolved. Since Ark insisted on him defending, Shield Stroke was the first offensive skill Daimos learned. However, Ark didn't care even when he learned the skill. Honestly, Ark felt like the skill he had learned after much difficulty was quite trivial. He didn't need to push an enemy with the shield skills. When Daimos used the skill, his damage only increased by a little bit and there was a 10% chance of causing stiffness. It was also a basic skill for anyone with the warrior profession. Still, any attack skill would be helpful at the moment. Daimos went around hitting the Nakujuk with his shield. Normally their speed would be too fast to follow, but after Frozen stacked up many times, their movement speed was at the lowest possible. That's it. Raiden, Sword. Blade Storm. The sword in Ark's hands exploded. The sharp sword fragments wrapped around the Nakujuk, causing a whirlwind. The Nakujuk were struck and collapsed one after the other. Only 4 Nakujuk barely survived. Demonic Opening. Kayao dash. A piercing wail emerged as demonic opening was used. Thanks to the enormous damage, the Nakujuk couldn't hold out and eventually died. It was an amazing skills parade. The scene was repeated dozens of times. The Abyss of Despair was home to a large number of Nakujuk. He came across as little as 10 and as much as 30 troops at one time. In addition, the distance between troops was small, so he either ran into other troops while fighting. I have to lure a suitable number and take care of them with a lightning-fast battle. He urgently moved forward. Whenever he thought of Lariat, Ark became more urgent and proceeded quicker into the dungeon. I should avoid fighting too many enemies. Therefore Ark used stealth to wander around. The structure of the dungeon twisted like a pretzel and led downwards. It was a simple structure, but the inside was complicated like a maze. Since he couldn't see around the corner, there might be a unit of Nakujuk warriors waiting there. In order to figure out the terrain, he hid using stealth and checked every corner to see if there was a unit. Once he figured out the terrain and enemy placement, he used Diedrich. Diedrich was excellent at provoking using his taunt skill. If two units were too close to each other, then Diedrich would lure one away. Then Ark and Deimos would block their escape. Buren, Buxel, Sapjil, stay in the corner. Yes. The three of them immediately went to the corner and Flash was used. Ark used Flash 3 or 4 times. It wasn't just Flash. It was the combo of Elemental Sword with the Ice attribute and Flash. Using that combo, the group instantly lost 40-50% health. Then he followed up with the incredible damage of Blade Storm or Demonic Opening. A truly powerful combination. Of course, using so many skills immediately made his mana drop to the bottom after each battle. But he had a surplus of food, so it was no problem. In addition, didn't he have Amma's sap to restore health in an emergency? Thanks to that, Ark had no obstacles. It was possible to do down to the 20th floor of the basement in only 1 hour. There's only 3 more floors to go down. Ark was able to confirm this thanks to a balcony in the middle of the floor. While flying on the Skyray, he knew that the altar was on the bottom floor. And there were iron doors on either side of the square. Bona and Lariat were probably trapped somewhere behind the doors. And because of the difficulty of the quest, there was likely to be a boss. It doesn't matter if I just jump off here, but I have to take care of the Nakujuk or else they might attack me from behind. Okay, you can put away the corpses. Buren and the little pigs began to clean up. Since it was an enemy stronghold, sometimes Ark would randomly come across people patrolling. If they saw bodies, then the enemy troops would attack from behind. Therefore he needed to hide the bodies at an appropriate place. In the meantime, Ark checked his equipment and used maintenance where needed. I got quite a bit of experience and items from handling those troops. Since he killed an average of 20 people at once, his experience shot up like crazy. In addition, he used drastic measures approximately 50% of the time and got an extra 1.4 experience. Thanks to that, he raised his level several times in a few hours. Character name Ark Race Human. Alignment Good plus 350. Fame 9075, plus 500, level 242. Profession Dark Walker. Title Cat Knight, Caretaker of the Battlefield, Jackson's Hero, Great Adventurer. Health 3795, plus 150, Mana 3985. Spiritual Power 200, Strength 460, plus 28. Agility 620, plus 55, Stamina 710, plus 20. Wisdom 85, plus 10, Intelligence 768. Luck 100, plus 30, Flexibility 92. Art of Communication 46, Affection 131, plus 10. Resilience 276. Special Stat, Knowledge of Ancient Relics 138. Asterisk Equipment Item Effects. Guardian Armor of the Mare People, Water Attribute Resistance plus 100%, penalty based on water is nullified. Cat Paws, Gloves Attack Speed plus 10%, Agility plus 15, Critical Hit plus 10%. Raccoon's Pith, Helmet Agility plus 10, Wisdom plus 10. Asterisk King Set Effect, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Stamina plus 10, Defense plus 20. Warrior's Transcripts, Shoulder Blade Strength plus 3. Wind Spirit's Boots, Shoes Agility plus 30, Movement Speed plus 30%, Attack Speed plus 10%, Slide available. Galgashi's Fur, Mantle Cold Resistance plus 100%, Agility plus 20, when health is less than 50%, Magic Protection automatically activates. Adelaine's Necklace, Necklace Defense plus 40, Affection plus 10, Blessing of the Sea available. Resurrecting Spirit, Ring Strength plus 5, Mana Recovery plus 5%. Mind's Eye, Ring Mind's Eye enabled. Amulet of Vitality, Bracelet Health plus 50, health recovers by 5 every 20 seconds. Gladiator's Honor, Bracelet Strength, Agility, Stamina plus 10, Fame plus 500, Sword-based skill growth plus 5%. Asterisk 40% increase all skills in the dark. Asterisk you have the ability to hide in the darkness, 20 minutes duration. Cancelled when you get into combat. Asterisk resistance to fear, darkness, blind, and seduction spells is increased by 50%. Asterisk you can bring out the true abilities from all types of tools. Asterisk shock absorption is increased by 20%. Asterisk poison resistance has increased by 50%. Asterisk skill points, 10. Ark was level 242. When he applied the dark attribute bonus, he was level 338, which was a lot higher than the Nakujuk warriors. And 60% of his bag was already filled with Japtum. I'll have to send one of those guys back soon. Ark glanced at Buxel, who was turning on the magic projector. He had to protect them until then. Ark was also acting cautiously because of them. If he was alone, then Ark would be able to escape, but it was impossible with Guren and the baby pigs. Well, wait here please. I'll go and scout the area. I understand. Ark completed his maintenance and scouted around using stealth. That path leads down the 3 floors, it should take 10 minutes to reach the bottom. Dawn, 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 dawn. Then, there was the loud ringing of a drum. Ark felt his heart suddenly fall. What the? Has a patrol found the corpses? The problem he was worried about occurred. If they found the dead bodies, then the entire dungeon will enter emergency mode. The monsters would become more alert and the battles more difficult. In some cases, all the monsters in the dungeon would gather where the bodies were discovered. Damn, how many times have I told them to put it away carefully? Ark was torn about what to do. Oh, it is time for the ceremony. Tamoranim has called us. Gather all the soldiers around the altar. The Nakujuk clan rushed down the stairs. Ceremony? What is going on? Anyway, the situation he was concerned about hadn't happened. But clearly something else was occurring. Ark immediately looked down at the altar from a balcony. We finally caught up. Jewel muttered as she stood in front of the demonic statues. Are you sure? Yes, there's no doubt. He's in this dungeon. Jewel checked the radar of mana perfume and nodded. The red dot in the middle of the screen blinked and a grid was drawn as a scale. Because mana perfume was applied to the wind spirit's boots, the red dot indicated Ark's location. After entering the netherworld, they moved in a straight line according to the radar and caught up with Arkansas. He descended the mountain and is at the bottom of this dungeon. There is only one exit as well. Now we've caught him. Jewel, Duke, and the Hermes members smirked as they looked at the entrance. They had only been in the netherworld for a few days. Because they were using the radar to chase Ark, it was possible to move in a straight line and no wonder. That didn't mean they had no trouble. Although it wasn't as much as Ark and the 3 pig brothers, they also suffered in the netherworld over the last few days. Because of that, they completely looked like beggars. Still, we were quite lucky. That stupid old man in the village. He just handed over the mounts once we said we were friends of Arkansas. Thanks to that, we've managed to catch up while he's still in the dungeon. That's right. The reason they were able to catch up with Ark so fast was because of Basutyu. When they looked for rumors about Ark in the village, Basutyu came running. And when they said they wanted to help Ark, he immediately lent them some skyrays. Then Duke spoke in a slightly uncomfortable voice. But isn't it a little weird? What? We encountered quite a lot of monsters coming here. So what? So weren't most of the monsters level 300? Moreover, isn't this the lair of the Nakujuk? Then how could Ark get past all those monsters and enter the dungeon? That old man said that he only lent 3 skyrays to Arkansas. His previous colleagues weren't there. They must be people he helped in this dimension. No, that is obvious. Duke's mouth twisted at the answer. He has 2 users with him. If we include the NPC, then it is 3 people. Meanwhile, we have 10 people. It shouldn't be a problem. Since they're colleagues of Ark, we can't leave them alone. It is like you said. Duke nodded. Apart from Jewel and Duke, there were 8 other members of the Hermes Guild. Since their party had a combination of classes, they easily dealt with the groups of Nakujuk. That guy cleaned out most of the monsters in this dungeon. We just have to smash any of the remaining people. I hope he hasn't killed the boss yet. I don't care. As long as we catch Arkansas. Jewel laughed and took out a bunch of scrolls. The first thing they did when leaving Sylvana was obtain some scrolls. Robbery, seize, peek, unlucky, all the scrolls were designed to steal items. Now all they had to do was kill him. Come on, let's go. It is time to pay him back. So the group intent on stabbing Ark to death entered the abyss of despair. Phew, how did this happen? Lariat sighed and looked around. She was trapped in a carriage with dozens of the dead stared at the sky. Lariat stared at one of the deceased. This must be him. She knew the identity of this deceased person. The reason she came to the Netherworld was because of the boy ghost. Thanks to Alan, she had to go to the Netherworld to rescue the soul of the Holy Knight. At the gravestone, the boy ghost said that he would guide her to where the Holy Knight was. So she saw the deceased in front of her as soon as she entered the Netherworld. She could recognize the ghost of the Holy Knight with one look. Unlike the other deceased, he had a beautiful silver necklace hanging from his neck. But he remained silent no matter how much she used sensitive soul. He just wandered around while drooling. Eventually, Lariat had no choice but to follow him. She didn't know what would happen if he died because of monsters. So it was the first time she fought to protect others in the game. Therefore there were many things she had to learn that she was unaware of. But luckily, there were only wild animals in the forest that the dead were wandering around. Of course, some of them were strong monsters, so she had to run away, but she also learned new skills and raised her level. Then the Nakuja clan came hunting the dead and caught her. Now what? Sob, sob. Then, she heard some helpless cries from the side. After she was caught, a little boy was also captured. I'm afraid. I miss my grandfather. It's okay, it'll be okay. Lariat soothed the boy as she hugged him. But my grandfather called the Nakujuk the most brutal of the Mutal clans. We'll be eaten. No, it won't. Didn't you see? There are people trying to rescue us. That person won't leave us like this. He's probably already close by. No, I have no doubt that he is near. Really? Yes, that person, he is really strong. Lariat smiled brightly as she said that. Then, there was the sound of drums and the iron doors opened. What on earth? This seems bad. In the meantime, Ark had been looking down at the altar from the balcony. There were 200 members of the Nakujuk clan congregating around the altar. Then like a cult, the Nakujuk all bowed on the ground and chanted. Tamura, dot. The absolute mutal. At that time, the iron doors on one side of the altar opened and someone emerged. It was a 10-meter giant. The giant wearing a robe crossed to the altar and shook a stick made of bone. Then he lifted back his hood, revealing red eyes, and raised his stick. Finally the time has come. A red warning message floated in front of Arkansas. The boss monster, Master Necromancer Tamura, has appeared. Boss monster. Just like he expected, there was a boss monster in the abyss of despair. Level 500. It would be a tough battle. Anyway, Tamura brandished his cane and made a grand speech. We have been living in the darkness for a long time. But now, our period of suffering and perseverance has ended. Today the power of the great darkness will be awakened. Using this power, the Nakujuk will once again rule the Netherworld. Oh, Tamura, dot. In order to obtain the power to rule the Netherworld, we must grasp it using the festival of blood and flesh. Then no one will be able to stop us. Behold, this is the crystal that contains the true darkness. The form of the god that we serve. Tamura forcefully struck the floor with his cane. Then a small area of the square disappeared. A form emerged from the endless darkness, the dark shape moaned and began to squish together. An incredibly ominous aura swirled in the square. Tamura raised his head and looked at the sky through the open ceiling. Today is the first day of complete darkness to occur in 10 years. Even the celestial gods are swallowed by the darkness. This is the perfect opportunity to resurrect the darkness. Now, prepare the sacrifices. Hook, that is. Ark abruptly flinched. The doors on the other side opened and the Nakuja came in dragging 30 carriages. The deceased were trapped inside the carriage. And somewhere in the midst, the carriage that the Draken kidnapped contained Lariat and Bona. Start. At Tamura's command, one of the carriages fell into a hole. After a moment, the black spirit bubbled up and swallowed them. With a violent sound, the dead people melted down and were absorbed in the darkness. At the same time, the aura became even more sinister. What the? How am I going to do this? Ark became baffled. If he left Bona and Lariat trapped, then they would soon fall inside the pit. Ideally he wanted to save Lariat, but Bona was the more urgent problem. Although Lariat could resurrect, Bona was a NPC. If he died, then the quest would fail. But he couldn't just blindly jump into the square. There were 200 Nakujuk and the boss. No matter how strong he was, it wasn't possible for Ark alone. Damn it, why did he appear before I killed all the Nakujuk? After looking at the situation, it was obvious that Tamura appeared after certain conditions. This condition was probably midnight on New Year's Eve. If he had killed all the Nakujuk before Tamura appeared, then it might be possible to fight him. But now he had to deal with 200 Nakujuk and the boss monster. Now I know why this is a B-ranked quest. It is a party quest. Ark became gloomy. Did he have to give up on the quest and Lariat even though he came all the way here? It was at that time. Suddenly he stumbled and a warning message appeared. Stealth has been released thanks to a ranger's sixth sense. You have received a critical hit from precise shot. Damage 400. Under the bleeding status, you will receive 30 damage every 10 seconds for 3 minutes. Hook, what the? Ark panicked and turned his head. As I expected, sixth sense turned it off. Ark, no, isn't it Dark Wolf? Since you're alone, have all your colleagues died? How disgraceful, peeping while hiding your form. Ark became even more confused. Why you? What are you guys doing here? Did you think you would never see us again? Amazingly, it was Duke, Jewel, and some of the Hermes Guild lined up behind Arkansas. Of course, Ark realized that those guys would track him down someday. But he could just move to another kingdom to get away. He never imagined that he would see them so soon. Jewel didn't give him time to think as she said, "You're finished now. I'll teach you the price of messing around with Hermes." Target Ark. Jewel activated all the scrolls at once. The unlucky scroll has been applied. The robbery scroll has been applied. 10 warning messages appeared. Oh my god. A scroll combination. Ark felt a chill go down his spine. Ark understood the power of the scroll combination more than anyone else. He had almost become a beggar when Andal used it on him. If he got caught, then the quest would be unrecoverable. And no matter how strong he was, he stood no chance against Jewel, Duke, and 8 of the Hermes members. I'm not the same as before. If there were 5 Hermes members, then I might be able to handle it. But I can't deal with the 10 of them, including Jewel and Duke. I have to run away. As soon as the idea appeared, his body automatically moved. Ark was standing on the balcony. If he made one wrong move, then he would be surrounded by 200 Nakujuk and the boss. The only way out was the corridor Jewel was blocking. Dark Dance. Ark immediately used the skill and plunged between the gaps. Although the speed of Flash was overwhelmingly faster, Dark Dance was better for defense. Not a chance. Duke lowered his stance and used Rapid Fire. Slide. Damn, son of a bitch. Ark used Slide to avoid the arrows. Duke's face contorted angrily. While Ark was avoiding the attacks, Jewel boosted her magic mana explosion and shot a fireball. Now. Flash. Ark wrapped his mantle around him and headed straight for the fireball. Quang. Jewel had calculated the gap and used a fireball. She used fire magic because the damage was reliable. But when Ark rushed forward using Flash, the fireball exploded in front of Jewel. The narrow corridor was swallowed with flames and Jewel and her allies received the full brunt of the damage. Even with Ark's 75% fire resistance, he still received 400 damage. Those guys didn't have fire resistance and received double the damage. Thanks to the damage also inflicted by Ark's continuous use of Flash, they quickly lost 30% of their health. However, someone used recovery magic and they recovered 10% instantly. Damn, they have a magician, ranger, warrior, and clerics. Their party is prepared. Ugh, how impertinent, kill him. Jewel ordered and they rushed forward in formation. However, Ark blindly used his skills and stopped their approach. He managed to penetrate their encirclement and make an escape route. Ark took out some Nadinka's fruits from his pocket and threw them. When they touched the bodies, vines sprouted around Jewel and her party. What is this? Sprint. At the same time, Ark started to run away on the other side and never looked back. Catch him. Damn, freedom from chains. A shaman shook off the vines using recovery magic. However, Ark used sprint and had already disappeared from their sight. Fortunately, Ark had already handled most of the monsters and the remaining Nakujuk were surrounding the altar, so there was no one to block him. But it only lasted for a few moments. Although he used sprint and knew the dungeon, he couldn't outrun their pursuit. No matter how complicated the path, Jewel always managed to catch up. I'm using the map created by my cartography skill, so how do they know the way? In addition, they're accurately chasing in the right direction. No, how did they manage to track me through the netherworld to this dungeon? Even though they shadowed him, the three pig brothers had managed to lose Ark for a while in the netherworld. So how had they found Ark so quickly? Even if they came to the netherworld before Ark, it didn't explain how they found him. They're clearly using a method I don't know about. Something to find out my location. What is it? The track scroll doesn't detect outside a certain distance. No, they have something that works well on me. Wait, perhaps? Ark briefly stopped and took off the boots. It has to be something to do with these shoes. Discerning Eye. He used Discerning Eye to look at the information window. Wind Spirit's boots has been cursed with mana perfume. Items cursed with mana perfume radiate a unique wavelength. This wavelength allows the user to track items cursed with mana perfume. Indeed. If something difficult to understand was encountered in New World, it was most likely because of a skill. Not just unidentified items. I should also check items taken from other people. Damn, I never thought there was this skill. But I can cleanse the curse using Purification Restoration. Ark was already cornered. Getting rid of the curse wouldn't help him escape the crisis. Still, it would be better than broadcasting his location while running away. But just as he was about to use Purification Restoration, an idea popped into his head. Wait, they can find my location using the boots. Then, this might be a chance. Okay, with my low mana I wouldn't be able to evade them with Sprint anyway. This is the only way to escape the crisis. Ark used Sprint to return to the room where Durin was hiding. Arknim, you're safe. We were worried when we heard the strange pounding drums. I don't have time to explain in more detail. Sapjil, please write a contract. Ark hastily handed over his items when he received the contract. Then he looked carefully at the surroundings and said, "There's no time. Run to the place I told you to." Yes, but what's going on? There is no time to explain. You'll know later, so just run. When Ark raised his voice, Sapjil became surprised and immediately ran. When Ark confirmed that he was running, Ark gave a wicked smile and handed Diedrich the boots. Diedrich, follow Sapjil while carrying this. This way. Jewel looked at the radar and ran. Damn, he's pretty fast. That bastard. But he won't be able to keep up that speed forever. And he still hasn't noticed my magic. What a foolish guy, he must be hiding somewhere. Since earlier, his dot hasn't moved. Does he think we can't find him if he's hiding? Jewel murmured and smirked. Ark had stopped for a while, but now he started moving again. However, the speed wasn't as fast as before. He's finally run out of mana. It's not far, so we can catch up. Jewel and her party chased after the red dot. And how long did they run for? After turning a corner, they heard the sound of footsteps running away. The Nakujuk were gathered, so the only ones left were Ark and Jewel's group. Jewel tracked the red dot closely and saw that it went back to the balcony where they first met. Ha, trying to hide in the dark? But it won't be enough to fool me. Ark. Hook. Ark, who was hiding at the end of the balcony, turned around and panicked. No, the person with a frightened face wasn't Arkansas. It was the dwarf merchant, Sapjil. What the? Who are you? It makes no sense, the radar clearly shows. Then, Jewel's eyes saw the bat flapping behind Sapjil. The bat was firmly holding the boots, the wind spirit's boots with mana perfume on it. Oh my god, did he notice? So where is Ark? Here I am, you damn bastards. Ark's voice was heard behind them. Jewel and Duke flinched and turned around. You guys can go through some trouble on my behalf. Raiden, go. Sack, dot. What the? This lizard is? Raiden turned into Redunma and rushed towards Jewel's group. Jewel and her companions were gathered in groups of 2-3 and completely filled the narrow corridor. Thanks to the blockage, they were literally pushed towards one direction. The warriors tried to swing their swords, but it was a stupid idea. Riposte. Ark used riposte to counterattack. The group was shoved towards Sapjil at the end of the balcony and they all fell overboard. Since it was only 3 levels, the fall damage wasn't that high. However, they fell with a large crash and the eyes of the 200 Nakujuk and Tamura concentrated on them. Who are they? Tamura's face hardened. How dare you interfere with the sacred rituals? Kill them. Tear them down and offer them as sacrifices. Ooh. The Nakujuk clan stood up and rushed forwards. Hook, run away. We're already surrounded. There's no way to run. Hang in there. We can't die without killing Ark. Jewel and her group used magic and skills to attack the Nakujuk. So the battle between the 10 Hermes members and the Nakujuk took place. And Sapjil, who also fell, was killed by the Nakujuk at the beginning of the fight. Sob, Sapjil. Buxel turned on the magic projector and recorded the noble end. Now there's only one left of the 3 pig brothers. His sacrifice was necessary to deceive Jewel. Master, take it. Then Dietrich flew closer holding the boots. Ho, such crude methods suits someone like you. Ark cleansed the boots using purification restoration. The skill ended up being in his favor. If they chased after Ark using the track skill, then he wouldn't be able to use such a wonderful trick. Thanks to those guys, the fight against the 200 Nakujuk wasn't so hopeless anymore. Fortunately, Bona and Lariat are still safe. Buren, Buxel, come along. Ark led his group and descended towards the altar. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 9 Chapter 9. ACT 9 Innocence Night. Mana Explosion. Magic Harmony. Go, Blizzard. Hellfire. Qua 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 bang. When Jewel used the skills, fire and ice emerged from both hands. The Nakujuk to one side were engulfed in ice while the other side was burnt by the flames. It was a display of high-leveled magic that swirled around the area. Magic arrow, arrow shower. Duke also continuously shot magic arrows into the sky. The shower of arrows normally only seen in movies hit the Nakujuk surrounded by flames. Thanks to the strong wide area skills, the Nakujuk in that area quickly lost 50% of their health. Then the 6 warriors rushed forward swinging their swords. Heroic strike. Warrior's strength. The Nakujuk fell one after the other thanks to the wave of sword attacks. Indeed, the Hermes Guild showed increased strength and organization. However, there were 200 opponents. Jewel and Duke, the 2 pioneers, used their strongest skills and killed around 30 of the opponents, but the Nakujuk quickly filled the vacant spots. Kill them. Death to the foreigners who dared to interfere with the sacred rituals. No matter how much they tried, the numbers did not decrease. Ugh, in a place like this. To die without resolving the guild's feud, it is vexing. The shamans and clerics used recovery magic continuously and eventually ran out of mana. Eventually, 2 warriors were unable to cope with their wounds and collapsed. The remaining warriors decided to focus on attack and removed their shields, but the situation was still the same. Feel the wrath of the darkness. Touch of darkness. Then, a dark hand fell out of the sky onto one of the warriors. The warrior's face drained like a mummy as he instantly lost all his health. Tamura, who had been watching, finally decided to use his magic. With the addition of Tamura's magic, Jewel's party started collapsing. Damn, I can't die like this. Volcano. Jewel was persistent and used her most powerful spell. The earth cracked open and rocks shot out, striking the Nakujuk. Once again the Nakujuk suffered a devastating blow, but Jewel's mana became low. Meanwhile, Duke had been surrounded by the Nakujuk and eventually died. Ugh, if only I had my wind spirit's boots. Anyway, he died with a lot of regrets. Duke dash. Damn, Ark, you bastard. Jewel Nim, we've run out of mana. Hang in there, we can't just die like this. Quiet. The gleam of the sword and blood. Cries and screams. The blazing fire magic. It was truly a bloody and spectacular battle. Lolilala. But Ark didn't pay it that much attention. While everyone's gaze was on the battlefield, Ark hummed and sang as he strolled among the carriages. Hey, who are you? One of the Nakujuk standing by the carriages lifted his sword. While the majority of the Nakujuk were fighting Jewel's group, there were only 10 Nakujuk guarding the carriages. A warrior of justice, what else? Ark cheerfully swung Weisel's sword. And the fated reunion took place. The angle and situation looks good, action. After Buxel gave the signal, Ark and Guren ran to the carriage. Lariat Nim. Bona Nim. Ark Nim. Lariat had been standing close to the bars and watching the battle. Please wait a moment. I'll open it immediately. Ark unlocked the carriage using the key he found in Hagel Forest. Then Bona and the deceased trapped in the carriage came pouring out. Guren ran forward and hugged Bona tightly. Bona Nim. Gee Guren. Sob, Guren. I was scared. I'm really sorry. I couldn't protect you. Yes, it was definitely a touching sight. But why didn't he hear the sound of his quest completing? Finally, Lariat left the carriage and approached Arkansas. She stared at him with mixed emotions before she blushed and started speaking. You've come. I knew you would. Of course I came. Although more than half of his decision was because of the quest. However, Ark knew enough not to mention that in this situation. He was playing the role of a knight rescuing a princess from danger. Although he got goosebumps from the idea, the major projector was filming, so he wholeheartedly portrayed it. I would never leave Lariat Nim in a horrible place like this. And Lariat was suitably impressed. To go so far just for me. I have a lot of things I'd like to ask and also some things I want to inform you of, but the detailed talk will have to come later. Right now, my friendly colleagues are taking care of them, but I don't know how long they'll last. Bjorn, Uxel. Take Lariat and Bona to a safe place. Yes, I understand. Bona Nim, Lariat Nim. Follow me. Bjorn nodded and went up to the second floor. However, Lariat just looked anxiously at Arkansas. Ark Nim isn't coming? I have work to do. How can I just run away, leave that guy who tried to sacrifice Lariat, Bona, and other innocents alone? Even if it ends in tragedy, I have to punish him. Ark lifted his sword and spoke in a determined voice. Bona was saved, so there would be no problem with quest completion even if he ran away. But Ark couldn't be satisfied with just completing the quest. Are you crazy? How can I just leave without attempting to catch the boss? In addition, he is a boss monster where certain conditions have to be met for him to appear. He would likely drop more than one rare item. Even if I die, I'll just revive in the valley town. That was Ark's true purpose. But he couldn't show his greed since people might end up watching the video. Lariat hesitated before making up her mind. Okay. Then I'm going to help as well. Huh? Lariat Nim? Yes, it's a request. Please let me help Ark Nim. I understand. But please focus on supporting me from behind with your magic. He intended to use the flash technique like before. However, the thought I can't put Lariat in danger was present in the back of his mind. So far I've only troubled Ark Nim by helping Alan, but he has been thinking well of me since the interview. In addition, those colleagues sacrificed their lives for Ark Nim, that is different from Alan, with Dawnblade disbanding as soon as he was in a crisis. Ark Nim is just like I imagined. Lariat interpreted the situation in this wrong way thanks to her misunderstanding. As expected of Ark Nim. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. I'll be assisting Ark Nim from behind. Lariat blushed and shook her head. While the drama was occurring between Ark and Lariat, Jules' group was collapsing one by one. But they didn't go down without a fight. These bastards, I have to kill as much of them as possible before dying, but... A recovery shaman and Jewel were the only ones remaining, and in the last 1 minute, Jewel began to chant a desperate spell. The Nakujak gathered around and Jewel completed the spell just as the shaman restored her health. Ha, this is a pioneer's very last move, self-destruct. Peep-pepping. At that moment, Jewel's body exploded. The Nakujak in the surrounding area quickly lost all of their health. Even the boss Tamura was pushed back a few meters by the explosion. Indeed, the name of a pioneer wasn't shamed by Jewel's last action. However, Jewel's fierce death was all in vain. If Jewel knew that Ark was aiming for this opportunity, the group probably wouldn't have fought against the Nakujak. However, the number of Nakujak was too much and they couldn't spot Ark among the crowd. Without knowing this face, Jewel just exploded and died. The Hermes Guild's party was more fantastic than I thought. Now it is possible to finish this. Ark used Eyes of the Cat to examine Tamura and the Nakujak. The number of Nakujak was reduced from 200 to 90. Jewel's group took care of 110 people. Furthermore, the remaining 90 Nakujak had approximately 30% of their health left thanks to the wide area magic. This is indeed an experience field. I'll thankfully accept all the experience left behind. Elemental Sword, Fire Attribute. Ark used the most destruction attribute and applied it to Gwyzel's sword. While Ark was making preparations, Lariat also gave him some secondary protection. Sword Aura, Ghost Armor. The secondary magic boosted attack and defense. Lariat Nim, unleash a wide area magic on these guys. Yes, Blades of Wind, Tornado. Lariat's wind blades swept past the Nakujak clan. However, Lariat's magic wasn't as strong as Jewel's. It only decreased the health of 20 Nakujak by 5%. That is sufficient, let's go. Ark shot forward along with the wind magic. You dare. Tamura swung his cane and approached. But Ark's goal was not Tamora. Ark used slide to avoid Tamora's cane and then shouted. Demonic opening, flash. At the moment the sword, a ray of light instantaneously penetrated the Nakujuk. All enemies within a 20-meter radius were hit by flash. The remaining 90 Nakujuk were closely bunched up behind Tamora. When flash penetrated that group, a tremendous amount of blood appeared and the 90 Nakujuk all had their health decreased. Ark used flash twice in succession and Lariat also used her magic, causing 20 Nakujuk to collapse. And when he used flash again along with the flames, the remaining people died. Using the skill 3 times annihilated 90 people. In addition, he successfully used drastic measures 40 times. Your level has risen. He gained 2 levels just by killing the henchman. Awesome! This is the first time I've seen such a scene. Buxel was recording from the 2nd floor and had his mouth hanging open. Lariat also looked at Ark with an enraptured expression. She was not the only one surprised. Tamora could not believe his eyes and he looked at the sea of blood. Ugh, this is unbelievable. Now it is your turn, Tamora. Ark released demonic opening and turned around. Demonic opening should only be used when dealing with something quickly. Using it for a long time was detrimental to his health. Damn you, I'll crush your bones and eat your flesh. How are you going to do that? Diedrich, Daimos. It's time for the main part. Hee, I've been waiting for this. Clack 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 clack. Ark, Daimos and Diedrich attacked Tamora from 3 different directions. When Tamora tried to chant a spell, Diedrich clung to his face while Daimos stabbed him. Then Daimos bumped him sharply with the shield and the spell was released. At that moment. Raiden, sword. Elemental sword, lightning. Ark used elemental sword and sparks gathered around the sword Raiden gave him. Take this, blade storm. Qua 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 qua. The sword was crushed and the pieces swirled intensely in the air. However, this wasn't a simple blade storm. Since it temporarily took on the lightning attribute thanks to elemental sword, lightning flashed among the debris. Quack, this bastard. Tamora screamed as sparks hit his body. Tamora was a level 500 boss. But monsters that were magicians had low defense. Thanks to the various wide area magic from Jules Group, his health had already decreased to 40%. He then lost a further 10% thanks to the damage from Blade Storm. Okay, I can win. But he couldn't relax just yet. A magician had low defense and attack speed. But the reason many users preferred magicians was because of their incredible magic, which could change the situation with one attack. Qua 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 quang. Tamora started using his magic and it wasn't a joke. When the cursed black fog of the necromancer spread, he received incredible dark attribute and deadly poison damage. However, Ark possessed 100% resistance to the dark and 50% resistance to poison. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that with his resistances, he was the natural enemy of dark magicians. But the black fog still dealt 300 damage. Also, rise, children of the darkness. Tamora spread out both arms and a dark aura emerged from them. Then the Nakujuk were resurrected as zombies. However, half of them were completely smashed or cut open by Arkansas. They only numbered 50 zombies. And they were revived with less than 50% of their health and stats. Damn, this is the special magic of the necromancer? Flash. Ark used flash and shattered the zombies. They only had 50% health, and the 50% of stats meant that their defense was incredibly low. Thanks to flash, he severed them with one stroke and the zombies were converted to experience. However, Ark had 4,000 mana and it was running low because he used flash continuously. It will become more disadvantageous the longer it takes. I have to make a prompt decision. Diedrich, don't stop disturbing him and prevent him from using magic. Understood. Wait, you bastard. Dark dash. Daimos, constantly strike him with shield stroke. Clack 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 clack, dang. Ugh, these guys are so annoying. The life of a magician was concentration. While it didn't do that much damage, both Daimos and Diedrich's techniques induced stiffness. It was minor but those disturbances slowed down the rate of his magic spells. Lariat also used her magic attacks. Arc Nim. It's dangerous. Thunderbolt. Lightning flew from Lariat's fingertips towards Tamora's nose. Clack clack? Clack 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 clack. At that time, the wrong situation occurred. While Tamora stumbled, Daimos stood in front of Lariat and started talking to her. When Lariat became puzzled, Diedrich translated for her. I can't attack Tamora's face? What? What does that mean? I don't know. Hook! Diedrich shrugged before quickly avoiding Tamura's attack. He couldn't understand why Deimos said those words. But they had no time to worry about such a trivial matter when facing a boss. It's almost done. But Ark miscalculated. Tamura eventually fell into a critical condition. I can't believe this. Losing to this guy, no. I can't die. Tamura rushed wildly towards Arkansas. Ark quickly used slide and swung his sword. However, Ark wasn't Tamura's goal. He continued running forward and jumped into the pit of darkness. Then a massive black aura appeared from the pit. What is he doing? Did the boss monster commit suicide? Ark was devastated at the thought. Ku Kung! Suddenly a black arm emerged from the pit. The wet hands soaked in sticky oil, Tamura unexpectedly climbed up from the pit covered in a viscous black liquid. His red eyes turned towards Ark and he smiled. Diedrich became freaked out and retreated. Hick, what is that? Tamura has absorbed the evil spirit fragments and has gained the demonic attribute. The protective coat protects Tamura by 500% while his abilities have increased by 100%. In addition, it invalidates the bonus damage of all skills. However, the demonic attribute is weak against weapons with the ability to exorcise evil spirits. These weapons will invalidate the special abilities of the protective coating. Demonic attribute. According to legend, the demonic attribute was passed down by a malevolent deity. The demonic attribute is the most predominant among all evil attributes. Evil spirit fragments? Hovovu, power, the power of darkness, ruin, destroy everything, destroy. Tamura murmured as he lifted both hands. I feel unpleasant. Diedrich, Deimos. Plan A. Yes, master. Clack 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 clack. Ark, Diedrich, and Deimos tackled Tamura. Even if his stats were at 100%, he only had 10% health left. If they concentrated their attacks, then the fight would be over in 1 minute. At that time, Tamura turned and struck a carriage with his stick. Then the trapped deceased started pouring out. Tamura snatched up one of the deceased and swallowed it. Then, little by little, his health was restored. Tamura has used the life absorb skill. When swallowing and chewing an enemy, you can absorb some of their health. What the? Ark burst out with surprise. Now the boss who he almost caught was slowly recovering? What kind of absurd situation was this? Ark panicked and immediately attacked, but Tamura just withdrew and swallowed the rest of the deceased. Once his health had been restored to 30%, Tamura smashed another wagon. Oh my god, what is this nonsense? Ark's face paled. Now he had no mana left. Ark's health was also at 30%. The stats of the boss was 100% and now he was slowly recovering his health? In addition, he could continue restoring his health with the remaining carriages. Dark Blade. Ark panicked and used Dark Blade, but Tamura's health did not decrease at all. His demonic attribute overrode the additional damage of all his skills. Dark's Blade's biggest strength was that it ignored all defense, but that made no difference with Tamura. If he manages to recover 100% health, then it is the end. Somehow I must stop the recovery. But he doesn't even blink at my attacks, although attacks with the holy attribute can damage it, only the shamans and temple priests can use that attribute, damn. Ark starting losing his spirit and stared at Tamura devastated. Wait, perhaps there might be a way to stop the recovery. Please come to your senses. Even if you're dead, your lives are still valuable to this world. Don't let your existences be eaten by an evil demon. Oppose the devil with your willpower and protect yourselves. Ark used the power of nursing. Papping dash. Quack. There was a white flash of light from Tamura's mouth where he was chewing another deceased. Then instead of recovering his health, he received considerable damage and stumbled. It is like I expected. I can use nursing to stop his healing. No, I might even be able to defeat him. Tamura received damage after eating the deceased. This was due to the side effect of Ark's nursing. The additional effect of nursing that Ark had forgotten about was the blessing. Blessings had a holy attribute. If he ate the dead who had a holy attribute, he would receive damage instead. They weren't injured, so the deceased couldn't receive the nursing effect. However, Tamura had to chew on them in order to absorb life. At that moment, the dead became injured. Ark aimed for that moment and used nursing. While avoiding Tamura's attacks, he concentrated on the movements of the deceased. And the moment Tamura tried to swallow a deceased, Ark would stop the recovery using nursing and Tamura would receive damage. He managed to stop the healing using nursing 3 or 4 times. When he used nursing once again, an intense light appeared around Ark's body instead. The miracle nursing was successful. Your sincerity in regards to the dead had surpassed the limits of space and species. Life has no ranks. Whether they be the kings who rules a kingdom or the stray beggars who wander the streets, all life is precious. Many people, even priests, don't realize this fact. But you have taken care of countless lives and realized this truth. Although the deceased are just wandering around the netherworld, it is still their lives. Abandoned by everyone, you are the only one who did not forsake the deceased. You have become an inspiration through your achievements and have received a higher rank of caretaker. Asterisk due to the success of miracle nursing, all stats increase by 1. Asterisk affection increases by 10. Asterisk alignment towards good increases by 50. Asterisk the blessing effect is applied to all the deceased for 2 hours. The miracle nursing was a success and you have acquired the title caretaker of the abandoned. Your fame as a caretaker has increased, so you will receive praises from many patients. Asterisk as a title bonus all stats will increase by 2. Asterisk fame increases by 50. This is truly a miracle. Due to the effects of miracle nursing, the blessing effect was applied to all the deceased. In other words, Tamura's food has been poisoned. Thanks to that, Tamura's recovery stopped at 50%. Although the recovery was stalled, the situation didn't become better. Tamura's demonic attribute was still nullifying his extra attacks and Ark had no more mana, so there was no way for him to attack. Oh, this guy, how dare you interfere with my meal? Tamura became furious at the interruption to his meal. Hundreds of black hands made of the vicious liquid formed around Tamura. Dozens of the deceased were suddenly caught by those hands. Then the deceased had all the health drained and they turned into ashes. Tamura has used Hand of Death. When caught by the hands of death, they will lose 10 health every 1 second. Hook, what the? Slide. Deimos, Diedrich. Avoid it. Ark shouted as he slid all over the place trying to avoid the hands. Fortunately Deimos and Diedrich instinctively sensed the crisis and either dropped to the ground or flew in the sky to avoid the black hands. Thanks to that, only the deceased were turned to black powder. At that moment, something he never imagined happened. The place Lariat was standing was out of reach of the black hands. But when a black hand reached towards a certain deceased standing near her, she shrieked and plunged forward. And no. La Lariat Nim? Ark lifted his head in surprise. Instead of the deceased, Lariat was being held by Tamura's hands. Lariat's health quickly began to drain out. And her health reached the bottom in a blink of an eye. Suddenly there was a blinding glare of light. Ark frowned and stared at the strange sight. The dead person who had been saved by Lariat was suddenly surrounded by a beam of light. Then a knight holding a sword and shield emerged from the light. He shot towards Tamura like an arrow while holding his sword thrust in front of him. Boom! Tamura stumbled from the attack and became stunned. Then the knight appeared next to Ark holding Lariat. What the hell is going on? Who is this guy? Ark couldn't get a grasp on the situation. Then, Lariat muttered with a pale face. Holy Knight. Holy Knight? What about a Holy Knight? Are you talking about Alan? Ark asked with a stupid face. However, the knight just ignored Ark and spoke towards Lariat. Lady, with a pure heart like a white jade, I pay my respects to your heartfelt sacrifice. The knight bowed his head before continuing. I am known as the Holy Knight Ronian. After the person I was soul-linked fell into darkness, I was corrupted and became a nameless dead wandering the netherworld. If it wasn't for you, I would have been a deceased lost in the darkness forever. I received a request from your squire. So? I know. Johnny, poor boy. It was because of Johnny's request that you found me. And you were willing to sacrifice yourself to keep your promise with that child. I've regained my sense of self because of you. I was desperate to overcome the darkness. But I couldn't win by myself. Ronian clenched his pendant with a pained expression and closed his eyes for a moment. But he soon opened them again and laughed. But you've allowed me to regain my hope after everything was lost. My spirit could return slightly thanks to that man's blessing. And you protected me with complete sincerity. By sacrificing yourself, your beautiful heart was enough to completely awaken my spirit. Now that I've regained my will, I'll be able to return to heaven. Ronian released the pendant before holding it out to Lariat. Beautiful maiden, will you accept my legacy? If you accept, then you be known as Holy Knight but will receive the title Innocence Knight. You have received an invitation from Holy Knight Ronian to become an Innocence Knight. If you accept Ronian's offer, then you will lose your previous profession and become an Innocence Knight. Innocence Knight is a women-only profession in the Holy Knight series. An Innocence Knight has the same characteristics as a Holy Knight. However, the attack and defense applied to weapons and armor is weak. Instead, a lot more bonuses from holy magic will be applied. If you accept, your current profession Magician will be automatically cancelled and all your skills and characteristics will be reset except for level and stats. Instead, Ronian's special abilities will be added. 50% of your current skill points will be returned. You can invest the returned skill points in any skill to raise it. Would you like to accept? Lariat hesitated as she looked at the information window before nodding. I'll change my profession. It will be done. Ronian scattered like a mist and merged with Lariat's body. Ugh, this guy, how dare he, death. At that time, Tamora was finally able to move and rush towards them. Lariat quickly looked through her skills list before instantly casting holy magic. Pure shield. A shield made of light formed in front of them. Boom. A violent impact shook the room. Of course, the hastily cast shield of light could not completely stop Tamora's attack. But the amazing thing was Tamora's reaction. Tamora received damage from the attack and wobbled. Yes, his weak point is holy magic. He had no interest in what went on between Ronian and Lariat. The important thing was that Lariat could now damage Tamora. Lariat Nim, can you add holy magic to my sword? Ha, I think I can. Lariat looked through her skills list again. And she used her points to raise Pure Sword to intermediate before walking towards Arkansas. The holy attribute has been applied to Guizel's sword using Pure Sword. Damage plus 15%, it will invalidate the protective dark attribute shield and additional damage plus 15%. Okay, demonic opening. Ark used demonic opening and struck Tamora. Pepping. There was a crack in the black slime and Tamora stumbled. So far, no matter how much he stabbed, Tamora would not shed even one drop of blood or lose any health. It works. Ark's eyes brightened. Meanwhile, Lariat eagerly read through her skills and invested some points to make them intermediate. Pure Soul, Warrior's Strength. Pure Shield was able to reflect any attacks with the dark attribute. Pure Soul raised the defense against dark attribute attacks by 30%. Warrior's Strength increased health by 20%. The Innocence Knight could also overlap buffs 3 times like a Holy Knight. Lariat raised those skills to intermediate and continuously stacked them on Arkansas. Thankfully, he could now overcome Tamora's demonic attribute. So after the battle continued for several minutes, the crack in the black slime widened further. Then a red light blinked from inside. Eyes of the cat had found Tamora's underbelly. Ark instinctively realized what the symbol giving off the murderous intent was. Blessing of the Sea. Adelaine's necklace increased his defense and mana. Raiden, Mutil's rapier. Sack sack sack. Ark grasped Mutil's rapier and made it crack with blade storm. There was a violent ringing sound as the sword cracked. Take this, blade storm. Qua 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 quang, dot. He shoved Mutil's rapier into the black aura just before it exploded. Then the black slime swelled up like a balloon. After a while, the black slime fell off Tamora's body. When Tamora's appearance was revealed, he looked like a skeleton with only bones left behind. Ark immediately drew Guizel's sword and attacked. When drastic measures was used, the head was cut off and fell to the ground. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Message windows continuously popped up. He quickly rose 9 levels. It was thanks to the bonus experience applied from drastic measures. This, unbelievable, darkness, the power of the Lord of Darkness. Tamora's head muttered as he died. The power to resurrect. When I obtain absolute power, I will destroy the world with the power of the great darkness. He said, it was a lie. Ark was puzzled by the words. Then black beads emerged from Tamora's mouth and rose towards the sky. Ark flinched and went to grab his sword bag. Dash. A black eagle flew down from the sky with a sharp sound. And it grabbed the beads before soaring into the sky again. It happened so quickly that there was no time to react. What the? That eagle? While the eagle soared to the top of the abyss of despair, Ark was able to spot one man at the top. The man was standing obscured by the moon. Although he couldn't confirm any details of his shape, the red hair and white mask was unusually visible. It can't be the red man. The red man that appeared in Yggdrasil's video. Then Tamora was referring to the red man before? If so, the red man was even behind this situation? Then that bead must be a clue. Ark was about to jump up with he suddenly stopped. Damn, there are items still here. There were items from the 200 Nakujuk scattered around the underground. In addition, he still hadn't checked the items Tamura dropped. He couldn't give up everything just to chase the red man. And even if he ran now, there was no way to catch up. The red man muttered something when the eagle approached before grasping a claw and flying into the sky. And he soon disappeared into the darkness. Even Diedrich wouldn't be able to catch up with that speed. Ark and Lariat just stared with their mouths open. How much time had passed? Suddenly Lariat raised her head and embraced Arkansas. Kya, we won. We defeated Tamura. At the same time, his thoughts about the red man flew towards Andromeda. La Lariat Nim? When Ark spoke, Lariat blushed and moved her arms. I am sorry. I was so excited. Ah, no. You can hold on. Ha? No. Ark closed his mouth and shook his head. There was an awkward silence between the two of them. After a while, Lariat looked at Ark before saying, I finished all my work here. But I don't know how to return to our original world. After I entered, the gate disappeared. Ark seemed to have been expecting something else and replied with a disappointed face. I also haven't found a way to return yet. The gate I entered was one way. I'm sorry, I can't help. No, it's not that. Can I stay with Ark until you find the gate? Yes? Ark stared at Lariat with wide eyes. Continuing with Lariat. It was what he had been hoping for since the start of the game. In addition, he saw the value of having Lariat along after fighting this boss. But the idea of sharing items weighed heavily on his mind. A crush was a crush, but didn't reality also matter? It was necessary to make the part clear. It would be a problem as he lost half of his income because of a crush. I'd love to have you help me. But before that, the items. I just want to accompany you for a while. I don't care about anything else. Lariat had been accompanied by Alan from the beginning of the game and didn't know the pain of starvation. So she didn't really need items. Or maybe she thought Ark would give her any items with her specifications? If she thought so, then she was wrong. Although he would concede Japtum to some extent, he wouldn't even concede valuable items to Justice Man. Yes, she's changed her profession from a magician to a knight. She's been wearing magician equipment until now, so I'll give her some knight items from the Japtum. Anyway, now there was no reason to refuse Lariat's request. I understand. I accept. Thank you. Then I'll be organizing my skills for a while. Since my skills have changed, I need to perform some maintenance. Ark nodded and Lariat went up to where Bona was waiting. Ark felt something strange because of her attitude but shook his head. She's probably relieved not to be wandering the netherworld alone, but now wasn't the time to be concerned about her inner thoughts. Tamura's items. The rewards after so much suffering. Okay, Raiden. Look around and swallow the Japtum. Sack sack sack. Ark released Raiden and approached Tamura. Necromancer's essence. The essence of a necromancer who inhabited the abyss of despair. Asterisk, the information regarding the monster's essence has been grasped using the excellent intuition of an advanced survival cooking chef. This essence belongs to Tamura, a necromancer of the Nakujuk clan who ruled the abyss of despair. The culmination of his power resides in this crystal that contains a mysterious knowledge. After completing the immortality pill, you will be able to acquire some of the knowledge. Monster essence rating, A. Hook, an A rank essence. Ark felt breathless as his jaw dropped. This was the second time he found an essence in the netherworld. And this time it was an A rank essence. As an A rank essence, it should have a stronger effect than Slime's immortality pill. The bonus would be unimaginable. Is this the effect of drastic measures? Or do essences have a higher probability of dropping in the netherworld? Well, it doesn't matter why it appeared. Ark made himself calm down and confirmed the next item. Death engraved stick, unique. Weapon type, staff. Attack, 3540. Durability, 55/90. Weight, 40. User restriction, level 200 or more necromancer. The necromancer Tamura's staff. An evil artifact made by extracting the bones from a large number of bodies. Powerful death magic is imbued in this weapon. Option, mental power plus 30, intelligence plus 20, health plus 200, necromancer skills plus 10%. Special option, the necromancer only skill Power of Death is applied. Power of Death gives a bonus 30% to the stats of all summoned undead creatures. Ark's eyes widened after he saw the item. It was also an amazing item. Most rare items had a skill attached as an option, but it was hardly ever a passive option. The effect increased the abilities of the summons by 30%. Plus there was the general passive option of increasing all necromancer's skills by 10%. It was an item that every necromancer would want to get their hands on. Since it took a lot for necromancers to summon, they would offer a lot of money to buy this item. Any user who raised their character over level 200 would have the kind of money to buy this item for an expensive price. The Netherworld was an unexplored area where only 10 people have come. Most of the monsters and bosses killed by Ark would have died for the first time. Therefore, the probability of monsters dropping their best items was quite high. With the use of drastic measures, the Netherworld had become a gold mine for Arkansas. Clack clack clack, clack clack clack. Then, he heard Deimos approach the place where Tamora's head fell. Ark became shocked when he turned around and saw what was happening. A horrific scene was unfolding in front of Arkansas. Deimos had been ripping the flesh off Tamora's head. Deimos had revealed a skull in an instant and cradled it with a warm look on his face. Then he placed Tamora's skull with the rest of his skeleton. A blue flame appeared in the eyes while red sparks started spreading on the new skeleton. What is going on? Oh my god, is this the reason Deimos didn't want us to attack Tamora's head? He coveted Tamora's skull? Although he knew Deimos had a bone-collecting hobby, but to even change his head? It was a bizarre sight. But Ark hadn't assessed the situation correctly. Deimos' intention wasn't simply to change the bones. The new skeleton merged with Deimos as he was engulfed in a red glow. A message window immediately appeared next to Arkansas. To be continued. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.